Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. And stay warm out there, everybody. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza, Seth C. Payne. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out what the biggest story is right now, because usually in the 2 weeks headed up to the Super Bowl, the actual game itself kind of takes a back seat. And it seems like Bill Belichick, definitely not making the Hall of Fame this year, has got the most people hot and bothered.
Had a lot of run
now.
last night. It happened late in the day yesterday, and that kind of carried social media last night, I would say. And the easy thing about it, if you're just waking up and you hadn't heard the news, Bill Belichick, it would appear, I guess it hasn't been officially announced, but
it was leaked to Bill Belichick that, hey, you ain't getting in.
Yep.
We only got through a room for 3 non-football player inductees per year. And you're not on the list of finalists for the non-football player inductees.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
And so then after that leaked, other news leaked about how this all came about, and it turned into a whole lot of fun to watch the fireworks, because it turns out, according to reports, Bill Polian, who is one of the 50 selectors for this particular distinction. Now, keep in mind, Bill Belichick, by all measurements, is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He's the most successful head coach in terms of Super Bowls in the history of the sport.
Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure about that.
Okay, well...
he obviously isn't.
Yeah, fair. The general consensus...
He's got a couple of scandals following him.
He does, but the general consensus that I saw last night was this is insane. And I don't think it helped the cause of people who don't want him in. That was Bill Polian reportedly leading the charge on this. This is the report. Bill Polian was a vocal figure in the Hall of Fame deliberations involving Bill Belichick, with Spygate and Deflategate coming up among voters during discussions. Per a voter who spoke anonymously, Polian, the former Bills and Colts GM and longtime Patriots rival, told some voters he believed Belichick should, quote, wait a year as penance for Spygate. Basically, the thing that Astro fans are nervous about with Jose Altuve, that he's a Hall of Famer, but this is our chance to wag our finger at you because we didn't get to administer a punishment. That's the NFL's job. Yeah. This is
Sean, it's an important life lesson. Kids out there, if you're ever thinking about getting embroiled in a scandal, it's not a surprise to me, because this is what happens. If you are really well liked, you can weather a scandal with ease, with aplomb. Yeah. If you're despised, that scandal is going to bite. And we've seen it with, Lance Armstrong, one of the reasons that it became as big a deal as it was because the French, who are in charge of all the cycling stuff, they hated Lance Armstrong. He was a cocky, arrogant, American jerk, all that. Barry Bonds, not well liked. and then he's to get a huger brunt of all of the PED scandals than anybody else. Bill Belichick, widely reviled within the NFL, so you don't weather that stuff all too well. The Astros, honestly, remember, go before the Astros being better than everybody else scandal. They were not well liked as an organization. Jeff Luhnow rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I think in an era where a lot of people were doing very similar things to the Astros, they became a very easy target, one that people were almost salivating over. And I think Belichick falls into that same category.
No question. I'm not going to sit here and argue that Belichick is well-liked or even should be well-liked.
I guess the part where I would push back where you say he's a definite slam dunk first ballot guy, it's that I don't know if with coaches it's as easy to, differentiate between this guy's a first ballot guy, that guy isn't. Partly because there is a line to get in, and they're eligible immediately after they retire, or after they're done coaching. So people are always it's not like there's this 5-year window where you're waiting, for sure that Belichick's actually done. Who knows? He could end up back in the NFL again.
No, and I'll argue against myself a little bit here and add on to your argument, which is without Tom Brady, Belichick is the furthest thing from a Hall of Famer.
That's true.
Like there is that element to it. Now, he had Tom Brady, and he really took advantage of having Tom Brady. That's the positive. I would say Belichick has not done himself any favors since he parted ways with Brady either.
Yeah.
At North Carolina, all the chicanery going on there. But again, I'll go back to if Bill Polian is the one that's leading the charge, I don't like Bill Polian.
No,
I don't like how
he's
high
the one that's responsible for this stupid shortened overtime.
The 10-minute
period.
overtime, and I think he's overrated. I think the 10-minute overtime, and I think Bill Polian, and I think we should point out too one of the other people in that category that Belichick was in to get into the Hall of Fame is Robert Kraft, who we know he and Belichick did not see eye to eye at the very end there, and I don't know what their relationship is now. But this is the part with Polian that is further infuriating. In an interview with ESPN on Tuesday night, again, I remind you, if you're just getting in your car, Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame. The report is that Bill Polian was reminding everybody of Spygate and Deflategate, and that he was leading the charge to keep Belichick out for a year. In an interview with ESPN on Tuesday night, Polian denied telling fellow voters that Belichick should serve a one-year penance, but he said he heard his fellow voters float that idea, but he insisted that he didn't agree or disagree with the proposal. Polian said he voted for Robert Kraft, and even spoke up on his behalf during the deliberation, saying Kraft had no knowledge of the Spygate scheme. Polian added, now this is the smoking gun, that I think Polian was leading the charge, and I think Polian is a bit of a scumbag. Polian added that he couldn't remember with 100% certainty if he voted for Belichick, saying he was 95% sure he voted for the coach and a player, most likely Elsie Greenwood. Now, I don't know. There may be some sort of rule about what you are and are not allowed to say publicly. And in fact, I think there are. I saw John McClain he was on Twitter last night talking about all this, and that was the funny part, too, is that as soon as all those writers and all those selectors, there's 50 of them that decide these things in a room. As soon as they all saw the sentiment on social media, the rats were jumping off the ship. They're like, I voted for him.
Yeah.
I don't know about these guys. I'm embarrassed to be a voter right now. I voted for him. It was so fun to watch last night.
I don't know. Part of it, I guess, I'm a little swayed also by there's other coaches who are kind of waiting in line, who have been retired and definitely retired from coaching altogether.
Give me some names.
Tom Coughlin, Mike Holmgren, all of those guys are kind of waiting in line to potentially be inducted. And I wonder if part of it, aside from all of the scandal and whatnot, whether there's a little bit of hey, look, we can take our time with the coaches. It's not as big a deal that Belichick's gonna get in at some point.
I would
we also want to give these guys the respect of giving them their chance.
I guess. I mean, they're all in their 70s and 80s now, though. Is there? I mean,
Tom Coughlin's older than Bill Belichick.
Right?
I think.
Yeah,
at least he seems older.
Yeah.
He
definitely.
And he also beat Bill Belichick twice in the Super Bowl.
He did. He did. Yeah.
Belichick would have a lot more Super Bowl rings if Tom Coughlin didn't exist.
No, there's multiple guys deserving to get in. It's just they narrowed it down to these.
Belichick's more deserving than any of them.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. They narrowed it down to these five. That's the thing. It was Belichick and a couple of players and Robert Kraft. And we will be denied of Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick going in at the same time and having to be in the same room with each other. I'm a little bummed about that.
I do like it's. You always wonder, okay, how much do the coaches actually care about this? Because coaches spend their whole careers preaching, we don't care what they say on the outside. And very few of these guys in the Pro Football Hall of Fame voting committee are what you would call insiders or football guys or anything. Actually, I shouldn't say very few, but it's a lot of writers also. Yeah. So they've spent their entire careers preaching about how you shouldn't care what the writers say. And yet the reports are that Belichick's a little peeved by all of this.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't know. I guess yeah. Come on, coaches. Take a dose of your own medicine and try not to care about the opinions of others. You can't be happy with your 18 pounds of championship hardware you have. Come on.
Your argument's a good one as to why. Like, hey man, you didn't do it. You disrespected this group of people continually who are actually deciding this thing. There's a human human element to it.
No, that's not my argument. I'm not arguing that that's why he was kept out or anything. I'm saying he shouldn't be so bothered by it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, you were kind of saying like he hasn't treated people very well, like
right? Yeah, and that's where I think but that's people inside of the NFL as well. Yeah, right. Yeah, he's just you're right. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
As far as the specific grudge against them or anything, I guess it's not the scandal part you can't ignore. Yeah. But it does feel to me, if you bring the Astros into it, it does feel like, okay, I don't want individual Astros players to be punished when it comes to Hall of Fame stuff.
That's what it feels like this is. This feels like it's that exact thing.
But with Spygate, I mean, Belichick was the architect of that in control of everything, whereas Altuve was a non-participant in the actual scandal. And Altuve is very well liked within baseball. Yeah. People who aren't morons know that Altuve is a solid dude, including a lot of the people that would vote for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I'm not using this as any sort of precedent for Altuve, but it is interesting, the similarities. If I'm an Astros fan looking at this, does my concern, even though it's a completely different constituency and sport voting on it, do I look at this going, oh, man, is this a reminder that we might have to deal with this for a year with Jose Altuve, who I think is a first-ballot Hall of Famer when he comes up?
The whole thing with Deflategate, I hate that Deflategate gets wrapped into this because I think that whole ordeal was idiotic and stupid. I think it was.
And I don't think Belichick probably even knew that Brady took some air out of a football either.
Yeah, he claims that he doesn't know that. But then remember he got up at that press conference acting. We pay attention to every single little detail about everything, except I've never thought about the inflation of a football before. It was weird. People bought it.
You're absolutely right. The press conference is hypocritical. I think if I had to guess, I'm guessing Belichick. I'm guessing there's a better chance he was lying about being on every little detail than he was about knowing that a football got deflated by 2 PSI or something like that by Tom Brady. I
don't care if he knew or not. It's stupid that it was ever a thing.
Yeah, that's
it was it was so haphazard the way they even monitored any of that. Like the idea of a quarterback, and that and another though that goes back to the Colts at the time were the ones who were whining about it. I think it seems that because it was an Indianapolis writer that basically had the first leak about something being afoot with the footballs.
Someone asked a good question on the text page 9712. Does Tom Brady have to wait a year to get into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Well, and again, too, because one of the dynamics here is that, Bob Kraft and Bill Belichick sure do seem to hate each other these days. And if Bob Kraft gets in this year, could it be as simple as that? As some of them are like, man, this is going to be a whole thing. And Kraft and Belichick, I think Kraft might make it in this year. Having Kraft and Belichick at the same time is going to be awkward, so let's just go ahead and make Belichick wait.
If they're worth their salt as writers, they should have voted for Belichick to get in for that very reason. What a great topic to write about.
Yeah.
What a great thing to get clicks on, the Belichick-Kraft dynamic of them having to be in the same cocktail party at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Would Kraft pay for – is Kraft going to – usually the team that a player is most associated with –
pays for the party.
Because remember, in football, you don't go in with a team helmet or anything. Yeah. You just go in as yourself. But obviously, it would be because of his work with the Patriots. Is Kraft going to pay for the party and everything else when Belichick doesn't inevitably
that's a topic. Yeah. God, you suck, writers. Not you, John McClain, but everybody else.
I hope there's a nugget that Bob Kraft actually had some influence in all of this.
Oh, there was a lot of conjecture about that on social media last night.
Bill, I would prefer it if Belichick doesn't get in the same year.
That's the speed that he talks at. Guy takes a 10-minute speech and turns it into an hour.
Marry the boss's daughter, kids.
Yeah, man.
Marry the boss's daughter, and you'll do well in
life. Yes. Kendrick Perkins, shifting gears. We got a nice long segment to start the show. Rockets back in action tonight against the Spurs. Rockets have been on a nice little run here lately. They're back up. I saw NBA.com had them third in the power rankings. There's belief again in the Rockets. It's not pretty, but they're back in the mix here. Kendrick Perkins is tired of Giannis Antetokounmpo having to sit around on a sub-500 team in Milwaukee, and he says, Rockets, make the deal.
Whitney, respectfully, I don't want to hear about pathways or highways. It's time to exit. It's time to exit. It's time to end this relationship. And I don't want to hear about what could possibly happen. I don't want to hear about what could happen. I want to hear about it for sure. You know what a for sure is? You know what? They got this guy by the name of Alfred Şengün down there with the Houston Rockets right now. And when you look at the Rockets, they kind of in the thick of things, but they're not really showing that they could get past the OKC or San Antonio or Denver Nuggets. But if they make a move and go get Giannis Antetokounmpo and make a trade centered around Şengün and maybe throw in a guy like Torrey Eason and some picks, and you bring Giannis to the H-Town with KD and Amen Thompson, and you talk about moving a needle, because the Rockets went all in my opinion, as far as gambling and taking a bet when they traded for KD, and then they re-signed him, saying basically over the next 2 years we want to try to win the championship. Well, getting Giannis Antetokounmpo moves the needle more than Alfred Şengün, and you know I'm a huge Şengün fan. But who says no in that trade, S.A.? Does Milwaukee say no? I believe not. Okay, then. So if I'm Giannis and I'm the Bucks, instead of worrying about what the Pelicans might do and who controls this pick, I know what I could get from the H-Town right now, and I could get a guy that's proven, and that's on the rise, and that's in Alfred Şengün.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree about his take on Alfred Şengün. Was he saying Alfred or Alfred?
I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell if he was saying.
I was glad he corrected Amen Thompson's name, though. Boy, that really,
the one.
Like, Amen. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Amen. I'm like, dude, you butchered like three. You butchered like three other names.
I can't criticize people for messing up names. So, but I do enjoy it when other people do it. Mm-hmm. So I think that. Look, he says no. Obviously, the Rockets in that it's not as emphatically. Oh no! Of course, the Rockets would jump on Antetokounmpo. You don't necessarily. You don't fix what some of the issues are necessarily, even though you know, as excited as you might be about Antetokounmpo. I mean, Alperen Şengün is such a phenomenal young talent, and he is so young. And I think the key thing that I would.
And he's on a very reasonable contract right now. A very
reasonable contract. And I think, you know, to use Perkins' own words against him, they committed to Kevin Durant. It wasn't a one-year thing. And Alperen Şengün being a part of that young core combined with Kevin Durant is a huge part of exactly what you wanted when you're going to extend Kevin Durant. So I think it goes a step too far to bring in another older player, not old, but older player, when you still have Alperen Şengün in the fold, and he's still getting better.
Yeah.
You know, he's still on the rise, and you can very much envision, wow, with Amen Thompson looking more and more comfortable at point guard, there's not a reason to disrupt that right now.
Well,
and all of a sudden, mid-season start from scratch again on developing all the chemistry and everything else.
He threw Torrey Eason in there like Torrey Eason's a nobody.
Right.
You know, like it was Alperen Şengün, Torrey Eason, and picks for a guy who's missing 4 to 6 weeks right now with a calf injury.
Yeah.
Like this was a tough time to go campaign to get your guy Giannis out of Milwaukee and have some team empty the chamber of picks and young players to get him when he's an older guy who's missing 4 to 6 weeks with a calf strain. So and again, these calf injuries with these basketball players turn into other things sometimes too.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you need is to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then in March he blows an Achilles out or something like that.
And it's funny. I mean, basketball, the age ceiling has changed so much. And Antetokounmpo's only 31 years old, and yet there's always something with the incredibly, ridiculously athletic dudes that I start to worry about them being in their 30s way more than, being a full decade older than, or almost a decade older than Alperen Şengün is a big deal.
It's an all-in now move if they were to do something like that. You'd have two of the top 10 players in the NBA on your roster in Giannis and KD, but they're both in their 30s, and Giannis probably, he's been injury-riddled the last few years. His body's probably older than 31, so yeah, I say no to that, to answer their question.
When he says no, I was really, Stephen A. Smith jumps in and whatever, but I was curious about what I was trying to read Windhorst's facial expressions, and it was blank. I couldn't see exactly what.
Yeah, I respect Windhorst's opinion. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got more good news with the Astros yesterday, or at least news that I was rejoicing. The non-true baseball fan that I am. We got news on Carlos Correa yesterday. We'll get to that, and also, is Cam Smith going to be on this roster coming out of spring training is an interesting question that's come up. We'll do a little Astros talk coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. You can play baseball.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Another victory yesterday for Sean T. Pendergast in my continuing crusade to make sure no Houston Astro ever plays in the World Baseball Classic ever again.
Yeah, this has been more polarizing than I thought it would be. A lot of people upset with you being so anti-World Baseball
I'm
Classic.
here for it. You know what? Come at me, baby, because I'm starting to get my way. Yesterday, we had 2 days ago, we talked about it yesterday. 2 days ago, Jose Altuve, the Astros, saying, hey, man, how about not playing in the World Baseball Classic, which Altuve said, okay. Yesterday, I'm reading from Chandler Rome's article here from The Athletic. After conversations with Houston Astros owner Jim Creighton regarding his participation and I didn't realize this was a thing, the inability to receive insurance on his contract, Carlos Correa will not play for Team Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic, he told The Athletic on Tuesday morning. Without the coverage, Correa said he would risk forfeiting his regular season salary if he misses any games due to injuries sustained in the WBC. So we know that loyalty to your country does have a price.
He wants to represent Puerto Rico, but only with certain protections involved. This is one thing I actually thought long and hard about this yesterday because as various people were accusing you and I of just being a couple of racist SOBs because we don't get it.
Gringos don't know what the Latin American players think.
I was trying to examine my blind spots and everything, and what I realized was, okay, I think what we are guilty of is, as Americans, I think that we don't necessarily get or understand exactly. We couldn't really feel how much guys want to represent their home countries, whether it's Asian or Latin American or elsewhere or whatever. We're obviously we're kind of sitting in the catbird seat. We get to see our teams represent for the World Championship every year and everything.
Yeah.
So. And frankly, we have too many sports that we're good at to care too much about.
I think, I think that's where I thought you were going with it. Is like we've got things other than baseball that we can get nationalistic about.
Right. So
those countries, baseball is the main thing.
Suffice it to say, the players themselves have a very strong desire to represent their country.
Undeniably, yes.
You and I, as the big fat Americans that we are,
right.
but Astros are paying you, so listen.
Yeah.
This is the deal. Listen, that's representation numero uno.
Yes.
We're not asking you to take up arms or something against a foe. It's baseball.
So
and your employer is best served by you playing baseball.
After sitting underneath this tree yesterday, doing all this thinking that you did, did you arrive back at the very same spot we were at yesterday?
I don't want anybody playing in the World Baseball Classic.
Good.
I want guys, if guys are supposed to be a part of your major league roster and effort in trying to win a world championship in Major League Baseball, that's exactly what I'm most concerned about.
I respect your process because I'm just dug in and saying this is what I think, and and I'm right and you're wrong, and they should play for the Astros because they're paying them right now.
But it is, so it's true. The problem is that yesterday I had a listener who loves us. He kept saying, Seth, you're saying that a guy wouldn't want to represent his country because of injury concerns or something. And I said, no, it's not a matter of want to. It's a matter of making the decision. You're an adult. There's a million different things you want to do, but you have to decide not to do a bunch of the things that you want to do.
Correct.
Carlos Correa wants to represent Puerto Rico, but he also doesn't want to risk forfeiting his salary for the year. So he's making the decision to not represent Puerto Rico, even though he wants to, because he 100% doesn't want to lose his salary this year, which I'm cool with. I 100% support that.
You and I have never said they don't want to represent.
No, it's weird.
We
really
don't
weird.
want them to represent. We don't want them to play in it. Yeah. So we won't now.
This is like, honestly, if you're an adult and you don't understand the difference between wanting to and choosing to, then I feel like you've probably been arrested 29 times.
Well, you
don't make it through this life unimprisoned if you don't learn how to not do everything that you want to do. Well, you know how many people would be laying dead in the dirt right now if I did everything I wanted to do? I've got a list. Working on ways to get away with it.
The man yells, "Go die" at everybody he hates. I mean, come on.
You think I'm exaggerating?
Right.
No.
Go die, everybody.
Exactly.
For the vast majority of human history, the appropriate response in a lot of situations was to kill somebody. Yeah. It's only these last few hundred years that we figured out how to tamp it up.
Live in a civilized society.
It's still there within us.
Oh, yeah. No, we're humans. I mean, we're born into this world. So the other thing that people come at us with when we have this argument that Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, I think even more the pitchers shouldn't be pitching in this thing because that's the clear odometer in all this. The other thing people come at us with is you guys don't understand the pageantry of the World Baseball Classic. You just don't understand. And I'm like, no, I understand the pageantry of it. I don't want my players playing in it. Like that's.
I understand that those same people are definitely all in on the NBA Cup. You know, the man is telling me I should care about this, so I'm going to care about it.
Yeah.
But those people serve someday when I lead a revolution, I need those people.
You'll need
on my
those
side
people
because they're easily convinced to care about things.
Right. As far as the Astros go, pitchers and catchers report in a couple of weeks, middle of February. Big topic lately has been Cam Smith, and something Dana Brown said at the Fan Fest, I believe, earlier this week, that Cam Smith not guaranteed a roster spot. Chandler Rome on his podcast, good podcast that he does with Tyler Stafford, Crush City podcast, said that exact thing. Cam Smith, right fielder, who was a phenom at spring training when we were there last year, Seth.
Yeah.
And was good at times last year, but probably the last couple months of the season should have gone down to the minors. Chandler Rome saying
this was actually on the Foul Territory
podcast. Oh, he was on MLB. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, this was Chandler Rome was a guest on MLB. Cam Smith not guaranteed a roster spot.
Dana Brown has said on numerous occasions that Cam Smith is not guaranteed a roster spot going to spring training. He's going to have to win one. An argument could be made that he should have probably been in the minor leagues for the last 2 months of last year. He was not an everyday player by the end of last year. The struggles really started to mount on him, but the Astros had so many injuries and they have no real help at the upper minor leagues that it really would have made no sense to send him to the minor leagues by that point.
The other thing that this plays into, and that's AJ Przinsky's podcast. That's a good one too. Is that the Astros? There's still smoke out there about them being in the market maybe for Jarren Duran with the Red Sox.
Yeah,
who was a top 10 MVP finisher 2 years ago. Numbers dipped a little bit this year, but still a really good player at a reasonable rate. I think his salary is like $7 million this year, and that would be that would be in all likelihood if they were to make that deal. That would be the Isaac Paredes move right there.
And he also said that Jesus Sanchez didn't do what the Astros had wanted to or hoped for, but that he's still an option there too, and that his spot's in right field. It is interesting where the Astros have come full circle on being an organization that back in the day was criticized for messing with guys' service time and not bringing them up soon enough. Yeah. And now Dana Brown is the exact opposite. Just, looks like he's ready. Blood him. He needs to be blooded, and they do it. But in line with what Chandler said, if it weren't for all the injuries last year, they probably would have sent him down at some point. But it just didn't work out that way.
Chandler Rome says that, and I think this is probably an obvious one. But Cam Smith, if he does what he did last year in spring training, he'll be the right fielder this year.
I think if Cam goes to West Palm Beach and does what he did last spring, I don't think we're having this conversation. I think he sails onto the team. I think he's pretty comfortably entrenched in right field, and we're not having this discussion, but he's got to prove himself.
The wild thing about this is that Cam Smith didn't play right field until last year in spring training. He was a third baseman. He was an infielder coming up. He was drafted as an infielder by the Cubs, and then he comes over here, and there's Isaac Paredes playing third base. Now you got Carlos Correa and Isaac Paredes. He ain't moving to third base anytime soon. Yeah. He's going to be a right fielder. The crazy thing about Cam Smith is he is a Gold Glove caliber right fielder already. He was a finalist for the Gold Glove in right field.
If you had to predict beforehand, hey, where's Cam Smith going to struggle as a rookie, you would totally say, well, maybe fielding in right field is going to take some adjustments. We saw with Jose Altuve, it's not so simple just because you're a good baseball player to go out and play in the outfield.
Yep.
But, I mean, you could also see an avenue whereby as he's adjusting to also playing in the outfield, it does take away some of that bandwidth that you have to also learn how to be a major league hitter.
Yeah.
And which obviously the Astros end up getting new hitting coaches. Cam Smith's going to have a year of experience. I expect that he'll end up having a really good spring training again because it's, you wipe the slate clean, and the challenges of spring training aren't as tough, obviously, as the challenges of playing an entire major league season. And he'll probably look just as good or better this spring training.
Well, yeah, and he's not learning. To your point, he's not learning a new position. He's he's a right fielder now, and he's comfortable doing that. So yeah, we'll see, man. Remember, you and I were there for that first week last year, and he tore it up that first week. That was so exciting. We ran into his family outside.
Ran into
of the
his mom
stadium.
afterwards. Yeah. I told her to F Twitter.
Yeah,
she had mentioned, wow, because I think that
Seth's not joking. He said that to Cam.
It did seem like, from her perspective, obviously, you're the parent of a young athlete, and all of a sudden you just say, let me check my son's what's going on, and the negativity, the algorithm it's dialed in to give you all the negativity. So we assured her that the fan base was genuinely very excited about Cam Smith.
That was accurate too. We weren't just blowing smoke at her. Like the fan base was excited about Cam Smith, and I think still is. It was just.
She's probably seeing a lot of Cubs fans acting like, we didn't want him anyway.
Probably.
We got Kyle Tucker now. It's a path to glory forever and ever.
Yeah. Then you and I explained the algorithm to her for about 10 minutes. And that's what we
brought out my computer and showed her a spreadsheet.
Seth fired open his iPad. Yeah. All right. Headlines coming up next. The Texans may be on the verge of losing somebody from their front office. Hall of Fame talk we touched on. We'll hit it in headlines as well. And one of the coaching positions filled in the NFL as well yesterday. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Stay there.
I'll tell you what, this weather, kind of crazy, and it's taxing. It's tough on your trees, but it doesn't have to be as
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to the headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic. A little bit of Texans news. This from Ian Rappaport. James Lipford, who is one of the key guys in the front office for the Texans. He's a director level. I forget if he's pro personnel or player personnel.
He's been there forever, and he's had a few different titles. But yeah, he's in the personnel department.
Yeah, his
name always to me sounds like somebody invented something.
James Lipford.
James Lipford.
With two I's. L-I-I-P. Yeah.
You know who actually discovered penicillin? It was James Lipford.
James Lipford. Just after he okayed the drafting of Nico Collins in 2021.
First man to cross Antarctica on foot. James Lipford.
Yeah, so he is he's a finalist for the Atlanta Falcons Open general manager position. Yeah, he's actually the assistant GM is his title, according to AI. After serving as the executive director of player personnel and director of college scouting, he's the assistant GM for the Houston Texans. So he's gotten a couple bumps up. Now looking to run his own crew there in Atlanta. He's a finalist for that job. So good luck to him. I would imagine the Texans do not want to lose him. They've had a nice run of acquiring players by and large over the last few years.
It is interesting. It's one thing that happens where people talk about windows to win a Super Bowl and this and that, and it's overblown and overdiscussed to a large degree because a lot of teams have demonstrated that you can remain competitive for a long stretch of time. However, there is always that danger or that thing that goes on in the darkness more is the brain drain that happens on your personnel side of things, on assistant coaches getting hired to be coordinators elsewhere and everything, where you just got to be constantly replenishing the people in your personnel department, your assistant coaches, all of that. And sometimes if you got the right mix of personnel people and assistant coaches, you sure would like to win a Super Bowl while you got all those brilliant young people in the building.
No doubt.
Because it's not guaranteed that you're going to restock them. And James Lipford has been a part of some really good drafts over these last few years.
I would say the only other one that the Texans would be in danger of losing, and I don't know, I haven't seen if Tennessee has filled their defensive coordinator position. It looks like they filled their offensive coordinator position. It looks like Brian Daboll is going to be headed to Tennessee to be the offensive coordinator there. But Dino Vasso, the secondary coach for the defensive backs coach for the Texans, was interviewing for the Tennessee DC job. He's very well respected in that building.
No, and he's been here through, he was here before D'Amico. D'Amico kept him on.
Yeah.
And he's overseen some talented young defensive backs, but who I would say, if you look at Kamari Lasser and Kalen Bullock especially, and Jalen Petrie, they've played way up their draft status.
Yeah.
So, Dino Vasso is somebody that I don't know if nervous is the right word, but I'm taking notice of the fact that he might be gone. D'Amico's spoken highly of Adegoke, the other secondary coach, and I would imagine he would just take over. So there's going to be some continuity there. But Dino Vasso's probably not gotten the credit he should have for working with all these young guys and making them one of the best secondaries in football.
Yep. Meanwhile, around the NFL coaching carousel, this I won't say came out of nowhere. We're kind of getting down to it here. We're at the end of January. There's still 3 openings. There were 4 yesterday. The one that was filled, Buffalo chooses to promote Joe Brady, Seth, from offensive coordinator to head coach. So they stay in the building and promote the guy who had been coaching alongside Sean McDermott these last few years.
It feels, this is turning cruel almost, Sean, to Sean McDermott. However Sean McDermott was viewed by ownership and Brandon being the GM or anybody else, it feels a whole lot like, hey, we're going to run it back with everybody except the head coach.
Yeah.
And we specifically are saying you can't even say that you didn't choose the right people to do this or that. We don't like you as a head coach or as a defensive coordinator.
They can't say it any more clearly, right?
No.
We kept everybody but you.
Bad for Sean McDermott. It's an injury added to insult at this point.
Yep. Other news in the NFL, Bill Belichick, as we talked about in the Open, we'll talk about it again, I'm sure, misses out on the Hall of Fame this year. He was one of 5 sort of separate category candidates. They have a contributor, which is Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots, a former coach, that would be Belichick, and then 3 former players. L.C. Greenwood, one of them, I forget the other 2. Belichick will not be going in. It was reported. He was notified. You did not make the cut. So that means that at least 11 of the 50 voters for the Pro Football Hall of Fame thought that Bill Belichick, and I would imagine it's not that they don't think he's Hall of Fame worthy. I would think it's one of two things. Either they're punishing him for all the gates, Deflategate, Spygate, or, because it could be both, they just have a personal grudge with Bill Belichick because he didn't treat people all that well.
You know, the weird thing about it is that it kind of, you could do the same thing with Barry Bonds or McGuire. With McGuire, you can say, all right, without PEDs, he's not a Hall of Famer. With Barry Bonds, no, he's a Hall of Famer before PEDs ever entered his body.
Yeah.
But he's been punished in perpetuity for that part of it. With Belichick, I feel like similarly, okay, there was Spygate, but just, okay, fine. Take away the first 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And he's still a Hall of Fame coach.
That's the argument people were making. It's a good point. That's the argument people were making last night. Like, he won 3 more Super Bowls after that.
Yeah.
They won every division for 20 years. He won 17 division titles.
If you take out the first half of his career, he's still a Hall of Fame caliber coach and probably a shoo-in. And there was enough, I guess, animosity from that or what have you.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't. With coaches, especially because they don't have to wait the 5 years, it doesn't move the needle for me. I'm like, all right, okay, poor King Belichick isn't going to get in and waltz right into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Look, he should be focused on the University of North Carolina, all right? I got a young kid at UNC. I don't want Bill Belichick to be all pouty about this. You gotta go turn that thing into a national champion right now.
Yeah, it's just to me. I'm not a Belichick fan. I respect what he's done. Obviously, you'd be an idiot not to respect his success. But I'm not a fan of Belichick. I'm not losing sleep over him not getting in the Hall of Fame. Sometimes with these committees of writers that view themselves as this group of people that are going to right the wrongs that weren't corrected, back in the day. They did it with I don't like Terrell Owens. I thought it was absurd that Terrell Owens had to wait 3 cycles to get into the Hall of Fame because they're adjudicating his being a jerk.
Right.
Like that part bothered me. So that, and again,
you've got a bias against the writers that's swaying your opinion. For me, you know what it is with me. I hate that football coaches spend so much time talking about how you shouldn't worry about what people on the outside think. And but now Belichick is put out and angry and just that people that the outside opinion hasn't validated him or endorsed him.
We know? Have we heard anything from Belichick? Do we know that he's put out?
There were reports that he wasn't happy about it.
Okay.
Next time we talk about this, I'll give you some of the quotes.
Yeah. I'd be curious. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be happy either. I would like to get into the Hall of Fame. I'm curious. Like,
that's true. I guess he's a hypocrite for being unhappy about it.
Yeah.
I guess if you had to choose between 2 emotions, it's not like he's going to be ecstatic about it.
Yeah. Like, put out and angry. That's what I like. That's a level. I would love to hear quotes of him feeling put out and angry. That would be great. Mike McCarthy introduced as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach yesterday. One quick cut from him here. Do you want Aaron Rodgers back with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Question, just a football one for you. I'm not asking this from any other perspective except your own personal preference. In your best case scenario, do you want Aaron Rodgers back as your quarterback next year?
That's nice the way he asked that, right? That was slick. But I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. But I think just like anything, knowing Aaron long enough, going through seasons, I think when players, to see Mel Blunt here, I mean, when guys are up at that stage of their career, they need to step away and decompress it. I think that's very important. The game is so emotional, what these men commit to and what they put into it. I think that time away is important, and I have spoken to Aaron, and so that's really where we are there. But I was able to sit back and watch the games. I watched most of the Pittsburgh games on TV, and I thought he was a great asset for the team.
Okay, there you go.
Seth Wickersham has an article in which Belichick reportedly said to an associate, 6 Super Bowls isn't enough. What does a guy have to do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that could be interpreted in multiple different ways.
Yeah.
I could see him being like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Or shouting and throwing a goblet across the room.
Yeah, again, we don't know what the tone was with it. Yeah, that's hilarious. That would be Belichick throwing something would be amazing. All right, those are your headlines for today. What is your concern level as a Texan fan over the AFC hires in this cycle? The jobs are starting to fill up. There are teams the Texans have to get through next year that have made changes either at head coach or on the staff. What's our concern level about these changes? We'll run through them here. Nice long segment coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Hey, your favorite football team might be out of the playoffs.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast with you. A couple texts, just some leftovers from the first hour. We talked some Astros in the 6 o'clock hour. Carlos Correa won't be playing in the World Baseball Classic. I rejoiced both on this show and on Twitter last night that the Astros will not be sending one of their best players to go possibly get injured in baseball that does nothing for the Astros. Someone said on the text page, maybe if they had the World Baseball Classic every 4 years, I don't like that it's an every-year thing. It's not an every-year thing. It's an every 3-year thing, which probably at least that text illustrates the degree that at least one listener cares about the World Baseball.
I think a lot of people enjoy it. It's a bit of the
I'll enjoy it when it comes here. I'm going to go to the games.
Yeah, no, the hard line is just, okay, you want to enjoy it, but you don't want your son to participate.
Right.
We're like senators deciding to go to war. But be sure, my son has a medical condition, right?
Right.
Hell yeah, let's go to war.
Yeah, let's go to war. He's nearsighted.
As long as my kids aren't involved. Right. That's how we are with the World Baseball Classic.
Plunder them. Yeah, exactly.
We're dirty politicians.
We are.
Yeah.
I will wear that. Why can't Paredes play first base and we just sit, cut, or trade Christian Walker? I'm telling you right now, if they could trade Christian Walker and his $20 million salary, they'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
There's no takers for him. And they're not going to cut him because then you're paying him to do nothing.
You're paying him to do nothing there, where he does provide value for you. It's just he's overpaid right now, and you've got a clogged-up infield. So they would like to trade Christian Walker.
Yeah.
But they're doing what they should. They're not looking overly eager to do it, even though most people out there know that they're eager to do it.
If this is what the roster looks like, Astro going into the season, it's going to be one of those things where they're going to have a bunch of different lineups. They like guys are definitely. I guess the good news would be guys are definitely going to get at least a day or two of rest every week.
Yeah,
because in the infield.
And the interesting thing with Paredes is, because the word out of Chicago and everywhere else was like, no, you don't want him at second base. Like, all right, well, look, if he commits to spending time at working at second base and everything, it's not going to be the most devastating thing in the world just because he's likely going to be better than Altuve defensively.
Dude, him playing second base is way less ludicrous than Altuve playing left field.
Yeah.
Right, and they did that last year. Or
Altuve playing second base.
I didn't want to say it. All right, so the bunch of hires have been made in the NFL, and the Texans haven't had to really do anything with their coaching staff yet. But a lot of teams fired head coaches, as many as I can remember. Ultimately there were 10 openings this cycle.
Remember a few years ago, the league said, hey, guys, why don't you have everybody settle down on firing coaches so quickly? Yeah. And people abided by it for a couple of years.
While.
And boom, this year, Dayball, you're gone.
Yeah. Calvin, out of here. You're out. McDermott. Well, that was the big thing this year, Seth, is that some really good jobs opened up. Normally it's 5 bad jobs or 6 bad jobs. There were 5 or 6 bad jobs in this cycle. There still are. But Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Buffalo opening up, we're like, oh, whoa, okay. So,
and then also now defensive coaches in the hiring cycle are back in vogue.
Yeah, they are.
Everything comes and goes and ebbs and flows. But the fact that there's 2 defensive-minded head coaches in the Super Bowl this year, it seems like, for me at least, it's like, look, ideally, for me, the tiebreaker would be, okay, if I had 2 equally qualified candidates, yes, I'm going to probably go with the offensive guy. But when you're hiring so many offensive guys year after year, the pool of guys who are still have head coach attributes starts to dry up a little bit. So the actual leader of men, haver of it types, there's going to be a little bit of a surplus on the defensive side of things.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hire an offensive-minded coach who also is some squid personality-wise just because he's an offensive-minded coach.
Sure.
So he can be fed to the wolves, and I'm off looking for a new head coach in 2 years.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think your notion of if it's a tie, I'll take the offensive guy probably plays in terms of I think the majority of situations, if you just did it blindly, that makes the most sense. I think of a team like Cincinnati, if they've ever fired Zach Taylor, they haven't been able to get over the top because their defense has been atrocious for years.
Right.
That might be one. But I think you're right. I think most teams, especially teams with young quarterbacks, would probably go that way. And yet, I'll start with this one. In the division, I mean, Tennessee's got a young quarterback in Cam Ward. He was the #1 overall pick last year. He had a season that wasn't even good enough to get him into the Pro Bowl over Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So he struggled. He had some moments. He made some throws, but he's the future there, at least for now. How are we feeling about the combination of Robert Saleh at head coach and Brian Daboll as the OC?
I think Cam Ward has a whole lot of potential, and he did some good things. It was quietly over the second half of the season. And look, circus throws across the body and everything aren't the way that you end up ultimately making it as a quarterback. But if you can refine some of that and playing, like an NFL quarterback, which he didn't really have the opportunity to do that this year because the offensive line was so bad for the Titans.
And they fired his coach in the middle of the season.
All the reports are that Cam Ward is going about his business the right way, and that he's really trying to, go through his reads before he starts to scramble, everything like that. But it was a really, really tough circumstance. Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator that first kind of unlocked the best version of Josh Allen. But it also coincided with Josh Allen fixing his mechanics with Jordan Palmer. It coincided with Stephon Diggs coming into the fold. It wasn't as simple as, oh, wow, Brian Daboll was the guy, and then that he got the best out of Josh Allen. Josh Allen had an equally good year the year after Brian Daboll left for the Giants.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's been good ever since. But that is still, it's not like I'm sleeping on Brian Daboll as offensive coordinator with Cam Ward. And I think Saleh's going to get the best out of that defense. My eyebrow is raised on that one.
Well,
not in a panic over it, but my eyebrow is raised over the Tennessee Titans.
This is what I would point out to Texan fans is the dumpster fire Titans last year were competitive in both games with you. I know
Texans made it dicey as hell going into the fourth quarter in both those games.
In both those games. I know if you just go back and look at the schedule, you go, what are you talking about, Sean? They shut them out 26-0. It was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter. Should have been 6-6. Joey Sly missed 2 very makeable field goals in that game for the Titans. Should have been a tie game going into the fourth quarter. Texans steamrolled them in the fourth quarter, of course. And then the game in Tennessee was a last-second field goal by Matthew Wright. In that game, they won 16-13 in that game.
The first game, Sean, I had started eating ice cream sandwiches. That's that's a canary in the coal mine for me in a game. If I start eating ice cream sandwiches in the press box, things aren't going so hot.
No. Seth does not eat celebratory ice cream sandwiches. He eats stress ice cream sandwiches.
I eat them to soothe myself.
Yeah. And you had several that day. I remember. But that would be my thing if I were a Texans fan. I'm like, God, they were competitive with us last year with Brian Callahan coaching one of the games and whoever the interim coach was coaching the second game. And now you got Robert Saleh, who had success against you when he was in New York with Zach Wilson, and you got Brian Daboll, who I think is a pretty good OC. Those are good hires, I think, by Tennessee.
Yeah. Buffalo, with Brady as the head coach, they elevated the offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, to be a head coach. Yeah. I rejoiced. So wait a second. We get to see – I guess really the question is, okay, do they improve defensively now that Sean McDermott is gone? Even though Sean McDermott was operating with a skeleton crew because of injuries, but their defense has kind of slowly degraded over the last few years. Look, they elevated Brandon Beane to czar of football operations when one of the big issues with the Bills this year is they simply didn't have receivers, especially on the outside. They had Khalil Shakir in the slot, but they didn't have any outside threat at receiver. So they elevated the guy who's responsible for the Bills not having any receivers to czar of football operations. And they took the offensive coordinator who had one of the best running backs in the league on his team, yet curiously decided to sometimes stop using him altogether. I'm all for this. I applaud that. I applaud this move because I don't think the Bills are one bit better than they were before they fired Sean McDermott.
So this was interesting. The Dogs, a Cleveland Browns podcast, they posted this list. Now they did it within the framework of covering the Browns because it looks like Jim Schwartz has become one of the 2 front runners for that job. And like Joe Brady, that would be an internal promotion. He was the DC for them the last couple of years. They really like him in Cleveland. So this podcast tweeted, as we await the inevitable Jim Schwartz announcement, here's a reminder of the history of NFL teams promoting a coordinator to head coach. It's pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Freddie Kitchens, 1 year, 6-10 record. Now, Gerard Mayo, they put on this list. He wasn't a coordinator. He was a position coach, but he was horrible for 1 year. Antonio Pierce, horrible for 1 year plus the interim year that he had. Brian Schottenheimer so far has not been great in Dallas. Ben McAdoo got a year and a half in New York with the Giants. Mike Mularkey got 2 years with the Titans. Dennis Allen was an internal elevation after Sean Payton walked away from football. Dirk Cutter, remember they fired Lovie Smith with the Bucs to promote Dirk Cutter because they wanted to make sure Jameis Winston had his guy?
Yeah.
19 and 29 over 3 years. Doug Marrone, the list goes on and on. That has not been not one success story on there. Promoting from within has not been a good avenue to get a good head coach.
It's one of those things that I've always found it curious, too, because it's true. The track record is bad, and it seems like if you just look at it as objectively as possible, it seems like it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, at any given point, you'd think, okay, well, some of these guys they're destined to be head coaches eventually or anything anyway. But I think that one of the things that happens is when you promote somebody from within because you fired the head coach on that same staff, I think some of the people start kind of everybody feels like, all right, this feels like an interim coach situation still, and all your assistants start scanning for other opportunities and everything. There's already potentially bad blood on people within your staff or jealousy from people who thought that they should have gotten the job. Because Jim Schwartz does make sense, and he is a head coach caliber dude, obviously. But
he's been a head coach. Yeah.
There's something about just not, when you kill the king, you got to kill his entire council as well.
Yeah.
Or it's impossible to start over. You just have people it just almost be the internal politics of it become too complicated.
I heard someone make this point this morning, and I thought it was interesting. I might have been, I can't remember if I was listening to National or I was listening to Cleveland because of the Schwartz thing, but they said that it probably makes more sense for a guy like Joe Brady to go be a head coach somewhere else because you go from going from being a lieutenant to being the guy at the top.
Yeah.
You're having to probably apply a different tone, apply discipline. Like you're the guy setting the tone for all this, and you may have been one of the good cops before, and you may have to go to being the bad cop now. And it's easier to go to a new building and be the bad cop when you're establishing a new personality in that building as opposed to trying to change your personality for that job. I thought it was an interesting notion.
Yeah, and it's not like because there's all kinds of great stories you can read about people in the military when they have this same situation where all of a sudden they have to be in command of their former friends and they go fire one guy, do this or whatever. But there's way more discipline between officers in the military than there is a bunch of self-serving coaches on a staff somewhere.
Yes.
So it's a lot harder to just all of a sudden come in with an iron fist and be that different guy. And not to mention the relationship you have with the players and all of that. But good luck to you, Buffalo.
Yeah.
You'll be the ones that make it work.
I was happy when I saw that news yesterday. My concern level about Tennessee is I think mirrors yours, which is like, all right, they may be getting it right with these two hires here. If Cam Ward doesn't pan out, then they're going to be right back where they were. But Daboll might be a guy who gets the most out of Cam Ward. Okay, the Mike McDaniel hire is official now in L.A. with the Chargers.
Yeah.
He's done interviewing for head coaching jobs. He's the OC for the L.A. Chargers.
They are leading the league in number of weirdos on their staff, with only just those two guys, between Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel, a couple of the weirdest guys. But I think, Jim Harbaugh obviously has had success being his particular brand of weirdo. I think with Mike McDaniel, this is going to be interesting for Jim Harbaugh because like Greg Roman was a different type of offensive coordinator that I think in some ways had some limitations on what he was willing to do in the passing game or how he wanted to operate. Mike McDaniel, don't be fooled into thinking the offense he ran with Tua Tagovailoa was like, that's the Mike McDaniel offense. No, that was Mike McDaniel doing what he needed to do to make up for some of Tua Tagovailoa's deficiencies. And I think with Justin Herbert, it's going to be completely different. I think that you're going to see some aggressiveness downfield. You're going to add in that element that he's really good at with the RPO and everything, but also that he also theoretically is really smart and good with the run game.
Yeah.
And do you see the best version of Mike McDaniel now that he's got a bona fide quarterback to do it with?
Yeah, and they're going to get their two tackles back next year. I mean, they were operating all year, virtually all year, the entire year without Rashawn Slater and most of the year without Joe Alt. They're going to get both of those guys back next year. get those guys back. Mike McDaniel is the OC. That's a dangerous team. I mean, they're already a playoff team, but that's, Justin Herbert not getting his head handed to him every week like he was down the stretch.
Well, and that's, how I feel about it. I think Mike McDaniel is that guy. I don't know if he's cut out to be a head coach, but, man, because they're two different jobs. Being a head coach and being a coordinator are completely different things. And I think that Mike McDaniel, without having to worry about trying to act like they're a tough football team and all of that, just being able to work on the X's and O's and coach and the players, you're probably going to see the very best version of Mike McDaniel.
You probably will. He got enough interest to be a head coach again in this cycle, right after he got fired, to where I think if they have a good year next year, he could be one and done there, I think. The league, there were enough teams interviewing him this cycle that thought he could still be a head coach, or at least was worth talking to. So I think he might be one and done. I hope.
I look at Mike McDaniel almost as like he's a creative type at a company where it's very rare that you find the creative type who's also an awesome CEO.
Yeah.
That's what I know. You didn't watch Mad Men. That's what was so special about Don Draper, was that he was an ad writer, but he was also like very effective as a boss as well.
Captain of industry.
Yeah, it's hard to find the creative types that also have that captain of industry side to them. Where I feel like Mike McDaniel is way more on the creative type side of things.
No. To be clear, I would never hire Mike McDaniel as my head coach ever. There were enough teams interviewing him this cycle to make me think it's going to happen. He's going to get interest again, and you get enough interest, it does happen eventually.
I think you know what though, if you hire him, if you feel like you just need that one guy to put you over the top, he might be the perfect hire for that.
Yeah.
And you just can't expect him. It's hard for me to see him as being a guy who creates a culture over the course of a decade.
I totally agree. Agree. Yeah, maybe like a Gruden and Tampa Bay thing where they were, Tony Dungy could only get them so far. They bring in Gruden, they win a Super Bowl. Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh, concern level over that. I was happy to see Pittsburgh hire Mike McCarthy. I don't think Pittsburgh was happy to see Pittsburgh hire Mike McCarthy.
I'm concerned that I'm going to be spending too much time listening to Pittsburgh radio because I'm intrigued by this. Mike McCarthy, like when he took over play calling for Dak, that was a big boon for Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
taking over play calling for Aaron Rodgers, if Aaron Rodgers decides to stay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. And I think with Pittsburgh though, it's probably a good move. At least it's a step up from Tomlin if you're going to try to get yourself a young quarterback at some point. That at least you do have a head coach caliber guy, but who also is really good at working with young quarterbacks. I know that I'm not going to be like Pittsburgh PR that acted like Mike McCarthy as a quality control assistant somehow developed Joe Montana in Kansas City. But he has done work with young quarterbacks.
The interesting thing coming out of Pittsburgh was Andrew Filipponi, their afternoon host up there on 93.7, The Fan, who we had on the week leading up to the game against the Steelers in the wild card round. He was reporting that I think it was Nate Scheelhaase, it was definitely Chris Shula, had unimpressive interviews with the Steelers. Which got a lot of people worked up. Like, hey man, like that's a tough thing to put on somebody, Like that's are you sure that they? And so I think Filipponi may have had a source in the building there in Pittsburgh that Chris Shula and Nate Scheelhaase, who were two assistants with the Rams. Shula's the DC. Scheelhaase is the passing game coordinator. That they did not impress the Steelers in their interview.
But who was upset about that?
People, a lot of Rams people were like, "Hey, are you sure?" Oh. Yeah, like they were questioning his reporting on that.
Questioning whether how can you report they didn't have impressive interviews?
Yeah, like that's a tough thing to put on somebody out there if you're not 100% sure. If it's just one person's opinion that he got about that, because I'm guessing they interviewed with more than one person. So that was interesting, I thought.
One thing, by the way, I think that Shanahan and McVay both actually put time and energy into helping their assistants learn how to interview. So I get to see them especially getting upset about that.
Yes.
And it's, I mean, there's extra, especially now because you can get compensatory picks when your coordinators get hired away. That's hey man, you're messing with our dollars here.
Yeah, man. Well, Scheelhaase they would get one for.
Yeah.
For sure. Jesse Minter, the head coach in Baltimore. How did you feel about that when you saw that announced?
I think he is that leader of men, have Ravit, all of that stuff.
Another defensive coach.
Yeah, but a defensive coach as well. So now they haven't hired an offensive coordinator yet, have they?
They have not. I checked this morning. They've not. Yeah, they haven't hired an offensive.
That's a huge question there, as it has been with Lamar Jackson. It's so weird. It's so strange that we have discussions about a guy who's a 2-time MVP, and that, well, like, I don't know, are you going to be able to work with? I know that early on in his career he didn't have good playoff performances, but it's not like their departure the last couple times around is because of him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had some of the players, like he's had Zay Flowers let him down. He's had Mark Andrews let him down. Kind of like with Josh Allen, where they haven't gotten over the hump in the playoffs at times because it's not because of the quarterback play. The quarterback played well enough to win, and yet somehow here we are again. I guess if I'm a Baltimore fan, what I hope is that, whatever it was between John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson and whatever else, they just had irreconcilable differences, and that Jesse Minter just needs to be the guy that gets along better with whatever the hell's going on in Baltimore.
It is interesting, man. They're a lot solid defensive coach. Minter, defensive coach. Hafley in Miami, defensive coach. I guess my biggest takeaway, just to put a bow on this, would be I'm glad Clint Kubiak didn't wind up with some of these jobs that have either good quarterbacks or young quarterbacks.
I was worried about Clint Kubiak going to Buffalo.
Baltimore would be interesting to see what he would do with. I know it's a different offense for
Randy's
Lamar.
a big Clint Kubiak fan now.
Oh, yeah?
Because of nepotism. Yeah. She loves Gary. And which she always talks about how much she loves Gary Kubiak, which is interesting because Gary Kubiak did fire me.
Yeah.
So thanks, Brandy. Thanks for the support.
Has she liked him since,
I liked Gary more after he fired me than I did before.
Yeah.
This is one of the most pleasant phone conversations I've ever had was when he fired me.
Are you
I left that.
Are you sure?
I left that meeting. He should be. Remember that movie with George Clooney where his job was to fire people, but to kind of give them a pep talk as they were getting fired and show them their new path and everything. That's how I felt after Gary Kubiak fired me.
You liked Gary Kubiak more afterwards.
I did. I already liked him.
Are you sure, or is this just a coping? Are you still in denial 18 years later?
No, I got off the phone with him. I was at a park with watching my child.
Yep.
I was there with my child. I wasn't really watching, but they were fine. And then Gary called me up and told me, and somebody had already clued me in that I was probably going to get the axe, so I was expecting the phone call.
Okay.
I rarely answer the telephone, but I figured this is what was happening.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of guy that gets up on the gallows and acts braver. I'm ready. I'm ready for you to hang me. Let's do it. Let's get on with it.
Hey, let me ask you this. Now, this is pre-iPhone.
Yeah.
Did you have Gary Kubiak's phone number in your phone? Did you know?
In my BlackBerry? I did.
In your BlackBerry? Yeah, it popped up Gary Kubiak. I'm just curious, how.
I had, because I'd had some conversations with him during training camp year.
You were probably viewed as one of the veteran guys on the team. I'm always curious.
Yeah, I was. It got complicated. It was messy. Rick Smith and Gary Kubiak felt differently. I get the sense that Rick Smith felt differently about me than Gary Kubiak did.
Yeah.
And then I ended up, I didn't handle the situation.
Oh, really?
I knew I was going to be gone the day I walked into Rick Smith's office on the final day of the season and basically told him, I basically said, I don't feel like you've been dealing with me honestly here, and I'm not happy about the way things were handled back in August when you guys they wanted to redo my contract, and at the time I was like, just cut me. I told them to cut me.
Didn't they
or
have
at least
you
I told my agent to tell them to cut me. I don't know what he actually said to him.
Yeah.
Because I felt like they'd been kind of underhanded in some of the things they were doing.
Yeah.
That was on the Rick Smith side of things, not Gary Kubiak.
Sure.
But then after the season, I went up to Gary Kubiak and told him how much I hated Richard Smith, the defensive
I
coordinator.
remember. You've talked about that.
So I feel like between telling Rick Smith I didn't like the way he was doing things and telling Gary Kubiak that I hated the defensive coordinator, I didn't think that 11th year veteran Seth Payne coming off a torn ACL was going to survive that storm.
It's a definite heat check for sure.
I wasn't trying to pull a power play or anything. I'm just I'm being honest with you here. I'm willing to talk to people and work through things and everything. This is the way I feel right now.
Was that the year that they had you running with the threes in training camp?
During training camp, yeah. It was a bunch of weird.
You'd started every year with the Texans.
They were doing this. I was a 10th year starter, and they were having me run with it was all to try to kind of bully me into. It was weird, man. It was like something out of a movie.
Yeah.
It really was. It was the first time in my life in the NFL I was like, this is like the bad version of the NFL that I've heard about. I thought they just hated me.
Yeah.
So they're having me run with the scouts and everything, the scout team and all this. Richard Smith is calling me by the wrong name in team meetings and all this. So I'm I don't know if they're trying to get me to retire or what. They just don't like me. they come to me at the end of training camp and say, well, Seth, you're not a starter. We'd like you to take a pay cut, or however they phrased it to my agent. And I was like, nah, I'll go play for minimum somewhere else, like where I'm respected.
Yeah.
I don't hear anything. Next day, I'm at a movie with Brady. So this is at the end of training camp. I check my phone as I go to the bathroom in the middle of this movie, and it says the Texans no tackle Robert Smith released. That's who I was. I was competing with Robert Smith.
Okay.
Robert Smith was a starter all during training camp, and so they were just trying to dick with me. Sorry, can I say that? They were just trying to mess with me.
Ben doesn't think you can say it because I'm looking at the dump thing flashing.
They were just trying to mess with me to get me to take a pay cut, probably so they could keep both Robert and me.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I'm starting in week 1, and I'm like, man, I've never been like, again, I was lucky enough my whole career to have like decent people in charge. This was like something out of a movie.
Well,
these are horror stories I'd heard about the way they operate with the Bengals or something.
Yeah.
So I was done with them. I was like, nah, man, not. And I didn't blame Gary. I thought I don't think Gary knew a lot of the stuff that was going on. I was disgusted with the way they were handling their business.
That's really interesting. I wasn't in radio at that time. I wasn't in radio till the next training camp in 2007. But I just know how closely we scrutinize everything these days at training camp. So I can't speak to whether or not it was the same back then. I wasn't even living here. I was living in Chicago at the time. So it's not like I was listening to Sports Radio 610 every day during training camp. That feeling that would get destroyed. Like, imagine DeMeco Ryans taking, I don't know, the interior of the defensive line is an interesting thing because it's such a rotational thing. Yeah. Well, let's pretend Sheldon Rankins on a multi-year deal. And he's coming into the last year of his deal. And all of a sudden, Sheldon Rankins is out there with the threes. Yeah. That's the equivalent of it, really. I mean, he's the perennial starter, been productive, well-respected, all of those. I'm assuming you were all of those things. And all of a sudden, you're running with the threes, and they've got somebody running with the ones, and they cut that guy who's been with the ones the entire camp.
Yeah.
Like, that is such slip-shot amateur hour stuff, man.
I was playing in the fourth quarter of a preseason game.
That's
Denver.
Messed up, dude. I'm getting mad about stuff happening in 2006.
The offensive lineman came. One of the starters from the Broncos had to come back in the second half because somebody got injured or something. And he looked at me, and he's like, and he's a younger guy though. He's like, Seth, what the hell are you doing out here? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just living life.
That makes me wish that either Playmaker Ballers was still a show.
Yeah,
because that sending just that little clip to one of the writers just to use it that would be hilarious.
It was so weird. It was that first year was so strange. There were a lot of guys that like it felt like Rick Smith was trying to be the movie version of a GM or something, and like Richard Smith, the defensive coordinator, felt like he was trying to be the Hollywood version of a defensive coordinator, and I'm like, man, these guys are making this way too complicated. It's so strange.
Oh my God, yeah, that's wild.
So basically, I'd gone out and I just flat out told, because I was honest, I wasn't trying to. I 100% figured I was going to get cut after that season, and I was going to try to be open and honest about it because I really, really like Gary Kubiak. Yeah. So I just wanted to be straightforward about everything, about like how I felt about things. But then the funniest thing was that when so they got rid of me. And people looked at me as a veteran leader and everything, even though I wasn't the best version of myself after I was disgruntled. So Rick goes out and gets what's his name, the defensive tackle, the stocky white dude.
Is Scanina?
Yeah, Scanina.
Yeah.
And like the people in the building said, like, yeah, we're gonna bring in another veteran leader. Scanina, who was roommates with Smith in college.
Oh, yeah, they went to Purdue together.
Yeah, he went out and got the exact opposite of me. Where can I find somebody that looks like Seth, but is the exact opposite in terms of supporting Rick Smith?
Oh, my God. Could you be?
Scanino was a good player. It was just funny.
Yeah. I remember
it was a crackerjack BS operation.
Yeah.
Early on.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't think Kubiak realized a lot of like the way Rick Smith was operating early on. I think Rick got better as a GM. He was very, very young.
Yeah.
You know, he was a very young general manager that was going to make what a lot of young people in a position of power do. They go King Joffrey on things.
Well, and especially that it was going on the defensive side of the ball. I could see Kubiak being a guy, and he was a guy that delegated the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
You know, so I could.
That's the kind of thing, though, too. It's funny when you talk about people going into that season, I was hoping I wanted to play 15 years. Now, look, I tore my ACL, and I was going into my 11th year. But that training camp broke me. I really was like, man, I don't want to. I don't need this. I don't need to go through
15. You wanted to go.
I'm not going to go. And I ended up being in training camp that year, but I shouldn't have even done that. The next year, I was
in 07,
which would have been my 11th, but I hadn't my heart wasn't in it.
Yeah.
It just, I was like, man, if this was going to be like, screw this. I don't need this.
10's a pretty good run, man. 10 is a real good run.
I would have gotten injured again. So 11 was probably going to be
yeah.
My body was broken.
Although I know you regret that New York Giant thing. I mean, that's.
So I say all that to say this. Just be careful who you hire.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
No, Kubiak was an offensive-minded head coach.
Mm-hmm.
He had Richard Smith those first couple years, and it was a disaster defensively. Then he, who was that after that? After
Frank Bush.
Yeah, Frank Bush, and that was a disaster defensively.
Yep.
But as a young offensive-minded coach, finding that other coordinator is really important. D'Amico's had way more success in his first couple years, but still has that question hanging over him: man, how are you going to get this offense right?
100%.
Defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't think Slowick obviously didn't end up working out after 2 years. It doesn't sound like Slowick was nearly the disaster that you thought Richard Smith. I mean, it sounds like you didn't like Richard Smith.
No, I didn't. No, I thought he's just honestly, he's the only former coach of mine that I will openly just flat out say, man, at least in his role as defensive coordinator at Texas, he operated in a deplorable fashion, the way he treated players and everything. And maybe he's different. Maybe he's changed since then. Maybe it was just that was who he was in that situation. But it was some really. Some real BS. The way he treated people was as bad as I've ever seen by any football coach on any level.
Yep.
I'm going back to high school, college, whatever. It was bad.
Yeah. Well, we just got done talking about all these different hires and how we feel as a Texan fan about these hires. How would we have felt if the Pittsburgh Steelers took this advice from Stephen A. Smith?
I'm very upset going back to the Pittsburgh Steelers because I want to stay for the record, and I'm not joking about this. I'm dead serious. I believe that Ryan Clark should have been interviewed for the job. I mean it. I believe that Ryan Clark, who I'm looking at right now, should have been interviewed for the job.
I wish I would have.
Phillip Rivers got interviewed.
You know that ain't happening.
By the Buffalo Bills. I'm just saying, you the Pittsburgh Steelers, what's up? What's up? I know they love RC. I know they know he's a Steeler for life. I know they pick up the phone and call him and defer to him and ask his advice and stuff like that, or give him or make sure they express their thoughts. How come you can't interview the brother? You gonna sit up there and bring Mike McCarthy back at 62 years old? That's right, and that's what I'm saying. RC, Ryan Clark should have been interviewed for the head coaching job of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Y'all gonna come to me years later. Remember this. Keep this in the archives. Stephen A. said it. You understand? This is what I'm talking about. These are the problems. Let's go on. Let's move on.
So this is where it's interesting because the Steelers are getting flack for not doing something that they also haven't done because Stephen A. at some point is, just setting this up as some kind of hypocrisy or whatever, that the Bills would interview Phillip Rivers, which I think is dumb, but that somehow, because now the Steelers don't do something the Bills did, that it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's just unacceptable that Ryan Clark wouldn't be interviewed by the Steelers.
Dude.
Look, and this is what people don't understand about NFL coaching compared to NBA coaching. The difference, you can be the smartest player in the world. That person doesn't know if they want to be an NFL coach until they go through a year or two of being an NFL coach. It's just different than any other sport. The demands on the time and everything else, the number of people you're managing. There's so much more that goes into it than just being a smart football mind.
Yeah.
That it'd be the most idiotic thing ever to ever hire a guy that hasn't had at least 1 year of full-time experience as a head coach or as an actual full-time coach.
The organizational skills alone that you need for all of the different departments and the number of people in those. It's not just players. It's coaches. It's staff. You got to be tuned in with the personnel side of things as well. I mean, they may not report to you, but you've got to be in touch and in sync with them as well. It's a lot, man.
Honestly, when guys are named a head coach or a GM in the NFL, it's really one of the weirdest dynamics of people with so little actual real management experience getting hired to be in charge of the most important part of a multi-billion-dollar organization.
Yeah, man.
I mean, a manager at a fast food restaurant has way more experience in making important decisions and hiring and firing people and being responsible for an entire entity than almost anybody who's elevated to a GM spot or anybody who's elevated to a head coaching spot.
Yep.
And that's already starting off with guys who have been in the business for a few years.
Yeah.
But you go from being a player to a head coach, it's night and day.
Oh.
I don't care how smart you are as a player. You just don't know until you actually get in it.
No, the best part about that take from Stephen A., and then we'll hit the break here, was the look on Ryan Clark's face. Like, what?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, even Ryan Clark's like, Stephen A., like, what are you talking about?
I don't want that life either.
Yeah, no, give me my few million to sit here and give these hot takes. I don't need that aggravation. All right, the city of Houston. I had no idea that the city of Houston had the reputation that Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco were kind of laying out on their podcast.
Well, it's understandable. We'll explain why you and I might not.
Yeah. I think it'll become pretty obvious. But we'll let you hear it. It's great audio. We'll let you hear it and see if you agree. Coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp, their podcast is The Nightcap. I feel like you and I have become big fans of their podcast.
I love it.
Through Take-A-Mania.
I refuse to watch a full episode, and yet all the clips,
just the clips are great.
My algorithm has it now that I basically feel like I'm watching the highlights of the show.
Yeah.
Because I usually, it pops up pretty routinely.
They were in a conversation about cities that you kind of
They were talking about
got to avoid.
They were talking about taking some off-season trips, and Shannon had suggested going to Houston, and Ocho very quickly said he wants nothing to do with Houston.
I don't want nothing to do with Houston, man. Nothing at all. You know, listen, I'm spoken for. I don't want no problems. You know, I ain't. Nah,
Me too.
Good.
I'm spoken for.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, obviously he doesn't want anything to do with Houston, but it's because of the temptation that Houston can bring.
Spoken for means they're in a committed relationship. Both right
and they've touched on this before. They've asked various young Houston players, like, how do you handle being down there with all that temptation?
Mm-hmm.
And it's they bring up Area 29 was a local gentleman's club that they that apparently Shannon is a fan of.
Yeah.
But they went on further to explain exactly why they're so enticed by Houston women.
If you're looking for Baskin Robbins, 31 different nationalities of women, Miami. But if you're looking for caramel, butter pecan, chocolate,
come on now,
fudge, cocoa.
I've been all over the world. I've seen women from every corner of the world.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never seen no like Houston. I ain't never seen nothing like that. And that have been everywhere.
I'll take stuff Seth and I could never say on the show for 100, Alex.
Sean, you know what I really appreciate about some of the strip clubs here in Houston? Let me go on to cancel myself 29
Listing all
31 ways
flavors.
to cancel myself.
31 flavors. The best was fudge.
This would be me. I was like, Sean, you got to come visit me in my hometown.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's like walking into the generic brand version of a grocery store looking for ice cream. We got vanilla. We got French vanilla. We got vanilla custard. We got Philadelphia cream cheese. You want Wegmans brand vanilla? We got every now and then you find some strawberry.
Yeah.
Strawberry cheesecake.
Yeah. Got any of that vanilla bean?
You want freezer burned vanilla?
Marshmallow.
Went to Cancun for spring break. Got that orange flavor.
Sherbet.
That's what we got. Sherbet. We got orange sherbet. If they've been to the tanning beds.
Oh my God. I love those guys so much.
Ocho is so funny.
He's hilarious, dude. I never thought I would like him this much.
He's got such an innocent quality to him.
Yes.
Like there's almost, he feels like one of those guys almost where it feels like he has an innocence. Even as they're talking about more adult-oriented stuff, he just seems like a good kid. And I'm saying that because I know he's got to be in his upper 30s by now, but he just seems, he's got to be in his 40s, right? He just seems like such a good kid.
Yeah.
He doesn't drink. The first time he ever drank was on the podcast on his birthday.
Which is one of the funniest clips ever of that show.
He took a swig of liquor.
Shannon's like, Ocho, stop.
He was pulling off the bottle.
Yeah.
For his first drink of liquor ever.
Yeah. He had
it didn't go well.
Right.
Yeah.
You could tell it was someone who never drank liquor because he didn't know how much to drink.
Yeah.
The look on Shannon's face. I enjoy them. I enjoy them very, very much. You're right. He is. He's very naive. It seems like Ochocinco.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Yeah, that was good.
He's like Sansa in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. You and your Game of Thrones right now.
I gotta quit. I've been binging Game of Thrones, and now I'm fighting every segment to not make a Game of Thrones analogy. It's so hard. It's so hard not to.
Are you noticing new things the second time around watching it?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, you notice how stupid the Starks are, really? When you know the benefit of knowing what's coming, you're like, oh my God, you're so dumb.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, you pick up the little things like, oh, this person, you realize later that this person is the one who murders this person.
Yeah.
And at the time you don't when you're watching it the first time. The second time you're watching it, you're like, oh yeah, look at their face there. Obviously they did it.
Yeah.
I would have picked up on this if I had been playing
Robb
it.
Stark is one of the most overrated leaders in the history of HBO series.
Well, the Starks are too pure. It would be like giving Ocho Cinco. Send Ocho Cinco to King's Landing.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
He's too honest.
Yeah, he'd get
he'd be a disaster. Okay. Shannon, I think, would do quite well in King's Landing.
The whole text page is ice cream flavors right now.
Which other flavors? Give me some more.
Well, someone says, I'm shocked y'all weren't aware, LOL, about the reputation Houston has, for being a hub for beautiful black women, basically.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's yeah. It's I guess we know.
Yeah, I know.
It's just it's always like I haven't heard people go into detail like that. Like Charles Barkley will kind of make jokes about it and everything, but it's also. I mean, those guys are right there talking, they've just announced, because they brought up Area 29, they're kind of talking strip club culture, and I'm not a strip club guy, I'm not as, I'm not plugged into that.
Yeah,
world.
I don't even go to the strip clubs that serve vanilla,
Right.
Yeah. Here are the flavors. Don't forget about cheesecake.
That's right. Cheesecake. We got cheesecake and Victor.
You said cream cheese, right? You said cream
cheese. Which isn't even an ice cream. But that's, if you want variety, if you're looking to spice it up a little bit.
Someone said creamsicle. That would be a version of orange, right?
Yeah.
Creamsicle, yeah.
Basically, mostly any vanilla or orange after the tanning bed.
Right. I was going to say, after a day in the sun. Neapolitan.
Yeah.
That's a combo of all three.
That would be too multi-ethnic for the town I grew up in.
Yeah, I think so. Me too.
The closest, what would we say for Italian? That would be a little bit of a...
I think Italian...
I feel like we're already going too far here.
They have No. They've got like an Italian cake flavor, That's what it would be. That's what it would be. Seth, you're killing me. People enjoyed the list of ice cream flavors.
We got IGA vanilla.
Yeah. Oh, all the generics.
All of them. Wegmans, the W brand is what we call it up there. We also call it pop instead of soda, which I always hated. I've had that hammered out of me. I don't call it pop anymore, and people look at me like I'm a weirdo when I go home and ask for a soda.
There's a lot of parts of the country that call it Coke.
Yeah,
and it's and it can be anything,
including lots of parts of Texas.
Yeah.
Give me a Coke. What do you want? A Sprite.
Yeah. Right. Someone said Italian would be gelato. That's from Champ Slice.
We got gelato.
We
got gelato, but just the blandest version of it, whatever that is.
The lemon gelato. That's white. Yeah.
You can walk into any convenience store and get yourself a white slushie.
I need a white slushie.
Unflavored slushie.
I need Shannon saying the word fudge on a hotkey.
We take our slushies with no flavor.
Cocoa. Fudge. That was so good. All right. A lot of people. Dude, the whole text space now gelato. Oh, man. All right, that was good. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Super Bowl odds are out for next year. What narratives can we create from these Super Bowl odds? And who is the somewhat surprising favorite, I would say, given the decision that they made yesterday as an organization? We've got that for you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
For all the progress it felt like the Texans made this year in terms of elevating to where there were a lot of people covering the NFL that took them very seriously as a Super Bowl contender this year. I'm looking at the odds right now, Seth, for next year's Super Bowl. Who's going to win the Super Bowl in 2020 or the 2026 season, 2027 Super Bowl. And the Texans are kind of right back where they started this season among teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
There are right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 11, 12. There are 12 teams ahead of the Texans.
Oh, that's right.
Now.
They're tied for with the Bears and the Broncos.
They're 20-1 right now with the Bears and the Broncos. There are 12 teams with shorter odds than those three teams.
You know what? I feel like if you just take those teams that you're tied with right there between the Bears, the Broncos, and the Texans.
Yeah.
All right. Broncos and Texans both have really good defenses. The Bears have an opportunistic defense. They're not as good as they look like they might be at one point, but they take the ball away a lot. But then they also have young quarterbacks and not fully polished quarterbacks. And one of those quarterbacks in Bo Nix has a broken leg, which apparently Sean Payton said yesterday was bound to happen at some point because of some kind of irregularity in his ankle or his foot. And that with getting the right orthotics and stuff, it won't be an issue in the future. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That's a big – and they fired their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
What is the fallout from the Broncos playoffs seems to have been way more severe than you would think for a team that almost would be in the Super Bowl today.
Well, a team who would be in the Super Bowl possibly if it hadn't snowed there.
Yeah. Or if Bo Nix hadn't broken his ankle. And yet at the same time – Peyton's saying, well, it turns out he's got some irregularity where this probably would have happened. So I don't know how they feel about Bo Nix moving. If this situation, this irregularity as in his ankle means that it's bound to get broken at some point, I have zero clue. But that feels about right. Like the Bears, the Broncos, and the Texans, I think the needle is pointing up on Caleb Williams in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And you think he's only had 1 year with his new offensive coordinator, same as CJ. But Ben Johnson has a whole lot more credibility as an offensive coordinator than Nick Caley does.
Yeah. There's some interesting things with these odds. That the one thing that has changed for the Texans is that, as I mentioned, they're about where they were to begin the season last year. The thing that is new is that there's an AFC South team that's viewed as a better Super Bowl contender than the Texans right now. The Jacksonville Jaguars, slightly better. Jacksonville Jaguars are 18-1. The Texans are 20-1. But last year, going into the season, the Texans were a prohibitive favorite in the AFC South. And I think ultimately when divisional odds come out at some point during this offseason, sooner rather than later, there'll be multiple versions of it after the draft, after free agency, I have a hard time believing there will be a version where the Texans are the favorite in the AFC South next year.
Yeah, it's
just
really
based
interesting.
on how the season ended with CJ.
I think the most interesting thing to me is that the Bills, was it this way last year in the offseason as well? The Bills were the favorite for they were the number one.
They were
team.
Definitely top three. Keep in mind the Chiefs were coming off winning the AFC the year before.
But they're also like a lot of people. The Chiefs seem to be going through a process that it looked like they should have been going through going into last season.
Yeah.
Last season it felt like, all right, man, I don't know that you can only rely on your defense for so long, and the Chiefs' offense hasn't been impressive in a couple of years now. So the defense falling off somewhat for the Chiefs, even though they were still a good defense, they weren't nearly as explosive of a defense. They didn't make high-impact plays as much. Then they really fell off of a cliff. But I guess the Bills are have the best odds right now.
9-1.
Yeah.
Which are pretty long odds for a favorite to win the Super Bowl. Like that to me, that the favorite is 9-1. Not that it's the Bills, although I think the Bills are a bit of a curious favorite. This coaching change that they made and the decision they made, not just to fire McDermott, but promote from within, that's a risky decision, and yet they're the favorite. I think it speaks a lot to what people think of Josh Allen, the overall roster, obviously, but Josh Allen. So that's interesting to me. I look at these odds and I go, man, the thing's wide open again. At least, at least in terms of the typical teams that we've seen up near the top the last few years. The Chiefs are down there at 14-1. The Ravens are at 16-1. If you go by just the number of AFC teams till you get to the Texans, Bills, Chiefs, Patriots, Ravens, Chargers, Jaguars, that's 6 teams.
Yeah.
So these odds would dictate that the Texans, if it were to play out to form, and it never does, but let's just pretend for a second, that the Texans and Broncos would be battling for the last playoff spot in the AFC.
The interesting thing about this is I think the Ravens offense, Lamar Jackson's probably going to look like classic Lamar Jackson early on. And the real question with the Ravens becomes, all right, the Ravens in 4 out of the last 5 seasons have had this weird thing going on where their defense is bad in the first half of the season. And then in the second half of the season, they're one of the best defenses in the league. Mm-hmm. That home field advantage might be a lot more achievable if they simply, with their defensive-minded coach, have a good defense for the entire 17 regular season games and, don't squander any opportunities. They won't have the same bad injury luck that they had last year. But I feel like right now, none of those teams, despite CJ playing the way he did in the playoffs, none of the teams ahead of the Texans in the odds right now feel like, oh, that's a team that you just can't get over the hump over.
No.
Everything's that's where, and when you say the odds aren't as strong for the favorites this year as they typically are, I think that follows suit with how this season was, where it felt like it was wide open.
Absolutely.
The teams that used to be unstoppable forces, or how the hell are you going to beat those guys, it doesn't feel that way anymore now that Pat Mahomes has been brought back.
100%. 100%. So it's Bills 9-1, Rams, Seahawks next, both at 10-1. The Eagles at 12-1 is really interesting because that feels like a house of cards in some way, just based on how unhappy everybody seems from year to year in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but they were that's what we were saying the year before they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It looked like Sirianni and everybody else should have gotten fired, and nobody likes each other, and then all of a sudden the next year they go off and win a Super Bowl.
They're going to win games. They're just too talented not to. So that's probably that's a safe play right there. Lions, Packers, Chiefs, Patriots, all at 14-1. So the betting community is still bullish on the Lions and the Chiefs, despite them missing the playoffs.
The Packers is the one where I feel the most. I guess I feel a little bit left out, like I'm getting picked last at the playground or something, because it used to be the Packers and the Texans were almost in power rankings and Super Bowl odds, everything else. They were almost always right next to each other, one above the other, by various power rankings or anything. But I feel like there's a stamp of authenticity on Jordan Love more so now than there is on C.J. Stroud.
Yep, I would agree with that. Ravens, Chargers, Niners next at 16-1. So the bottom line with that is that the interesting thing about the Chiefs, I was going to say something about the Ravens. The Chiefs are 14-1, and they don't even know if Mahomes is going to be available to start the season next year.
Yeah.
So that's.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about Daniel Jones and what's going to happen with him.
Yep.
Because remember, it's an Achilles tendon tear, which players come back from a lot faster these days. But you still aren't sure that Daniel Jones is definitely a newer and better and improved version of Daniel Jones, because he was starting to fall off before he got injured. And I would say because remember he had the calf injury on the other leg, before he tore the Achilles.
Yes.
And it was very clear that he wasn't as mobile. But the slowdown offensively had started even before he had that calf injury.
Yep.
So was that just a half year of, Shane Steichen showing some new things with Daniel Jones, and then defenses were starting to get it figured out? And if he does come back, he might come back and play, but he's not going to be as mobile as he was before he hurt his Achilles tendon, at least not this season. If he re-signs with the Colts.
If he re-signs with the Colts. Well, for what it's worth, the Colts are 40-1. And I think it's, there was somebody who picked the Colts in one of those hot take prediction articles on ESPN to win the division. I don't know how you can pick the Colts to win anything right now. You don't know who the quarterback is going to be.
Who was it that was it Mike Lombardi that picked the Titans to win the division?
No, that was before the season.
Oh,
that was Mike Tannenbaum.
Yeah, Mike Tannenbaum. That's right.
Yeah.
And he started to gush about their veteran wide receivers. they're veteran, all right, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. It was like almost like if only we could have 3 Robert Woods on this roster.
Right.
If only we could have 3 35-year-olds who are still kind of viable. Yeah, that's what you need. Veteran leadership in your wide receiving group.
Oh, my God. Yeah, so Texans 20-1 to win the Super Bowl next year, and they're right about where they were heading into last season. Just the question marks are, I think, a lot more. The question, whereas there were probably multiple kind of moderate question marks with the Texans coming into this season, it feels like there's one gigantic question mark with the Texans.
I think one thing that I pick up from a lot of people who either post at me on X or send me DMs or whatever about, C.J. Stroud and having a chip on his shoulder this offseason. Because who was it? It was Taylor Lewan who said, C.J. Stroud's going to come out and he's going to have a chip on his shoulder this offseason. The most consistent I hear from people is C.J. doesn't really seem like a chip on the shoulder type of guy in terms of, when I think of a guy with a chip on his shoulder, I like a version of that guy that's just got nothing but the utmost confidence in himself, and he's going to fight anybody and any time. The 98-pound guy that'll fight a heavyweight because he's just that scrappy and tough. I don't look at C.J. Stroud as that type of personality type.
You need an extrovert, it sounds like.
Not even an extrovert, but almost like a steely resolve or something.
Okay.
Depending on how but yeah, I don't know if there's he doesn't strike me as a steely resolve type of guy.
There's a lot of people that agree with you on that right now. We have a question on the text page about CJ. I would like you guys to put the odds on CJ asking to be traded from the Texans. Okay. I want your opinion on that. Yeah. I think a lot of people aren't talking about that, but with the offensive direction and him not being happy with the offense, I think there's a very big possibility that he could ask for a trade.
If I've said this before, if CJ doesn't even ask for a trade but sits out of OTAs as some kind of a leverage player or something, I'm going to be irate.
Livid.
Yeah, I will be. And I try to, in the offseason, I usually skew more towards you know what? There's a time for pay and there's a time for play. And in the offseason, guys are going to do what they do. In this situation, I don't have any patience for that whatsoever. I don't think he's going to do that. Will he ask for a trade?
What are the odds he asks for a trade?
Will he ask for a trade? So regardless of sitting out or trying to get a new contract or anything, will he ask for a trade? I would say
I've got my. Hang on, I'm going to do the thing where I write my number down right here.
What's it work into? I would say there's a 15% chance. What's that work out into in terms of odds?
Odds, I don't know. I was going to do a percentage chance also. Yeah. So that's an easier thing to consume on the radio. You said 15%?
Yeah.
I have 10%.
Yeah, there we go.
10%. Okay. Yeah, I had 10%. And I think it's even less than that. I'll tell you this: if he does ask for a trade, that might be it for drafting a David Mulligetta quarterback for the Texans.
So now this is interesting because we go through the conversion rate, Sean. Yeah. That converts to 11-2 odds.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I go in those respects, that sounds 5.5 to 1. That seems like more likely than.
Yeah, that sounds a little scary if I'm a Texan fan.
Honestly. So I think if I look at through those two different lenses, maybe I should be down more around I think there's a 5 or 6% chance he asks for a trade.
Yeah, that would be closer to 20 to 1, 18 to 1, something like that.
I mean, it's if you watch the playoffs, I'm struggling to figure out a way, depending on, maybe you don't like Nick Caley at all. Fine. Is that an excuse for what C.J. Stroud did in the playoffs?
Right.
That wasn't a Nick Caley issue on those individual plays. There's way more to it than that. Yeah. And I think CJ appreciates that and realizes that. So I would put it as very, very low odds and chance that he asks for a trade.
I'm with you on that. I was having a conversation with a couple buddies yesterday about the Pro Bowl because Shador was a big talking point yesterday and whatever. We were talking about the Texans, though. They invited Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock to play in the Pro Bowl. He joins Azeez Al-Shaair, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., and Nico Collins. The Pro Bowl, it's not a game anymore. It's just a flag football game with a bunch of events. Yeah. It used to be an actual game. And long, long time ago, guys would kind of go through the motions for a few quarters and maybe start trying in the fourth quarter. We were joking around, kind of. How do you think the guys the Texans would be sending to the Pro Bowl if they were still playing an actual Pro Bowl game, would have an off switch enough?
No. Kamari Lassiter would try to kill someone.
Right. Aziz Al-Shaair is playing in this game, too.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Texans would actually have guys trying in the Pro Bowl?
I think not only would they be trying, I think they'd be zeroing in on AFC South opponents.
You think they'd have targets out there?
Yeah. I think if Kamari Lassiter sees, I don't know, is anybody from the Colts? I don't know. They see, I don't.
Jonathan Taylor's got to be selected to it. I don't know if he's playing or not.
Let's say hypothetically, Brian Thomas Jr. or Alec Pierce or somebody is catching something on a crossing route. I think Kalen Bullock. I think Kamari Lassiter. I think those guys are going after him.
I don't know if Tyler Warren made it. That would be a good one for Bullock. Like he's a kill zone guy. He runs right over the middle right there.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Having a kill zone in the Pro Bowl would be the most baller thing ever. Like, hey, man, guy ran through the kill zone. Everybody's like, it's the Pro Bowl. Nobody's getting killed.
That's the way we play football.
That's how we play. We swarm.
It's a clean hit. We don't have an on-off switch.
Yeah. AFC swarm, and the Texans are the only ones saying it. That's what we
love. That it was like picking up quarterbacks and throwing them down.
That would be amazing.
Oh no, you're gonna find me.
Yeah. I think the guys they're sending have a hard time not trying at football.
Yeah. So what do they do? Do they still do skill competitions?
I think so. I'm pretty sure they do.
Is it unprofessional of me to have zero care or awareness of what goes on at the Pro Bowl games anymore?
No, it's not. It's not.
I worry about that sometimes, but I feel like I got to be honest with people. And it's just I've never been intrigued by the Pro Bowl to begin with, but now it's an extreme. It's at an extreme level because they don't do anything football related.
I thought about going to the Pro Bowl games this week. It's on Tuesday. Yeah. It's in San Francisco. I thought about trying to get a media pass, but that's the same night as the media party. Which, by the way, Seth, the RSVP, I don't know if you go to the media party or not each year.
I usually do.
Okay, we need to RSVP this year. I'm only telling you this because it's in your work email.
Okay. I usually
the link is in your work email.
I usually do one lap and then go home and go to bed.
Yeah.
Not because I don't enjoy the party or anything. It's just I got to get to bed. That I am a professional in that regard.
It's being done at EA Electronic Arts headquarters, I think.
Oh, really?
Which tells me there's probably going to be a lot of video games and stuff.
Okay, I got to get into video games between now and then. Then I'll be super into it.
Before you do that, RSVP for the party.
Oh, yeah, they have the flag football game. I forgot.
Yeah,
because remember CJ had that really nice pass to the corner.
To Jamar Chase.
To Jamar Chase, that's right.
Yep.
So they still do the flag football game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think they've got the other events, too. But again, if you're going to the media party, which is the same night as the Pro Bowl games, RSVP, Seth. Okay. RSVP. Do that during the break for me.
I liked when they used to do the bench press competition and everything.
Oh,
remember they used to do that with they'd have defensive linemen and offensive linemen out there having to do an obstacle course where they'd have to catch footballs.
Oh, I remember the obstacle course. I don't remember the bench press, though.
I just remember them doing the bench. Well, they would do an incline bench.
Okay.
Which is a weird thing to do because you can't incline as much weight, and it's also a little tougher on your shoulder, but I don't know, for whatever reason. But it was always impressive to see somebody like Larry Allen or somebody just pop down, and it was like, how many times could you rep 315 on the incline bench? And he'd just be boom, 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 boom,
Larry Allen?
Yeah.
You probably had to tell him to stop. Like, we get it. We get it.
Right, yeah.
You're at 60.
You won.
We understand.
He's dead already.
Stop making us all look like weaklings, Larry.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So where are the Astros anywhere right now with a former Astro, a legend, that I think some people want back? Chandler Rome has an update on that, and also somebody who needs to be a fixture in the rotation this year. Updates there as well. So we'll get to that coming up next, and baseball will be here soon enough. And I love doing baseball on Prize Picks. I really do. When you
Sportsradio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
You know, it's nice to have listeners sometimes that are smarter than us. We just got done talking about the Pro Bowl and if they still actually played a real football game, how many of the Texans guys going to the Pro Bowl would be just teeing off on other players because it's the swarm mentality.
Yeah.
It's a game with a football and helmets and pads. Thus, we hit. We hit. Texter says, come on, guys. You know, the AFC, the guys you're naming would be on the same team with them. They wouldn't be able to target them during the game. Practice.
Yeah, no. But remember, though, like they do in the NBA or experiment with others. I think if they ever did bring back full contact Pro Bowl, it's not a given that it would be AFC versus NFC. It might be olds versus youngs or something. Which, again, would be hilarious because it'd be a bunch of young guys teeing off on the old guys.
Yeah. Probably be tough to do like what the NBA is doing now where it's USA versus the world. You'd have
that would be fun.
You'd have like a kicker in Germany against all these other guys. It'd be like Jon Snow with the sword.
American Samoa would not be able to field a full team, but it would be a pretty impressive team.
That's true.
When it comes to the international squad, is there anything? I think American Samoa would be the only one that really, and I know it's a U.S. territory and everything, but still, we'd give them their own.
Probably a few
Canadians.
Canadians.
Kind of like the Olympics, they'd get their own.
Probably one or two from Canada, I would think, maybe.
A few Canadians and some Samoans that would be out there doing the dance beforehand and everything and scare the crap out of everybody.
And then getting bum rushed by 100 other guys.
You could not do that because because that would be like a World Baseball Classic dynamic where if all the Samoans are playing, then especially, if you're taking the guys who are because like we do it in a lot of these international games now, like there's U.S. players that can go, they're U.S. citizens born in America, but if they, like Spencer Arrighetti could go play for Italy if he wanted to. So if you did that with all the Samoans, whoa, they would be representing fighting for the pride of Samoa. That would be a bloody affair, man.
Okay, yeah.
They would be that would be some badass Henry To'oTo'o and guys like that out there just basically competing for their ancestors.
Sort of. I mean, what is Tua? Is Tua Samoan? Is he?
He's Polynesian. I don't want to.
Are we drifting into cancelable territory now?
Not necessarily, but uncomfortable. I don't. This is one thing. Because this is the other thing. Okay, because I learned this lesson early in the NFL.
Yeah.
There's a good friend of mine, Junior Ioane, who's Samoan. I said something to him once where I made a joke about him being it basically involved Fijians, or just I meant it as a compliment.
Yeah,
there's a lot of really good Fijian rugby players.
Okay,
and he basically just very politely, but in a really, really scary way, told me not to ever say that again. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I had a lot of conversations with him about it, but like the intense competition or rivalry between certain Polynesian places, I don't like to dip my toe into those.
He's like, don't call me Fijian ever again.
We're not going to get canceled from our jobs, but I might get canceled in life. Okay? Yeah. I don't mess with that. I don't wade into those waters.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I like your idea though.
Yeah.
Polynesian players versus the world. I like that. That'd be fun. All right, Chandler Rome. I do believe – no, I believe this is from the same conversation we played the cuts from before about Cam Smith with A.J. Brzezinski. Chandler Rome on starting pitching for the Astros. Hey, anything going on with Justin Verlander right now?
I think they're done adding to the rotation. You never say never, and I don't think they would ever just completely turn their nose at pitching. You can never have enough pitching. But I think with what they've done, I think if they wanted Justin Verlander, I think if Jim Crane wanted Justin Verlander, I think it probably would have been done by now. I think there was some interest in that maybe earlier in the offseason, but now that the Astros have made all these additions, I'm just not sure that, fiscally they're going to get where Justin maybe wants his contract to be. He made $15 million last year, had a very nice second half. You could maybe make the argument that he deserves maybe the same salary, if not maybe a little bit less. But, I right now, I don't see that happening, but I'll always say with the caveat, if Jim Crane wants it, because he and Justin Verlander are that close, if he decides that, he can make it work and he wants to make it work, it surely could happen.
Okay, so that, and I want to point out too, Seth, Brian McTaggart yesterday, who also does a great job covering the Astros, he actually talked to Verlander on Sunday, or texted with him at least. He was in communication with Verlander, and Verlander told him there is nothing going on with him and the Astros right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Bagwell was on somewhere. He was doing an interview with somebody at MLB or something, and he said they have 10 or 11 guys right now that could be starting pitchers, and that's going to serve them well going, because of the inevitable injuries and what have you. And I would agree with him. I mean, they had like 15 guys that ended up being starting pitchers last year.
Yeah.
Where are you on how many starting pitchers do they have that you feel good about as starting pitchers?
Okay, that I feel good about, and I'm gonna include health in this conversation. Yeah. I feel phenomenal about Hunter Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I feel, and we'll get Chandler Rome talking about Christian Javier here in a sec. Okay about Javier. I feel I'm excited about Imai.
Oh yeah.
And then after that,
where are you on Arrighetti? What's your excitement level?
Too many injuries. Well, I know one was a freak injury, and then he had the other injury later in the year. I'm lukewarm on Arrighetti right now.
Yeah.
I'm lukewarm on Arrighetti. I'm intrigued by the guys they signed. Like the Weiss, and I think Weiss is the one they signed from the Korean League over there.
And Brandon Walter.
Is he going to make it back? Didn't he do Tommy John last year?
Oh,
I think he did. I think he did Tommy John.
Tommy John? I can't keep up with all the Tommy Johns.
I know there's a ton of them. Blue Baw is intriguing to me. I thought Blue Baw did some good things
I meant to say
year.
Blue Baw.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Blue Baw is intriguing to me. So to answer your question, I'm enthusiastic for like 3.5 of them right now, and the rest is this open competition that hopefully you find 2 or 3 guys to anchor the back end of the rotation. You're losing Framber Valdez, and so I'm nervous about the starting rotation minus 2 or 3 of those guys. So where are you on it?
I'm in lockstep with you. I noticed you conspicuously didn't mention Lance McCullers, you hater. But there is.
I was going names off the top of my head, and he's not at the.
No,
I'm
not even.
No, I know you're not. But it goes to show you where he is right now.
He's in that spot.
Yeah.
No, we just flat out. Yeah, you're not gonna rely or hope for. You're not gonna ever hurt yourself by hoping for Lance McCullers.
My hope level is very low. Well, my realistic hope level is very low. My delusional Astro and I like Lance hope meter is high. It would be an amazing story if Lance McCullers came back to be part of this rotation in a productive manner, not in the manner he was part of it last year, where you didn't know what the hell you were getting. He had like 3 good starts, and then, look, he wound up in the bullpen. Here's Chandler Rome talking about the necessity, and I agree wholeheartedly with this, the necessity that they get the old version of Javier back.
I think if Christian Javier can recapture the form that we saw him have in 2022, you got to remember that he missed all of 2024 with Tommy John surgery, came back the middle of last year, and you guys know when you come back from Tommy John surgery, those first few starts, that first half a season back never does well. It's always kind of the reacclimation period. This is his first healthy offseason in a while. This will be the first normal season he'll start from, game 2 or 3, whenever they start him, till the end. This is a guy that they thought enough of to give a $65 million contract extension to. He has started 2 combined no-hitters, 1 in the World Series and 1 at Yankee Stadium. At his best, Christian Javier can be a number 2, borderline number 1 starter. If they get him back to form and putting him behind Hunter Brown, I think this rotation is good enough.
Yeah, and I would say if Imai, I'm not going to say replicate what he did over in Japan, because that'll be difficult to do. I don't know that he just comes from having a sub-2 ERA in Japan and comes over to the highest level of baseball in the world and replicates that. But if you've got those, if you get the best version of Javier, a good version of Imai, and then what Hunter Brown has essentially been for a year and a half or more now, that's a pretty good top 3 right there.
That's and it's interesting. The tempting thing is to be like, hey, look at what they did with Kikuchi. He's a Japanese pitcher. Kikuchi was already a major league pitcher.
Yeah.
So there's it's not as simple as when the Astros first realized they were having success with bringing over Cuban players and all of that when not a lot of teams were doing it. But it's the Astros pitching, coaching, and analytical staff that's just done so many good things with pitchers or veteran. They call him a veteran pitcher. He's been a professional pitcher. That I have a general faith that they're going to get the best out of Imai.
Yeah, I do too. And I think that's a big reason why he's here, is because of what you just said. And Scott Boras all but said it, that the success Kikuchi had, where he's like 9-1 as an Astro, played heavy into Imai's decision.
Yeah, I mean that's the part about Kikuchi being a Japanese pitcher that really helps, is just the advertising to other Japanese pitchers.
Yep.
And guys that are, Imai's willing to take a lesser value contract, which it wasn't the contract that he wanted to get, but he's also a potential free agent after a year if he wants. That there might be a lot more Japanese pitchers, especially if the Astros have success with Kikuchi, and then they have success getting the best out of Imai, then you really might just start having an advantage on Japanese pitchers who want to come to America, because they've seen guys they know and respect get better performance out of coming to the Astros.
It's a weird thing. It's a new space that we're in right now as Astros fans, but in a weird way, look, Imai signed a 3-year deal. It maxes out at, I think, $63 million if he hits all his incentives. I think he's guaranteed, if he stays the 3 years, at least $54 million, but he's got opt-outs after each year. We're now in the weird spot, Seth, as an Astro fan, of hoping that Imai opts out of his deal after this year, because it means that he will have done something that he views as worth more than $18 or $20 million a year.
Right.
That's we've never been in that. Jim Crane's never done one of these deals before.
What it is, and it's something we've talked about before. Can you become what Tampa is, but with money? Where, all right, if the Astros aren't willing to give huge long-term contracts, but they're willing to give money in the short term, if you can become a place that gets the absolute most out of pitchers, and then you keep finding new potential avenues to get them, like going to Japan, that, all right, you might only have guys for a year or two, and they're going to leave, but okay, so be it. Because that's what Tampa does, but they do it at a budget rate. So the Astros would be doing what Tampa does at a budget rate, but still getting really good pitching performances. It's the issue I have with that, honestly, the only hard part is that, man, as a sports fan, it's nice to have guys stick around for a while.
Yeah.
It's nice to just get attached to them.
Yeah.
There's one thing about the Daryl Morey Rockets in any given year. Yeah, they'd always be competitive, but my God, it was guys just rolled through.
He would churn it.
You had to be really careful about which jersey you were going to buy.
He would churn it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, speaking of the Rockets, speaking of trades, would you do this deal that was proposed by a former player? We will have that for you coming up next.
Would you do this if a former player named Seth Payne told you to? Call Trajan Wealth.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the most ironic thing about Bill Belichick's snub from the Hall of Fame, we'll do that at 9 o'clock. The Hall of Fame mutiny going on. All the writers, all the rats jumping off the ship after Belichick snubbed. We'll get to that at 9 o'clock. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Here was Kendrick Perkins on ESPN yesterday saying that it's time for Giannis Antetokounmpo to get up and out of Milwaukee. Milwaukee's having a horrible year. He's out with an injury right now, we should point out, 4 to 6 weeks with a calf injury. But Kendrick Perkins is saying it's time to get him out of there, and he suggests this trade for the Houston Rockets.
Whitney, respectfully, I don't want to hear about pathways or highways. It's time to exit. It's time to exit. It's time to end this relationship. And I don't want to hear about what could possibly happen. I don't want to hear about what could happen. I want to hear about it for sure. You know what a for sure is? You know what? They got this guy by the name of Alfred Şengün down there with the Houston Rockets right now. And when you look at the Rockets, they kind of in the thick of things, but they're not really showing that they could get past the OKC or San Antonio or Denver Nuggets. But if they make a move and go get Giannis Antetokounmpo and make a trade centered around Şengün and maybe throw in a guy like Torrey Eason and some picks, and you bring Giannis to the H-Town with KD and Armin Thompson, and you talk about moving a needle, because the Rockets went all in my opinion, as far as gambling and taking a bet when they traded for KD, and then they re-signed him, saying basically over the next 2 years we want to try to win the championship. Well, getting Giannis Antetokounmpo moves the needle more than Alfred Şengün, and you know I'm a huge Şengün fan. But who says no in that trade, S.A.? Does Milwaukee say no? I believe not. Okay, then. So if I'm Giannis and I'm the Bucks, instead of worrying about what the Pelicans might do and who controls this pick, I know what I could get from the H-Town right now, and I could get a guy that's proven, and that's on the rise, and that's in Alfred Şengün.
The question, Seth, is should the Rockets include Alfred Şengün in the trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Wait, but didn't he also say Torrey Eason?
Should Torrey Eason and Alfred Şengün be part of this deal?
You can't include two guys who are apparently like the twin brothers of the actual basketball players. That he loves Şengün.
Yeah.
He loves him so much that he can't be bothered.
Calls him Alfred.
Swap a P for an F.
Mm-hmm.
I think that especially in throwing Tari Eason into that, and with all the respect that he has for Şengün, that the part where he said you went all in on Kevin Durant and you extended his contract, right? That's a move for several years, not just 1 year. And Amen Thompson especially is everybody he mentioned involved in that trade is somebody on the Rockets who's still an improving basketball player. That's a part of it that I really didn't like is, wait a second, the Alperen Şengün who could conceivably be on the Rockets until he's Antetokounmpo's age. Another 10 years he'd be on the Rockets, and is still very affordable and is developing into one of the best players in the league. No, I'm not going to let him go because maybe that losing Tari Eason and Alperen Şengün, but bringing in Antetokounmpo in is still not going to fix what is really holding this team back or has in some of its lulls, which is, all right, we need to develop a true point guard. And Amen Thompson is making a lot of progress in that regards. I think the bling appeal of Antetokounmpo is blinding people to what most Rockets fans, I'm guessing, would say to that trade. When he asked who says no, I feel like 95% of Rockets fans are raising their hands.
I did.
Saying,
I raised my
no.
hand right here. Yeah. You're watching on YouTube. Hand raised. Don't want to do it. They did such a good job with the Durant trade of not disrupting the core nucleus guys.
Yeah.
And I know Jalen Green was a guy that they had big hopes for. They drafted him second overall. Jalen Green was the most expendable out of that young core to me in terms of the skill set, what you needed out of a guy. Look, they miss Dylan Brooks more than they miss Jalen Green right now. They need way more what Dylan Brooks brings to the table than what Jalen Green brought to the table. But I thought they did such a good job in that Durant trade of not touching any of the long athletic wing guys they have on the team. Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, obviously. And they did a really good job, too, I thought, of not having to empty the chamber on all those draft picks.
Yeah,
this trade Perk is proposing is asking you to do both of those things.
I think that's the other part of it, too, where I'll use Perkins' own words against him. He said they went all in on Durant, which I feel is an exaggeration because of everything you just laid out.
That's a great point.
They didn't that. Now, extending his contract is going all in, but if what you believe is that they went all in, right, when you go all in on something, by definition, you don't have anything left. Like, that's the move right there. And so I disagree with him calling it an all in because you can't say somebody went all in and then ask that you need to trade even more.
Right,
That's not the definition of going all in. Going all in means that's it. That is your big bet. So if he really meant that, then no, you're not then also making another move to bring in an Antetokounmpo. The move was, in a very fair trade, to bring in Kevin Durant to play alongside this tantalizing young core of players you have. And why it was such a good trade was because you give up hardly any of that young core of players. And there's no reason not to believe in that young core of players right now.
Yeah.
Everything that's happened so far this season, including Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd learning how to be point guards in the NBA, that's gone about probably how, if you looked at the beginning of the season, because once you get in the season, then every week it feels like it's taking forever and nothing's ever going to work out or anything. I feel like Amen Thompson is about where you would have projected that you'd like him to be at this point, where he's really starting to show a feel for playing the position more than he did early on when it was new to him.
All in means that if the move doesn't work, you've got no outs. Like you're closer to, maybe you're not totally starting over, but you're closer to starting over than you would be if the move did work out. This would be an all-in move.
This would be all-in, right?
Yeah.
They didn't go all in, and that's why it was such a great trade, because they were able to not go all-in. All-in would be if this doesn't work out in the next year or two, we're screwed.
We're rebuilding.
And it's not. If Kevin Durant ends up getting injured or something, it's going to hurt, but you still have that core.
Yeah.
And you still have you can still look out ahead of you and feel really optimistic about what you can do and some of the moves you can make. But it doesn't include trading away two starters for one player who's much, much older and doesn't have the same upside as those other two players.
Yeah, one of them's an all-star. I mean, Alperen Şengün, there's very little speculation anymore to what Şengün is and can be.
There's no question about whether he's a really good player or not. It's okay can he be a great player?
Right.
You know?
The only part that really made any sense to that to me was Tari Eason being in there only because he didn't sign a contract extension before the season.
Yeah.
He's clearly playing it out here, but he's not an unrestricted free agent now. He's a restricted free agent after this year, which means he can go out, he can get an offer sheet from somebody, and then the Rockets can match that if they want to.
Is there anybody on the text line that supports this trade?
No. You want me to read some of the texts? I was about to. All of Houston says F you, Perkins.
Yeah.
Hell no. These are all separate texts from different numbers. No, Kendrick. All in would be trading two massive pieces for an aging Giannis, kind of echoing what you and I just said. Kendrick Perkins is a dumbass. F Kendrick Perkins. He be saying some dumbass S. No way I'd bring Giannis in. That dude is poison. I don't know about that. I think he's just aging and he's injury prone. He seems like a good enough guy. Okay. I would definitely send Alfred and Torrey. I would not send Alperen or Tari.
Yeah, no, it feels like those two Aaron brothers in the Game of Thrones prequel.
The House of the Dragons?
House of the Dragon. There's twins, and they're named Aaron and Aaron. But one is spelled with an E and one is spelled with an A.
Yeah.
Or is it Eric and Eric? It's Eric and Eric.
Which
is awesome when it's in a book. I get it.
Yeah.
Like, it's easier. When you're trying to watch it on television and they're both named Eric and Eric, very annoying.
Listening to the Perkins trade made me think of Billy Madison. We were all dumber for having to listen to that. Thank you.
Who says no?
I like stuff like that. I like throwing little trade things, especially because the trade deadline's coming up pretty soon. I mean, this is the next week or two, this is going to be a topic. I mean, the Rockets are playing better basketball, but they are far from a perfect basketball team right now. You know, there may be moves that get made. With all these savings from the KD trade, you can overpay for Giannis and Perk probably, okay, the text got chopped up. I don't know what you mean about the savings from the KD trade.
Overpaying I guess that's the problem there. There's two different dynamics here. I guess overpaying is giving those players.
Yeah.
And plus picks, remember he said.
Right, plus
That's
picks.
the problem, is that it's not you're changing your team substantially midway through the year, by the way. And it's not to me it's not a slam dunk that, oh yeah, this wins you the championship this year, because you still have the other guys in your young core trying to develop into their roles. You bring in Antetokounmpo in, and you're getting rid of Tari Eason. Even in the short term, I don't think it's as much of a slam dunk as Kendrick Perkins makes it seem. It seems like, what's a slam dunk for? It's a slam dunk for Antetokounmpo. If he wants to go somewhere competitive. It's great for him. I don't think it's the best thing for the Rockets.
What would the starting five be? I guess it would be KD, Antetokounmpo, Jabari. I mean, that is a rangy, long front line. I will say that.
Yeah.
And then your backcourt is what? I guess Amen Thompson. You probably got a Kogi in there, and you're bringing Reed Shepherd off the bench still.
Yeah.
Aaron Holiday, whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like that's – you got two top 10 players when both guys are healthy. I just like the depth and the youth and the assets that you have to continue – to build in the future years.
I guess, this would be the question. Okay, if you change it and it's just Alperen Şengün for Antetokounmpo straight up.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Like, how do you feel? Like, do you feel that Alperen Şengün...
That's the simpler, and if you just look at it through that lens, all right, what's going to most likely or potentially win you a championship in the next couple of years versus the long-term health of the franchise.
Not to get too nerdy, you'd have to throw a few more guys in there just to make the salaries match up.
Right, yeah.
But if the crux of the trade
just hypothetically, that's what it is.
For Giannis,
that's a good tender pull.
That makes you think a little bit more. Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you go through your little NBA trade calculator there and figure out something that...
hate the NBA trade machine.
Well, then ask one of the smart people we know.
I'll ask Reggie to do it. I bet Reggie's a huge NBA trade machine nerd.
Okay, yeah.
I bet he'll do it.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
When I was saying one of the smart people, I should have just said, ask Reginald.
Yes. All right. Pro Football Hall of Fame voter mutiny going on social media yesterday in the aftermath of Bill Belichick's reported snub from the Hall of Fame. Was this a snub? Should Belichick be getting punished for for some of the Patriot stuff. And I will tell you who the villain is in this whole thing, and we'll do all that coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Bill Belichick, it would appear, is not going to get the requisite number of votes to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this time around. You need 40 out of 50 to vote you in. Apparently, he had been notified that he did not get to 40, and so it was a big thing last night, man. That news came down like around dinner time last night. And I was very distracted for the rest of the night watching all the salvos go back and forth.
Yeah.
It is interesting, Seth. As unlikable as Belichick has been through his career, and the fact that he does have some cheating stains on his record, I was very surprised at how I won't say consensus because that means it's everybody, but it did seem like there was way more support for Belichick than I would have expected just based on his interactions with people through the years.
There's it's fascinating when really if you go through the report that makes the most sense and where everything why all of this happened is on NFL.com, I believe this is. Multiple sources told ESPN that Spygate and Deflategate, the twin cheating scandals during the Patriots championship run, I don't think I've ever heard it referred to as
I haven't
that.
either. I
Sounds
kind of
almost
like that.
majestic. The twin cheating scandals.
It sounded like they came in a little package, like a set, like two bottles of wine.
They said that came up in deliberations among voters. A voter who spoke on condition of anonymity said that Polian, an ardent Kraft supporter and former general manager of the Bills and Colts, a chief Patriots rival during their dynasty, told some voters he believed Belichick should, quote, wait a year before induction as penance for Spygate, the 2007 cheating scandal that cost the team a first-round pick. Roger Goodell also fined the Patriots, et cetera, et cetera. Polian did not immediately respond to a request for comment. He has commented since then. But the notion of waiting a year and Polian being one of the non-writers on the committee, because there's a writer from each of the 32 NFL teams.
John McClain is ours.
Yeah. Or at least, and then do they have two writers for like a city like?
I think it's one for each.
New York?
I think it's one for each team.
They do, yeah. The Giants have Gary Myers. The Jets have Rich Cimini.
Yep.
So there's 32 writers, and then a couple of at-large writers, and then a bunch of kind of NFL, like James Lofton is one of the voters.
Dan Fouts, I think, is on there.
Bill Polian is one of them. Those
Right.
guys are involved in the media, but they're also former, NFL people.
Yeah.
Do you think the non-votes came mostly from? Do you think any of them came from the actual football people, like Tony Dungy or James Lofton or Dan Fouts?
I definitely think it's possible.
Yeah.
I absolutely think it's possible. I think because the notion of wanting to punish the Patriots, or I guess punish Belichick, but by proxy punishing the Patriots, could be even felt more strongly among football people.
Yeah.
Because there's people from the Dodgers and the Yankees, players and coaches, that still haven't shut up about the Astros 8 years later because they felt they were wronged in some way. So I could see where if there was one of these other people, I could see Polian being one of them. He's a GM in 3 different places. That Buffalo probably not so much. That was his first one, but I could see Carolina played the Patriots in a Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, when Polian was a GM.
Going through it, Sean, honestly, just scanning through the list, I would say there's only 5 or 6 people who aren't strictly media people.
Yeah.
There's only 5 or 6 people who are former executives, coaches, or players.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is largely the media.
Yes.
So these, the members of the media, at least 20% of them didn't think that, at least 20% of them didn't, of these media members, just wanted to either punish him or felt like he needed to wait a year.
At least 11 people on the list that you're looking at right now said no to Bill Belichick being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I'm trying to put when John McClain steps down, I assume he's probably going to choose me to represent him in this.
Right, of course. Why wouldn't he?
Logical choice.
Why wouldn't
that I'm trying to put myself in the position. I think that you can't erase Spygate or anything from Bill Belichick's legacy, and yet the level, even if you remove the pre-Spygate years, he still has a first ballot Hall of Fame candidacy, I think.
That's how
Deflategate doesn't even factor into it for me.
No, I'm with you on that. That's how I look at guys like Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds. You brought up Barry Bonds earlier. They were Hall of Famers before the alleged window of PED usage.
Yeah.
They were on their way, and they were probably in. And why they did it or if they did it, that's a whole separate thing. But I feel like Belichick is like that. Like, yeah, that whole early era of the Patriots, or yeah, they won some Super Bowls, but that doesn't take away the next 10 or 12 division championships, the next several Super Bowls, including 3 wins.
The Barry Bonds thing is such a curiosity that it lasted so long because it just, I mean, he was clearly a Hall of Famer before PEDs, and then it was something that was widespread throughout the league. And there's guys who have been inducted into the MLB who definitely did PEDs, but their names weren't attached to it. So that scandal, and I think just the enormity of it, but then also. And this is where I wonder with the actual football people. Belichick had a reputation for a long time of just being like a pain in the butt to everybody else in the NFL. Back in the days when teams had to, exchange tapes, it seems like boy, the Patriots tapes, they didn't arrive on time this morning. Must have got lost in the mail or something. Like all of these little things, I feel like there are a lot of people in the NFL, including some of these old guard writers, who feel like, man, Spygate is just the tip of it. This is how they might feel. It's not whether it's true or not, but they might feel like, man, this is a guy that got away with really just sidestepping the rules every step along the way. And Spygate's the most public and visible evidence of it, but we just don't like him.
Right. And then, like, having it get out there, they're like, no, it's just a one-year thing. You just got to pay his penance for 1 year. I don't know. Belichick will get in eventually, but is he automatically part of this little group of 5 people next year too? Because people should know he's not part of the same group getting voted on as the players that are as the modern era players that are going in. He's part of this other group that's a contributor, a coach, and 3 former players. And I don't know. The contributor is Robert Kraft, which is another wrinkle to this whole thing that. It's not all 5 get in. Only 3 of those 5 get in.
Yeah.
So Robert Kraft, I'm guessing, is getting in, and Belichick's not getting in, and there's all kinds of conspiracy stuff about that.
Yeah, well, and I think that, some of the people that maybe Bob Kraft has been lobbying, and they've made promises that this is the year he's going to get in. They might have just out of respect or deference or fear of Bob Kraft, maybe just say, all right, well, he's going to get in. Let's not make it awkward and make it a whole thing where it's Belichick versus Kraft, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I don't know. I personally don't get as worked up over whether people are first ballot or not. At the end of the day, you end up being a Hall of Famer. And and especially with this, Belichick's been out of the NFL for a couple of years now. It's not like this is some long-standing snubbing or whatever. The players have to wait 5 years. It makes sense that the coaches, they're older. They're going to die sooner.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to wait as long. But it just doesn't feel like as big a snub as when a great player doesn't get in on the first ballot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things to me. I'm just looking at it in a vacuum.
It's like if ever there was a first ballot coach, Belichick would be the one.
6 Super Bowls. Yeah, I mean, he's always he's in every conversation about the greatest coach in the history of the game.
Not to mention the 2 that he won as an assistant coach.
Yeah. No question. This is a crossover hit, though. Man, this is LeBron James commenting on it. Man, there's no way I read that right? Ain't no way Bill Belichick ain't first ballot HoF. That's, all caps, impossible, egregious, and quite frankly, disrespectful. The very next tweet underneath it is from Funhouse, which is that account that makes fun of Mike Francesa all the time.
Yeah.
And they've got a picture of Jackie Childs, the attorney on Seinfeld. Because that's when I read this, and maybe that's what LeBron was doing, but he sounds like Jackie Childs. That's impossible, egregious, and quite frankly, disrespectful. Jackie Childs would always drop 3 adjectives right in a row. So, yeah, LeBron. JJ commented on it, too. JJ Watt says, I can't be reading this right. Now keep in mind, JJ got knocked out by Belichick a handful of times. His team did. And Belichick held JJ in the games that they played against the Patriots to minimal numbers. So, yeah, I could see where JJ might might feel emotional about this. I can't be reading this right. This is what JJ says. This has to be some knockoff Hall of Fame or something. It can't be the actual Hall of Fame. There's not a single world whatsoever in which Bill Belichick should not be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Well, now that JJ's weighed in, I feel like I have to side completely with JJ. It's petty. I mean, hopefully there's going to be some audio at some point. We need to find somebody who's really sticking up for the Hall of Fame voters. And if it's clear that there's going to be a list at some point, because now the Hall of Fame voters are coming out, and some of them are saying, oh, yeah, I voted for Belichick. Somebody at some point is going to flat out be, by process of elimination, we're going to figure out who the people were or were not that voted for Belichick.
There's a spreadsheet out there already, and I had it pulled up before, and I don't have it anymore.
By the way, Jackie Childs, just by way of giving respect to Johnny Cochran, Jackie Childs was based on Johnny Cochran.
I don't want to disrespect Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, because he'll come after you with adjectives. Is he
yeah.
still alive?
No, Johnny Cochran.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
You know what? I was wondering. I was double-checking. I was like, wait, right? I'm not just doing something
I think he's
bad
dead.
here, right?
Hey, Ben, is Johnny Cochran's – I'm guessing – I think he's dead. Is he dead?
I'm 99% sure, yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, 99.
Well, and then so I wrote it out. I was writing out Jackie Childs. I was like, oh, yeah, JC. Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
It's Johnny Cochran
Total
based.
homage. Yeah, total homage. So, yeah,
Not the other JC I don't think he's based off of.
I don't No. Not that he wasn't a God-fearing man, but no.
Yeah.
So somebody by the name of Ollie Connolly, Twitter, says, here's the list of Hall of Fame voters who have confirmed publicly that they voted for Belichick. The no camp includes those who haven't spoken or only discussed the process. And he says, in the no camp is a known liar who cannot remember who he voted for 2 weeks ago. So he's talking about Bill Polian.
Yeah.
So Bill Polian, who reportedly was the ones, kind of...
Who was saying that he needs to wait a year.
Needs to wait, and was reportedly very vocal in the room trying to influence people to vote in that manner. When asked about it by ESPN, said, I voted for Kraft, but I can't remember if I voted for Belichick. And I'm 95% sure. Anyways, so they're tracking this. It looks like they are still... if I had to guess, there's still a lot of people who haven't publicly revealed their vote. The best thing would be if 41 people said, yeah, I voted for Belichick. Because then there's at least 2 liars in there. Because you had to get to 40. You got to get to 40 out of 50.
Yeah, there will be at least 2 liars amongst them.
Yep.
And then we're going to figure out who they are.
We got to figure out who they are, like traitor style.
I think that this is, by and large, I've stopped worrying about whether Jose will get into the Hall of Fame or not. As long as he stays healthy and produces and kind of just statistically confirms that he's a bona fide 100% Hall of Famer, I think it's very, very likely that he does not get in on the first ballot. Even if if he has a resurgence and comes out and, hits 50 home runs each of the next 3 seasons or something, I think that they would still make him wait.
Yeah.
And if anything, they'd definitely make him wait then, because then there'd be all kinds of other allegations. Have you ever come back? You start playing an MVP at age 36.
2017 Altuve walks through the door. Yeah. By the way, for those wondering, John McClain is a reported yes on this spreadsheet I'm looking at for Belichick, which matches his tweet that he had. Because John tweeted last night, everybody I was talking to in the room, I felt like Belichick was a lock to get in. And maybe there were some people being a little shady in that room.
Who are the other? Who are the all-time snubs in terms of people that definitely still aren't in the Hall of Fame or have lost their luster to an extreme degree because of the scandals?
Are we talking about baseball or football
Any
or anything?
sport, like Lance Armstrong, obviously. Like Lance Armstrong was the greatest cyclist anybody had ever seen. And now he's not even allowed in discussions about anything anymore in cycling.
I think Pete
and
Rose.
we cover cycling pretty hardcore.
Now that Pete Rose is dead, put him in the Hall of Fame, man. I think Pete Rose. I'm someone who would put Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. I think those are big ones. I'm trying to think of football ones.
Oh, well, you know what? Graziano had a take. Dan Graziano had a take that annoyed me because it says, wait a second, these guys always say that off-the-field stuff doesn't matter when it comes to voting for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, because that's specifically it's supposed to be football contributions.
Yeah.
All right, well, with a football coach, a cheating scandal is part of That is the game.
Yeah.
That's what a coach does. That's
Yeah,
it's not like he got into a. It's not like he had a massage parlor incident in South Florida or something.
Right.
His is specifically related to his performance as a football coach.
Don't tell me Graziano's one of those guys that uses literally the gridiron itself as the limiting factor.
So I don't know exactly what you would do with a football coach then, because if you're taking Spygate out of it, then you're taking anything that goes into being a football coach.
Anything related to the game, Dan Graziano. Come on, man. Come on. The football, I'm having a hard time thinking of somebody like all-time snubs. Like if Andre Johnson weren't in, I'd feel a certain kind of way about it. I'm sure. I thought the class they put in last year under this new voting that they're doing was not a very good class, and I thought like Luke Kuechly not getting into me was crazy. The guy was like a first-team All-Pro practically every year he played. I know he cut his career short because he retired. But
and he will get in, but that's also not related to a scandal.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah. Good point.
I'm more like the people that have been scandalized forever.
Yeah.
Baseball's got the most notable examples of it going back to the Black Sox and everything.
Because that matters to baseball.
Yeah.
The off-the-field stuff does matter to baseball in voting them in, and in football they say it doesn't matter.
Well, but even in baseball, most of it's still related to on the field. Like the Black Sox, obviously, that's an on the field issue.
Yep.
That's not an off field thing.
Yep.
It affected the play on the field.
Yep. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of people weighing in on this on the text. Oh, Johnny Cochran died in 2005. You looked that up, Ben? Is it?
Yes, confirmed.
Okay. 2005. Okay, so he's been dead for a good long time now. All right.
R.I.P. Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, R.I.P. I know we're 21 years late on it, but R.I.P. Johnny Cochran. And thoughts and prayers to his family. Yeah.
Yes.
To his family. Especially the ones who they themselves have died since then.
Usually I mess up and think that somebody's dead because I did this with William Shatner a couple weeks ago. I can't remember. I don't think you were in. I basically just casually said that, William Shatner before he passed.
You killed William Shatner?
Usually I kill people when they're still alive. I don't make the mistake as much of thinking they're alive when they're already long dead.
It'd be a fun game to play, man, because there are some I find more and more I've got to look up on Wikipedia whether people are alive or dead.
I don't. One thing I've noticed is that I definitely am at the age where it just doesn't move the needle for me as much when anybody dies.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, that's what happens.
My big thing is
sure does happen a lot.
I'm surprised we don't get more famous people die. Like think about how many people there are in the world. And, we only get a real, truly famous person dying, 20 times a year,
There aren't really, if you think about it, though, there aren't that many really famous people, hence, why they're famous. Mm-hmm. There's very, very few genuinely famous people.
But even, the semi-famous people usually get a blurb in People magazine or something like that.
Yeah.
And you don't see that many of those.
Well, people are living longer.
Yeah.
I did know, man, I'll tell you what, during the playoffs was the first time where I started seeing all these guys doing ads, like Luke Wilson doing an ad.
Yeah.
And it wasn't for Depends or anything just yet, but he, wow, Luke Wilson, who is that kind of, Luke Wilson looked like a 25-year-old until he was 40. But, now all of a sudden I'm looking at him in this ad, I'm like, oh, yeah, he looks like a middle-aged dude.
Yeah, man.
They're coming. These guys will die eventually.
Emmett Smith doing the old guy ads was the one that was jarring for me.
Oh, or you know what got me was when it was it last year? It was Dan Marino and Joe Montana in their football uniforms.
Yeah.
And man, it didn't. That was
bad
depressing.
Look. That was depressing.
Let's put these old men in tights and see how.
Oh my God.
that was depressing to me.
All right, up next, shopping for free agents. CBSSports.com put out their top 50 free agents. No Texans on the list. That's it. It means other guys that matter are here for another year. But there are some guys on here where the Texans are mentioned. Would you kick tires on these handful of guys? And they actually have one of them signing with the Texans at a position of needs. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. Boy, that conversation Seth and I were just having is a perfect
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, free agent shopping. We're going to do a lot of this over the next few weeks. There'll be lists coming out. CBSSports.com has a list of the top 50 free agents. I think the one common thread that I'm seeing Texans-wise, Seth, is that there are very few free agents that the Texans have that are going to be where there will be bidding wars on them.
Right.
It's hard to find a list of the top 50 that has a Texan in it.
Which is a good thing. In previous years, we might say, yeah, this is how bad the Texans are. They don't need a – this year, because one of the top things that people ask me about is, oh, boy, but what happens with free agency with the defense? And they'll bring up Tommy Togiai, and it's always fun because I get to pleasantly surprise them by saying Tommy Togiai was extended in week 2. Yeah. Tommy Togiai is under contract. But the free agents that they do have, they're the most notable one in terms of a guy that's had a pretty respectable contract is Danico Autry, and he's done good things for the Texans. But beyond that, it's really a lot of guys who are here on one-year deals like E.J. Speed, and it's a whole bunch of defensive tackles.
Yeah.
So Tim Settle,
Mario Edwards,
Foley Fatukasi, Kurt Heinisch, like those guys are free agents. I think you can re-sign a couple of those guys at a reasonable amount, but also remember that all of those guys are guys that when you brought in, people were kind of very few people were super excited about them as contracts. They were 1-year deals or 2-year deals. There were guys that weren't marquee name guys. The Texans tend to get the absolute best version of their defensive tackles when they plug them into this system.
Yeah, if I had to guess all the names you just named, that there's 3 more of those guys out there that'll be coming in. Yeah. Like Settle and Mario, they might move on. Settle, until he got hurt, was having a really good season. So we'll see what happens. As far as this list goes, the names that are interesting to me on the list, look, Daniel Jones, the Texans obviously aren't in on Daniel Jones, but he's the third listed one on this top 50, and they've got him going back to the Colts, which is interesting. So the Colts are in a rough spot. I would say even rougher than the Texans. The Texans just have a young quarterback who had a bad playoff run. The Colts are trying to potentially run it back if they do this with a guy who just busted his Achilles and was starting to play more like we expected him to play even before the injury. So Tyler Linderbaum is the first name on this list that I look at, and I go, that is a guy I would like on the Texans.
Linderbaum is like interior offensive lineman in general. People are like, that's where the Texans should be looking and thinking of. And I went into last year saying that, hey, like if the Texans can just get to average on the offensive line, that's a vast improvement over what they were last year. And I feel like by and large they did. I would caution, because I've seen this from people that I do respect and I think smart people, but I've seen people say, hey, look at the improvement that they've made. You don't necessarily have to go looking for new guys. You just got to keep getting better with these guys. Yeah. I disagree 100% with that. I think it's always a combination of coaching and actual ability. And I'm not saying that it has to be first-round picks or marquee free agents or anything, but sometimes when it comes to just moving bodies, playing with physicality, being good in one-on-one pass protection, some guys are just naturally more able to do it, and those guys are out there in the marketplace. I would love for them to just be aggressive in free agency and in the draft and continue to work on the fundamentals and get to be better overall. But to think that, hey, because we went from 32nd offensive line last year to 17th this year, boy, if I draw that on a graph, they're going to be the best offensive line in the league next year. No, they got to have more talent on there.
Yeah, they do. And Linderbaum would be an out-of-character signing for them. The only player they've signed outside of the building to a huge deal, and he'll get a huge deal. He's one of the best centers in football. I could see him going to the Giants and reuniting with John Harbaugh there. That would make a lot of sense. This would be an out-of-character one. The only free agent that they've given, like near top 22 outside of the building was Danielle Hunter. Other than that, everybody's either been in that mid-free agent or low free agent range.
I don't like the way that they've handled the center position, starting with in 2023 when you've got the plan going into that year was to have a rookie offensive coordinator telling a rookie quarterback to take snaps from a rookie center. And let's just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Center is one of those positions where they don't get paid as much, and I think sometimes people tend to think, oh, well, yeah, you can find a center anywhere. No, a lot of the best centers are guys who are late draft round or like rookie free agents or late round picks or whatever. It doesn't mean that you can just go find any one of them out in the 7th round or off the scrap heap. It's just a different skill set. It's a combination of brains and physical talent and technique and everything else like that. So you don't need these guys that are freakishly big and athletic guys like you might want at guard or tackle, but it doesn't mean that it's easy to find.
The funniest thing about what you just said, and you're totally right, is rookie head coach, rookie OC, coaching a rookie quarterback to take snaps from a rookie center. That rookie center, Juice Scruggs, got hurt. So when he got hurt, they're like, who do we got? Jared Patterson, our other rookie center. Get in there. They had a backup rookie center.
I don't know why these guys aren't getting the calls right.
Right. Okay, so I want to skip down to the names where the Texans are mentioned as possible suitors. They don't have any of these guys I'm about to. They have one guy signing with the Texans that we'll get to, but I like where this list has the Texans, like what aisle they have them shopping in.
Yeah.
Running backs and interior offensive linemen. The 3 running backs that they've got the Texans mentioned as possible suitors, Kenneth Walker, who they have going to the Jets, Travis Etienne, who they have going to the Seahawks, and Javonte Williams, who they have staying in Dallas. Those are all 3 guys who had really good seasons this year.
I think and Kenneth Walker obviously has got a real big glow on him right now because he's come up so big in the playoffs. I mean, just every time I look up, he's scoring touchdowns.
Yep.
You turn on a Seahawks game, and there he is scoring touchdowns. The thing about him that surprised me is that he's what's his height and weight? He's like 207 pounds.
He's shorter, though. He's
a shorter, he's not as stocky as Maurice Jones-Drew, but he is more of a all-purpose back than you would think by his body weight, just because he's a shorter guy. He's like 5'9", and I do look at him as more of an all-purpose back that would be a nice guy to use in tandem with Woody Marks. Etienne is
5'9", 211 is what he is.
5'9", 211 is what Kenneth Walker is.
He's listed as. Yeah.
Yep. Whereas Travis Etienne's a bigger guy, and then Javonte Walker is even a little bit bigger than him. I got to be more. Etienne has been talked about very positively, and I try to read into these things more than I should. I feel like when Caserio and D'Amico have talked about Etienne, they give him a little bit extra. It's almost like they probably. Sometimes you feel like, okay, I think Caserio had a high draft grade on this guy.
Yeah.
Like Caserio might have really liked Etienne that year, and I'm curious about what they think of him now, because Etienne's he's one of those guys that, depending on how it's been going for the offense and who the offense coordinator is and everything, at times it looks like, wow, he could be everything that they planned on him being.
Yep.
And then there's other times where he's a relative non-factor.
I got to go back and look at the Seattle week 2. Seattle, when the Texans played Seattle on Monday night in week 7. I was talking to a couple friends of ours that cover the Texans, and they said, boy, go back and look. D'Amico, a real big fan of Kenneth Walker. He was talking about him more than he talked about your normal running back.
Kenneth Walker, tell me if this sounds swarm to you or not.
Yeah.
5th in the league in forced missed tackles.
Yes, that sounds swarmy, especially if they're not juking tackles, but they're run over you tackles.
Well, he does. You know what? He does
both.
A beautiful job of. He does like a little jump cut, but then boom. He gets up to top speed in 2 steps.
Yeah.
I like Kenneth Walker a lot. That is a tough little dude.
I do too. I think we'll see what his market is. I mean, like you said, he's about to play in the Super Bowl. He's about to possibly go get you 80 to 100 yards on the biggest stage. That'll affect his market. Now, the other aisle the Texans are shopping in this article, the top 50 free agents, Cody Mays, the center for Carolina, who there were reports this week that the Texans may like him. Isaac, I was going to say Isak because of Paredes, but I'm assuming it's Isaac Seumalo, who was with the Steelers, who they also have signing with Carolina. They got Mays re-signing with Carolina. The one guy they've got the Texans signing on this entire list, Seth, and this makes sense. Veteran guy, has had some success, probably doesn't have his fastball anymore, but he's a player, probably wants to go play for a winner because he's been playing in Cleveland the last few years.
Yeah.
Joel Bitonio, the guard from the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a free agent, is he? Or is he going to do what so many Browns athletes oddly do, which is profess a lifelong commitment to the Cleveland Browns?
Well, if they give him $25 million a year, maybe.
Joe Thomas's way into anonymity forever.
Yeah. Myles
How
Garrett.
old is he?
Joel Bitonio, good question. I
thought he was dead.
Yeah.
You earlier you said not that many celebrities died in this past year, and I thought to myself, first it didn't sound right to me. You're going to be ashamed of yourself.
Okay.
You are going to be ashamed of yourself. You said not that many celebrities die anymore. It's weird. You'd think you'd hear about it more often.
Yeah.
All right, I guess Ozzy Osbourne, not a big enough celebrity for you.
I didn't say there were none, but yeah.
Robert Redford.
Oh, that's pretty big, yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah.
Diane Keaton, for people our age.
Oh, that was pretty recent, yeah.
Yeah. Gene Hackman.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and that was an ugly one, too.
Yeah, I think you're living in denial all the time.
That was when
Gene Hackman was a weird one. By the way, there wasn't foul play with that. It was a weird situation.
Yeah.
It was more sad because it sounded like his family wasn't necessarily checking in on him all that much anymore.
Yeah, like they just
it was sad. It was really sad.
Found him there, yeah.
He was also 95.
That's a good run in Hollywood, man.
Rob Reiner. Val Kilmer.
Rob Reiner was really sad, yeah. Val Kilmer. Okay, now that's an 80s one right there, you know?
Yeah.
Top Gun.
Hulk Hogan, Sean? Ring a bell?
Yeah, that's true. Hulk Hogan.
Are you too afraid to profess any admiration for Hulk Hogan?
Keep talking, Seth, because I have a bloodlust that can't be satisfied. Just keep reciting dead
Malcolm
names.
Jamal Warner.
Okay, now that's a sad one. He was like our age. Like he was like 54 or something like that. Yeah. Man.
The architect Frank Gehry, which surprised me. He was 96 years old.
Who is that? I don't know who that is.
That museum out there in L.A. The one they film all the. There you go. That was him.
Seth, okay, for those who aren't watching on the YouTube, Seth is looking at my blank stare, knowing Sean has no idea what I'm talking about.
I barely know. I know I knew he was an art. I heard him referenced before. It's one of those things that if you want to sound like you're sophisticated, you know all about the. Yeah, sure, I know all about Gary.
Yeah.
Love his stuff. Good stuff. Does good stuff with Stone and things.
Remember to drop his name at parties for sure.
That guy can really sling a 2x4.
Yes. Oh man! All right.
Sorry if Jane Goodall isn't a big enough celebrity for you.
Oh man,
she doesn't make your list
starting
of
to hurt
famous
my
people
heart
who
now.
died.
Yeah. Okay.
Roberta Flack died this year.
Roberta Flack.
Yeah.
A songbird she was. Honey dripped from her lips. Roberta Flack.
Brigitte Bardot.
Now that's another one. Yeah, that's. What are you doing? Looking at Wikipedia for
I got
people
just
who died
whatever
this year?
popped up in here. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys died also.
Oh yeah.
A few of these are people that I just assumed were dead already.
Okay.
But now they're definitely dead.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I feel like a jerk. Jeez.
Ozzy Osbourne, honestly, man, like if you go back, if you went back to the 1980s and had to do a power ranking, if you did a death pool of hard rock musicians and how long they'd live, like nobody would have picked Ozzy Osbourne.
How old was he when he died? You got it in front of you?
He was 76.
Yeah. Would have taken me if they put the number out there in the 80s when Ozzy Osbourne was biting the heads off of bats and things like that in concerts. I would have put the number at like early 50s at best.
So Robert Redford died. Is Paul Newman's? He's been dead for a while.
He's been dead for a while. Yeah, he lives on via salad dressing. Yes,
I just had some yesterday.
Some Newman salad dressing.
Yes. It all goes to charity.
It does.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Have I ever looked into it? No. It's just like my pasture-raised eggs. Oh, yeah, it's enough. It says it on the label. I'm good. I was listening to a podcast yesterday about how you got to really actually look into the company that sells your pasture-raised eggs. There's a big difference, and I'm like, that sounds like work. Yeah. I'm just gonna let myself think that my chickens are out frolicking frolicking in a meadow somewhere, laying eggs at my leisure.
Grass-fed beef. Okay. Yeah. Just give me my beef. All right. All right. Final segment coming up. We talked about Hall of Fame snubs earlier. Jason Stark had his biggest Hall of Fame snubs for baseball, which included an Astro that I'm still sick about. John Lopez got mixed into this article in a weird way. We will tell you how coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salim.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Snubs for the Hall of Fame has been a big topic today. Before we get to that, what were you saying to me off the air there?
Oh, I was texting with Paul Gallant, and he said that Felger and Mass up in Boston were suggesting, that Bob Kraft, Bob Kraft might be involved in Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame as well. Not just because some voters might be saying, well, we want to get Bob Kraft in this year and then we'll do Belichick the next year, but that Bob Kraft and Bill Belichick have been very notably sniping at each other for a while now. And that, I wouldn't be surprised if Bob Kraft was in cahoots with Bill in this whole affair.
Oh, no.
Or at the very least, just somehow maneuver. Because Bob Kraft, all reports are that he very much cares about getting into the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. Just stupid that owners get into the Hall of Fame. But he very much wants to be in the Hall of Fame, but he also doesn't like Bill Belichick anymore, and that maybe there's a little bit of, lobbying going on.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. I could totally see that. I think we may have even suggested that earlier in the show. That
I feel bad for the people of New England, because they had this great.
This should be good.
They had this. They had this great dynasty. You know what it feels like? It feels like when a rock band breaks up, and none of the former members like each other, and they're never going to have a reunion.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, oh man, that's all. Why'd you have to do that to everybody, Yoko? Like what?
Okay.
Why?
Who is the Yoko Ono of the Patriots?
Who's the Yoko Ono of the Patriots? Who's the one that drove everybody apart?
Giselle.
And now they'll never. Yeah. What do you mean, Giselle? Or would it be that kung fu instructor, or whatever?
Well, yeah, he was the Yoko Ono to Brady's marriage.
Yeah, I know, but he also drove everything fall. Yeah, no, he had already left. He had already left.
The reason I say Giselle is she was the one that was in the elevator after one of those Super Bowls saying, well, My husband can't catch the ball for you, Wes Welker, or whoever, whatever,
Well, you can,
whatever little white dude she was picking on at that time. Yeah.
Brady forever was cool with Belichick treating him like crap, and just not, just trying to use Brady. Belichick would use Brady as an example of, look, I'll treat Brady like crap, which means all of you should be comfortable with me being treated like crap. At some point, you can see where maybe Giselle was like, Tommy, you deserve so much more than this.
Jimmy Garoppolo was almost Yoko Ono. Remember that? Remember that?
Right,
But then Brady was able to head it off at the pass and say, "No, trade this guy
because Bob Kraft
get him out of here."
Stepped in.
Yeah. I feel like I'll send Ted Johnson a text like, "Hey, here's a topic for you guys today. Who was the Yoko Ono of the New England Patriots?" I'm sure in the 2 weeks leading up to an actual Super Bowl, people will love talking about this topic on your show.
Jimmy Garoppolo, a notably better singer than Yoko Ono.
Yes. Name any human notably better singer than Yoko Ono. So Jason Stark, as long as we're talking about Hall of Fame snubs, just to miss back locally here, Jason Stark of The Athletic, really good baseball writer, did a Hall of Fame mailbag because, Baseball Hall of Fame, and, we're going to be seeing votes on this coming up pretty soon, I guess, whatnot. And one of the things he has is the top 5 players who should be in Cooperstown that aren't in Cooperstown. And this got me heated again. He's got Kurt Schilling, Lou Whitaker, Jim Edmonds, number 4, Lance Berkman.
Yeah.
And this was more appalling than anything that's happened in the last 24 hours with the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Lance Berkman was one and done on the writer's ballot for the Baseball Hall of Fame. The only thing you have to do to stay on the ballot is, I believe, it's 5 or 10% of the vote. It's some minimal amount that you need to get to stay on the ballot, and you can stay on the ballot for up to 10 years. Billy Wagner knows this. It took him 10 years to get into the Hall of Fame, but his percentage kept creeping up, and eventually you get to 75% to get in. Berkman, who owns the best career OPS of any clean, air quotes, retired player, and I think Lance Berkman was clean. I think he was more gassed on Twinkies than he was on Diana Ball or anything like that. Berkman has the highest career OPS of any clean retired player who is eligible for the Hall of Fame. 943. His career OPS, and if I'm not mistaken, Seth, he's got the second best career OPS for a switch hitter behind only Mickey Mantle.
Oh,
That's
wow.
it.
Is he in the Hall of Fame, Sean?
Mickey Mantle got into the Hall of Fame last night.
Is he still alive?
No, he's dead. I knew that was the next question.
He's another one, though, that lived a lot longer than he thought he was going to.
No question.
Yeah.
But the Lance Berkman not being in, this got me retroactively angry. This is one of, the most, and Stark admits it, he's like, this might be one of the worst one-and-dones ever on the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot.
It's weird, though, too, because, he played in an era before OPS really took over as the, what people cared about much more so than batting average and RBIs and everything. And yet a lot of those players in recent years have kind of retroactively, gained a lot of respect, or guys that are, guys who are becoming up for their candidacy, they're getting more respect from the Hall of Fame than they would have otherwise 15 or 20 years ago.
Yep.
So it seems like that should have been something that at the very least they wanted to pause a little bit, and people were intrigued and wanted to put him forward. If you go by WAR, wins above replacement, he's still way down on the list. There's not a lot of Hall of Famers above him or below him that for his overall contributions. But being a one and done and getting 1.2%, that's a grave injustice.
That's the thing for me is I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer. I think you can make a case for him, and I think there's guys in the Hall of Fame that are not as good or productive as Lance Berkman was in his peak years. But the being 1.2% of the vote, what are these people looking at? It was because there's some people that don't use all 10 of the votes. You can choose up to 10 players on your ballot, and there's a lot of guys that don't use all 10 allotted spots. Not that they should, but that Lance Berkman wasn't. Anyways, the other thing in this article, Seth, this is where Lopez comes in. Jason Stark put together an all guys who got only one vote for the Hall of Fame team. So these are all guys who only got one vote, one single vote. So you got guys like John Kruk at first base, Brett Boone, Sean Dunston, and Terry Penn. And these are all guys who got one vote and they were off the ballot. Keep in mind, there's hundreds of people that vote. The starting rotation, Ron Darling, Mike Krukow, Bronson Arroyo, Barry Zito, and Jim DeShays. You know who gave Jim DeShays his one vote?
Is the one John Lopez?
John Lopez.
I know that. He'll tell you the story.
John Lopez, when he comes in here, and I texted him yesterday, and I said, your one vote for Jim DeShays is relevant again, thanks to Jason Stark. I can't wait to take you to task tomorrow for how you disrespected the process of voting for the Hall of Fame. That's coming up in 2 minutes when he walks in here.
Who's the no, I'm going to botch this if I even ask the question. Never mind. Okay. Who's your all-time least favorite snub in the Hall of Fame amongst the Astros or otherwise?
Probably honestly right now, probably Lance Berkman.
Yeah, he just wasn't even
probably Berkman and the guys who they continue to get punished for the PEDs.
I mean, if you think about like Lance Berkman, even if you go by WAR, because it's like I said, it's not like it's jam packed with Hall of Famers above and below him. He's like 250th or something all-time WAR, but I think he's only a couple wins above placement below Jose Altuve.
Yeah,
who you can make a real stark argument if he retired today. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's definitely going to get in. At least, set aside the whole being better than everybody else scandal.
Yep.
That the one and done and 1.2% of the vote it's a grave injustice, and yet in the annals of baseball history and around the league, largely people don't care about it outside of Houston.
I would say too, and this is the number one snub that Jason Stark had, and I agree with him. And I think he's not in there just because of his politics. Probably is Curt Schilling. And I'm not that I agree with his politics. I just don't think that should be a reason why you're not voted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, being unlikable, or just if I shouldn't even say unlikable. If you don't like a guy specifically, so whether it's him or anybody else for whatever reason or anything, it feels like it's almost like a judicial activism or something. Like you're stepping outside the parameters of what you're supposed to be doing in judging this guy based on his career.
Yep. Hey, are you flying Southwest out to the Super Bowl this weekend?
I am.
Okay. I think we all are. They finally started implementing this new system.
Oh,
over the last couple of days. Yeah, with the assigned seats.
I'm already in an emergency exit row.
You
I got
are?
it taken care of.
You did? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Man. Okay. So you upgraded then.
I did.
All right.
You know who's got really good deals I discovered? I wanted to fly Frontier because I'd never flown Frontier. I flew Frontier, and man, you can you talk about just getting a comfortable seating environment. I've always said this. I would take. Well, it depends on how I'm feeling physically. There's certain benefits to having an empty seat in the middle in coach that I like above and beyond being in first class. And on Frontier, you can guarantee that empty middle seat at a pretty, compared to other, because you're already getting, you can buy a seat that's, they don't have first class, but you're guaranteed an empty middle seat.
Okay.
And it's way, way cheaper than flying first class on a normal airline.
Okay.
It's not bad.
What does it cost to keep? I mean, that's theoretically. I'm guessing if they sell out that's weird.
Well, the tickets are already way cheaper anyway.
Okay.
The hard thing is, for me with Frontier, it's hard to find the flights I want or need.
Yeah.
Because I almost always have to take a connecting flight when I'm going up to visit family or anything. And it's a lot of times the only option is, hey, you leave at 8 p.m. and get in at 9 a.m. the next day.
Yeah.
But it's only $120.
Yep. Did our boss give you your confirmation number so you could go in and do that upgrade?
It showed up immediately on my Southwest app.
Did? Okay.
Do you have a smartphone, Sean?
I do.
Do you know how to use it?
Smartphone. Yes, I have a smartphone. Oh, look at you making everybody laugh in the studio at me. Yes, I've got it right here, and I'm about to text you something very mean on it.
I figured he had sent me. I think he sent me the itinerary. Maybe he didn't. I just went to my Southwest app and it was already there.
I'll check it.
Now, Parker also understands that I struggle with logistical things sometimes and administrative things, so he might have done something extra for me.
Oh, okay.
That he doesn't do for people like you mature adults out there.
Mature adults that may or may not have a smartphone.
My favorite thing is how often I get a text informing me that there's an email in my email.
From me.
Yeah, or Parker.
I'm just looking out for you, man.
Hey, Seth, there's used 3 different forms of communication to be sure you saw the form of communication that I used to send you this thing.
Yeah. What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
Yeah, John Lopez, Reggie Attitula, they are here. I texted you guys yesterday. I was listening when, I think it was during the mixtape.
Yes.
When you guys were talking about the new world of Southwest that we're living in now.
Yes.
And they're gonna bankrupt me with these new tiers of seating with Southwest.
That's the objective.
Yeah, like the old world where I just pay the lowest amount and I just got to make sure I either pay an extra $20 for them to check me in or set an alarm to get up and make sure I'm in at least the B group.
At what point do you go?
I went full boat my flight to March.
But at what point do you go, doing this with Southwest isn't worth it, and I'm just going to go to one of these other airlines? At what point is
That's
that?
what Southwest is trying to figure out.
The answer is I don't know yet because I bought it.
I miss the game. I miss the whole process of figuring out, like, all right, wait a second, I think this is going to be a less heavily booked flight.
Yeah.
And then taking a view of who's getting on and everything, and how can I wrangle it so that I get that, how can I intimidate people out of sitting in the middle seat?
Yeah.
All of those, to be the last man standing and to have one empty seat on a flight and it's next to you is such a feeling of triumph that I've never experienced in sports or in life.
It's just the
best.
I'm glad you brought that up. One of my favorite Seth stories was pre-COVID. That's how long ago it was.
Yeah.
Because he was talking about this at some point, Seth, and I don't even know if you remember it, but I never forgot it. You said that one of your hacks that you were going to try was to wear a mask, like a flu mask, so nobody would sit next to you.
Before COVID? Look like I'm sickly? Yeah. I never did that. That's brilliant. Just be coughing and everything. Yeah.
There were two things I would do. I would cough if especially if there's a super big person coming down the aisle.
Is coughing better or sniffling better?
Either one. I probably use both.
He's like, I'll pull out the whole arsenal. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's free. It's effort. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The other thing I would do when I was much heavier is I would sit heavy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I have the love handles and be sitting on the arm
like you're on the post.
Yeah, it's the opposite of a running back that makes themselves skinny.
Yeah.
Look at the guy made himself skinny.
It's like a bear. You make yourself big to
made myself
scare
fat.
off the bear.
You know what I'm not going to miss, though, is when you stand up in the line and you don't want to be one of those people that's overly concerned with rules and regs and everything, but then you can tell that there's somebody that's totally trying to get in a little earlier in the line.
Yeah.
And because God help you if you ever say this, we're all going to the same place. Oh, go die. Go die, you rookie, you amateur, you clown. As if overhead storage space or finding an emergency exit row or anything else like that doesn't matter. We're all going to the same place. You idiot. You should be on a no-fly list somewhere.
Are you okay? So the Southwest Bays did it by the place where you would stand went in units of 5, right?
Right.
1 through 5, 6 through 10. Are you of the school of thought that, hey, I'm 6 through 10, we can be in any order as long as we're in the same chunk here?
No.
Or did you have to go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Yeah.
You had to be in order. Okay.
Yeah, I would want to be in order. No, because especially there's too many times where when I tried to play it easy going, hey, I'm a fun guy. The person, the little old lady in front of me would end up getting the last seat with all the space in front of some 97-year-old is, yes, I'm willing to help in the case of an emergency. And I started being very strict about it.
Being the size human being you are, it matters more to you. I will grant you that. There's less comfortable places on a Southwest flight for you than there are for the rest of us. So we'll let that go.
I don't like to give out my travel hacks on air because I don't want people to use them too much. I will say, by emergency exit row standards, Delta has some of the best configurations.
Okay.
If you want a boatload of leg space, it's Delta's pretty good.
Thank you for coming to Seth's Travel Podcast. All right.
I feel like you should sell access to this.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, of course, Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day before we jump out?
What are you petty about?
Oh, my God, you came to the right place.
A la Bill Polian.
Walked into the right room, John Lopez.
It's
everything.
I'm
Bill
petty.
Polian, I'm petty about. I was petty about him 7 times today. Bill Polian.
Yeah, Bill Polian. So obviously it has to do with him. And
we did a whole list of fines for our coworkers yesterday.
That's right. Well, by the way, Seth, your fine at Super Bowl Radio Row is holding up.
Yeah, $17,000
is holding up. If you hold up,
yeah.
Sorry, that was disgusting. If you hold up in your room, we're fining you.
Yeah.
Oh, like I did. I don't know, guys.
We got to see your face, damn it.
You guys don't understand though what it's like when by the end of that week for me, if I'm going to everything at night and then getting up at 2 a.m. local, I just turn into. Just ask Aaron Raybald. Aaron Raybald always gets the brunt of it because he sits at our table and everything. And usually by Thursday or Friday, my mind is all frazzled and everything, and I end up flipping out on Aaron for no good reason.
Yeah. He can take it. That's what the money is for.
I feel awful about it for 2 months afterwards. All right.
That's why he gets to go on the trip, is so that he can take the brunt of that.
Yeah.
You know something I learned I was petty about in the last 24 hours?
Mm-hmm.
In the parking lot of my building, there is an inordinate number of vehicles that are leaking oil. Like
really? I haven't noticed that.
Leaking
your building.
No, my building, not here.
Yeah.
Maybe here. I don't know. I park on the roof, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like puddles of oil coming out from multiple cars, and it just sits there forever. And I have a wheeler bag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A roller bag. So
you're wheeling through oil?
I'm wheeling through oil from time to time. You know, I'm not quite awake yet at 4:45 in the morning. And so that's a very random one, but I'm petty about that.
I like it. Those are the best petties.
I'm this close to being a Karen about it. And going to manage.
Yeah.
You
know what I got Karen-ish about was I had that. Remember, I had a rental car a couple months ago, and it was these bastards. Thank you, Hertz, for doing this for me. It was nice, but they upgraded me. I wanted a small pickup because I drive inside the loop all the time.
Yeah.
But they upgraded me for free to a 2500.
Gargantuan
Ram 2500.
Park anywhere.
So our building has a very small, oversized lot. And I'm looking, and you're ducking inside your truck as you're going into our garage.
Every day. I'm sure Sean can relate to that
Absolutely.
too. Every day here.
My head goes down.
And this was like an off-road package 2500. It was an awesome truck. I just did not want to be driving it inside the loop, and especially parking it in our garage.
Yeah.
And I had to come back at midday, and the oversized lot was full, and I'm looking at all the F-150s and stuff that don't meet the size requirements. They're plainly stated right there. You got to be like 9 foot 6 inches tall and a certain length and everything. And I'm like, I'm about to be a Karen over here over guys who drive normal sized pickup trucks.
Getting a better vehicle by Hertz standards.
I'm petty about
By Hertz standards, I'm petty about getting upgraded. All right, boys. Well, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, antibodies to you, Sean.
Thank
I
you.
will. I guess I didn't realize I had a reputation of holing up.
Yeah.
I'm a hermit.
Yeah.
People, it's a compliment. People want to hang out with you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, take it as a compliment.
Sometimes they want to hang out with me though, and then they hang out with me, and they're like,
Yeah. Why don't you go hole
You know
up?
what? Then we're all like, you know what? I'd rather the 17 grand.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just keep that kind of unattainable status. You know?
That's true. The mystery.
The man of mystery.
Mystery. Where's Seth playing hard to get?
Building a mystery. Yes.
All right. We're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I had never considered the idea that Seth was playing hard to get. All right.
If they don't know me, they'll like me.
Well, that feels mean. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. What's today? Tuesday? Wednesday? What day is it?
Today is Hump Day.
Okay.
It's White Boy Wednesday.
Oh, that's right.
It's a White Boy Wednesday in the loop.
Yes,
on
we're doing
Sports
it.
Radio 610.
Y'all need me to stay?
Yes. Yes, as much as possible.
There is irony.
We need a white boy on the show, right?
It's White Boy Wednesday, and there are none of them here.
I hope. Yeah. Well, I think there's a little white boy in all of us. And if you're a white boy in the text line, add to the white boy of this Wednesday 713-572-4610. If I don't hear some Chicago as one of these bumpers, I'm gonna lose it. I swear. It's a White Boy Wednesday. Now we got Sean singing in the
25 or 624.
Hey, that's a banger. Nobody can tell me anything differently. Hey, can you see how the vibe of the show just raised as soon as I recalled it was a White Boy Wednesday? You love it.
Yeah.
Always appreciative of a White Boy Wednesday, of John Lopez, Figgy Fig, riding side saddle with me and you, of course. And, of course, most appreciative of Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. I see folks already jumping in there having conversation. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Lopez, how's your Wednesday to this point?
Well, now I can't stop thinking about Chicago.
Let's go. Let's go. We're going to get all sorts of...
Let's go. I'm doing good. Better since you mentioned that, but yeah, no, lot to talk about today too, man.
For sure, and we're definitely going to get to all of that.
It's not going to stop.
Yeah,
it's not going to stop.
Poor Amy, just all day. Sean is going to be singing Chicago. She's going to be like, what started this? And it's going to be in the loop having a White Boy Wednesday. So let's have a little fun. Let's start here because the off season. Are we? Do you consider us in the off season at this point?
Well, we are. Sadly, Yeah.
I don't even feel like I'm in the offseason because we still have Radio Row, and that feels like a big punctuation point.
Well,
but I mean, Senior Bowl is going on. We're getting dispatches from there.
Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, the other All-Star game.
Are the Texans in the offseason?
No, the Texans are in the offseason. We are in the offseason.
What offseason move they made?
Well, Nick Caserio is assuming the position in Birmingham, Alabama.
Just looking at offensive line.
Hands on knees.
Just staring at offensive line.
Man, he do that all the time.
Well,
he do that in season.
We've seen him do that before, and it didn't.
He do it in a regular practice.
It didn't turn out real well.
Well, I wasn't making any promises on what would happen off of staring at offensive linemen.
No, we're in the offseason. We are. And the other big factor here, and this is what got me thinking a little bit, there are moves, man. Moves being – Todd Monken got hired today, but that's one that I'm necessarily going to reference here because moves in the AFC, big moves in the AFC. What if I told you this, the AFC has gotten a lot better already in this early offseason.
A lot better is the assertion that you're making here.
You've got Mike McDaniel.
White Mike with Herbert, a Pro Bowler, and I mean that feels like, especially if that offensive line comes back and is healthy.
Yeah,
the Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt are some of the best offensive linemen in the league, and not having them was clearly a bad thing. So having that offense is going to be something to contend with.
Joe Brady in Buffalo.
We'll see.
Changes in Baltimore.
How quickly do you think Baltimore gets themselves up to a valiant speed?
Well, they got Lamar Jackson.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
if he's healthy.
I think they still going to be in the way. Like, I'm not saying they're going to get to a Super Bowl or anything, but they still going to be in the way.
But the question is, or the point, the AFC already has gotten a lot better in division. Brian Daboll, Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
You know, who knows what they're going to do in Indianapolis, but we know even without doing anything, Jacksonville has already gotten better.
Yeah, and Jacksonville just adding another – they feel like one of those places where just another year makes them better.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's some places where, okay, what is the next year going to do for you? They're so early in their jump, and the fact that they were able to kind of organize themselves into a serious operation so quickly.
Am I missing anybody that has already made a bold move in the AFC? But the point being, the AFC already this early in the offseason, I think now maybe you'll disagree. I think it's fair to say has already gotten a lot better.
I mean, at least in ways of things that are going to be difficult for the Texans. You talk about teams that are going to be in the way. I think the Chargers are more in the way than they previously were. The Bills I don't know. The Bills might be the same level of in the way as they have been.
I wouldn't be surprised if they won 11 to 12 games again.
The Buffalo Bills?
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, the Steelers, for what it's worth, offensive-minded coach. Maybe some hints of Aaron Rodgers running it back one more time.
To me, I don't know if I would say get better. It seemed like a lot of teams in the AFC is trying to make moves to get better.
Okay.
They're making changes.
So that leads to the question.
They're not running it back.
Yeah, so that leads to the question I have for both of you and our listeners. 713-572-4610. Obviously Twitch and YouTube. What are the pros and cons of the Texans? Pretty much standing pat.
Yeah, we haven't heard any dismissals on the offensive staff, or I feel like defensive staff would be wild.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen those changes yet. I think if those changes were to happen, it would be someone hiring someone like a Dino Vasso away. Mm-hmm. There's still, I guess, technically the possibility that Matt Burke gets the Cardinals job, but I don't know that I feel that all that heavily.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it feels like you're going to be largely the same, at least staff-wise. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
We haven't gotten to like the player acquisition portion of this. I mean, there's a level of continuity that is frustrating, but at least there is a stability in it, right? Because defensively, we know that works.
Yeah.
That is beyond proof of concept. That is, we know that that works.
Yeah,
you know that you have the talent to make it work as well. And all you do is you just continue to build off of that. You can still have a top defense, and I think that is a given. I don't think anybody is afraid or wondering, can you do that again? The turnovers that they created feel like ones that you can still find a way to get to some degree. And then offensively, the weird thing is it can only get more stable, correct? Am I upwards inflection?
I don't know about that.
It feels like it can only get more stable.
I don't know if I feel the same way, only because
I don't know. And
more stable relies on one person.
I use stable as a very particular word. I don't know that it's necessarily going to get better as in more explosive. I don't know that it's going to get better as in here's a crazy amount more points, but I do think that it can get more stable in that it's clear they're going to invest in the offensive line.
I was talking about what's here yet before the player acquisition part.
No, I know, but I think that all of your staff then also translates into what you can do on the field. And with the staff, I guess here's the thing, and this is not very aspirational at all. It's not going to get worse.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I quit using that term. Man.
It can't be any worse.
Yeah, didn't we say that about Bobby Slowick when he left?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And that's why when you said more stable, I went, because it relies on C.J. Stroud. And we talked about this yesterday. I don't think we're going to talk much about it today, but C.J. Stroud is an off-season topic. Is he going to come back with the buy-in, with the humbling of himself? Because if he doesn't, that's less stable.
One thing I will ask, though, is how did you feel about his buy-in all the way through this season? And he still put up a pretty good season ultimately before you get to when it gets really, really bad and no good and terrible and all those things.
Right? It felt good for a while, right? Until, except for that, Mrs. Lincoln, that kind of thing. So, but one of my pros was going to be the defense isn't going anywhere.
Certainly.
There is stability at the very top, which is key. There are a lot of what-ifs with what Mike McDaniel might do, what Joe Brady might do, what Brian Dable and Robert Saleh might do. There's no what-ifs with DeMeco Ryans. You know that's a rock.
Sure.
And so that's one of the pros. Another one of the pros for me, and I'm with you, Figgy, it's a tired old expression, and I hate using it, but truly, in terms of personnel, I'm not talking about coaching or C.J. Stroud. In terms of personnel, up front, I don't think it can be worse.
I don't think it. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I know that they're going to invest in that place, and you'll have, at the very least, more upside with what you have on the offensive line.
But what are the cons?
Well, there's clear cons. Can I get one more pro? Because I do think familiarity matters.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They are going to stay with this system, and I think we all have questions as to what the high water mark is for offensively what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that there is some benefit in, even if it's not something incredible, being more familiar with it should improve your ability to execute it.
Mm-hmm.
Should.
Yeah, should.
But there's instances where you can look at it and you go, all right, well, you were hampered because it felt like, okay, this is a new system and they're trying to figure this out. Very, very early on in the system, you have things like Ariante Ursary showing that he's rookie. I think that Christian Kirk, not to say that he will definitely be back, but I think that you can see some of the instances where you go, there's finding familiarity with the system. There's finding familiarity with some of the other rookies, right? Your wide receiver rookies. There's finding familiarity even with your quarterback, right? Which, again, is going to be a large conversation.
Yeah.
But early on, even that, you could see that they were still trying to find some familiarity with what they were doing. I think that Nick Caley himself, he grew as a play caller in this. You're going to hit the ground running at the start of the season with some familiarity with the personnel, with some of the things that you have that have worked to some degree in previous years. I think that you are building upon a previous year. Does that mean it's going to be good or great?
Yeah.
No, but I do think that at least there's a familiarity there that builds that allows you to at least find some smaller answers within what you do.
Yeah.
I think a con to one of y'all, I think both of y'all kind of agreed that the offensive line can't be any worse. I think one of the cons to that is, do you trust Nick Caserio bringing in the right pieces that will make this offensive line better? Because he had a long time to do that, and he still haven't really done that. He never really had a good offensive line like that.
That was one of mine too.
So is he going to sign some more Ed Ingram?
Yeah.
Is he going to sign like a Cam Robinson that we think is going to be solid and he's not?
And what's funny is I don't know that they have a ton of free agent money to play with per se.
They have some draft picks.
Yeah.
They do have some draft picks.
Are they going to draft another Juice Scruggs? Are they going to draft another Kenyon Green?
Yeah.
So, I'm not even certain of that.
No, that was absolutely one of mine, Figgy. And the other one for me is I'll use the example of driving in Houston. Okay, that's always a very familiar one for most of us.
Driving to Houston?
In Houston.
Oh, I was about to say.
So you're in the middle lane and you got it on cruise control, right? You're on speed limit is 75 and you're going 78. Nice.
You got it on cruise control in Houston?
I don't know.
It's the middle of the night. This is work with me.
Okay, I was about to say, you are going to be calling your insurance company very soon.
And then there's those little loud cars that pass you going 100 miles an hour. Yeah. So my worry is that's the LA Chargers. That's eventually maybe the Tennessee Titans. That's,
I don't feel like that's
eventually that's the Bills. That's the Ravens. They have brought in these new faces, and they have got the pedal to the metal. They might not work. They might crash, but they got the pedal to the metal.
Even looking at the Denver Broncos, man, they got to the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
They had a backup quarterback in there, and what did they do?
Yeah.
Let go of their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that because I'm not even sure how much of that is actually geared towards like, hey, let's make this thing.
They could have ran
per
it
se.
back.
Mm-hmm.
They
Like,
could.
would you have been shocked if they ran it back?
No, not at all.
They didn't run it back. So
Mm-hmm.
it seems like teams are trying to get better.
Yeah. So my point is, other teams are at least attempting with relatively big names to put the pedal to the metal, and you're like on cruise control.
No, I mean it's not. I don't think it's optimal in a lot of people's perspectives. I think also at this time period we can lean towards change. I think that there's some level of stability in staying, and that that in and of itself is not major, but it's noteworthy. I think. But yeah, I hear you that this is the ultimate game that they're playing back and forth, and I think they're leaning on the idea of growth together as a unit, and I mean that as an organization. And they're leaning on the idea that the culture that they have will help bring this up.
Yeah.
Is that a good gamble is ultimately the question that we have. And because in the past, there's been things that could point to it being a good gamble, and there's been things that could point to it not necessarily being a good gamble.
Yeah.
That is the gamble that they're ultimately going to take again.
It is, and it just got me thinking as you see more and more. Ooh, they're going for it. They're making a bold. The Brian Dable is the one that did it for me. You can say what you want. He's a hell of an offensive coordinator and developer of quarterbacks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the ultimate gamble that we did not talk about explicitly, but we've talked about implicitly a number of times is, do you lose your quarterback?
Yeah. That's one of the potential
more than you've already lost. Because I think there's a lot of people that are already like, all right, well, CJ's already lost.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But is there a possibility, especially if there is a reality to the idea that there's some level of discord with CJ Stroud in the system or what have you, do you lose him?
Yeah. I think it's fair.
And I think there's people that go, yeah, good riddance or whatever. I'm sure that there's some people in the listening audience, but that doesn't work for them because they are still in on him.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you do that, that is a rough season if that is where you end up being because you made this decision. So, yeah, no, this is definitely something that it's easy to not pay attention to because it's path of least resistance, but it is a choice in and of itself, is it not?
Yeah, it absolutely is. The offseason is here, and other teams are making moves.
The moves that they make are going to be otherwise. They're going to be in the way that they try and add to their team, and that's why it's important to watch Nick Caserio squatting over, chewing gum, watching the offensive lineman at the Senior Bowl because if you're not going to make the moves in the staff, it's going to have to show up in wise, right?
Yeah, and I just got a couple of text messages here, and it's an old line, but it's true. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse.
That's what this offseason, we're going to have to see over the course of this offseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, NFL world was shook from some particular news regarding one Bill Belichick. He will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Let's talk about the fallout of this and what this means for the National Football League next.
In the loop.
Look, CJ Stroud.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki?
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday. And the only reason why I remember that is, one, you guys told me 15 minutes ago, and apparently it's a White Boy Wednesday here in the loop on Sports Radio.
We need more white people on the station.
Yeah.
They'll come through, 713-572-4660.
That's not something you hear every day.
I've often heard that. I've often heard that is a complaint. There's not enough white people on the station or in sports talk radio in general. And, of course, big appreciation to Ben Gary, producer of Payne and Pendergast, for offering his services as a white boy.
Yes.
In this particular white
Card
boy.
carrying.
We need some more white producers around here, too.
I wonder if it actually says that on the card that he carries. White boy.
Very good. That would be an accurate representation.
White boy.
That's right.
Another white boy.
Oh, God.
That is how I decided to segue here. Another white boy.
Speaking of white boys.
73-year-old white boy, in fact. Bill Belichick.
Need some more white coaches around here, too.
Widely regarded as the greatest NFL head coach in at least the modern era
That's
of
debatable.
the NFL.
Most decorated.
Definitely the most decorated in. Okay, thank you. Figure.
First ballot, though.
He definitely isn't. That is the thing that is shaking the National Football world, is that Bill Belichick, and this is reported by ESPN. Typically, I like to say that if you see Don Van Natta's name and to a lesser degree Seth Wickersham's name pop up, that something bad has happened.
Something is afoot.
Something is indeed afoot. In a way, this is like the nicest of the things that could be afoot. Yeah. Usually, it's like, oh, here's an owner maltreating their employees and stuff.
Scandal
in this. Yeah. This is a scandal in a way, but the the Pro Football Hall of Fame, in what is like a special committee for coaches and contributors and what have you, or is it the older committee or what have you?
Yeah, the Veterans Committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They have 50 votes to cast.
Mm-hmm. No, you know what? I think this is the actual Hall of Fame committee. Yeah, the Hall of
Fame.
Is
it?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
40 is necessary, and 80% vote is necessary for an enshrinement. And we don't know what the full results of this are. This is not something that we'll find out yet. But some news got to ESPN, Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta, that Bill Belichick, which should have, for a lot of people thought would be thought to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, no-brainer, did not receive the number of votes necessary, the 40 votes necessary to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and the entirety of hell broke loose for football, for NFL football.
Yeah, and obviously, anytime there is a quote-unquote scandal to any degree, whether it's something really, really scandalous or something like this that just makes people angry, some people angry, there's always a lot of levels to it, and the immediate level that I go to, the obvious one, you've got to be kidding me. I know there are scandals in his past that maybe played in, but there's also another element to scandal, is the he said, she said, the sort of subterfuge, the sort of mystery, all these things that become part of why it happened. And in the center of that is one Bill Polian, who reportedly
Bill Polian,
who apparently cannot remember things very well.
Yeah, Bill Polian told Sports Illustrated that he did cast a vote because he is on this committee. He's saying that he did cast a vote in favor of Bill Belichick, because now the witch hunt has started. People are like, who?
Yeah.
Give me all the names. Who did not vote for Bill Belichick to go in the Hall of Fame first time? Bill Belichick, mind you, that has 333 career wins, which is second only to Don Shula, and he has a number of more championships than Don Shula did in his storied career. And Don Shula, first ballot Hall of Fame in 1997. But Bill Polian was asked about it. He told Sports Illustrated, yeah, I voted for him. And then when ESPN came back around, he was like, actually, I can't say with 100% certain that I remember whether or not I voted.
Why is he on the damn committee, man?
That's a great question. And he also said, I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you, that he didn't get enough votes for it. It is bizarre. I think another part of this is the anonymity of voters is ridiculous.
The who?
The anonymity.
Okay, so you're in this place, because this has been one of the conversations that's popped up, is this happens because voters are anonymous, right?
Yeah.
They cast these votes in an anonymous way, and if you do not have to stand on your vote, then you can do things like this. so you're in a place where you think that this needs to be front and center. We need a level of visibility towards it.
I have been for damn near 25 years, I'm guessing. Simply because I've been a Hall of Fame voter for various ones, the most notable.
Wow! Look at me.
Let me put my chest out.
Well, then.
Most notably, the Baseball Hall of Fame. I have been in the crosshairs of some national baseball, geeks, the keepers of the game that they like to call themselves, because of a vote that I made in the Hall of Fame. I think the boys talked about it earlier, but I backed it up and I told people why. I wasn't anonymous about it, and ultimately I drew away from I stopped voting in the Baseball Hall of Fame because I didn't like it. I didn't like the process. I dislike this process even more. And the worst thing about it is not even the anonymity. The worst thing about it is it's political. They literally are stump speeches. Like if you were up for the NFL Hall of Fame, and I was stumping for you, I would stand in front of the other 49 or 50 or whatever number of voters it is, and state the case for why Reggie Atatula needs to be in the Hall of Fame. That's stupid. You have the information. When I was a Baseball Hall of Fame voter, they sent packets like thick binders on all the players that were in up for election.
But is everybody going to read all the binders and the packets and such?
Well, I scanned it pretty well. but this is like, hey, let me tell you why so and so needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Now it does help some people that are deserving, like Robert Brazile. Who kind of slipped through the cracks, but John McClain stumped for him. But the simple fact that you were making, almost by definition, a political stump speech for particular guys, and that those voters are anonymous, that's stupid. It's a bad system. It's a bad way to elect the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I think the thing that is being illuminated through all of this is that.
And by the way, John McClain hates me for my take on that, but I stand by.
I'm sure he do.
Yeah, John McClain is one of those
Salute
dudes
to him
that
for getting
stands
Andre.
up and champions various folks, right? Including obviously Andre Johnson. The conversation has been about how the voting has changed and how you don't just cast a vote for everybody you believe to be deserving. That recently the Pro Football Hall of Fame made it more difficult in that you have a certain amount of votes and you have to cast them widely.
Yeah.
And then you have to decide, what is the value of picking one person over the other. How do you feel about that, the process that exists for currently? Because there's a lot of people who watch Hall of Fame, or watch football in general, and they like the idea of an exclusive Hall of Fame. And in trying to do that, you end up with a process that has Bill Belichick not going first ballot.
I'm kind of against that. And we do need to talk about Bill Belichick by himself also. But
right, because I think there's people that make the case that, yes, he's a great coach, but then I wonder how much the Tom Brady of it actually comes in at the writer level or the people that are voting. But do you put any validity into the people that say the cheating scandals that have surrounded his tenure as a coach impact the decision to whether or not put him in or not?
I think it's something that you weigh as a voter. Nobody should sway you, but with a speech about why or why not. I'm guessing Bill Polian would have been one of those guys.
Well, I don't know. He can't recall.
The other part of it is when you're talking about 50 voters, that's too few. In today's day and age, that's way too few, because there are a lot of these voters. It's almost like Supreme Court. Once you're in, it's like a life, appointment.
You ain't going nowhere unless you pass.
He's doing ageism right here. He's like, they too old. They don't know what they're talking about.
It's not even that. It's like you shouldn't have a lifetime appointment to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, keep it fresh too.
Keep it fresh. A lot of younger, data-driven people, like yourself.
Blaming the youths. He's blaming the youths.
Like Mina Kimes. Or someone like that.
That might be the first time that me and Mina Kimes were in the same sentence.
That needs to be part of it. It needs to be at least 150, 200 people with an array of expertise and opinion on this thing. Now, I have a big problem with the NFL Hall of Fame. As much as I have a problem with the baseball, it's bigger with the NFL. Now, we do have to talk about Bill Belichick. You asked the question about should it come into play. It would have for me, but just on a personal level, that's when you start weighing it yourself and not let people say, well, he was a this and he was a that and affect you.
Can I ask you something that has been sitting with me and is not really the most comfortable thing to throw out there? How valuable is it actually, the idea of first ballot? Because we make this such a big thing, And ultimately, if you are enshrined, when you are enshrined, it's still something of great magnitude. We're placing the whole idea of this uproar is that first ballot means something inherently. How much should that matter?
Man, you're hitting all my hot button points here because all these things I feel very strongly about, including that. You are either a Hall of Famer or you're not. You know, Bill Belichick, well, let me give you a baseball example. Craig Biggio, I think he waited 1 or 2 years before he got inducted. He got inducted 1 or 2 years later. And I used to tell people he's not going to hit another 200 doubles between the first and the second year. He's not going to hit his 3,500th hit between one. You're either a Hall of Famer or not. So you vote them in on the first ballot if you think they're a Hall of Fame, which means expand the Hall of Fame. The whole thing about he's got to wait. Why?
I think because the process that you have in place makes you go prioritize who you're voting for. Mm-hmm. And it's not just who I think is the most important, which I think we would go to at times. Sometimes it's this guy has been on the ballot for a little while, and if he doesn't get in now, he won't get in. He deserves to be in, and we have more time. Like, all of these are things that people are budgeting and trying to worry about. And this is why sometimes the Hall of Fame...
Babe Ruth was not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Babe freaking Ruth.
So throw the whole Hall of Fame away.
You're either a Hall of Famer or you're not.
He'll get in, right? Like, are we all concerned about him getting in?
Yeah.
But for the time being, this set the world on fire. This set the world on fire. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you'll allow me to audible a little bit here, we got some Texans breaking news, in fact. And so we got to talk about this more on the other side. But according to Jonathan Alexander, he has a scoop. The Texans have fired tight ends coach Jake Moreland. So they're not fully standing pat, but what does this actually do for the Texans? The tight end coach, Jake Moreland, has been fired. Is this the change that you were hoping to see for the Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Yep, starts to.
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Salute to Azeez Al-Shire for the idea, and obviously the Texans. I think that they do that as a team. Get a little White Boy Wednesday. We wanted to have a little White Boy Wednesday. All the small things are the details that we were paying attention to. Let us know. Actually, 713-572-4610. That's the number to get involved. Let us know. Go ahead and rate Figgy on his White Boy Wednesday selections. You could suggest selections for White Boy Wednesday.
I didn't, actually.
You did not.
I did get a text from T-Mail saying, hey, you better play Blink 182. And this was already in the chamber. It was already in the chamber.
Shout out to T-Mail. Another of our illustrious guests on a White Boy Wednesday, or less men of honor, I guess, is what we could say.
White boy.
That's right. But with Boy Wednesday, it's super important. Don't get me wrong, but there's something a little bit more important happening in the Texans world.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Yeah, this comes down. Jonathan Alexander, I believe, got the scoop here. The Texans have actually made a move on the offensive staff. Is it one that is of the magnitude of what you expected? It is Jake Moreland, tight end coach, that has been fired. This is the first known coaching change for D'Amico Ryans this offseason. I find it interesting the way that Jonathan Alexander writes that as first known coaching change. Because even then, this is not something where the Texans put out a press release, let us know. This was found out. This was capital J journalism that finds this out. Is this the first of some other changes? Is this the only change? Is this if this is an only change, because I don't know that we can assume that this is the first of other changes. If this is the only change, was it sufficient? 713-572-4610. What are your thoughts on the news that tight end coach Jake Moreland has been relieved of his duties for the Texans after a pretty rough flameout of the Texans in the divisional round?
I think there's a lot here. I understand that a lot of our listeners are probably going, who? Like Jake Moreland, the tight ends coach.
Right.
You have this big meltdown at the end of the year. And to be fair, hell, they may move Nick Caley to tight ends coach and bring in another offensive coordinator.
Wait, hold on. To be fair, don't just run past that. Don't just run past that.
Funny, man. That is hilarious.
Totally reckless speculation.
Yeah, where's the reckless speculation sound? Because that's reckless as hell, man.
That was hilarious.
What?
That's a great joke.
All I'm saying is I know people are, it may not be the only move. And that's the first point. I think it may be the only move. And the reason is, if you're going to make these statements, after taking a week, to ponder and look at everybody, don't you think that there would have been some other news that would have broken by now?
Maybe.
Or released by now, other than tight ends coach. So that's point number one. The second point to me, and the reason Nick Caley kind of popped into mind, is he's got the tight ends. Like, as the offensive coordinator, that is his strength.
But does he need to be adding more responsibilities to what he has right now?
I don't know if he even is. I really don't even know how much he really is. They're going to bring in another tight ends coach or some sort of offensive assistant or whatever title they see fit to bring him, because they're going to fill out the staff.
Sure.
But he cut his teeth. His strength is run game, offensive line blocking, tight end blocking, tight ends, etc. So that's point number two. Point number three is Jake Moreland. I'm with them simply because if you think, like, where have the Texans, really fallen short offensively?
Is tight end where you go?
No, tight end is not where I go. Certainly you can talk about, you can talk about Cade Stover all you want and should be a better receiver, et cetera. But you're talking about Dalton Schultz having the best tight end year a Houston Texan has ever had, including Owen Daniels. He's had the best year for tight ends ever. You're talking about injuries depleting that room with, Brevin Jordan. Tight end is not.
That seemed like more of a personnel type of issue.
Yeah.
More than they're not getting the coaching.
Tight end is not the top of the list.
And maybe these types of things illustrate to a coaching staff that, okay, we're not getting enough out of that coach.
Mm-hmm.
It still feels so very insignificant to the larger aspect of what your team is and what you need from your team right now. The places where it feels like this doesn't make sense is that one, right? This does not feel like it addresses the biggest issues at the heart of what your offense was. I think also if you're inclined to, the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, that's his mindset, or that's, his forte, for lack of a better term, and this is something where he can lend his expertise to that. He's already far stretched enough building an offense, getting this offense schematically to a place that's effective. I don't want him to also then be handling the job of having to like if he was a different coach, if he was an offensive coordinator that schematically we were like, oh, he's cooking, and now he needs to spread himself a little thinner to get some of these other things done, that'd be one thing. I don't like the idea of having to go, hey, Nick Caley, as we are all still trying to figure out how much you're handling what this is. Also now, during the week, in addition to game planning and finding ways to get execution down, we also need you to figure out the way to coach up your tight ends. I think that would be spreading his responsibility too far. I think that this could be somewhat beneficial, and I haven't done the weighing on what the pros are versus the cons.
Yeah.
I do think that Nick Caley needs some voices. He needs some additional voices as a young offensive coordinator. And the question I asked was, how do you get those additional voices in there without there being too many cooks in the kitchen?
Bingo.
Right? Okay, you can always bring in offensive, what is the right word? Consultants, I guess. But is there a possibility you can bring in either someone young and fresh with fresh ideas as a tight end coach? Or is there an opportunity you bring in somebody that has a level of experience that comes in as a tight end coach to help add to the brain trust that it creates this offense?
All right, so now you hit on my not so reckless speculation, just regular speculation that I have regarding this move. That's why I said I think there's a lot more here than just because what does this team really need? What is the focal point of the offseason? We spent several segments yesterday talking about it. It's C.J. Stroud. It's connecting to this offense. It's being able to assist Nick Caley, get a better grasp, maybe some, as you said it, new voices, different perspective. The guys that come in, whomever it is that come in, I'm assuming it's a guy. At this,
look at you being progressive. Here comes the lady tight end coach to get things right. I love it.
I'm just being fair. Whomever comes in, I think we're going to see a resume that is not just tight ends. Either they're going to give him a different title or he'll be air quote tight end coach. I could see them bringing in a coach that has had maybe a more significant job in the NFL with quarterbacks, maybe an offensive analyst. They can put any title up there, but tight ends coach / fill in the blank, and just be that extra voice, that extra, piece of equipment that can maybe help what the real problem is,
Yeah, I could see that, but just on its face alone, this move goes, all right, what are we doing? What is the attempted gain? Because even I think you posited that, is this something where somebody's head had to roll as as a statement? How strong of a statement is that actually?
Well, on the surface, not very strong at all. I've said it 2 or 3 times. Who? Why? Tight ends? Really? But I think if you kind of dig a little deeper, I could easily see where it's going to be a tight ends / whatever that comes in, and it's a guy that
tight end / passing game coordinator, something like that.
Yeah. And still work with the tight ends, but their main charge is to be able to help Nick Caley, help the quarterbacks, help C.J. Stroud, and this offense.
Yeah, and it's so weird. Yeah. Somebody said they're bringing in Gronk. Okay, very good. You go ahead and reckless speculate if you want to. 713-572-4610.
And they ain't bringing in JJ?
To be the tight end.
Hey, he started out as a tight end. Western Michigan.
Because some of the speculation, we'll see how reckless it is, because maybe this is the place where they find a way to be a little creative within the structure that they've established for themselves. But it needs to. I think that's what I would want.
Mm-hmm.
I would almost. I don't know if I'd be disappointed, because that might be a little strong for a tight ends coach. But I feel like I might be disappointed if it's just, here is another tight ends coach, because it felt like we weren't teaching the tight ends well enough. And I look up and I go, the tight ends. Yes, Dalton Schultz could be better in the run game, but that's who Dalton Schultz is.
Yeah.
And it felt like he was more game this year than anything. Cade Stover, there wasn't development there yet, but I wonder how much of that is in him. And then also he had injuries that hampered his development curve. Brevin Jordan wasn't there. How much did you expect from Harrison Bryant? Like, these are things where I look at is if we're just doing, what you did with the tight ends wasn't good enough, then this move doesn't make much of a wave for me.
Right.
If you use this as an opportunity to improve the staff in other ways, in maybe ways that are going to be unseen, maybe this could be something that moves the needle for me.
Yeah.
And that's where we are right now with the first move, maybe the only move we'll see ultimately that DeMeco Ryans makes on the staff. But if you're just tuning in, of the day is that tight ends coach Jake Moreland has been relieved of his duties for the Texans. That is the offensive staff move that we have gotten at this point. And it doesn't feel like enough immediately. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. But clearly this is a case of this is the first shoe to drop. Maybe another staff member, but I think maybe just another big voice.
There's so many people that are like, well, Nick Caley, here's your job, tight ends coach. Let's go hire an offense coordinator. I would
wish
be
I
shocked.
hadn't said that.
All right, what is the percent? Just because we know it's reckless.
Yeah.
But it's non-0% chance that they could do that. What is the percent chance that you would put it at?
1.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if you would give anything larger than 1, but 1% is ultimately what you went with. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk more about that, I'm certain. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the coaching carousel continues to move. Did the Browns do something with this dark horse hire? We'll talk about that and more next.
The Drive with HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and it is indeed around the NFL time. The big Texans news of the morning is that tight end coach Jake Moreland has been relieved of his duty. That is the first known move the only known move as of this moment that DeMeco Ryans has made with his staff as you head into the offseason. I don't know that there was anything that you looked at within Jake Moreland that made you – was there anything that you had thought of with him that you went, oh, okay, maybe that's the reason why you move on?
No, really none. We laid it out. Great season from Dalton Schultz, injury to Brevin Jordan, and Cade Stover is what he is. I didn't say it is what it is.
No, I think
same thing.
Yeah, I was like, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. He's been here since DeMeco got here. Previously, he was a tight ends coach with the Broncos, an assistant offensive line coach with the Jets, so on, so forth. So, but he will move on, and that is now an opening that they have to consider. I think that these are the spots that the position coach spots are ones that don't often get a lot of attention paid to them, but that can end up being kind of interesting. So that is going to be a space to watch. I was talking to you about it off air yesterday. Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated, and I think I've seen it others, not this specifically, but the concept done where they go through and they get, possible head coaching candidates, but then also coordinator candidates and folks a little bit further down, risers or people that around the league have a good name. I might revisit that and see what are some of the names that might fit the bill of jumping into there. But you also talked about the possibility of maybe not going with like an up-and-coming name or whatever, but maybe getting somebody that might be quote-unquote overqualified for the role to then come in and help the staff.
I kind of am expecting that. Well, I'm expecting that if this is the only move. They could well make a big swing with Gerard Johnson or even Nick Caley. I doubt that's going to happen at this point, based on what they've said and the fact that we haven't gotten any other reported news, because all the Texans beat guys are digging in on exactly that, and they haven't come up with anything other than Moreland. But I would expect the next guy to be, as you said, overqualified, a guy that can be another sort of mentor, consultant type thing for this offense, and C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley, to be honest.
Maybe that's the case. Some other news around the NFL. This was also a level of breaking news this morning, and this is at the head coach level. The Cleveland Browns finally decided, with all the homework turned in, they've decided who their teacher's pet is, and his name? Todd Monken, interestingly enough.
I want to see his damn essay. What did he write?
He typed it. He typed it out.
On the
he has really good handwriting.
On the typewriter.
He has really good handwriting, and they're like, look, man.
He got a handwritten resume.
He put little notes on the bottom. What are they called?
It was the postscripts and such.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Using highlighters.
He had an index. He had a bibliography.
That brother had an index card.
Really good personality test.
PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah.
Man, he don't know how to use no damn computer. What you talking about?
Todd Monken will be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. What was your reaction outside of the silliness that we did there? What was your actual reaction to finding this out this morning?
I mean, honestly, what do you expect? I mean, this is the Browns. It's where coaches and quarterbacks go to die. It really is. So if I were a Browns fan, I'd kind of shrug my shoulders and say, fingers crossed, because what did you expect? Mike McDaniel to take that job or Clint Kubiak to take that job? No. And by the way, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, hey, great hire. I mean, Monken of the pool of coaches that you could get, I think it's that bad.
I was kind of thinking the same thing because at first I was kind of laughing and all that stuff, but I am kind of curious what he gonna do with the offense.
Yeah,
because he did. I mean, I know he had Lamar Jackson and it was Baltimore, but he had a pretty good offense there. Yes. So I'm just kind of curious what he gonna bring to that offense.
He coached Stetson Bennett and Carson Beck when he was at Georgia. For what it's worth, I mean, there's some development there, including a national championship, right, with Stetson Bennett. and Beck was the backup, right?
I like what he's done with the Ravens offense. There's times where very much hey, remember to run the football, right? There's times where there's certain things that happen that you go, all right, are you forgetting things? But I think by and large, he's a really good offense coordinator. What does that mean about being a head coach? I have no idea.
Yeah.
And particularly, you are going into a circumstance where it's not as easy. I did find it interesting that you end up with an offensively inclined head coach here, though.
Yes.
Because does that say anything about how they feel about this team in general, how they feel about Shedeur Sanders? Maybe not. Maybe it's just find somebody that can counterbalance what Jim Schwartz does, seeing as it feels to be rain, and he keeps that defense. And maybe they're just like, can we raise the competence level of this team by just having a dude who's a veteran offensive play caller?
I think it has to have something to do with Shedeur. Let's find out. He's worked with young quarterbacks. Let's find out.
And remember, Baltimore tried to draft him.
Did they?
Yeah, there was a room they tried to draft him, but he didn't want to go to Baltimore because
he didn't want to go behind Lamar. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Right. Yep. And so that is Pro Bowl, AFC Pro Bowl quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, it's one of those where, all right, we'll wait and see what that is. I don't know what to make of it. You said what?
He's a 10 at 2.
What does that mean?
2 in the morning, bars closing.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a 10 at 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I heard that as a 10 and 2, and I was like, what does driving have to do with this?
I'm thinking 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go. On a White Boy Wednesday, indeed. Some more things around the NFL. This is a weird note that came from Denver, the Broncos. In fact, I had to tap in with our guy Zach By and Philip Lindsay there, drive out there at their station in Denver, because it caught me off guard. It caught them off guard. The Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, who is and has been a long-time friend and confidant of Sean Payton.
Yeah.
They fired him after they go to the AFC Championship, and it did not feel like that offense was like broken or what have you. This is a real interesting move that happens with them moving on from Joe Lombardi.
I think this is the Sean Payton special. We've got to be able to do more with our young quarterback. As much progress as he showed, and he wasn't, MVP or anything, but he was certainly pretty good and better. But I think Sean Payton wants to do it. It might also have something to do with just concepts, getting a younger voice. Lombardi was a yes man for Sean Payton.
Well, I mean, but I think that's what Sean Payton wants. Is it because Sean Payton is a dude who wants to call the offense?
Or is it kind of what we're looking at here? I think it's kind of a version of what we're looking at here. Hey, we know what you do. We know what you lean on. I kind of want to see, what else we can do with a mobile quarterback that can, give me some thoughts. Sean Payton's still going to call the plays, but I think this is the sign of a good coach getting another voice that maybe can give him another way to look at what Bo Nix is doing.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Payton said that the team's offense didn't do enough to earn a Super Bowl trip. Obviously, in that AFC Championship game, they were doing it with a backup, but nonetheless, he said he wanted to thank the coaches for playing an important role in elevating the program over the last 3 seasons. He said he's been fortunate to work with Joe Lombardi for 15 years and is particularly grateful for his many contributions to their success as offensive coordinator. I'm not going to lie. I had this thought, and I heard, as I mentioned, Zach By, Philip Lindsay talking about this. You know that their quarterback coach, do you know who their quarterback coach is?
Who?
Davis Webb.
Oh, yeah.
Davis Webb has been getting a lot of love, not as an offensive coordinator candidate, as a head coaching candidate. I wondered, is this some level of trying to keep that talent in-house? Where you move on from Joe Lombardi and you go, hey, Davis Webb, we will give you this natural progression, maybe even as like a head coach in waiting or whatever, or maybe just as an opportunity to not see him leave the bill, not see that.
I think that's a really good point.
See the brain drain of Davis Webb leaving their organization.
No, I think that's a very good point. It may well be the case. They still have an opening though, and I think they're going to maybe elevate him, bring in a quarterback's coach or something that can give you that. I'm a big advocate of getting out of your close circle of friends, your comfort zone in coaching. Get that other voice out there that can maybe make you go, oh, okay. I mean, they did it in Seattle, and they were doing quite well.
Yeah, but also we can point to the success stories. There's also stories where it's like, oh, let's get somebody else with a different idea, and then you have two.
Sucks.
No, it's not even that. Then you'll have two clashing factions.
Sure.
And if you're not in one accord, buddy, this thing goes down quick, fast, and in a hurry. So there is the other side to that. But I hear what you're saying there, and I think that there's value to that idea. But the Broncos making an interesting move, but they're not standing pat to the point that you were making earlier on in the show.
Yeah. All these teams are taking bold steps, pedal to the metal, and you fired your tight ends coach, and you still have. Wouldn't it be something? you still have that close circle of friends of Nick Caserio's that he doesn't go outside very often. He did with Gerard. He did with, I think Moreland was not a John Carroll or New England guy. But I'm an advocate of that. I think you need to get that other point of view.
Some other things that are around the NFL. There's more news, and I keep looking at the New York Jets, and is this just the Jets are going to Jet situation? Is Aaron Glenn going to be all right? Because apparently the Jets reached out to John Gruden about possibly joining the coaching staff, and he declined an opportunity to go there.
Everybody gets who hasn't reached out to John Gruden? But I do think it's a reflection of maybe a little bit of some cracks, some cracks in the hull, so to speak. You guys know I'm a big fan of Aaron Glenn, but boy, it's a little shaky right now.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think that this feels like they were searching. They were like, what we had was not good enough, and let's swing for every fence that we possibly can and see. Can you get someone like a John Gruden to come in with his offensive experience? Can you get it seems like they're getting Frank Reich to be able to do the job as well? Like, can you reach out to all these other instances and be able to upgrade that position with some level of expertise? Ultimately, Frank Reich is where they went, but I did find it interesting that they were reaching for these particular styles of coaches, these experienced coaches as well, who maybe possibly could be antiquated, but at least come with that level of experience. They're clearly trying to establish something there.
No, I think that's exactly what they're doing, and kind of spitballing at this point, clearly losing confidence in every decision that Aaron Glenn makes, but he'll be around for at least another year.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. When I see moves like that, can you help me out and evaluate this for me? Am I wrong in thinking that immediately I go, oh, they're searching, they're lost? Because sometimes it's not necessarily a bad thing that we're reaching out to we're turning over every rock, so to say. But in my brain always goes, oh, they're searching. Yeah. They don't know where to go, and that ends up having a negative connotation.
I think it kind of depends on the circumstance. If that team had won even 7-8 games and was doing this, I think we'd be like, hey, yeah, they're trying to get better. They're searching. They're trying to get better and add people. Kind of what we're saying here about these guys. No complacency. But when you're really, really bad, all of a sudden you look like you're just scrambling.
Right. Yeah. And so that's where the Jets are. But I guess again, that's what the Jets are. I don't. Has anybody really paid attention to the Jets? Really, it feels like they just over there doing Jet things.
Just Jake
in the
Asman.
corner. Yeah. That's what he has to do.
He's the one.
Yeah.
He's the one.
Did you see this? This has been something that's just kind of I've been sitting with, and I didn't know what to do with. Apparently, there was a fan that predicted that Drake May was going to be a baller back when Drake May was 9 years old.
I just saw the headline.
So apparently there was people have gone back and found this tweet from August 25th, 2012 from a man named Justin Farkas who tweeted, quote, "Holy crap, Drake May is the best athlete I've ever seen, playing up a league and still the best in the league." So apparently this dude and his brothers grew up in Huntersville, North Carolina, where his family, him and his brothers played sports around the same, around the same kind of spaces that the 4 May boys played with. So people were like, "Hey, what was the context of this? How did you, going back and finding it?" He said Drake was 9 years old, maybe 4.5 feet tall, 80 pounds, playing up a league with 11 and 12-year-olds, stiff-arming them, running circles around them.
I love it. I love it because you know why I love it? Because there are all these kids out there that are doing exactly that won't amount to crap. They won't go through their growth spurt. They'll peak in 8th grade, and you're going to expect them to play in the NFL. How many people listening have seen that kid? Well, I've seen that kid.
Yeah, where you're like, this dude's crazy
he's
good.
He's a stud, and then he's 5'8" in 8th grade or 6 foot in 8th grade, and he's 6 foot the rest of his life.
Yeah. So, but it worked out for our guy Justin Farkas, where he was like, no, you got to understand, this dude's going to pro, and he actually he went pro, and here he is headed to the Super Bowl. So shout out to Justin. Yeah. You know me, I love those types of stories of the pro that you go, oh no, but you don't understand. Yeah. I saw him when he was 9 trucking fools.
But usually that's high school. Because high school translates a little better.
Yeah.
290 yards rushing, and you're like, oh, my, that kid's pretty good.
Yeah, that is fair, because you get to Pop Warner, he was killing. There was somebody killing in every Pop Warner somewhere, right?
Exactly.
But shout out to him, and shout out to Drake May. I didn't realize that he was talking about him not as a quarterback in that time, as a running back.
Yeah,
and
stiff arming fool.
You see some of that, right? In order for you to be some level of dangerous on the NFL level, you have to have been an athlete.
Yeah,
and that's what shows up. So shout out to all of that. Shout out to Farkas and shout out to Around the NFL
and White Boy Wednesday.
And of course, shout out to White Boy Wednesday. Somebody says sounds like Conor Wegman. Just wait until he goes to the NFL. Hey, buddy. I like Conor Wegman as much as the next guy.
Hey, put that tweet out there. You might be right.
That's
in a
right.
couple
You
years.
get interviewed by the Athletic.
That's the lesson here. The lesson here is when you see that kid just stunting on everybody, go ahead and get something that you record that somewhere somehow so you can come back.
And if you're wrong, you just be on Cold Takes.
Yeah, exactly.
If that, ain't nobody gonna be like, oh, you said that high schooler was gonna be. Nobody's doing that. Just go ahead.
Look
and
at somebody tweeting out Nathan Peterman going to be the greatest quarterback of all time.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Which sucks because Nathan Peterman making it to the league is different than like saying that some dude is going to be great and he doesn't even make it there.
No.
Except Nathan Peterman went through 5 interceptions in one half. And so if somebody did indeed, because somewhere someone was like, no, you don't understand. Nathan Peterman is the best athlete I've ever played against. And then that just falls on deaf ears because we've seen Nathan Peterman play in the NFL, right? So I hadn't thought about it that way. Wow, that is wild to consider. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a White Boy Wednesday. I'm trying to see who the white boys that we're looking at. Oh, Reed Shepherd would be the white boy that attaches to this conversation. Lopez, the Rockets are playing the Spurs tonight. First time, third time this year, and I mean they saw them just about a week ago, something or that.
A week ago today, wasn't it?
And so, with that being the case, they've played this team a few times, but you think that this might be the first true statement game that they have for the Rockets this year? I want to hear why next.
All right, I want to hear why.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. In an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Happy White Boy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. This is Figgy's undertaking. This is his pet project. Ever since he heard Azeez Al-Shaair say that they get in the weight room, in order for them to lift heavy weights, they put that White Boy Wednesday on, they go to work.
And this is, I mean, I guess we need to be democratic here, but I'm just saying this is from now on, right?
It can be. Let me know. Text in 713-572-46.
You want to see
we
it every
continue
Wednesday?
this every Wednesday?
That's a great point. Let's let the public decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good with that. There's some people have seemed really excited. Somebody said, "What about Mexican Monday?" Oh, we're gonna end up.
Oh God.
In the summer, we're just gonna end up with themes. Maybe that's our Fridays. It'll be Fun Friday, and we end up doing like a theme. Maybe that's the way that we handle it. I don't know. But we'll work it out.
I don't know. Let's just stick with what we got right now.
You don't want to do a Mariachi Monday?
Oh, now that I can go.
See, look,
That I can go.
Look at him.
Mariachi Monday.
Man,
I'm rubbing my chin.
Honestly, I wish I could do a Hip Hop Thursday, but I'll probably get a call. I guess an angry emails.
Here's the thing: you could do one Hip Hop Thursday, and then afterwards,
yeah,
we'll see. But we mentioned that.
What the hell is this on the station?
We mentioned that Jake Moreland, who was the tight ends coach, has been fired by the Texans. They've moved on as well. There's a couple of other moves. Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 had it. They've moved on from assistant linebackers coach Ben Bowling, and they're not renewing offensive assistant Mike Snyder. So it's still, the tight end coach was the biggest of these, but these are the moves that we know of at this point.
John, is you over there Googling and see who they are?
No, I was just going to say I'm not doing it.
Yes.
I'm not doing it in a sneaky way because I was literally just going to say at this point you can say any random name. You could just say any random.
Yeah, Eric
name.
Jefferson is also being moved on
I know
from.
Ben Bowling, but yeah.
No, I was looking at Mike Snyder and his. I mean, he's been here the last couple of years. Before that, he was a football analyst with the Falcons. So, that is more on that side of things. But those are the moves that we've seen. But we talked about it. I think it feels like the big one, at least as of right now, was the tight end coach being moved, and we'll see that ultimately how that progresses and how they decide to fill those roles. All right, tonight the Rockets face off against the San Antonio Spurs. Isn't it one of those later games too?
8:30, yeah.
Yeah, it's an 8:30 game. So to plan accordingly for that. But this has been one that I've gotten up for every time the two times that they played prior. It's really fun. The Spurs have a very particular style of play. The Rockets have done a good job of getting into Wemby and not allowing him to be himself. And even with those two games on the record, with a few games
split,
against,
right?
I believe so. A few games against the Pistons. There was a couple games against the Thunder. You think, John Lopez, that this might be the Rockets' first true statement game?
I do.
Why is that?
I know was it the opener against the Thunder was kind of considered that, but I mean it was the opener and we didn't know what was what, and with Durant and all that. I think this really is, and for a number of reasons. The biggest of which, we talked about yesterday. I mean, the Rockets. I'm not going to say they're building an identity. They're showing hints of an identity.
And boy, do they need to. I was telling you in the break, the way that these months have tracked, in the month of January, the Rockets' offense was 20th, and their defense was 11th. That's a far cry from what it felt like at various different points.
It was inverted at the beginning of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the beginning of the year, it was the number one offense and 20th defense in the month of October, which, of course, is a small sliver because you start late in October. But in November, they were firing pretty high on all cylinders, good offense, good defense. Then we got to a weird place in December where the offense was high and the defense was middling. And now you're in a place where the offense is right at the cusp of bottom third, and the defense is just at the cusp of being in, between that second and top tercile of the league, right? You're in this weird place where you need to be playing a better brand of basketball here soon.
Well, and their best effort before Memphis was against San Antonio at home. It was dicey. They were losing the vast majority of the game, and it took.
Yeah, because they lose against the Sixers.
Yeah.
They beat the Pistons.
Well, okay, that's right. Yeah, Pistons as well. And so what I'm saying is they're showing some hints of an actual identity, which, okay, we're bearing down on February. It's high time, that happens. So I think that's one of the reasons it could be sort of a statement game. Hey, these have not been flukes. I think another reason is the Spurs. You have the Spurs' full attention in this one. Spurs are coming off a bad loss, I believe, to the Jazz. Was it the Jazz? And they're coming off a bad loss. They're at home. The Spurs were playing the second of a back-to-back when you beat them last week. You have their full attention now. But the biggest reason to me is the identity, and Alperen Şengün looks healthy, finally.
He does.
And he's had a measure of success against Wemby, really against the Spurs, but particularly against Wemby. And then finally, you're kind of a whisper away from the second seed. You know, they were toiling around with the 6th seed. Did they ever get to the 7 maybe?
No, they didn't get that far.
Yeah, but they were toiling around with the 6th seed, and now you're one loss in the loss one game in the loss column.
Yeah, I think it's 2 games back from second place.
Yeah, from the 2 seed. So you can make a little statement here with this game tonight.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Also, I was looking at Sports Illustrated had kind of a Western Conference tiers. It's one of those things that it's not a major thing necessarily. Sometimes you just check in on how the temperature of how national media or people that cover various things feel about your team or feel about different teams. In the tiers, I think reasonably, although they look a little dicey, the Thunder are kind of put in a tier of their own. They've looked a little dicey of late, where you got to ask, or are they on a 3-game losing streak?
Something like that, yeah.
You might have to ask yourself what's happening there. But
they won their last game, but they had lost 3 in a row before that.
But they looked bad. They looked bad yesterday as well. In the second tier, at least on this particular tiers list, the Nuggets and the Spurs. No Rockets, right? There are people that are very much around this league, and not to say that that's the end-all, be-all, but there's definitely a lot of people that look at it and say, I like what the Spurs are more than I like what the Rockets are.
No, they're flat out good. That's another part of it.
They are, and they are good. However, the idea that the Spurs have passed the Rockets, even momentarily, is something that at the start of the season felt like, no, the Rockets are going to be ahead, especially with you should have a really strong defense. Kevin Durant comes in and elevates, and you have that that elite star in this. Even for the moment, the idea that the Spurs have surpassed you is something that it doesn't sit well with me, is the way that I'll say this. And so this is an opportunity for you to get out there. And yes, you did beat them last time, but as you mentioned, no asterisks, no additional commentary. It's just go out and show that you are better than this team in this moment, that you're finding something for yourself.
And when we talk about the identity, it's just a hint that we've seen a little bit with the Pistons, obviously with Memphis, but then even we were saying, yeah, but it was Memphis. No Ja Morant, and they were shorthanded and all that. Well, okay. You're going into by the way, road game too. You're going into San Antonio. That you have their full attention. You've started to do something with you started to show something with Şengün and KD. Amen Thompson has been on a little bit of a 4 games where you see something, and then of course Reed Shepherd as well.
Yeah, I think it ends up being in some ways a conversation of, can you string something together? And I guess this is where, as opposed to, were you seeing little blips? And I think the big thing of stringing something together, the identity things are some of it. Also, where's the pride level, right? Can you string some intensity together? Because that's one of the things that's been waning. And to some degree, you go, it's the middle of the season. Your people are waiting and looking forward to getting to the All-Star break. That break exists for a reason, because these things wear down on teams over this time. But can you demonstrate yourself to be a team that has the mental fortitude to toughen up and get through that?
Yeah, and also as much as 82 of them, some games just matter more than others, and I think this one matters more to the Rockets and the Spurs. Spurs were embarrassed about giving up that, I believe, 16-point lead late in the third quarter last time you faced them. So I think this is a meaningful game, and it's also meaningful for the Rockets in terms of just how they're playing right now. It has been so inconsistent, sort of flighty, and if you can kind of start stringing them together, then you're onto something going into the break, and you gain that momentum. Sorry, going into
this man
going into the break.
Boo. Yeah, no, I want to see this, and then I also want to see, because some of this is, what does Clint Capella look like, right? Because
that's the other thing. Not to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
We don't know their rotation right now.
Yeah,
you cannot say this is the Rockets' rotation, and that was another thing that I wanted to bring up. Please. You need to start sort of cutting that down to the actual rotation, not like it's playoff start tomorrow.
I don't need
but something that you're confident in, that you're going to be able to lean on.
I don't even know that they need to cut it down. I think that they're still in the place where they can do.
Be more consistency with your rotation.
Yeah, but I think them finding some answers, and I think that as you head towards a trade deadline, I think that there's as there's talks of, are you interested in somebody like was it Day'Ron Sharp is one of those names, one of those pieces as a depth guy, for your bigs, and then I think that for me, as I've seen them, find a little bit of offensive identity in moving and cutting. Is that, do you feel like that's sustainable at a high enough level to where you don't need to go and do one of the things that is kind of coming up, which is people are talking about the idea of possibly trading for like an Aya DeSumo or a Kobe White. And we've talked about
the latest on Kobe White?
What's the latest on Kobe White?
Jake Weinbach I was just looking at that, from well, actually he's an NBA fan-sided is where he is.
Okay.
He used to be with ESPN. Rockets have reportedly maintained interest in Kobe White. But it's his understanding that they're unwilling to include Tari Eason or a first-round pick at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going to need to put in one of your players in order to acquire him. And I guess the question also, at this point, the idea that first-round pick is being talked about for a dude who's an expiring contract in Kobe White. Tari Eason is an interesting one. He's an expiring contract himself, depending. So I can maybe see how they were trying to. But Tari Eason matters. Tari Eason is such a spark plug for what they do. I've really liked Tari Eason to the point where I'm interested in, do you need to give him more minutes? Tari Eason almost feels like around this time last year, remember the conversation we were having about Amen Thompson, about the value that he has on the bench, but does that matter more in the starting capacity? I'm in that place with Tari Eason, and I'm leaning towards, does he need to start and have more minutes because of what he brings? So for the idea,
it's a good time to find out.
The idea that that's what the Bulls might be possibly looking for in a trade for Kobe White is kind of wild to me. I'm still not sure that Kobe White. I think that he'd be an interesting piece to add, but I don't know. Like, he's not defensively strong enough for me to go, okay, then Kobe White is some of your answer to your offensive woes.
He's not
Does
bad.
that feel wrong?
He's not bad. I mean, I wouldn't. I've never really heard him put up with some of the best, but I think he could fit in. And by the way, that's part of your identity now. It's not. You're not the defensive team you were.
Well, if you're not the defensive team you are, then I don't know what you. Because right now, the rebounding is going to suffer when you don't have Steven Adams. But the rebounding isn't as solid defensively. If you're not going to be that team, you're not offensively strong enough to just go and.
Well, okay.
Do you think Kobe White takes you to a place where now we're just boat racing teams?
I no, but I think it's certainly an addition to what they're doing now, offensively, identity-wise, which is what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so this does end up being interesting. I don't know. The idea that this is like, no, this is the statement game. It feels weird for me to say, but I could see some of your thought process in it. It's definitely going to be an important one. And I'm going to be watching.
It's certainly a litmus test.
Yes, at the very least.
Yes,
at the very least. I don't even know. Yeah, because statement game feels like it says something to the league. I think that this is going to be one of those that says something to yourself.
Yeah.
And to us on the inside. I don't know that anybody, with who should I, with the Phoenix Suns or with the Thunder are looking at this like, oh man, all right, tell me something, Rockets. But I think the Rockets internally have some things that they can continue to answer questions on.
And it is a home game. I messed up on that.
Okay, Toyota Center tonight.
Yeah.
8:30 is the night is the time that we get there, right? So we'll see what that looks like on Space City Home Network. Oh, actually, is this going to be? This is probably an ESPN game, isn't it?
I'm
on
guessing.
Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm guessing if it's 8:30.
I would hope that this is an ESPN game. So yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, the news of the day is that the Texans have made some what feels like periphery moves on their staff, but also some of what's popping. This name keeps popping up. Let's give you a little update as to what's happening at the Senior Bowl and those types of things. We'll talk about it all next.
In the Loop.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. One of the biggest ones as it pertains to your Houston Texans. We got some insight as to, some moves. D'Amico talked about taking the week to do some evaluation. We're seeing at least now the moves that they have undertaken. Tight ends coach Jake Moreland has been fired. They're moving on from assistant linebackers coach Ben Bowling, and they're not renewing offensive assistant Mike Snyder. I saw Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 make that note. Some other things that he made note of is that officially now, it's not just Nick Caserio saying that it's more likely or what have you. Well, I don't remember what the verbiage specifically is that he used.
Yeah.
But Nick Caley will be retained as the offensive coordinator. So that's official. We've talked about it largely in the case, but I wanted to make it clear that is official. And, quote, no major change expected to occur, close quote. Outside of that, Aaron Wilson making the note that quarterback coach Gerard Johnson, obviously he's a candidate for the Eagles' offensive coordinator job. If he does indeed take that job, Jerry Shaplinski would be a candidate. And that feels like that's more than just – that feels like a wink as to it would be his job.
Yeah.
You have to cross your T's, dot your I's. But Jerry Shaplinski, who was already very involved –
Big time.
C.J. Stroud has mentioned him and his impact and his input in there. And this I found to be interesting, that the Texans are in discussion with other coaches as potential outside hires. So they are looking to bring some coaches in. And I think that will be pretty telling in what their thought process is if you see the types of coaches that they do bring in from outside.
Yeah, I think that'll be telling to the point that I made. I could then bring in guys that maybe seem overqualified but certainly fit the role of what this offense needs in terms of communication and, maybe expanding the offense and helping Nick Caley, guys that have that skill set to be able to assist him.
Yeah. So we'll keep looking out for that. Have you been keeping up with Senior Bowl stuff?
More than I probably should have. What
does that mean?
It just sucks me in every year.
Okay.
Every year, when it comes to draft and Senior Bowl and Shrine Bowl and all that, I'm always like, whatever. And then I always just look at every single thing that comes across my timeline on it.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is because there's so many people out there and there's so many different players, sometimes it's just like I feel like I'm just being bombarded with names.
Yeah.
So the thing that I try and do at the very least is, I'm going to be honest, I'm relatively early in my process of trying to jump into, who are the players that are possibly going to be acquired into the National Football League and make some level of impact. It feels reasonable to say if somebody's name keeps popping up, that should tell you a little something.
Yeah.
And there was a very familiar name that kept popping up.
You ready, Figgy? Are you ready for this?
Wide receiver from John Carroll University. Tyron Montgomery legitimately was talked about as one of the best performers yesterday at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. At some point, well, not at some point now. I mean, we got to start talking about this guy. Like they're saying he mossed, the defensive back from Alabama, which is no small task. And a couple of people put him as the biggest winner or on their winners list from day one.
When you're a small school guy and you show up like that, and at least you just pop. That's one of those things that's absolutely going to be, you're a winner because we have to pay attention to you.
Yeah, and just running by fools and making some routes that were incredible.
Could this be a bad thing for the Texans?
You know what? I was thinking the same thing. It's like I kind of want him to go under the radar. Could
this be a thing where people start talking, maybe a good second-round pick?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but rising.
Where Nick Caserio might feel the pressure to – we got to get him before somebody else get him.
Oh, he's already saying that.
Well, actually, outside of – because the jokes are funny. I enjoy them.
Yeah.
I participate in them. I don't think that wide receivers is a place where they utilize in drafts at capital. At least we know that, it can be a little bit of BPA, best player available to some extent. I think it's good if you have a wide receiver that is jumping up, especially if it's a place that it's not something that it feels like you need. Because, again,
you have other needs that's available.
What that does is that then takes more things.
More O-line help.
Puts more on the board for you in some ways. And I wonder if that can be helpful for the Texans where, hey, this is another player that might push a player down to you somewhere else. So, I think that is going to be something that
I think it's a fair point, to be honest. but just the whole John Carroll thing just throws that whole argument out for me.
It's just funny.
If he was at Kent State or something like that, or some other school, I would have been on your side.
Oh, we would have made note of this kid apparently is doing some crazy stuff, but we wouldn't have been like, oh boy,
for the Texans to drop. Come on home.
Yeah, they're going to come with that John Carroll handshake.
The secret handshake?
Yep.
Yeah, but shout out to him.
JC.
JCU.
Let's go Blue Streaks.
You know.
That's what they are, right? The Blue Streaks?
I don't know. I feel like what we need to do is, without doing any research, we just need to make up a full profile of what the JCU chant is, what the alma mater is, what the handshake. We just need to fake it entirely.
Imagine Nick Casario going up to it. JCU.
All right, so we already got that. We got the bark. That's gonna be part of it for sure. Another name that's been popping up that maybe this is of interest to you, I don't know. I saw this per Jordan Reed, but I saw the name pop up a whole bunch. Georgia Tech offensive lineman Keelan Rutledge. So Jordan Reed, who works for ESPN, he's one of their draft analysts. He said this: national team coaches repeatedly had to tell Georgia Tech offensive lineman Keelan Rutledge to stay up and tone down the physicality in team period. He took snaps at all 3 interior spots during the session and finished it with a nasty pancake.
Did you say interior?
Very impressive start to the practice for him.
Yeah.
So go ahead and write that name down.
No, for sure.
Keelan Rutledge, right? Just because, remember, we had that same feeling. I had that same feeling, and I think we all did with, Tyler Booker? Remember when he was like, I like, basically saying that he likes trying to make people not want to play football?
Remember Gracebo?
These are the types of dudes that...
He just killed fools at the Senior Bowl.
Especially for a team that wants to be, we want to be imposing, we want to be physical. That's the type of things that you hear, and I feel like the antenna goes up because I think that's the things that they hear, and their antenna goes up. I'm not saying that this is definitively their guy. We're so early into the process, at least on the regular schedule. I'm sure that they've been looking at advanced scouting years ahead and such. But this was one of those ones where I go, I'm going to write that down because I know that name will come up at least when we talk about things headed towards the draft.
Yeah, and every NFL team takes the Senior Bowl very, very seriously. But the Texans have had a lot of success with guys that shined at the Senior Bowl.
Wouldn't it be shown?
Shined? I think it's shined.
Sorry.
I think it's shined.
Apologies.
Jaden Higgins was one of those standouts, one of the winners in the winners and losers thing. I want to say that Woody Marks had a really good Senior Bowl week. Yeah. And so,
remember, that's why John Harris made them noises that he made, is because, what was those noises again? Okay, so that's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the names. Ted Hurst is a wide receiver out of Georgia State, a G6 wide receiver that's gotten a little love. You don't need this position, but I've seen Derek Moore, the edge rusher from Michigan, come up a lot. And then an interior defensive lineman for Texas Tech, Lee Hunter.
Killing it.
His name has come up a lot.
Killing it, yeah.
And then also there's a center from Kansas State, Sam Hecht, who I've saw some good reps from as well. Just names thrown out there to see, and I'll try and do that periodically, especially this week, Senior Bowl, those names will come at you fast and furious. Yeah. I think that might be the way that I handle it, is just what are the names that keep popping up? Are those going to be people of interest?
Those absolutely were some. And again, it's almost by position, so we're going to see maybe some defensive linemen start to pop up, et cetera, as the week progresses.
Yeah, but one of the things that Cody Stutes, he's out there in Montgomery doing the work out there. He made mention of, he saw Nick Casario just over there looking real heavy at the offensive lineman. He might have been breathing heavy.
Look hard.
I feel like Nick Casario might have been breathing heavy, like, oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
He should have got the chair and just sat right there the whole time.
Little lawn chair.
Yep.
Like that meme, pops it open.
Yep.
Some other things that are popping. I told you that the Rising Stars draft would happen yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
Well, the results of it, because I'm going to be honest, I didn't watch it either. I forgot.
Oh, shocker.
I forgot. I tapped in a little late and it was already over. But Reed Shepard picked 5th overall to Team Mello for the Rising Stars game. Cooper Flagg, Con Knipple taken ahead of him. I think Stephon Castle actually got taken after him, interestingly enough. So, so he'll be on a team with Cooper Flagg, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper. And the thing I find interesting about this is there's a lot of dudes that can and do handle the basketball. Now, Reed is one of those guys as well. I think that there might be some real opportunities for him to do some movement shooting, so we can see him do some more of that type of stuff. I'm interested in maybe.
Are you really saying that?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Figgy.
Why would you think I'm lying? Why would you think I was joking about that?
Rising Stars game, he wants to see some movement shooting from Reed Shepard.
Yes.
Does defense come into play at all?
Yeah. No, I was about to say, you cut Reggie off before he got to that part.
Is there like if I told you, oh man, we get to see if he can, play some defense against so and so in the Rising Stars Challenge, you wouldn't take that seriously. You wouldn't.
I want to check out his defense in this game.
But at the same time, some off ball, some things you just mentioned, the defense is not going to be there.
Sure, but I hear you there.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I think for me, it's just seeing him work in a maybe what could be a different offensive kind of circumstance. Mm-hmm. See what that looks like in different pockets, and what maybe things that the Rockets might possibly implement in the future. I don't know.
Yeah.
You seemed interesting on this because Matt McClung is a name that you watch any level of basketball you've gotten familiar with just off the strength of him winning 3 straight dunk contests. As one of the few people who actually does dunks that feel interesting.
Yeah.
Well, he's sitting out this year.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be pigeonholed as just a dunker.
This is so
That's
frustrating.
a little too late for that.
Frustrating. Just embrace. How many times do you hear me say, just lean into it. Just embrace it. Own it.
He's sitting there saying, I'm not a one-hit wonder, guys.
He's leaving money on
I
the
have other songs.
He's leaving money on the table. If you want to talk about your reputation, let's talk about money too. Because what do they get, $1 million cash for winning it? I think it's a cool million.
Yeah, he gets something for it.
And he's just like, I want to show my defensive skills and my passing. And why? He's in the G League. I think he's played like 3 games in the NBA.
Yeah,
just own it, man.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't even checked. And
if he didn't get the opportunity to play in the NBA more consistently after being a star in the dunk contest.
Yeah. Well, because that did not change who he is as a basketball player.
That's my point. So I don't understand why now is like, let me stop doing the dunk contest.
His endorsement deals are because of the dunk contest.
He has endorsement deals?
Yeah, he's got some pretty good ones.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Good for
because of the dunk contest. This is so frustrating. We're like, well, I can sing too. I can do comedy. All these serious actors. Like, no, what are you doing?
That's right.
What about the comedy actors that try to do a serious role?
Serious role. Jim Carrey.
Well, Jim Carrey. I was like, Jim Carrey is incredible. That is not the name to use.
Yeah.
Jim Carrey is a fantastic actor. Somebody said Reed's defense is not horrible. He shows up defensively enough. Shout out to Sonny Steve. Yes. And no,
he says it's not horrible.
It's just not bad. It's not horrible. He does really good. Like
it's just bad.
The things that he does well, he does really well. He's got great hands. He'll get blocks because he's sneaky. He's got he does a good job of getting steals, whatever. The problem is those things are good. They are not substitutes for straight line drives happening.
Yeah, he gets picked on. Otherwise, he does have some. You mentioned it, some pretty good off-ball stuff. That type.
Really good. Sometimes on-ball, being able to poke at the basketball and take
But he gets picked on. He gets attacked.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That's not the only part of the defense, though.
Yeah.
And so there's a level of give and take that's necessary when you do that. So he's a very unique challenge as a defender.
Yes.
Even though he's not. Who am I gonna? Oh, he's not Trae Young. Trae Young is the worst defender in the league. I stand by that.
Yeah.
Every day, and twice on a Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still a White Boy Wednesday, mind you. Where I'm looking forward to where Figgy goes next. But where we go next as a full show, free agent rumors are starting to swirl in the NFL as we, offseason again, taking its hold. There are certain trend that's building when it comes to the Texans. What is it? Do you like it? Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio. Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, I was about to say old school, but that'd be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
it's old school.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I needed
my high school band played this.
Oh, that's real old school. That's back in 1942.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like back in the Dust Bowl. That's crazy. But yeah, little White Boy Wednesday rolls on here in the Loop Sports Radio. He said they had bands. That shouldn't have made me laugh, but it did. You got me. Appreciate you rocking with us in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. White Boy Wednesday in full effect. 713-572-4610. How you liking it? How you rolling with it? Have any suggestions for our guy Figgy Fig? He might just put some of these in the tuck for another White Boy Wednesday in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But we appreciate you rocking with us. However you're listening, wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. All right, man. Free agent rumors are starting to swirl, and it sounds like you've been digging into them, John Lopez.
A little bit.
Isn't it funny how that happens? Because
immediately you just flip the switch.
You try and tell yourself, like, I'm gonna give it a little time. We're gonna go to the big game. You know what I mean? We're gonna do that, and then we'll really sit into it. And then you find yourself on CBS Sports, or even worse. I end up on like sicko websites, like draft specific websites where it looks like it was made with HTML. And they didn't really do much designing. It is
you sick for that.
It is all utilitarian. You can see the tables. Like it looks like it was made on the Windows XP. And you're just like looking at numbers and oh man, he's 6 foot and 5/8 of an inch, and you're just like, oh, I'm a human being.
You are.
You find yourself there real quick.
All the time.
You find yourself there real quick. However, when you're looking at this, it feels like you have discovered a trend when it comes to free agent associations with teams, and this Texas team in particular.
Well, you said, you find yourself in that place. You especially find yourself in that place when CBS Sports puts out the top 50 free agents. The best free agents on the market, and the squad that you follow has six reported, six players reportedly they have shown some interest in, whether it's a report, a rumor, whatever it may be.
And it's worth remembering that if you take Nick Caserio, I swear, I'm going to get that right, I swear.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio, general manager of this team, at his word, it's not like they haven't been in touch like this past offseason where we were frustrated with the way that they went about free agency. His retort was, you have conversations and you need two to tango. They need to be willing to accept the responsibility, the role that you have for them and those types of things. So they've been out there, at least again, according to them, having these conversations with free agents. So will they maybe make some of these stick this year?
Well, and the other interesting thing, when I see these lists, I'm going to give you and Figgy the six players that are among the top 50 that the Texans reportedly have shown some interest in, or rumored to have shown some interest in. None of them, all of them fit the profile in terms of, the big, none of them are like the big home run, super expensive.
So you're not going to tell me Tyler Linderbaum. Okay.
Well, just so you know, the top 5 are George Pickens.
Yeah, you don't need him.
Trey Hendrickson.
You don't need him at all. Can you imagine if they end up with Trey Hendrickson? I'd be mad. I would actually be mad.
Where we get him?
Yeah. Well, you're not going to like this one either. Jalen Phillips, another edge rusher.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones. Number 5.
Wait,
come on, Nick.
Before you move forward,
he's number 4.
Before you move forward, I don't even think that's crazy. What percentage of people under the sound of our voice?
Thought of this.
What percentage of people under the sound of our voice were like, "Well, he'd be better than CJ." Like, I just want to keep pointing out. I understand being frustrated.
Yeah.
It is well within your right. I don't think you can be that frustrated, right?
That's right.
I don't think you can.
But they will. They will. Like I want. Bring me Daniel Jones.
Bring me Indiana Jones.
So
who had the better year between the two?
Oh boy, here we go. You're one of them. Yeah, you're
on my list. You know what? In the beef, I'm with big voice guy now in the beef. I want you to know that.
Number 5, however, you can argue top 5 free agents this year. Center Tyler Linderbaum from the Chargers. Texans not one of the
Ravens.
The Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens are expected not let him go.
And the Giants are up
What's
there.
the association between the Giants and the Ravens?
No idea.
Pray tell.
Just reports and rumors. All right, but let me give you the six names that are.
Before we move to the six names, does it hit you at all that Tyler Linderbaum is not going to be there, and does it hurt you at all that you're not going to be able to? It does. At least the expectation is that you're not going to be able to swing for the biggest fish in the pool.
I would love Tyler Linderbaum, and again, these are just the ones that have been reported. Maybe the Texans are. In fact, showing some interest.
Pull off a big coup?
Yeah, but of the ones reported, number 19 on the top 50.
All the way to 19, huh?
Among the suitors, Seahawks, Saints, and Texans. Running back Kenneth Walker from the Jets.
I would be deeply interested in this.
You said from the Jets?
Running back Kenneth Walker.
From the Seahawks.
From the Seahawks.
My bad. Yeah, my Seahawks. My bad. So there's one right there.
Was that Freudian? He said, my Seahawks? Let's go Seahawks!
Yeah. Well, not Freudian. I've said it multiple times already this week. Bleep the Patriots.
No, I'll say that with my chest. No, I would absolutely love Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker, I'm still fascinated because you remember when Mel Tucker actually still had a job at Michigan State where he got a whole bunch of money? Kenneth Walker earned him that job.
Yeah.
You know the players in your history of sports where you go, yeah, people made money just off of your back. Kenneth Walker's one of those types of dudes, and you're seeing it. You've seen it this year. Some of the Sam Darnold progression has been they've had a run game that they could depend on, and Zach Charbonnet factors in. But Kenneth Walker's been he's been a workhorse there. He is a running back one type guy, but he also has the physicality.
The way he runs, man.
He runs with that physicality that you want.
Angry.
But then also he can break things out, and I love that he's actually underrated as a pass catcher as well. So he's a pretty well-rounded back. That would absolutely be one of those things where you slot in at RB1, especially if Joe Mixon is not healthy enough to depend on in the upcoming season, and you ultimately take the savings that you can take. I think it's something like, is it like $5-6 million dollars that you can save?
Yeah.
If you move on from Joe Mixon, I think that those are the things that might make you go, okay, you move on from him and you get somebody that maybe can be somewhat comparable in effect to Joe Mixon.
Mr. Ken Walker, you too, right?
I like it.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, hold that thought. Number 23 on the list. They have him going to Seattle, actually, as an offseason acquisition. Other teams interested, Cowboys and Jaguars and Texans. Travis Etienne from the Jaguars. How does that grab you?
I mean,
showing some interest in Etienne. And I will say this, and Seth brought up this point this morning. When you hear, last year and this year included, when you hear D'Amico Ryans talk about Etienne as he's scouting the opponent, he loves him some Etienne.
He does.
He loves him some Etienne. Maybe Caserio even more so.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a talented running back. Absolutely. Somebody said Walker's always getting injured though, and that's absolutely a fair consideration to have within this. Yeah, I mean, you could interest me in Travis Etienne.
Got another one for you. Tell me if you're starting to see a trend.
Now, this is the one I feel like a lot of people want because this is the name that came up a lot at the trade deadline, right?
Javonte Williams.
Oh, that was not the one that I was thinking.
Javonte Williams as a running back as well. Jaguars, Chiefs, and Texans. And how does that grab? I kind of like this one. I like Javonte. I mean, even this year, he ran the ball pretty well for a team that had a really good offense, all things considered. I think he's solid. I definitely put him on like a second tier running back wise, but he absolutely can be a 1-2.
Yeah, part of a 1-2. Like weirdly enough, that's where my brain went with Etienne, and that might not be fair to Etienne. I think that is fair for Javonte Williams, but he's one of those dudes that I wonder if his value is in a place where his name recognition doesn't hit the same, where he has the same money as like a Kenneth Walker or whatever now, but you get the production out of him. Because, I mean, he ran for 1,200 yards this past year.
That's what I'm saying. I like the idea.
Almost 5 a carry, 11 touchdowns. Now, of course, again, that offense was high-powered in Dallas, but he was pretty damn good this year.
3 running backs right there. The Texans are already mentioned with.
Did you already?
This might be the one you were talking about.
Okay.
Center Cade Mays.
No, it was. I was expecting. Is Breece Hall going to be on here?
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on to your
He's
head.
further down?
No, I said just hold on.
Oh, okay.
So Cade Mays has already been reported separately that the Texans have shown some interest, along with the Vikings and Lions. Yes. I mean, right?
Anybody that can hold down a center spot in a starting level capacity, truly starting level, because offensive line gets weird where some dudes start a lot, but they don't feel like what would be a proverbial starting level. It's like a distinction for me between a number one pitcher and an ace. There's a lot of dudes that sit as the number one pitcher in a rotation. Not all of them are aces. And I think in starting caliber offensive linemen, I need more of those. I need more of those that you can depend on. And with all due respect to Jake Andrews, his actual physicality did not feel like starting caliber. His mind and his ability to organize clearly felt like it was. I think that organizational aspect is why this offensive line was able to find their steady, or at least it was in large part responsible for it.
All right.
If I could find a way to upgrade not just that side of the ball, but actually being able to move people without having to have a duo block at times, that'd be really good.
You are familiar with this fella because he got blown up famously in the Steelers game. But
the left guard.
He's starting. He's a good player.
He is.
Every time I say this now, you have to qualify it. I think he's a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. Damn it, Shador.
Can't even say it anymore. You can't even say Pro Bowler anymore. That would be Isaac Seumalo from the Pittsburgh Steelers, who, despite what happened with Sheldon Rankins, is a really good guard. How would that grab you?
I mean, I bet he'd be a little dicey going into practice.
He'd be some interesting practice.
Training camp would look real funny for him. No, I mean, again, this does feel like still it's not the biggest swing, right? But it does feel like, hey, get something on the offensive line that is somewhat of a given. He does feel like more of that. Is it weird though that in my brain I'm like, one acquisition on the offensive line, free agent, and then add more younger pieces, because I still also want this to be able to spin forward over a longer period of time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
But Seumalo is, he's 32. And now offensive linemen, depending on how good and if they, if the health, remains, they can play into 38, 39, some of those upper echelons.
32 also fits the profile.
In what way?
Of the free agents that the Texans have signed.
Sure.
One of those guys, let's just get some seasons out of him, a season, or let's just kick the tires.
Yeah, but that's I guess, getting a season out of them would still be good with the expectations that you have. I'm just like, I would love if I get a guy where I go, I'm starting to build an offensive line that year over the year for the next handful of years, the next 2-3 seasons that I can go.
Yeah.
This is the line that is going to be able to be that dogged line, that's going to be able to make moves, that's going to be able to really establish the capability of being able to run the football. Because if this is the way that you want to do it, I want you to be able to do it and not do it in such a way where, and we'll reevaluate this next year, I want you to be able to do it in such a way where this is now your identity really and truly for the next handful of years.
All right, one more for you guys, and this is going to complete the trend. 3 running backs, 3 interior offensive linemen. I know you're familiar with the name Joel Bitonio, who went.
How old is Joel at this point?
34. 34 years old.
I thought he was talking about retirement at some point.
He went to 7 straight Pro Bowls, again, for what it's worth.
Damn it, Shador.
Damn, Shador. But didn't make it this year for the first time after 7 straight Pro Bowls. But 34, established, fits the profile again of what they've been known to bring in here.
I don't like this one as much.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I don't like it as much either.
Veteran guy, I think you're continuing to trying to build up, and this feels a little bit, and this is disrespectful because Shaq Mason came in and he was good while he was until it fell off. I don't want to be dancing on the edge of a career cliff.
Yeah.
I think that you've got enough capital.
That's how they dance.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that there's something to be said for it. You don't have to do that. You don't have to dance the same way the whole time. Song done changed
Mix it up a little bit.
Song done changed up. Let's cha-cha, baby.
To me, this would be fine if they had an established offensive line and maybe he just kind of coming in to, be average or maybe a little tiny low bit average.
Not to be the anchor.
Not to be the guy.
Yeah. And just as a quick aside, those are the Texans. A lot of running backs, a lot of interior linemen.
The question you had was, do you like the trend? Love the trend.
Love the trend.
Love the trend. These are the things that, if on offense, that this is within the parameters that you've set for yourself, largely being a similar team. If you want to be more effective, running the damn football with some aplomb would be great. And offensive line and running back, top line running back would be huge for that. So give me a pairing of 2 of those names. And I like where we are before you go into the draft and add on to that on the offensive line. I'd love it.
Yeah. And I want to add this one before we get out of here on this segment because I think it's just funny. Top 50 free agents, 2026, Figgy, Reggie.
Okay.
You know who's number 49 in the top 50 free agents?
This is I see where he's leaning. This has got to be a Texan, doesn't it? Which Texas free agent? No
Flacco.
Why?
He just won't go, man.
He won't die.
Nah, he will not go.
Well, I don't think he needs to die.
He didn't even tease retirement at all.
No. And our listeners are saying, bring me Joe Flacco.
Almost cussed. I legitimately almost cussed there.
If we can't have, who was the other one? Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Bring me Joe Flacco. No.
Joe Elite.
Joe Elite. Yeah.
936, spend the money and get that number one center, and that fixes most of the offensive line. This is where I will sound
Linderbaum?
like Yeah, Tyler Linderbaum is everybody's very
that's
everybody
real easy to say.
Yeah.
It's pulling it off. It's getting him to move from the place that he has been, family, all those types of things. And then, maybe you go, hey, just money whip him. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be able to money whip him over what Baltimore? Because Baltimore is also in a place where they want to continue winning, and they still want to do that. Yeah. And I imagine that having that offensive line be somewhat stable.
Can they slap the franchise tag on them if they want to?
I guess they could. That's
what I said. I don't know if it's going to be that easy. I don't know if they just going to let him walk away like that, man. Yeah. He too good of a center.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be one of those places that we'll have to watch. Maybe we could talk to our old guy, Pete Prisco, and see, because he was right. He was like, hey, man, these people are sick of this John Harbaugh. And look, John Harbaugh gone. Yeah. So maybe we tap in with him and see, what are the chances that they actually let go of him, then maybe that they move on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It wasn't Prisco. Who was it?
Was it Prisco?
No, Prisco was Jacksonville.
Oh, that's right.
Jason Lockefour.
Oh, it was Lockefour.
Lockefour, yeah.
McLean's man.
That's right. That's right.
No confirm.
How did I make Pete Prisco Lockefour?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is White Boy Wednesday.
Do I have to write up a notes apology? I'm sorry for confusing white NFL writers. Yeah. I will not do that again. I've learned from my lesson. I've grown as an individual. Not all white people look alike. Sincerely, Reginald Atatula in the loop in Sports Radio 610. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us. Would love to add Greg Roman to the staff, says the 832. In what capacity?
Mm-hmm. If he be that tight end / offensive assistant or whatever you want to.
I mean, it's possible.
Although the question that I had, which was the one point that I made last time that we were talking about this, is Nick Caley. One of the things that you could say is maybe his strength being able to figure out the run game. Stuff.
Yeah.
Greg Roman, feels like there's overlap there, and I don't know how much I go. Greg Roman, passing game guy. Let's get that together.
Nick Caley, is that a good strength though? That could be his strength.
Squad.
I think I'd give him the credit. I think seeing the way that they were able to execute the run with an offensive line that was better but not particularly great, and a running back core
I wouldn't brag about it like, that he got that on lock.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that's a lock.
Yeah.
That might be something he's good at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Obviously, Texans, we'll talk a lot about them, a lot of offseason.
Might hear some of these names.
Yes, we might. You might. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
Let's do that, and let's talk.
Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we're kind of going to have a double whammy of confessions that have to do with Shams Charania. Mine is not like yours. I think you were telling me what yours is going to be.
I don't think I did
or
tell you.
surrounding around it. Anyway, so maybe not. But it's only that he's reporting this. I am so over the Giannis. This is what's it like? We've always seen these reports. Let me read the tweet first, and tell me if it means anything. And this guy's awesome.
Shams Charania, the
awesome.
Senior NBA insider for ESPN.
Yes, but sometimes you just report something that after a conversation with some executive or something. Tell me if there's any news in this.
Okay.
Two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo. Something like that.
That was a thing.
Yeah, I was trying to say it like you say it because you say
He said Antetokounmpo.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I got it.
I was
my honorary Nigerian brother.
Look at me using big words.
I was trying to say it like
to
Reggie,
get like y'all.
but then I conflated it with the way I usually say it, and I screwed it up.
That's right.
You know who I'm talking about, Giannis. All right, so two-time MVP Giannis is ready for a new home by the February 5th NBA trade deadline or in the offseason, as several teams are making aggressive offers to the Milwaukee Bucks, and the franchise is starting to listen, league sources tell ESPN. Is any of that new? Any of it? It's not even proven to be like facts.
Well, it could be if he was a little clearer.
He's ready for a new home.
He's covering all
trade
bases.
Deadline or the off season. Aggressive offers, and they're starting to listen. I could have told you this in May.
Yeah, the only thing that feels like it could be news is he's ready to
He
for
was
a new
ready
home,
in May,
but he hasn't been willing. He hasn't been willing to make that explicit.
When I saw the
if there's something in there that says that Giannis is actually doing anything tangible to make it explicit, and that's the thing.
Yeah, when I saw the tweet, I went, "Oh, he said something." No, he did not. He seems ready for a new home. No bleep.
Hey, I was saying that 2 years ago. I'm ready for a new home. Get up out this apartment.
I mean, it is a bait and switch kind of thing. And again, Shams is awesome. He's probably just relaying a conversation.
No, Shams has done this a lot. It feels like when he doesn't
bait and switch.
Shams in particular has been doing a lot of reporting, a lot of the same stuff. It almost feels like I don't got anything to really put out there.
Yeah, but I got to do something.
Let me just stoke more of this fire.
Yes.
And it's an impasse because Giannis doesn't. He wants to be the guy who. No, I'm in Milwaukee forever.
Yeah.
But I also want to go, so I don't want to be the guy that asks to go, but I want to get out.
He don't want to be the mean person because his brand is kind of it's a nice brand, like a good guy.
We want meat on the bone. Man,
he probably do like Milwaukee. He probably do like the fans and all that stuff. But the hard part is saying, I want out.
Yeah, it's the new Damian Lillard where he didn't want to be the bad guy, and ultimately everybody suffered for the circumstance of they can't trade you until you say you want to be traded because they would look insane.
I totally agree, but I'm talking about like why are you doing this to us?
Yeah.
Like the Texans might move on from C.J. Stroud, but they might not.
I mean, have you never been like, hey, guys, what we're having tonight is Sloppy Joe's. And, hey, guys, what we're having tonight is Sloppy Joe's. And you know what we're having? We're having mincemeat on sandwich bread. It's like, is that not a Sloppy Joe? No, it's different.
It's different.
Like, you've been there. Sometimes you gotta shake it up a little bit. All we got is ground beef, baby. We gonna make this ground beef stretch in all the different ways that we can.
Non-breaking news is a trigger for me, and that was one.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this is, I guess, a significantly lower level of breaking news, so to say. This was Shams Charania, same NBA insider, talking about the celebrity All-Star game, and a particular person who's going to be playing in it.
I am told that you're officially being named to play in the upcoming All-Star Celebrity Game.
Yeah, Sean. Go.
Oh, snap.
Can he play?
Let's get it. That's always been a dream for me, Hannah, so I appreciate it.
Congratulations, bro.
Between the trade deadline and the celebrity game, I mean, now I realize I have a lot of ramp up to do. I have a lot of work to do. So I gotta get to the gym.
All right, give us a self-scouting.
I gotta represent.
You got to give us a self-scout. Oh, there he's gone. And now he's back.
I'm a shooter. I can handle the ball.
He gets some shots
and I can make my floaters. Shout out Danny Green.
Yeah, Sean's been getting some work in out here.
So there you go. Shams Charania.
I believe it.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
But it reminded me that, I get to work in media. It's quite a luxury. And I'll be honest, I don't really have, like, some people I need to get to hear. Like, Sean tells the great story of how he had it as his goal to work at Sports Radio 610. I don't really have those same type of goals, and it's weird to say, maybe. I've only ever had one real goal.
Oh, God.
And it's one aspiration in media. Is to become important enough to play in the Celebrity All-Star Game.
Well, that's kind of a goal for media because you wouldn't be a schmuck.
Yes. I know that I'm not going to become a celebrity in any other way to begin in the All-Star game. So it was my only, and it's a deeply unserious goal. I recognize it.
I think it's a good goal.
But
I don't mind that.
That's a cool goal.
This is the reminder.
One of my goals, I want to play on Law and Order. I just want to play some type of character, maybe an unnamed character.
Yeah, the guy in the background.
Yeah, or some type of wino on the street, homeless man on the street or something like that.
The guy that gets shot. one of the. No, I think that's cool. I do think Shams can play, and I base that on nothing.
That was the second part for me, which I thought of is my game has only declined over years.
Yeah, you're fine. You're young.
If I did get into a celebrity game, I would then be terrified that I would be people would be all over social media talking about how trash I am.
No. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's a lot of the fun of the celebrity game is, who is this dude? Why is he so garbage? What is happening here?
These are my confessions.
So a couple days ago, I took my dog Jackson to the animal clinic / hospital. I guess it was like a 2-in-1 type deal.
Okay. All right.
Just for a checkup because it's been a minute. Just make sure everything is good and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I gotta confess, man, I think these type of places need some type of shrink or somebody in there, because while I was sitting there waiting, I kid you not, I think 3 different people, 3 different family animals.
Oh, it's the worst.
Goodness.
Man,
absolute worst.
That was so bad, man. To the point I'm like, man, I'm ready to leave.
Yeah.
Because I was already sitting there for a long time just to get the checkup appointment.
Yeah.
And 3 different times families came out just crying and just kind of hugging each other. It was 3 different families, 3 different.
Man,
imagine working there.
That's what I'm saying. And the thing is, I think the people that work there kind of used to it already. But I'm like, you need somebody that specializes in comfort,
some sort
or
of
something.
counselor.
Yeah, I'm like, man, they were just out there on their own.
Or at least have some cookies in the waiting room where it's like, damn, that sucks. Would you like a white chocolate macadamia nut?
But Cookie would not have helped me.
What would have?
Nothing.
But is there any baked goods that I could have offered you in that
moment?
moment?
Maybe someone to talk to.
Yeah, you know how you in a real hospital, somebody passed, you got different people that can kind of take you in the room and talk to you and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I think they need, it's not too much, man. I think they need something like that there because it was crazy.
I mean, it is long.
I was teary-eyed.
Yes, it's long established by, whatever research and surveys and all that stuff. That is one of the worst days of any person's life.
Man, that was tough. It was, it was 3 different families, man. It's one thing if it's just one family and it's just like, man, that's up. But it was 3 different families within that hour I was there.
Yeah.
Like, man, I can't even imagine working there.
Yeah, though it's the worst.
Oh, man, that was bad.
Or at least have like a different door or something where Yeah, because everybody's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I know Jackson was sitting there looking like, I'm just here for the appointment.
I know.
I'm just here for a physical.
I got to get the hell out of here.
Just imagine going to a physical, just to get your little physical, and you keep seeing 3 different families, grieving over a death.
The worst.
Somebody said a dog priest.
Yeah, something.
Hey, man, that's not too bad. Before I had any animals, I would have thought that was crazy. But just being in there, I'm like, man, they need somebody.
Oh, see, you're thinking of that from the reasonable way of like a priest that,
somebody that in there that kind of comfort you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there was nobody in there. It was just family hugging family.
You're right. My brain went to a dog that is a priest. That is where my brain
Yes. Maybe Jackson need to get his license or something to be a priest.
Yeah. Go to dog seminary.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
These are my confessions.
Had a bit of a disagreement with Sean and Seth this morning.
Get out of town.
I
Really?
did. I love those guys. But they were talking on their show, and it was just a comment in passing, so maybe they corrected it later. But they were talking about like 2025. We never really went through like all the celebrity deaths, speaking of death, Figgy, of 2010.
We need somebody up here. No.
Speaking of death.
Wait a minute.
And they said, I think it was Seth that said, it really wasn't a big year for celebrity deaths. And then they read the list, and I'm like, that's one of the biggest years ever.
Yeah.
I was like, I think that maybe they dialed it back. I didn't hear the whole segment because we were in the other room. But I was like, Robert Redford, Rob Reiner, Diane Keaton, Jane Goodall, Giorgio Armani, Hulk Hogan, Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, Rob Reiner alone.
Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
And by the time they went through the list, I was like, dude, that's one of the worst years ever for celebrities.
That's a strong lineup, man.
That's right. Val Kilmer. I mean,
oh yeah.
Yep. I was like,
I forgot he passed.
Yeah, Val Kilmer died. Gene Hackman.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, that's
Roberta Flack.
Yeah.
I was like, well,
this is a very sad. What are we doing here on
talk
this?
About more death.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
Lopez says, "Hey, speaking of death, Figgy, let's make it even more sad."
That's called a professional transition, right there.
I guess so.
These are my confessions.
I just Jimmy Johnson, man, legend in the game, obviously Hall of Fame coach in the NFL, and he came with the little bit of spiciness about the Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. One of the tweets that he sent this morning, in fact, was, "I would bet that if the Hall of Fame votes were public, very few of the leap holes that did not vote for Bill Belichick would come forward. Already some are lying about their vote." Bill polling.
Yeah.
I appreciated him coming with that level of fire and vigor. He's like, "Nah, man, this is wrong. This is an injustice." I just don't understand why he tweeted that as a quote tweet of Kaimi Fairbairn kicking a 51-yard field goal versus the Patriots in the divisional round. What the hell is that?
He did?
Yes.
That was probably the last tweet he called up.
So he quote tweeted that.
Literally, the NFL sent a video on January 18th of Kaimi Fairbairn kicking his 51-yard field goal in the snow.
Kaimi probably like, "What you say, F me?"
Yeah, like, what do I have to do with this? Jimmy Johnson was like, "These Hall of Fame voters are scared."
Yeah.
And here's Kaimi Fairbairn kicking a 51-yarder. I'm so confused.
I think that's hilarious.
I'm so confused as to why
Hall
he
of
did
Famers
this.
tweets be hilarious, man. I'm still laughing at Chris Carter saying congratulations to Sam Darnell.
How old is Jimmy? 74?
Probably about as old as Romeo Crennel.
Yeah, something like that. I think that was just the last tweet on his feed, and he goes, "I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to give him a piece of my mind."
Jimmy Johnson is 82 years old.
82.
Shout out to Port Arthur.
Wow.
I always forget the Jimmy Johnson from around here.
Yeah, that's all that was, but it is funny.
Just the old guy being old, huh?
Yeah.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A White Boy Wednesday, no less, here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is still a Wednesday, and that is typically when we do a little Judge John Lopez. Let's enter the courtroom next.
Will building up the offense be amazing?
222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it's about that time, boys and girls. The court of the honorable me is now in session. All right, a couple good cases for you guys today.
You're just saying
I'm
that.
not just saying that. I like both of these. And one of them, did we get to the Dabo Swinney thing?
No, we hadn't.
So this is a good one because I think that it can really bring some good arguments from both of you guys. So Clemson's Dabo Swinney alleges tampering by Pete Golding, the new Ole Miss coach. Quote, "If you tamper with my players, I'm going to turn you in. It's just that simple. I'm not out to get anybody fired, but there had to be accountability and consequences for this type of behavior. If this happened in the NFL, which is an actual league with rules, they would be fined. They would take draft picks. They'd hit the cap, whatever. This is such a terrible example for young coaches in this profession. To me, this situation is like having an affair on your honeymoon." So
on your honeymoon,
having an
that's
affair
early.
on your honeymoon.
That's real soon.
You know what's wild about that? That's happened at some point.
Oh, it has to have. There's people are reckless.
People are bad. So Figgy, where do you stand on turning in a fellow head coach and what should happen here?
Yeah, I think Dabo is kind of losing it. And to me, it seems like he's not really adjusting to what the new college football landscape is. Because, look, there's no draft picks. There's no real contracts, I guess, with these players. So it's the Wild Wild West, and that's a whole different conversation. Mm-hmm. But Dabo doing all of this is just making him look super old and outdated, and it seemed like he's not really up with the times.
Now, to be fair, he did go to the NCAA. He did ask for some penalties or investigate more accurately. But I'm not going to give you any opinion. I want to know what you guys are, and we'll judge on that. But the fact of turning in Golding, and maybe there's a case from the Golding perspective as well.
Yeah. So you said that Dabo looking old and whatever. What that got to do with the landscape that we are talking about right now?
Yeah.
Basically, the idea is that this player, Luke Farrelly, committed to Clemson, got to campus, and then they out here recruiting him, and then he switches his commitment. At what point is enough enough? Like, are we gonna be recruiting all the way through the season? Everybody else's players, like at what point is there any level of boundary with this? Dabo has been a late adapter to this, and so I understand his particular fervor, or like his, and he can sound like a curmudgeon. And far be it for me personally to side with Dabo Swinney, but we do have to look around and be like, yo, this is insane. Not only this isn't even he committed, but he committed and he got campus and he was in class and they was like, hey big head,
yeah,
what you doing over there? You trying to come? Like that's got to be too far, right? Like he's already made the decision so much that he's moved in. At what point do we not draw the line and be like, yo, this is too far, and this feels like too far? Once you done already established yourself on campus there, it feels like it's wild to then, in that same cycle, recruit them away and have that change.
I think that's a valid argument you just made, but I think the thing is, his argument was, I'm about to tell the law now. I'm going to the police because you're not allowed to do that. Technically,
I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what he's doing.
Yeah,
and the cops,
NCAA is being the cops in this case.
Yeah, so I'm sure I don't know if the cops gonna be like, hey, there's no law that said he can't do this.
Yeah.
So there's nothing you could want me to do. Now, if Dabo came out and said, hey, I think the NCAA need to change some things because this is not right, this ain't right for the players and coaches and all that type of stuff, I'm totally with that part. But what you telling on us for? What you doing this for?
Lopez, before you rule,
and maybe some, I'm still thinking. Give me something else to think about.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm arguing against Figgy. I love his case.
Yeah.
He said, Dabo, why you stitching?
Yeah.
Get in the mud. Get it out the sticks.
Yeah. Have you ever seen somebody that said, I'm telling the teacher because you keep writing your pencil like this? It's just like why do you, first of all, why do you care?
Yeah.
And where's the rule to say I can't write like this?
Mm-hmm. Figgy said,
That's pretty
Dabo, it
much
sounds
what
like
he
you ain't
doing.
got no dog in you.
Yeah. Like, look, I would totally respect if he came out and said, hey, I don't like the way this is going. Just kind of a general conversation.
Right, but not
we all need to
specifically.
He's saying, I'm telling the
He's
cops.
snitching.
Yes. I'm going to the principal right now.
I mean, you got a dude who is transfer portal commits, gets to campus, enrolls, begins classes, begins meetings, begins workouts. He's a part of the team, and he goes and he transfers.
That's a bad look, and that's the type of stuff you're going to get. It's probably going to get worse than that, to be honest, until the NCAA put some type of boundary with that. But I don't think it's a boundary.
I know you can have a hung jury, but can you have a hung judge? Is that a thing?
There's no way. There's no way that happens.
Where the
right?
judge goes, I don't know. I don't know, because if you
I've heard of a mistrial, though. I don't think that
well, it's
counts.
not a mistrial. Y'all stated your good, solid cases according to the parameters of the rules that I just set. But I guess I have to rule something. And because I'm with you. I like Figgy's argument, man. What are you snitching for? And the whole everybody
No, it just sounds like he's not down with the times right now, and people are taking his players.
All right,
and that's affecting him.
I've made a decision.
Okay.
I've made it. It took a while, but I finally got there. I'm actually going to side with Reggie on this one, and the only reason being, while you're right, and I wanted to side with you, Figgy, you got to start somewhere, and naming names might be it. You know, like because I think we all agree something needs to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, even you would agree, right?
Yeah.
Something
No, that's
needs
too
to
far.
be done.
Yeah.
But and sometimes it starts with a single voice, you know, naming a name.
Maybe that's his way of just shouting
Whether
out
you
loud.
snitch or not, you know? Yeah.
I've always said Dabo Swinney, change maker. No, but there is very a strong case in my mind with you there, Figgy, which is, hey man, you were so late to this party.
Yeah.
And now you get to the party, you don't like that there's nastiness happening. Yeah, that's college football. It's kind of always been like that, and you've been able to try and sit up here with relatively white gloves and try to act like you're above the fray. If you want to be in this is the nasty that it's required to be a part of this right now.
Yeah.
So either get with it or just, you know,
it's sharks in the tank now,
get your Nick
man.
Saban on, right? Go find you somewhere to bloviate into a microphone. But if you're not willing to do the dirt that's happening in the game right now, then you can't be in the game.
They are hunting. It's hunting season,
It
man.
is hunting season.
You can't just stand there and say, "Oh, I'm Dabo and I'm with Clemson." No,
He's so
man.
weird.
They don't care about that no more.
He's just a weird guy. And every time he talks, it gets a little more weird, a little more obvious that he is weird. All right, got another case for you. And whoever is arguing the side, we're going to talk about Bill Belichick, the Hall of Fame snub, and the case being that the Hall of Fame process needs to change. Whoever is arguing that it doesn't need to change, you're going to have a strong case for basically, because you know how the judge feels about that.
So me and Reggie need to come to an agreement.
Come to
pretty
an
much.
agreement because it's basically
my client do 15 years probation for 15
Make
years.
sure that this doesn't go to trial.
It's an easy road to a mistrial, is what I'm saying. It's an easy road for a mistrial to whomever.
Just long as my client don't get the death
arguing
penalty.
that doesn't, because
we
you can
good.
go, hey judge, didn't you say in the 11 o'clock hour that that this needs to change? So I say all that to say, Figgy, are you arguing that the Hall of Fame process needs to change or does not need to change?
I think it needs to change.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit outdated, and I think, Judge, you brought it up a little earlier, how people get up in the front of the room and just kind of make a case for whatever player they want in the Hall of Fame, and I think that's a little dicey, man. Just if I'm a Hall of Fame or trying to get in the Hall of Fame, I'm hoping this person make a good argument for me to get in.
Right.
Even though my stats say I should be in and all that stuff. To me, I feel like that's a little old school, man. It feel like it seems like that's some stuff you seen in the 1700s or something, where you just get up to the front and make a case with that type of wig on too.
Yeah.
But I just don't.
My kind of wig.
Yeah, I just think they need to change this, man, because it's really ridiculous how Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer, man.
Even if it was another name.
Yeah, and I think the whole first ballot, second ballot, I think at the end of it all, it don't really matter. But to me, this shows you that people trying to use their power.
Yeah.
And just, I guess, give it to Bill Belichick or whatever it is.
A little payback.
Yeah, so I think that's what it's about. I think that alone needs to change.
Counsel, you've got a tough row to hoe.
You changing the people? Like, the things that we're actually mad about are not necessarily the process itself, but it's the people, right? There's people that have pointed to, I imagine some people, and they might not want to say it, they just don't like that dude, right? There's been a number of times in Hall of Fame
100%.
voting,
Yeah.
I could the number one that comes up in my mind every time. T.O. is a great one. That's a
Michael
good case.
Irvin.
All right, so you helping me here. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The one that comes to mind is Barry Bonds. People just didn't like that dude. There's no real reason outside of that, and you can go to the tampering and the cheating, right? Like, that's another thing that Bill Belichick, but it's really the standards that the people have, those voters have. The system itself, it's produced largely what you've wanted to this point. It's not the issue with the system, it's people, and it's the idea that any system sometimes will create a result that is not optimal. Are you going to throw away the whole system because every once in a while you get a system that ultimately, this isn't even Bill Belichick isn't going to make the Hall of Fame. It's that we won't have that particular designation of first ballot Hall of Fame, which when he eventually gets in, and he will, we're going to forget that. That part's not going to matter that much. It's going to be a little bit of sports trivia that you're like, oh, wow, that's wild. But ultimately, it's about honoring him and putting him in the Hall of Fame. And we still don't even know who, if anybody, made it into the Hall of Fame this class anyways. Like, the reason why this became a thing is because it was salacious, and the system happened to have a thing that did not work out the way that we thought it should work out. I don't know that you need to go ahead and change the entire system, first and foremost, because sometimes systems give you results that are not exactly optimal. And then also, you're not going to change the people that are ultimately making these decisions.
You don't have to change the whole system, but you got to change something.
Yeah. I would recommend you go ahead and start filing some paperwork.
Okay.
You should have took the plea deal, man.
You should have taken the plea deal for the mistrial, because
now your client got the death penalty.
And actually, you stated a strong case, but two of the elements that you stated were: are you going to change the people, or are you going to change the system? Yes.
You're like, all of it.
Yes.
We're doing all of that.
Are you going to change the people? Yes, I think you should. It should at least be a bigger group.
Because I think that okay, you're in a place where you want to make alterations to the system. And of course,
you said, are you going to change the people? I think yes, it should be more than 50, maybe 150, maybe 200. And then you said, should you change the system? Yes, it shouldn't be anonymous.
Do you think they will? That's the question I was going to ask.
I think they're just.
They probably not.
It's gotten really loud, though.
Yeah, it's gotten really loud. But the people who control it, it's the biggest badge of honor that all these NFL writers have. And like I said, it's like a Supreme Court, being appointed to the Supreme Court. It's like a lifetime thing, and they just don't want to give it up.
Yeah.
Now, maybe the NFL. I don't know. The Pro Football Hall of Fame would have to step in, not the NFL. But I think you do need to change both, the system and the people.
Do you think it's a possibility that anybody associated with New England, and I'm talking about Tom Brady a little bit, go through the same thing too?
I think Tom Brady. But it's funny because maybe not others.
The way that we as a football community, because even the Bill Belichick, there's been the recent UNC stuff, and then there was the latter part of his tenure when Tom Brady leaves that cast a small shadow upon his great legacy.
You think that
Tom Brady? We glazed Tom Brady up and down. Like I don't know that he'll have.
Was Tom Brady.
Sure. And see, that's what I'm saying, because I only seen people bring up Bill Belichick with the cheating scandal and all that stuff.
And the video.
So I'm like, man, there was more people on that squad. Like, what about Robert Kraft?
And you guys remember the reports? Like, Tom Brady would take the balls
he got suspended for
to be deflated. Remember the court?
That's the cell phone stuff?
Yeah, that's just the stuff that you can prove. How about all the other things that just feel nasty? But I just have to do this. I'm going to be honest. I just have to do this. From the 832, nah, berry juice, come on, Reggie. This is a thing that I'm so very passionate about. Yes, okay, it is likely that he juiced. I think that we all feel pretty strongly that he did. If you look at the dates that we can verifiably pretty much confirm that he was juicing, if you cut his career off then, he's a Hall of Famer from start to that point, period. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. People just don't like him. That's the answer to that, right? Like, I can go and get you the numbers because I've done it a number of times. If you really want to, 832, Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame, point blank, period. It's one of the things I just believe deep down to my core. It is Jesus, and it is that. Those are the things.
Yeah, and he's not the only person that should be in the Hall of Fame too.
Roger
by
Clemens?
the way, Roger Clemens.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just you could tell that it's because people have an issue with them.
All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here. Little Judge John Lopez.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Good job, guys. I like it. We did a good job. Let's pat ourselves on the back.
Yeah, just like lawyers do. Let's go to lunch and talk about it.
Put it on the client too.
Count
All right.
this money.
We'll continue on here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I feel like we've got a good opportunity with this big game coming up for the Rockets, but also we're over the midway point. There's some things to talk about, and I figured let's talk to Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets about where this Rockets team is. What are some of the things? Does he feel like they're finding an identity? We'll get all of that next.
In the Loop.
started.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
This is part of our White Boy Wednesday selection here.
Yes, it's in the rotation.
Okay. All right. White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you don't recall, Aziz Al-Shire had talked about it. Was that when he was on with Scott Van Pelt after the Steelers win?
I didn't see the audio or anything. I just saw an article from somebody saying, I guess every Wednesday in the gym they have a White Boy Wednesday.
They do.
He was talking about a song that he didn't know the name to, and he just I guess they kind of get motivated from it.
Yes, and so we decided to take inspiration from that. We're doing our very own White Boy Wednesday. It's been fun to this point. There's people on the text line, though, that are like, man, if you don't play this, you're not doing it right. So we're gonna need to really.
It's not really
but so much segments in the show, so I'm for sure I'm gonna miss something.
Yeah, so we'll have to really dig into that and do it correctly at some point. Somebody said White Boy Wednesday means there need to be a segment on 90s bands. Okay, I don't know.
I don't know if we go.
I'm gonna exit out on that one. I ain't gonna lie to you. I sit around and listen.
That's fair enough. So yeah, we're supposed to be talking to Jackson Gatlin, Locked on Rockets. I'll see if we can get that. The news of the day has been that the Texans have made some moves to some degree in their coaching staff. It is the big one being that Nick Haley is indeed officially going to be retained as the offensive coordinator, but tight end coach Jake Moreland has been fired, as well as the assistant linebacker coach. I should be
Mike Snyder.
Jake Moreland is the tight end coach. Assistant linebacker coach Ben Bowling, and then offensive assistant Mike Snyder. None of their services will be retained this season, and we talked about it. It's odd because it feels relatively minuscule, feels relatively minor. They're largely in this run it back mentality.
It's tweaks.
It does feel like tweaks, right? Like this feels like. Honestly, it probably feels like these moves say less about the overall feeling. Like I think that they really did mean what they said when Nick Caserio in the press conference said that him and D'Amico don't sit in their office, have conversations about the offense as if it is a concern. That's very much the type of feeling that you get from the moves that they made.
It's the feeling you get from the moves they make, but I also feel that, number one, it has to be some level of concern. And number two, I feel like this is more of an opportunity for them to sort of place somebody into that tight end role or coaching role that really has a real next level type of, like, as you put it earlier, sort of is overqualified, but can really help try to get the big thing fixed, and the big thing being C.J. Stroud. But on the surface, it's just tweaks, and I don't know, how that makes Texans fans feel, to be honest.
Well, I think Texans fans, by and large, as we can all be emotional, especially this time of year, by and large look at it and we go, that was not sufficient, so what are you doing to do better? And it does not feel like these are swings to get better in the ways that we would. And so the question I have is, if it's not going to be the coaching staff, what are the avenues to get better?
Well, we know. I mean, the personnel, and we talked about the free agents earlier. A lot of running backs being mentioned with the Texans, a lot of interior offensive linemen being mentioned with the Texans. That all seems to check out. Coaching-wise, I mean, you talk about development. You're just hoping for development on your coaching staff, and you're hoping for your proverbial buy-in that we've talked about a bunch with C.J. Stroud. That's about it.
Okay, so that's what we're kind of leaning on, that, and maybe like the acquisitions between free agency and offseason of making your talent better in certain places, offensive line, namely. I think you can have a large improvement on offensive line because as much as people will talk about C.J. Stroud and him not being it or whatever, when he's adequately protected, he has demonstrated a capability of playing to the level that you require of him.
Well, let me ask you something. We were talking about this a little bit during the break, just in passing. We had this discussion about, get over yourself with C.J. Stroud yesterday.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to you in the hallway during the break, I thought Ron Hughley stated a really interesting point. It was a great point he made about, like, no, I want him to kind of pop off and put his, slam his fist into the table and say, no, this isn't for me. And while I thought it was a good point, I still don't think that. I think that would be worst case scenario, because I don't know if he can win that fight. Even C.J. Stroud, even the franchise quarterback, uber talented, all the things that we've talked about since he came in, or really before he came in as a rookie. I don't know if this regime he would win that fight.
Do you feel like he won't win that fight because of his play the last couple years?
I honestly think they would consider moving on. I'm not saying it's right.
Which at that point, is that not also somewhat advantageous, especially if we are assuming that it's kind of the lukewarm, or what is the word that I'm looking for? Lukewarm in the middle, right? Because I think that's the sentiment, the thing that kept running through my head as Ron was talking about it. Be hot or cold. It feels like at times, and assuming that again we're reading this right, CJ could be a little dispassionate about what you're doing in the middle of this. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe you'll tell me that, Reggie, you're being unfair in trying to, assess the way that this is gone. But if you do have an issue with this and you're just kind of dispassionate about it, you're not going to get effect. Like, be hot or cold on it, right? Like, be fully invested in it. I think some of the get over yourself, jump, pour yourself into this, really be fully invested, or be all the way like, hey, no, let's do something different. I'm not good with this, whatever. But that middle ground. It's that mediocrity, that middle ground that kills you in a lot of different ways. We talk about it in, finding stagnation when you're looking at some level of standings, if you're just sitting in that middle ground. But I think that you also hit that in a different way if you're just kind of this middle dispassionate where you're going through the motions. You're also not feeling like you're going to get the benefit and the best of what you're trying to do.
I think it's as simple as leverage. While, like I said, I think he made a strong point. Maybe you do want your quarterback to show a little more fire and fight for what he believes and fight for the talent.
Man, you start talking about fire with the quarterback. That's a lot of people in the fan base want that just inherently.
But I think he doesn't have the leverage to do that. Leverage being like, all right, so if he does slam his fist on the table and really fights for it, so to speak, what's his leverage? Oh, it works better? No, it worked pretty good when you were playing the way we wanted you to. Because of the defense, and you have to assume they're going to try to bolster the offensive line and the run game. I don't think C.J. Stroud has the leverage in terms of how they played, and also contractually. They're sitting there, and if he comes back and says, it has to be this way, we have to change, they're sitting there going, I don't know.
And see, that's kind of to my point how he been playing, where they could say, nah, we can. If they did want to move on, they'd be fine with just moving on. But I think a lot of it has to do with how he been playing the last couple years.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that strong enough where you can, listen to, or they can say, okay, let's do whatever you want.
Yeah, he has that. He doesn't have that leverage, and also contractually he doesn't. If they had already paid him. Yeah, and he did that. That's one thing.
Yeah,
but if you're just getting, the 5th-year option, then you're kind of in trouble if they say, look, maybe even as much as they have to believe, they wouldn't have drafted him where they did if they didn't believe he has super talent. As much talent as he has, is it really worth it for us to buckle here? Given our defense and given the way we like to play.
Yeah,
and given our coaches.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we've seen that. They've established what the staff is going to look like, at least in the larger portions of it, right? Again, Nick Haley is going to be your offensive coordinator again. If Jerron Johnson does not end up with the Eagles' offensive coordinator job, he will be the quarterback coach. If he isn't the quarterback coach, it feels like the projection forward is that Jerry Shaplinsky steps into that role. Like, this is going to be what it looks like largely, isn't it? Right? This is going to be that portion of it. Is there, with those parameters, what does putting your best foot forward look like to you for this Texans team under the parameters that we know are the case and what's being reported by the likes of Jonathan Alexander and Aaron Wilson? What does putting your best foot forward in a staff way look for you? Is it like Tanner Engstrand, the former offensive coordinator with the Jets, who there have been people that have said he was not as bad as it might have appeared, but you saddled him with no quarterback to start with over there. With something like that addition, assuming that you did the overqualified thing that you've talked about, get somebody who has probably more reach than just quote unquote a tight end coach and fit them into that role to be able to add another voice in the room. Would that be part of putting your best foot forward?
I think it would. I think it would lean more heavily into what they want to do. Look, and that's the other part of this, Reggie. I feel as if, them not doing anything is another message to CJ. All this is another message to CJ. Like, remember he had that press conference sort of endorsing, Nick Caley, but also said, hey, whatever they want to do, whatever they end up doing, however he put it. I feel like them saying, no, we're running it back. That's a direct message to CJ, too. Like, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to change.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if you hear anything from CJ's camp about not really being happy about this decision?
I would be a little bit at this point.
A little bit surprised,
maybe down the road.
Not surprised?
Maybe not. I would be surprised, but maybe down the road, especially as you get closer to the season, maybe in the season, if he continues to struggle and he's frustrated and all that, you might start to hear some things, maybe even from CJ at some point. I don't know, but it would be down the road.
Yeah, this feels like they're just going to continue to play this the way that they have to this point. And I think also there has to be a recognition that you talk about leverage. I think that there's still leverage from being, a second-round pick, being a starting quarterback inherently. But, yeah, I think that they recognize that this doesn't feel like the time. Mm-hmm. This doesn't feel like the place to agitate in the ways that you talked about. So, yeah, I would be surprised to see that kind of discord. Plus, CJ seems to be not outwardly confrontational in that, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think CJ is a dude who is unwilling to.
I think you're right on it.
I don't think that he's like entirely unwilling to have some level of adversarial conversation.
We feel like we've
in
seen
very close quarters, but it does not seem like he is willing to be outwardly confrontational. And I do wonder how much the agent would override that if you ended up in those type of circumstances in a large scale place.
No, I think you're right, especially when you said outwardly confrontational. I mean, I feel as if just from the body language and other things that we've seen, he's had to have said some things. Like, he's had to have made mention of what he really wants. We just feel it. You can just see it. But, again, you're not in a good spot to get what you want here. You're just not.
No. Somebody said Stroud's on his Geno Smith cycle. That is –
damn.
Yeah,
what
just
do
thought.
that even
I don't know fully. I'm going to be honest. I don't fully understand.
Yeah, I remember Geno for the Jets. So I'm like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah. Real quick here. I saw this, and I thought this was very interesting, and I'm interested how many people would maybe want to watch this. So there's a lot of NFL stars that, and just athletes in general, are investing in various different sports leagues and stuff. JJ obviously invests in Burnley in English soccer. Would you have any interest in this? It's depending on, if you see your favorite NFL stars at the game. Something called Rock League.
Rock League?
Yes, Rock League.
You're going to have to explain it.
I know I am. That's why I did it that way. Apparently, it is a curling league that has the support of George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson, Jared Allen. A pro league for curling.
Okay, on the surface, I'm all in. But the more I think about it, I'm all in on Olympic soccer. It's always captivating. It always gets great ratings.
Yeah, but Olympic soccer is one thing.
I mean, Olympic curling.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say. Yeah. I was like, how did you get there? We're 2 years away from that.
No, like Olympic curling always gets really good ratings.
Strong.
It's always fascinating. The visuals are great. Those big colorful rocks and the white ice and the Swedish and Canadians and it's just a great TV product once every 4 years.
Right.
But a professional curling league?
Well,
hold on now.
Uh-oh.
I just thought of something else.
You just thought of something.
I think there's a couple of curling leagues in Houston. Like it's kind of like what pickleball used to be when it was a niche. Now pickleball is like a very popular sport across the country. But it was kind of just one of those hipster things. There's a real hipster growth with curling. I think there's a couple of our texters are going to help me out. So maybe it's a growing sport. I don't know.
This feels like one of those things where, in theory, all right, that's cool. Are people actually going to patronize this and pay attention to this? That is the thing because I love watching curling, but how much do I enjoy it because of the novelty of
the Olympics?
The Olympics every 4 years. It is part of the thing to do. There's also the intrinsic investment of, you see that USA flag and that can get you in to some degree. Is that still going to be there? And can you manufacture that with, all right, the associations from, does George Kittle move the needle for you? We're like, I kind of want to see what George Kittle's team is doing or whatever. But apparently, as we're headed to the Winter Olympics, as you are super excited for, they're trying to piggyback off that to get you into the Rock League, which what was the
cool name, by the way?
What was the thought process on the league there, on the name there?
They're called Stones.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I get that, but I'm like, is that not more confusing than it is helpful?
I didn't know what it was until you explained. But, you have the right celebrities attached to it. It's all going to come down to how much TV time is it going to get, and what network. Because
That's fair.
Because if you put it on the right, now remember, you may not remember this. Remember the big fad with Australian rules football? Because it was on ESPN. Yeah. So depending on what network you get it to, heck, some of these 3-on-3, and the live golf, although that's dying, and the team golf, a better example.
Well, actually, you as a golf fan actually might offer an interesting perspective on this, because I do think that when we talk about leagues, WNBA ends up being one of those. Placement matters, and that cosign of that placement matters as well.
Yeah.
You are a golf guy. Do you end up watching the Tiger Woods funded sim golf league that they do?
I've done it a few times. I don't make appointments, but I've come across it. I think it's pretty cool, actually.
I feel like that's what this could be, depending on if they get the right association.
Yeah, ain't nothing on. Well, check this out. I think that's a possibility.
So that's.
By the way, live golf is dying. Patrick Reed today switched from live to back to the PGA.
Yeah, but it did what it was supposed to do, right?
It did.
It padded their pockets for a whole bunch. Saudi Arabia got their love, right? And I think that's what it felt like it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Now it did not take the whole game over in the way that they thought it would, which I guess salute to the PGA Tour for that. I feel kind of nasty doing that even, but yeah, it did what it was supposed to do. Those dudes got their money, and the PGA recognized that they still need those dudes back, so they will open the door.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, speaking of golf, a man must eat nothing but Wendy's chili for a month thanks to a bad golf bet. I will explain all of that next.
Oh, all right, next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the season.
In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. Can't turn the ball over 5 times. We control that. 3 touchdowns that New England scored. We didn't play the coverage or the technique the right way on calls that we've done countless times.
right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday, a White Boy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there.
Especially the white boys.
Yeah. Salute to all the white boys. Yeah, I'll move on, man. I was gonna make a joke, but nah, I ain't gonna do it. This ain't the time or the place.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be in the principal's office here in about 36 minutes.
We probably gonna walk in and be like, "Hey, White Boy Wednesday, huh? That's a great idea." Yeah. But in the last segment, we was talking about golf and all that, or y'all was talking about golf. And
he said, "Don't associate me with my man."
Hey, I ain't got nothing. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't got nothing. Salute to all the golf watchers out there. But a man apparently made a bet on a golf, kind of like one of those little Twitter bets. And he tweeted this. I think this is somebody that owns a bar by the name of Tom and Marty's. Okay. That's the Twitter. That's the Twitter account.
Tom and Marty's, huh? I'm trying to think if I would go to a bar called Tom and Marty's.
Sure, man. Sounds good.
It sounds like a cool little easy type of bar.
And a nice hole in the wall.
Yeah, and by the way, his bio say best bar in America.
Well, let's not go that far. But.
Yeah, so he tweeted this. He said, Scheffler isn't winning, folks. He never does when he starts this hot. I guarantee it.
Hold on. Scotty Scheffler?
That's what he said.
Scotty Scheffler.
Never wins. I've never seen him win.
Number one player in the world.
You tell me one time that Scotty Scheffler has won. One time.
Hey, that's what he said.
It never happened.
He followed up that tweet by saying this. If Scotty Scheffler wins this week, I will only eat Wendy's chili for a month. It's not happening, folks. Zero in all caps. Chance.
All right, that sounds like a guy that wants to eat Wendy's for a month.
Hey, can you explain this in basketball terms or football terms?
I'll explain it in football terms.
Patrick Mahomes never makes it to the AFC Championship game.
Not even that. Matt Stafford not complete a pass. Zero. Didn't he say zero?
Yes. Zero chance.
Matt Stafford, they're playing the Seahawks. I guarantee you, folks, he will not complete a pass. That's the same bet. Scotty Scheffler won't win a tournament? Are you kidding me?
He never wins when he starts. He starts really fast and he fizzles out, John Lopez.
Yeah.
You should know that.
So he decided to follow that tweet up with a video. Here's the Tom and Marty's account on Twitter admitting he was wrong.
I am a man of my word. No excuses. I was wrong. Congratulations, Scotty Scheffler. Which means until February 25, 7 p.m., the only thing I'm going to be eating for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is Wendy's chili. No cheese, no crackers, just chili. Delicious.
Did he consult with his doctor about this?
Yeah, come on.
Because I feel like
come on, man.
I feel like you need to add some leafy greens in there.
Yeah, you do.
Like his cholesterol is going to be insane at the end of this month.
Yeah. So people was kind of following his tweets because he got tweeting along, and he tweeted this: breakfast chili is surprisingly underrated.
Well, you say that today.
He just threw it out there.
Yeah.
And my favorite comment to this tweet is from Dude Wipes. You know Dude Wipes.
Yeah.
He said, whoever running this account, Dude White said, "See you before lunch."
That's great. That's great. No, that's a guy that wanted to be Twitter famous. Wanted to, have people talking like us and tweeting to him and have his 15 minutes. I mean, come on.
I think
that's a hell of a challenge.
This feels like guerrilla marketing is what it feels like, because that's the type of thing that gets people talking about your bar name.
Yeah, that too.
He did have
Tom and Marty's.
Tom and Marty's. Yep. And he did have an update. Day 2 chili update. He tweeted this: Day 1 was a breeze, but today I am starving.
Yeah.
Like my body is going WTF, man.
Yeah.
Going to take a few days for my stomach to adjust to 960 calories a day.
Hey, yo.
Really regretting not allowing crackers, but all to a fine start.
No. He's going to cheat. He's going to have he's going to go to Salada. You know,
I just want to think. I'm just thinking about day 17 when he just wakes up in a cold sweat and he's just shaking. He's like, "Why is this?" And it's because you've given your body nothing but medium grade beef and chili.
Well, you know, it's the old hamburger patties, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they use the same stuff and they make the chili.
Shout out. Yes,
Yeah, you don't want to know what KFC was doing with the pot pies, chicken pot pies.
Oh, the pot pies, really?
Yeah, I won't spoil it for anybody. I don't know if people still go to KFC to eat pot pies. No, I ain't gonna do that.
My stomach is starting to hurt now. Just the thought of eating just chili, like even if you were making good chili, just chili.
You made some chili last weekend,
I did,
right?
and
Just imagine eating that for a month straight.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
Because even when I eat chili, I eat cornbread.
And
He's
that's
just
good
eating
chili.
Pure fast food chili.
Yeah.
Like I know his stomach sounds like the Seinfeld theme. Like it's just got to be. It just. It just sounds insane in there. Yes, that is what his stomach sounds like all the time.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This is completely random. How good are y'all at describing the song without knowing the name or the lyrics to it?
Oh,
well, can we do the tune? I do the tune.
Yeah, we did. I actually asked you a name of. It was a Rick James song. I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And you told me what it sounded like, and I played it, and you listened, and you like, oh, I know what song that is.
Yeah. I remember what. I forget which one.
You and I.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was in that back studio. Doom, 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 doom. So my wife yesterday, she was talking about a scene from a movie, and this scene had a popular song to it, and she tried to describe the song.
Oh, did you record
without the lyric? No, I wish I recorded it. I really did, because she was like, "Yeah, I remember that scene because of that song." The song was like, "What
does that mean?"
And that's exactly what I said. I'm like, I don't know what song that is. I have no idea. So we went to
figure it out.
Is she talking about the THX
let's guess
intro?
real quick first.
Yeah.
Do the sound again.
I went to the THX intro. You know when you're in the theater. That thing. That's where my brain went immediately. I have no idea.
It might be. What's that song? Is it?
Yeah, you made the sound again. Thank you. That was helpful.
Running with the Devil.
Okay.
Running with the Devil's my guess.
So that was not it.
I was like, you have a guess. That's incredible.
Yeah, so we decided, she told me to pull up the scene in the movie. This was the song she was talking about.
What? Jump around is what she was looking for?
She was like, yeah, you hear that sound I was trying to make? I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's awful.
I'm like, you talking about this song? I would have never guessed she was talking about this song.
But that is one of the worst feelings in the world when you have a song, somebody guesses SOS Band. I love your taste. Not right for this circumstance, but I love your taste. It's such a terrible feeling because there's not enough words to describe what you're trying to get out.
Yeah.
And
how would
my favorite thing outside of this whole trying to guess what tune it is, my favorite thing is when somebody's talking to a mechanic and like, what sound is your car making? It's making a weird little.
I think you have a cat in there.
Or every time I drive and make a turn, just go.
And the best thing possible is when they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the alternator."
I know what that is.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah, and whenever I pull up and park, it just.
Oh yeah, brake pads.
It's a little.
That's
your timing belt.
That's timing rod.
That's a timing belt.
You need a tie rod. Yeah, you need a tie rod on there. No, it sounds like you need the head gasket. That's what that sounds like.
Exactly.
You know what? Maybe our current era of like being able to Shazam is why we are losing the like. If I tie these two things together, being able to identify songs just off of people's nonsensical, like that. Also, I feel like we would have more mechanics that could do that just off of the sound. I feel like being able to identify things that don't actually make that sound but know what it sounds like. I feel like we're losing that to time.
Yeah. That would be a great game to play, like on a game night.
Yeah.
What's the other game? You got to draw the Pictionary or something like that. Mm-hmm. It should be something like a guess the tune.
but you have to like make the noises
without lyrics.
Yeah, this is a game idea. First and foremost, we got to check and see if it is. But we got to write this in our big book of ideas to see if we can't put this out as a business. You know what I mean? I feel like In the Loop LLC needs to start getting to work, right? Like this game sounds like it could do numbers.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Shout out to my wife, by the way. She was cracking up. I'm like, that's the song you was talking about. Like you could just say
what was the sound again?
Yeah.
I love it so much.
I'm like, what is that? It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I love when people tweet random stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of got me thinking a little bit. I kind of want to know what y'all think of this. Somebody tweeted this. Do you guys have a profession where you wouldn't date? Do you guys have
a profession
you wouldn't date?
Ooh.
If you got some, text them in 713-572-4660. Why is that?
Because they embalm dead people. They embalm dead people.
It's funny. So I was looking at some of the comments. Somebody replied with this, and get ready for it. It's a lot going on here. He said, flight attendants, nurses, anything in nightlife, anything in service / tips, personal trainers, anything that requires studio time, anything overnight, anything quote unquote private or celebrity, anything that requires travel, military, law enforcement, lawyers, anything with a sports team.
Damn.
He let it all out right there.
There are stories behind
he
a
wants
number
librarians
of
is who he wants to date.
And somebody replied and said, at this point, who's left?
Yeah.
I do think that some of these, with the stereotypes that you have, as soon as he said flight attendants, I was like, I've heard those stereotypes.
Yeah.
I've heard those stories before.
Somebody replied that said, nurses with Bible verses in their bios are the most horrific people known to mankind. I'm like, is it that bad?
I don't know if it's
I
that
didn't think it was that bad. And speaking of flight attendants, somebody else actually replied to this because somebody replied and said, can we take flight attendants off the whole list, pretty much?
Yeah.
And somebody replied and said, as a male flight attendant, I could tell you from firsthand that could never happen.
Wow.
I'm like, flight attendants, are they that bad? Are they that wild?
They literally get around. They literally get around.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting right there.
Yeah.
Somebody said we once dated a lady mortician. Who is we?
Wow.
Am I learning something about the way that you get down here? 832. It said as soon as we found out, we deleted the number. There. Okay.
What's a profession kind of related to that? Would you be like, nah, I don't know about that. I couldn't date. To me, if I was saying, I couldn't date a bottle girl or a bartender.
Yeah, that's I could see that.
I know that's that kind of thing kind of
look at what they're doing every day.
But just because I know a couple or knew a couple bottle girls and they told me all the stuff they got to do just to get that extra money.
Yeah.
Like, man, I got to flirt. I got to flirt a little bit just to, all this stuff. I don't even like them, but you just got to be real flirty, real touchy.
No.
Yeah, you got to be strong because if you have any level of insecurity, and it's fair to be insecure to some degree, but that will pick at you, won't it?
Let me ask you guys this. Is a masseuse an absolute yes or an absolute no?
No.
I think there's some yes.
Yeah.
There is some
it
argument.
If you like an influencer, Instagram type masseuse that, quite frankly, Deshaun Watson was out here trying to get.
Yep. But
that's a no for me.
There are, some true professionals.
At
you
a
do get some
professional
benefits
place.
from it.
Yeah.
You do get some benefits from it.
Can I tell you, because I think that I'm pretty open now. I think I also recognize that there's things that you go, oh, yeah, no, I'd be open to it. You get to it, you're like, actually, I was wrong. I don't like this.
No, it's a couple people be like, oh, I date a stripper. There ain't no problem with me.
And then you hurt. You ain't hurting.
You're always going out. Why are you always going out?
Yeah. The answer that I thought of, and I was like, oh, yeah, this is actually an absolute no. I'm a content creator. Because like the notion that everything has to become
put your business out there
would drive me up a wall.
Yeah. Salute to the content creators who significant other are not content creators, but gotta be on camera all the time, roll with it.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, stop recording me.
Just stop.
Can we just eat dinner without phones?
And you have to have that mind towards at any given time, because we get a little bit of a feel of this, not in the same way where you'll be sitting and you're always thinking about, is that a good topic? Is that something to talk about?
Right.
In that same way, you have to always be, is this something that can, move the needle and create views, whatever? That would drive me up a wall.
I would wonder how sincere. Like, hey, let's go to whatever.
Let's go to dinner tonight. And you're like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, here come the phone. You're like, damn it.
Does she really want to go to dinner with you and have a nice time, or is it like content?
Yeah. That's what I kind of struggle with as a content creator doing stuff myself.
Yeah.
It's a couple times where I'll be like, man, I just want to enjoy myself. And then people, why you ain't get the content? I'm like, man, I want to have fun. I don't have fun trying to record all the time. I know some people probably do.
Yeah.
But me, I have a lot of fun to the point I forget to take out my phone.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll be like, damn, I should have recorded that. But I have a good time without my phone.
Good answer. Somebody said politician. Good answer.
That 100%. Unless you're a politician too.
They are all in your life.
Yeah.
And shout out to the 832, another 832 letting us know, as a retired federal air marshal, the days with them days were great to share with flight attendants. Man. I have a feeling you have stories, friend. I have a feeling.
Share them stories.
Yeah.
All right. Always appreciate you hanging out with us on a Wednesday, a White Boy Wednesday in the Loop. That is the Figgy's Mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 6. That's going to be a thing that now anytime you make that noise.
What's that song that goes,
I wish I recorded that, man. I really did.
And you can't get that moment back either. At the Figgy Fig, if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, that's how you get at him. Coming up next is get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
The Drive with
speaking to you through the speakers of wherever you are. Tax Slayer, file fearlessly.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
I don't like this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like this as part of the White Boy Wednesday festivities.
Are you kidding?
Unbelievable. All-Star? Is really what we're going with here?
Yeah.
If it ain't a white boy song, what is it?
I mean, it is that, but I feel like all the white boys on the text line will let us know that this does not represent their culture.
Oh, they will say the exact opposite.
This does not represent. This is not representative of my culture.
Hey, growing up, this was white boy music right here, man.
100%.
All right, if you say so. White Boy Wednesday here.
MTV time.
See, T. Mill, our resident white boy of note here, saying that it just makes him think of Shrek, which fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
It got a little popular.
It got very popular.
This was heavy in rotation on MTV, man.
Oh, yeah.
That is true, though. All right, appreciate you rocking with us on a White Boy Wednesday. It's been, I don't know why, it's been even more fun. Oh, I guess I do know why. Yeah, get used. That's a threat. That's a threat the way that you.
So y'all want to keep this going?
I think so.
yeah.
I think it's added a fun element to a Wednesday, to a hump day here on Sports Radio
The
610.
thing that suck about this, man, it's only a few segments where
It
we
really
can
is.
actually do this.
We've got to find ways to implement more White Boy Wednesday stuff. Somebody earlier on the text line said, y'all got to add white boy slang, and I was like, I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I can get away with that, big fella.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you guys rock with us. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. If you have, let us know. 713-572-4610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Reminder that you got the U of H playing TCU, a team that is not ranked, but really probably could be. They probably are, votes getters right on the outside. This is going to be a big game at 8 p.m. And then, of course, 8:30, the game that we were really interested in, Rockets, Spurs. That one's going to be a big matchup as well. And yeah, I can't wait to watch it. I really, truly can't. Number 3 in that season series between the two. I'd like to take you here before we talk to the fellas of the drive to The Athletic, where they one of the things I love that The Athletic does is that they do various polls. They'll do some executive polls, they'll do some mid-season polls, things of that nature, and just get different insights. And I think that it's helpful to get a feel for where executives are, or teams are, or players are, or fans are. In this instance, they did an NFL player poll.
Okay.
And the portion of the player poll that I wanted to bring to the table here was about concussions, because it made me think, are the Texans too good of good boys in this regard? Because the headline is, do NFL players ever hide concussion symptoms?
I could answer that for you.
Sure. But, of course, they're getting this from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
They're talking to the players themselves, and data on concussions from this season is not available. But according to NFL, concussions decreased 17% from 2023 to 2024, and then that was a 12% drop compared to 2021 through 2023. So, you're seeing these things cut down. But an AFC offensive player said that, yes, he has hid symptoms, and he did not regret doing so, saying, quote, "It's all in your head. Concussions are all in your head." That feels like
they are.
That feels like, well, yes, literally, it is in your head. But that feels like a old school mentality that maybe you would think that the modern era you would not have as much. But a different AFC offensive player said sometimes you got to go lights out for a second. You just have to play it off, get in the huddle. So this is a lot more prevalent.
Yeah.
That is the case. And I know that, especially a couple weeks ago, a big conversation was, how the hell are the Patriots getting dudes back in a matter of mere days, when it feels like the Texans, it takes weeks to get dudes back? Is it possible that there's too much concern in a weird way and a competitive nature for the players and their well-being in ways that players sometimes, at least according to anonymous polls, don't even necessarily have for themselves?
See, I think those are two different things.
Okay.
Because once you're in concussion protocol, you can't hide it. I mean, you're in the protocol.
Okay.
And they test you every day and put you through a bunch of stuff. The thing that I think is very prevalent is linemen, and offensive linemen in particular. I bet you we don't even get 5%.
Oh, yeah, they're in the car crash.
We don't even get 5% of the actual concussion. You'll see them just kind of. I've done this myself, speculating. You see him kind of like lean down in the huddle after a play, and I think to myself, all right, well, he got rung up a little bit there. Maybe he's just listening intently. But you can just kind of see the body language and stuff. They're hiding a concussion. But once you're in the protocol, there's no hiding. But the thing that was interesting to me when the Texans played the Patriots was how Christian Gonzalez got out so quick and Nico did not.
Right.
But there he was in the protocol.
Yeah.
It was just, is there more pressure? I guess it's doctor to doctor, although it's supposed to be a league-wide, thing.
Yeah, and they're independent
and
neurologists
independent,
that
but still, even
there.
independent doctors are different. This independent doctor versus that independent doctor
and
might see something different.
It's also the symptoms that you demonstrate, and there's a lot of self-reporting that's involved there.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth noting that they did 77 players were polled for this, and the question was, have you ever tried to hide concussion symptoms from a doctor?
No.
If you had to guess the percentage of players that said yes.
It's high.
You think so?
I'll say 65, 70.
Figure, do you happen to, would you like to venture a guess here?
I'm going to say about 85%. I know that's kind of high.
I was a little surprised by this. 19.5% have said yes. Now, is it possible that they were also lying there?
Yeah.
Who knows, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, I would never hide it. What's your name again?
But, I mean, it's anonymous. You've given players the best chance as possible to be honest, but apparently about 20%, 1 in 5 players have said that they have tried to hide it. Now, at the same time, the NFC, weirdly enough, a couple of NFC players spoke up. Offensive players said, guys are stupid if they do that. We don't mess with brains. And a defensive player said, hell no, I would never do that. If my S isn't feeling good, I'll tell you and leave the game.
There is something to be said for that. I mean, it is – they get compensated very, very well, and they want to stay in the league as long as they can.
Right. And they also, especially when we get more information on head injuries
they know.
and
They've
concussive
seen
trauma.
Mike Webster and all these others that, sadly become basically vegetables. And, so maybe I was overshooting that a little bit, but I do think there's still it's kind of like, and we had one of these, about a month ago. You get that office email, and it says, promise, this is anonymous. Tell us what you really think.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I think in workplace circumstances, in workplace verbiage.
How honest were you really? It's fantastic. Everything's awesome.
Somebody said they were probably concussed when they answered the question and didn't remember hiding it.
Yeah.
No, but I did find that interesting. It's a smaller number than I thought, but it's not zero by any means. And I don't know. Maybe it's unfair to say, hey, if you're not cheating the system, you're not trying, because again, it's about the health and safety. But that did bring me to something that we know about this organization is that DeMeco Ryans and
he's on the record.
He's on the record. He is going to operate in the best interest of his players towards their safety, and I think that's inherently a good thing humanly and human wise. I think it is weird. It brings us to this weird place where does that at all come, like, are you at all giving up and sacrificing competitively for that mentality?
I don't think fans were agreeing with him the week of the Patriots game. They're like, no, get his ass back out there. Get Nico's butt back out there. We don't care. I mean, just being honest, I think a lot of fans were like, how come Christian
If we're going to be brutally honest, and again, I will continue to say, I think that DeMeco Ryans is doing this right. I think that is the right thing to do, as what does Nick Cassera like to say, the fiduciary responsibility that you have as a coach that is over these guys is to put them in the best place. It is your responsibility, even when they are not taking care of themselves, to take care of them, so on and so forth. There's something in me that goes, which again is not the good part of me by any means, but it goes, all right.
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something that a lot of people feel.
Yeah, but I found that to be interesting. I want to dig more into some of these NFL player polls, because the players talked about various different rules and so on and so forth. So maybe we'll dive into that tomorrow and get a little bit more insight into what NFL players are willing to say, especially when they're anonymous. Shout out to The Athletic for them doing that work. Appreciation also to D&M Autolease for an opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas. They join us on a White Boy Wednesday. It's our guy, Ron, the show, Hughley, jumping in. Ron, what's happening, man?
Not bad. Not too much. Y'all really been pushing that White Boy Wednesday.
We have.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, we're making this a thing. We're trying to lean into it and have fun with it. Is there a White Boy Wednesday? Is there anything White Boy Wednesday-esque that you do in your life?
I don't know what that means.
I honestly don't really know what it means either.
I mean, I want to get with like what you mean.
It's the songs.
Oh, songs.
It's based on Aziz Al Shair. They had it in the Texas.
I remember.
Locker.
I remember that.
Yeah,
but okay, song wise, like I mean, I like my Kings of Leon. That's a
Good
strong
call.
one. Strong one for me. Probably the strongest. Boy, Wednesday. But yeah, I'm not quite. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
that's fair. You answered admirably. I didn't give you much to work with there,
man. That's it, man. Got them when they was young. Now,
yeah.
We didn't actually get to our question of the day because of the breaking news on the day. I'm sure you guys will talk about it a lot. The tight end coach for the Texans.
I can't wait for that.
Is moved along. Why is that?
And the kind of the way that I'll explain it's like the story of you have two different people on a show, and one thing somebody sees something in, another one somebody doesn't see.
Yeah.
And I can't.
Okay. That'd be good. That's fun.
That is what we call in the business a tease. Because, I'm very intrigued as to different ways that you guys view this. The question today that we didn't get off the ground.
Well, let's hear it.
Inspired by Bill Polian and this Bill Belichick thing. He clearly has some petty to him. What are you petty about?
Yeah. I'll give you an example while you're thinking. I park in the exact same spot, open parking on the roof over here. I park in the exact same spot every day. Those rare occasions when I see somebody park in that spot, I'm like, no, man, that's my spot. And it's open parking.
It's not your spot.
I'm petty about it.
I noticed.
And by the way, there's rarely more than 2 cars parked on that entire side. My truck and another one maybe. But when every once in a while somebody will park there just to spite me, it seems like. It's a black Suburban. It's a black Suburban.
It's one vehicle.
I've seen
they know what they're doing. According to Lopez, they're doing this intentionally.
I've laid eyes on him. And I'm just petty. I'm like, that's my spot. That's my spot.
Yeah. I can get petty. I don't know if this counts with just like stuff that people do, like people who don't take their grocery cart to the the thing.
Yep.
Like I get to a space where I almost want to put mine. Like I almost want to, if I got the chance,
right next to their car,
right next to their car. If I see them leave it there, I want to drop mine off right there. So they got to get out and move it.
Yeah,
I know you've said something to somebody in that.
I have gotten.
You've talked to somebody about it, haven't you?
Like if it's egregious. Like to me, man. Like I watch people. The work you had to do to hike it over the curb to get it up there, you could have just walked it right over there and put it in. Because I know them people that are at work, they got to come down there and go over the curb, run over hill and get them.
Yeah.
And then sometimes can't even pull all the way into the spot because they just leave it in the front.
Yeah.
Some bastards at that grocery store. I'll tell you, I didn't have a good week last week at that grocery store.
Is that right?
Yeah. I told the story about that. The guy that decided to put his nuts basically over my head.
Which is insane behavior.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane
I
behavior.
tried to reach over. I tried to grab some bacon bits, and I'm height challenged at times, so I was struggling to try to reach to grab the back. This guy wasn't an employee at all. He just
a good Samaritan, huh?
Was down the salad dressing aisle and reached over me. I'm talking chest to my shoulder blade.
Oh, he went over the back.
I got it here, man. No, I'll get it. No, I just wanted to say, no, man. You let me struggle.
That's petty.
You let me struggle. You let me. Because if I got to get down and grab one of them ranch bottles to try to swing it to get it closer to me, I'd rather you do that than you come over the top.
Why don't you just call me a girl?
And he says, it happens all the time. I'm like, no, man, shoot. I clinched the head. What was your next move, to step on it? I'd rather have stepped on that thing and pulled the whole damn thing down.
You step on that bottom rack.
Yep.
The whole thing on top.
I was gonna get him. I didn't need you.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad.
I didn't ask you this the other day. You're pretty passionate about it.
There was about 3 or 4 ladies in that aisle. That was embarrassing.
What did you actually do? I hear that you thought about doing. What did you?
It was shell. I just stood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't say a damn thing to him. I felt violent. Like I told you, I need to zip up my jacket.
Thank you, big fella.
Like I just said, what the? I just stood there and he kept on, and I know he was.
You didn't say thank you.
No, I did not, Clint.
Appreciate it, bro.
I didn't say no. I didn't, because I did not appreciate it.
It's emasculating.
I did not.
Yes.
He had a real white boy Wednesday going on me, just coming over the top.
I got you, little guy.
Yeah, he might as well have said it too.
I'll be honest. We want to go white. I don't think a black person would have done that.
What? Really? A lot of people in our culture.
I don't think a black dude would have come over the top over another guy to go. No,
I think I'm with you. So. We subscribe generally to a mind your business.
Get that. Now, if it's a lady, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Oh, man. Like, you let me struggle.
That's going to linger. I can tell.
Oh, it has. It happened last week. I got this to be smooth.
I knew you would deliver. I
I came on and told Courtney, and she said,
she laughed.
Like it wasn't even like it's not like.
Man.
No, I'd rather she'd laugh. It wasn't a full laugh. It was a
like the mocking.
Like,
yeah.
Like, shut your short ass up.
Now you lashing out at other people because this man decided to go over the back.
Man, I was hot, man. You don't work here. You don't do nothing here, man. Like, get out of here, man.
Hey,
you could have gave me a stool.
He didn't even ask. You need me to get it?
It was the physical. It was the physical shoulder. It was that shoulder. Like his chest was on my shoulder blade, and then it really wasn't his chest. But it was,
all right.
Yep. It was more his abs because he was taller than me. But I mean, and then with the ease that he grabbed it, like
I got you, brother.
The ease he grabbed it, and I ain't small. I'm between him. He still reached right over there and grabbed it. This is me. Now that I think about it, that really pisses me.
And I think you have reason to be petty in this instance.
Yeah.
I think that your petty is well deserved, well justified. And you know what? I'm petty with you. I can't imagine. I had not considered these circumstances, and I now am going to be an advocate.
If you out
an
there,
ally of sorts.
If you out there, and that was you, 713-572-4610. I want to hear from you.
And he's not talking about text call.
You're right, Clint. I should have stopped and said, "Hey, man, I understand where your heart is."
Put that back up there. I was in the middle of something.
Now, don't put it back up there. We're already here.
It's down here.
We're already here.
I mean, I do need it.
I ain't gonna lie. I was contemplating. There was one that had like a black bag where it was a different type of bacon bits, and then they had one with a red one. The red one I could get to. So I was.
This is the one that's for you.
But I wanted the black bag because they were crunched up a little bit more.
He was over here making decisions.
Like my final dilemma was just gonna be, well, I guess I'm gonna grab these red ones until Captain Save-A-Ho came over the top of me and grabbed. Ooh, that dude, man. I should have told him, man, don't grow up. I'm a grown ass man, man. I know my legs is little.
And he would have gone, grown?
What? What a parting shot.
Hey, Bijani was trying to get a coffee cup off that top rack back to that day, and Reg reached over and handed it.
Oh, boy.
Same deal.
Did I do that?
Sean?
Damn. I was like, look.
Sean, I'll watch you all day long. Keep it moving. Hey, what's up, buddy? I'll watch you all day long. Sean is athletic. He'd have had to hop up on that counter and do what he had to do. But he would have felt better about that. Sean took that home with him.
I'm sure he did.
He took that home with him. Reg showing off, man. Just because my daddy wasn't tall. Rest in peace. Damn, Dirty Red, you could have gave me something. Out there, man.
All right, fellas, I'm looking forward to this Wednesday that y'all got going. I hope that T-Mill continues the White Boy Wednesday festivities. He seemed pretty excited about it.
Every hump day is a White Boy Wednesday for me.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it.
That's a good point about it. I should have considered that. All right, gentlemen.
Monday, Tuesday,
We're going to do it on Thursday, too.
All right. Let's get out of the way so you guys can have a good time on this Wednesday. Lopez, see you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
All right, that's right. The drive is live. You hear Tyler right there. You hear and see Clint Stoerner. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can check us out. We appreciate you all stopping by. A great question coming through. How would you have felt, show, if it was a tall woman?
It's not better.
Well, what if it had been?
I would have been all right because it would have been them things on the back of my neck.
Hey.
If it had been Candace Parker. What if it had been Candace Parker?
Hey, don't bring that name up, man.
Oh, my bad.
I got in a doghouse. For 2 weeks talking about Candace Parker too much on the radio.
You told Candace take her time.
That's one of them perks about not.
Hey, Candace, I need 5.
Hey, that's one of the perks about.
Give me a hell yeah.
Doing the show out your hometown. Well, it's harmless. I knew I don't have a chance to ever see Candace Parker. She had done it for me. This was before she went the other way. I was on a streak about Candace as she touched my soul.
Teams on you.
I was on a streak, and apparently, the people friends at the church, high school friends, man. Huh? No, I mean she got hit up. She got hit up by about 5, 6, 7 of her friends. Talking about, man, Ron really loves some Candace Parker.
What's Ron's deal with Candace Parker?
came on. You would just keep talking about Candace Parker on here?
The showman.
Yeah, Candace Parker. I'd have been up there. No, that's not the one I need. And I need that Duke's mayo, the one at the very back. I always get
on the back there, that new stuff.
Let me stand in front of you while you grab.
Let me turn around. You mind if I face you while you reach for that?
Well, I don't want to make it creepy, Clint. No, man, no, the female, that would have been worse. That'd have been worse afterwards. Just standing there. But I mean, like it was so many people in that aisle, man. That was the part that was bad about it. All right. A lot to get to today on a Wednesday. And Clint, this is where I want to start. And I kind of gave a bit of a tease here with the fellas. And this is a good thing when you have different minds and thoughts on a show. And certain things can speak to some that it doesn't speak to others. And I cannot wait to hear Clint's thoughts on this because one of the news points of the day with the Texans is they have made some moves with their coaching staff, specifically their tight end coach. They fired their tight end coach, Jake Moreland. They're also moving on from a couple of other assistant linebackers coach and assistant offensive assistant. They're moving on from those guys. The tight ends coach who works with Dalton Schultz, works with Brevin Jordan when he's healthy, and the gang near Jake Moreland is out. And I saw this today, Clint, and I'll be honest. Jake could walk in this door right now and smack the hell out of me, and I would not know who Jake was. This may be really, to be honest, today's the first time I knew the name of the tight ends coach. And it's no disrespect to Jake, just the tight ends coach isn't something that really gets me going. And I didn't even think this was something that I just kind of looked over. Right? It wasn't a big thing to me. But in Clint's thoughts, there's some interesting things coming out of this, and I am really intrigued to hear this because when I saw this, I just said, "Oh, they're firing Jake." Damn, I don't know if I know who Jake is. Cool, I didn't move on. But you had some thoughts that crossed your mind when you look at this move made by the Texans.
Yeah, look, the movement of a tight end coach doesn't move the needle a whole hell of a lot unless there's certain bullet points that are obvious. I mean, I would say that, this entire offense, the year that Dalton Schultz had was a career year. I'll argue that Dalton Schultz was the most improved player from year to year the last two seasons.
Dude.
Maybe Ed Ingram. And, those two things, like you think about changes, we've heard Gerard Johnson, which I don't like. I like Gerard. I think he's a good coach. I don't like that necessarily per se, but you could see where it may not be a great fit with CJ. Whatever's going on with CJ could involve the quarterback coach. You could see that could potentially make sense. There's some other positions that maybe you could really sift through the ashes and go, this is the guy that I'd move. The tight ends coach would have been the last one that I thought would be a guy that was moved. Staff. So it's not necessarily the coach himself. I don't know anything about the guy. But the fact that the one position that I'll argue was the most improved player on the team and was an integral part to any level of success that you had, and that particular guy had damn near a career year, definitely his best year as a Texan, damn near career year. That's the guy you part ways with? That's the guy that doesn't fit with this particular staff? And then I think the last and most obvious point is that is Nick Caley's position. Yeah. Nick Caley coached that position in this offense for several years before being the play caller. And so I know it's not likely, but is this some kind of positioning that you go, okay, well, Nick Caley's going to become a tight ends coach. We're going to retain him, and we're bringing another play caller, change the actual play caller. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think when they kind of out of left field move on from the tight ends coach, somebody's got to fill that void. Is it a double duty for Nick Caley, and he's going to be the OC and the tight ends coach? Is it something like that? What does it mean for the offensive play caller? It's hard for me to not think that that he's tied to this some way, shape, or form. And so I think that layer of it, which we really don't know yet, but that layer of it has to be part of the discussion.
Yeah, I guess there's some thoughts of, and we'll see if this leads to more. Obviously, they've made some moves, some assistants. Is this the lead to more? Or, like, are we going to see, all right, Nick Caley is back? Because I'm with you. You would think, all right, if I just pick positions, I would think Cole Popovich, they probably would be feeling really good about after the improvement from the 2024 season to this season from the offensive line. That you would think, hey, he's good. Running backs, yeah, I don't know. Receivers, like, to me, like, you would have thought old Ben probably be in a little trouble, maybe potentially, when you look at
Christian
things.
Kirk didn't have a real good year.
Yeah, and then, and you look at Dalton, big bounce back from Dalton, and he dealt with a lot of injuries, right, at that position. Brevin Jordan didn't step on the field all season. And then we've talked about, what's my man's name? The other back end.
Cade Stover.
Cade Stover. I know he has struggled, but he also missed 8, 9, 10 weeks with the foot injury. So, I guess if there's a standpoint from, all right, hey, we're gonna really take some changes with our offense, and maybe it's not the coordinator, but we're gonna make some changes, and we're gonna change the tight ends coach, or we're gonna change the quarterback coach if they do that. We're gonna change the runner. Maybe that's a good thing. This is their signal of saying we know we have to do some improvements on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe this is the start of it. We'll see. If it's just the tight ends coach, we'll see. But
it's less about the actual coach and more about
what it represents,
what it could mean. I mean, again, you can't avoid the fact that that's been Nick Caley's background. So again, is it double duty with your offensive coordinator? Do you like that? Is it a potential move with a different offensive coordinator and retaining Caley as a tight end coach? Like, what does it look like? I don't know, but I can't just the assistant running backs coach or the assistant linebacker the assistant linebacker coach or whatever, like that kind of stuff. That's deep dive in there. But the tight ends coach, we can have a conversation about.
Yeah. So we'll see what the rest of the moves are. You think they're done? Do you think they're done making
with the staff
changes on the staff? We understand they made a pretty quick decision with Nick Caley, but you think they're potentially done on the staff?
Yeah, I think they're done. You mentioned it. Look, when you look at they love the running backs coach. Obviously, the wide receiver coach and the O-line coach have New England backgrounds. The offensive coordinator has New England. I don't know. I mean, I think Gerard Johnson could be a guy that they move on from. I mean, if it's not Nick Caley, it's got to be somebody. So I think Gerard. Now, so I would say no. I don't think they're done yet. I think there's a chance Gerard makes a move.
Yeah.
Whether it's them making the move first or him making the move first, I bet you.
It does. It feels like they need to do something, some sort of a change connected with the quarterback. You know what I mean? And we know it's not Caley. Correct. We know that's not it.
Yeah.
And the only other thing that is really connected with the quarterback is the quarterback coach.
Yeah.
And it would seem when you start to see, regression, step back for whatever reason it is. If it's all CJ, if it's all them, I don't think it's all anything. It's probably parts of it. But for whatever reason it is, you would think they may do that.
When you take such a collaborative approach to offensive football, and there's not one guy at the top that's making the decisions and that is responsible for it, it's hard to pinpoint exactly who might go. Whose feet does the most of the blame lie at? Like I'd have never guessed that Bobby Slowick was a tyrant in the building over there. I mean, I could understand where not having answers for pressure and all that could be a problem, and you got to find somebody that does. And
Bobby was it's his way or the highway. According to
his way or the highway. Yeah.
You don't do it, get out.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's the way they operate. There's so many people over there that are helping make decisions that I don't know how you hold one guy accountable.
Yeah, but again, as we've talked about, and I think you've said this as much as anybody I've heard, is we're just assuming that they think that they need to make some serious improvements with their offense. I think maybe we think they do. I think listeners may think they do. I think others may think, but we're assuming they do. They very well may not think that they need to make major changes to the offense. They may think what they're doing is exactly they just need to take the next step if they just, execute better.
Look, I mean that is precisely why I'm not, be honest with you, I'm not real interested in those conversations. Like, that's why I keep leaning into you got to do more with Nico, or you've got to, CJ's not a great fit. Like, they're not changing. I'm not there. They don't. Nick told us, hell, we made a promo out of it. Nick's on the station 10 hours a day talking about, oh, no, man, me and D'Amico, we never sat down and talked about the concerns of this offense.
Things are fixable.
Yeah.
Like that, if that's the case, then there is no doubt about it that they don't believe that they need to make major changes.
Yeah,
they feel like just some.
But to the point that you made to kick it off with, they don't need to make major changes, but the change they are making is Jake Moreland, the tight ends coach.
Yeah, the one guy that I would say is the most improved player on this team from 24 to 25.
Yeah. And again, Jake, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Jake or Jack. Just wasn't really familiar with them. Well, we'll see what they do with replacing that. I'm certain they'll bring in a new tight ends coach, but as you said, maybe Nick Caley's going to pay a little special attention to that. All right, speaking of not just making moves on the coaching staff, as I've heard In the Loop say about this entire week, man, hey, see all these for the Texans. They got to be. We've already seen some very, very small moves made by Nick Caserio, but now they're getting things together for free agency, which is a draft behind that, and they're going to do some things to try to make some moves. And we'll see some changes on this team. Let's take a look at an early thought of what free agency potentially can look like for the Texans. That's next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, they don't need to worry about free agency. There ain't but one call that you need to make. There's not but one player that is absolutely at the top of the game, the tree care game, that is, and that's Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got those big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, whether it's where you live right now or maybe it's some land somewhere where you plan on building your dream home,
in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here on a electric Wednesday here on The Drive, 713-572-4610. We enjoy the text line as it's rolling. YouTube and Twitch as well. We enjoy our People's Champ Slice. Jordan's crazy ass on there. Tyler's going at it with folks.
Just some trolls that have
What's going on, man?
come out
Check
from
out
underneath their bridge.
Well, he likes it. Horns down in the building.
Like
Yeah,
that.
man. Hey, whatever did happen to Kick Rocks? Kick Rocks is somebody I used to go at it with all the time. I don't know where.
You ran him off.
Need a wellness check.
He's gonna probably change his name. That's probably it. Yeah, do a wellness. No, don't. Let's not wellness check. Last time we did that, Jerome, aka Jim, we lost.
I am retired and damn near expired.
Like again, like we've established, we've lost Jim, right?
I mean, we don't know for
We
sure.
had to. Last time we knew, he went off to Colorado
to
for
do
a
some
break,
fly fishing.
to do some fly fishing, and that was every bit of 4 years ago.
Was it that long?
It's got to be 3 or 4 years ago.
Holy hell! I didn't realize it had been that long.
This just finished our 6th season with the Texans, and old Rome just bounced.
If you know the whereabouts of nasty ass Jim,
Tyler, I think we can stop. I think we can stop that, man. We've been talking about that for about 3 years.
I won't give up.
Nobody knows the whereabouts. No, you can give. I think
I'm not giving up on Jim. He's out there.
Maybe we got to look up for obituaries to see.
Oh God,
if Jerome. We know it's Jerome.
Yeah,
Jerome in the house.
I thought somebody already sent that to you, T.
Did we find that out? Did we find out? Did we get that?
I can't remember if they did.
I thought because we
I'm not saying
did a
it
little
wrong.
investigative discovery one time. I thought you sent that to me.
I never know. You never know what you killed somebody last week that was absolutely with us.
and you had OJ alive yesterday.
Yeah. Who?
OJ.
Yeah. You had OJ. Yeah. You had OJ alive at the end of the show.
Orenthal.
You missed that, man. You thought he was still strolling these streets.
Juice is thriving.
No, they lost OJ. Yeah, they lost it. All right. We look at free agency, and that is kind of the next step, and it will really pick up after the Super Bowl. But that is something. Obviously, it's you don't love it, but it is one of the advantages. The Texans, unlike the Patriots and the Seahawks, of course, they are loving doing it, and even the Rams and the Broncos, they even have a step ahead of them. They get to kind of prepare for their offseason. We've already, as I said, seen Nick Caserio make some minor moves for guys that'll be at camp and be a part of the roster. But, Clint, when you look at their move to free agency, right? A lot of things with free agency that I know a lot of teams like to do is they like to set themselves up in free agency to kind of understand where they got to go in the draft. Right, like, and we can look at the Texans. They've got some spaces, and maybe they put themselves in a situation where they're not, beholden to having to feel something in the draft. But when you look at spots for the Texans moving forward, and understanding, Clint, this should be the aspirations of a team that's competing and contending. Where in your mind are you looking that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are going to go in when it comes to free agency?
Well, I think this is another year where obviously the conversation starts on the interior defensive line. I mean, this is obviously a team that the success moving forward for the next couple of years at least is going to be headlined by a great defense. Not a good defense, but a great defense. And in the past, we've always sat here and said, hey, man, you could bring a game changer in. You could bring a difference maker in. You could bring one or two dudes in here that absolutely change the game. And it seems like D'Amico has always gone with we're going to get 4 or 5 deep that can rotate and be healthy and be fresh, and we're going to win that way. And it's worked out really good, right? But that interior defensive line is the number one topic here in free agency, not because of who you can go get, but because of who is a free agent. I mean, you look at this team right now from last year, Tim Settle, Foley Fatukasi, Danico Autry, Sheldon Rankins. What's my man that was hurt from Notre Dame? Kurt Heinisch.
Yep.
All of those guys are free agents.
Yep.
And so it was great that Tommy T.I. stepped up.
You feel good about him in one spot.
You hope Mario Edwards is – I think Mario Edwards got 1 year left. You hope Mario Edwards is back healthy and doing what he did, but you are super thin at that position. And you're in a position where if you do want to spend on bigger ticket items at that position, you can do that as well. I think if you look at the two teams that are in the Super Bowl, I don't think it's a coincidence. One team's got Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy inside. The other team's got Milton Williams and Christian Barrymore inside that are absolute game changers and tone setters on those teams. And so, a lot of us have been barking about D'Amico's interior defensive line, and while he's done a great job and survived and had those guys play really well, I wonder if this is a year when he goes and even bulks up that defense even more with bigger game-changing type interior defensive linemen. You're going to have to make a move somehow, some way. There's going to have to be several guys either re-signed or guys brought in at that position. I just wonder what caliber, kind of how they decided to go about it.
Because Tommy had a hell of a season and got better and better and better as it moved on. And I heard what Nick Caserio said. I wonder if they're honestly viewing him that way. Because Nick Caserio at the end of the season said, not that he was just good for what he did this year. He said he thinks Tommy is one of the best defensive tackles in football. If you believe that you have that, if you believe Tommy's a top 10, I don't know about that. If you believe he's a top 10 level defensive tackle, then I think that maybe helps determine the level of defensive tackle you need. Now, is it more a complimentary thing?
Yeah.
Now, is it somebody more along the lines of Mario Edwards? Or do you need to put a little bit more resource towards that spot? But I think it really depends on how they really view Tommy.
Yeah.
And that's
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, what's the breaking news, Tyler?
We have a little Houston Rockets breaking news on a hump day.
They traded for somebody?
Nope. It's not good news. This coming from NBA insider Shams Charania. Houston Rockets center Steven Adams has undergone season-ending surgery on his left ankle. Steven Adams done for the year in Houston for these Rockets boys.
Yeah, thank God they got Clint Capella
the
back in there
Swiss
too.
Army
That he's a part of that. That's a tough move. If you just missed it there, Tyler, coming through. I don't want to say is it Shams bomb? What are we calling it?
Sham bomb?
A sham wham.
Sham bomb.
Sham wham.
Houston Rockets center Steven Adams undergoes season-ending surgery. He hurt that ankle and has been out since and now out for the season. And, that was the big thing, right? The opening game, they had the tallest starting lineup in the history of the NBA when they put him in, and they really – like to run that big lineup. We saw them do it in the postseason against Golden State. We started to see as the season came towards an end and towards the playoffs last year, Steven Adams' numbers went up. He was more important piece to this team. So they've got Clint Capella there. They do have another big there that's been stepping up in that role, and now will have to take a bigger space in that role. I wonder, though, does this lead the Rockets into thinking here in free agency before the 5th if they need to replace and get another big body to have just in case? But this is a blow to them because they did like to use Steven Adams in a lot of ways, and it seemed like once they got closer to games that really mattered, they liked using him much more. So Steven Adams out for the season. We'll keep you updated on anything else with that. All right, yesterday the biggest news, and it's continued throughout today, is Bill Belichick. He is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. We're starting to find out more and more about this, including Bill Polian, who is I don't know what Bill was doing before today, but Bill Polian, he's in a tough spot Napoleon tried to act like he could remember everything in the world except for one minor thing. So
I'm going to get on TV and tell you about all my GM experiences from the last 20 years, but I can't remember if I voted for Belichick today or not.
Slip the mind.
I can't remember. Sometimes it gets to you. We'll get to that coming up next.
What up, blah, 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 blah. Wednesdays, here we go.
In the Loop.
Local news, weather, and traffic from your neighborhood newsroom. Weekdays from 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on CW 39.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. A little stock up, stock down coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. I know many are looking for our first Rockets report. B. Scott not with us today. We will start that coming up soon, though.
The hell, B. Scott?
This is a big time, man. I'd like to, if you're listening, Brandon, wherever you are, I know you had some things that you had to take care of, but you could text us in your thoughts on the Steven Adams loss. He's out for the year. If you missed it, Steven Adams out for the season-ending surgery on that left ankle. I would say I don't think it's devastating. I think it is a big loss, a bit of a blow. His leadership being that, but not just his leadership. We know they like to use him and like to use that big lineup, and he brings defense, rebounding, obviously, and a lot of other things. But they like to use him and Şengün in there together at times. But I think maybe the positive things from this, if there are any, is one, this happened prior to the trade deadline, right? Like, yeah. And now they have the ability to add some things, and it happened before the trade deadline. And so if they want to add some things or add a piece to replace him, they can do so because they've got some time to talk with some teams, which I'm certain Rafael Stone is on the phone with. But also they have Clint Capella. I remember when they started making some of those moves in the offseason, we're like, damn, boy, they are almost overkill with this. It makes sense. And a good move for Rafael Stone to have Clint Capella. Or I would be saying they would have to make a move if they didn't have Clint Capella.
Well, I want to ask you about that, Ron. I know you got something you want to get into here, but what does Clint Capella allow you to do that Steven Adams doesn't? I mean, obviously a different player, a better athlete, probably a little bit more agile, a little different play style. What does he offer? What does he bring to the table if his minutes are going to increase? And obviously Steven Adams is done for the year.
Yeah, I think as you said it, man. I think he's a better athlete. Like the lob game, the lob threats are there for him. And defensively, I think he probably covers a little bit more ground. You feel better if you get forced in switches with Clint Capella than maybe you do Steven Adams. But Steven Adams plays well enough. But I think those are the big things. But Steven Adams' experience, and, it's just like he knows what he's good at, and he can do that really well. He plays too, right? Like he can, and they're able to play with it. So,
well, I keep watching this highlight now. It's not a great one, but it's the highlight because the Rockets catch the Spurs tonight, and so there's a lot of Spurs-Rockets conversation going on, and so it's actually Clint Capella extending out and picking up big man Wemby. Yeah. Now Wemby gets to the rack and gets a layup, I think, maybe even dunk. But it was one of those where, Clint's in his jersey with him the whole way. I mean, he's out there guarding him. You get a little bit more athletic on the floor, and you don't. I mean, you lose some size, but you don't lose a whole hell of a lot of length.
That's the thing is the West. The size in the West is, when you look at OKC and they've got, Chet and Hardenstein, those two big fellas in there, and you look at Denver with the big fella Jokic, and they've got Travis Kelce's little twin brother that comes off the bench too over there as a big, and you look at the Timberwolves with Rudy Gobert, and so there's a lot of size in the West, and so that is something you look at that Houston had plenty of before Adams went down. But Clint Capella, I think, can play that role if they need him. Wemby, as you mentioned, as well, with the Spurs, too. So that's the latest. Steven Adams out for the season-ending ankle surgery. All right, Clint, this broke on our show here, and it almost kind of took over towards the end of the show, and it is Bill Belichick. We found that out that he got snubbed. He is not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and the football world, the sports world, lost their minds when they saw that. We did too. Clint, you were in a state of pure denial. You refused to believe it repeatedly yesterday, all the way to the end. This is a hack, even though every outlet is reporting it. SportsCenter came up and did a whole breaking news story. You still didn't believe it. Now that you've had some time to learn a little bit more, sit back on it. Has your feelings changed at all? Where are you at on the Bill Belichick?
No, my feelings, the more I learn, the more I hear, the more disgusting I am about the whole process. I think this is a major black eye to the Hall of Fame and the process. I think it makes every voter look terrible because there's no way to tell which one didn't vote, which one did vote. If I were a voter, I would have my hand raised saying, hey, I want everybody out there that I voted for the best coach of all time and one of the greatest coaches in all of sports that we've ever had. I voted for him to get in. I think it's more disgusting the more I look at it. I heard Tom Brady's response on one of the radio shows a little earlier, and I'll be honest with you, I'm disappointed as hell in Brady. I fall more into the lines of Pat Mahomes and J.J. Watt and Jimmy Johnson of kind of their response of like, what the hell? I mean, he lost. I mean, everybody, they should. But here's the deal. So I went back because I'm not I don't study all the details of how one gets in, how versus, the coaches versus the players versus a contributor versus this guy or that guy. So I had really no idea of kind of like what, how I know it. There's no justification for this happening.
I was going to say his resume, you don't have to study. He's not one you get to study hard.
Well, yeah. Well, speaking of, I'll go the resume first. I'll go with the resume first, right? There's 3 other coaches that got in first ballot Hall of Famers. There's Don Shula, Chuck Noll, and Tom Landry. All great, all deserve to be first ballot Hall of Famers, right? Don Shula has got 2 Super Bowl wins. Belichick's got 6. Tom Landry's got 2 Super Bowl wins. Belichick's got 6. Chuck Noll has 4 Super Bowl wins. Spent his entire career with the Steelers. Bill Belichick's got 6 Super Bowl wins. Not but one of these coaches has more regular season wins than Bill Belichick, and that's Don Shula. If you move over to playoff wins, Bill Belichick's got 31 playoff wins. Shula's got 19. Noll's got 16. Landry's got 20. There's nobody even within 10 wins in the playoffs to Bill Belichick. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous that this has happened, and it's a crying shame that they can't do anything about it, which I think they should. Here's the more interesting part, right? The process for Bill Belichick to get in, right? He's one of 5 finalists, and of those 5 finalists, it's coaches, contributors, and players that haven't played, I believe, in 25 years, but players that haven't played since the year 2000 or earlier. So old-ass players, coaches, and contributors, all right? Bill Belichick was the coach. Robert Kraft was the contributor. Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and L.C. Greenwood were the players, right? And in this class, they can induct between 1 and 3 of the above 5 players will be inducted, anywhere from 1 to 3. The top vote getter gets in, and then anybody over 40 votes gets in, right? To think that Bill Belichick was up against Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, L.C. Greenwood, and Robert Kraft, and Bill Belichick didn't get in, makes it even more ludicrous. And then I look.
Roger was a great runner.
I loved him. Big fan. He was beating the hell out of the Cowboys at the time. I remember growing up. Dad was a Cowboy fan. I remember watching them damn high knees. He was killing. Who else he run for?
I can't remember. I just remember Ricky Waters took his job.
Yes, indeed, another high kneer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that to think that you had a chance to put in 3. Now I don't know how many got in. We just know Bill didn't. Yeah. So it could be anywhere from 1 to 3 got in. There could be 4 of them that did. But at the end of the day, if only 1 got in, it should be Bill Belichick. And there's some different thoughts out there along the lines of, I saw a guy, and it was actually pretty well laid out of kind of explaining, Ron, how this could have happened. Now he is a voter. And maybe he felt the need to explain how this could happen because he was one of them. But he just went down the list of and made the case of, well, what if you're a voter and you just assume that Bill Belichick is a lock, so you've got somebody that you want to get in other than one of these other 4 guys, and so you spread your votes out trying to help those guys get to the 40 mark, thinking that Bill Belichick was an automatic bid. He's getting in. There's no way he's not. And 10 or 11 guys, had to be 11 guys thought that way and screwed it up. So there's also the thought of the controversies throughout his career in New England were obviously a deal. There were several different reasons laid out of kind of how this could happen, and I still, in my mind, can't even entertain a situation or a scenario where Bill Belichick doesn't get in. So the more digging I did, whether you look at the other first ballot Hall of Fame coaches, and no knock on them, but Bill Belichick's better than any of them, or you look at the process of how they landed on Bill Belichick not getting in, it makes you, it's infuriating. It makes it worse and worse.
You said you didn't like Brady's response?
No, I didn't like Brady's response. I didn't like it. I thought Brady was too nonchalant about it. Brady didn't sound like he feels any, like he sounded like he's less annoyed or frustrated, disappointed in this than I am, and I ain't got no damn skin in the game. It was almost like Brady was being real careful.
A lot of people are looking at Brady as that this could be a precursor to what his Hall of Fame ballot will look like.
If I'm Brady, I ain't even worried about that. I'm going to tell you how just absolutely crazy it is that he's not, and I'm going to lead the charge, and I'm going to get as loud as I possibly can with as many big-name players and former coaches as I possibly can and see if I can't sway this thing. You think they let it ride?
Yes. This is done.
I feel like this is a protest.
I mean, well, Stephen A. is refusing to watch and pushing others to not watch the
induction?
Hall of Fame. Yeah.
You got to be crazy.
They should. That sucks for those players.
I don't want to take that out for some of those players.
I think I like right where Stephen A's at.
I mean, Drew Brees doesn't deserve this.
No, Drew. That's right. I'll watch you, Drew. Just let me text me when you're coming home.
I think you'll like all of them.
I'm hot.
I think and I understand
if you're a Hall of Fame voter,
they're all coming out and saying
sick.
they didn't do it.
That's the deal. If you're a Hall of Fame voter, your ass ought to be on social media right now going, yep, I voted for Bill Belichick. And then we can go down a list and we can process of elimination and figure out which one of these idiots didn't vote for Bill Belichick. That's the part about it.
I don't know if it came down to the wire. It seemed like you would think the amount of people that didn't do it is crazy to me. All right, we'll do this a little bit later on because I've kind of swayed just a bit on how I feel about this from yesterday.
You're nuts too.
Well, maybe you hear me out. I kind of swayed just a bit from where I was yesterday. Yesterday, I thought it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in football.
Hold on, son.
One of the dumbest things I've seen in football. I've swayed a little bit off of that. Maybe later on we'll get to it and be able to discuss it. But yeah, man, it's not getting reversed. But boy, people are flabbergasted about this decision. All right, coming up as we continue here in the 3 o'clock hour on The Drive, we're getting close to training camp. We're getting close to the Astros getting started, and a big thing that held them in it last year, even with the injuries, were two factors. Are those two factors going to be the same or better this upcoming season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
It feels huge.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the season.
In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. Can't turn the ball over 5 times. We control that. 3 touchdowns that New England scored. We didn't play the coverage or the technique the right way on calls that we've done countless times. In games of that magnitude, the margins are as small as any. You either make the plays and do the
Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Houston Astros ball spring training.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People texting in, John McClain probably is one who voted against Bill Belichick. No, I don't believe so.
Well, sorry. Zero chance. I think John McClain may have been the leader in the clubhouse of how many times them Super Bowl trophies were mentioned after the Texans hired Nick Caserio. And every time Patriots of the South and every time a New England Patriot was brought in here some way, shape, or form, them 6 Super Bowls was
I don't think that was John.
You don't
holler. I don't think that was John who said, nah, I don't think Bill's a Hall of I don't think that was John. I'd almost be offended that it was on the ballot. Just like this one doesn't need to get voted on, guys. Just throw him in.
We've cast one vote for all of you already.
Again,
just focus on the others.
Again, later on we'll talk about that. I've shifted a little bit, but as this season is coming to an end, the football season is coming in. We know baseball is ahead of us. The Astros are ahead of us, and there are expectations for the Astros. They should be contenders as they always are, and see if they can get themselves back to where they have lived for the last damn near whole decade, and that is in the ALCS or World Series. So that's where they're looking to try to get back to. They've made some moves, and Clint, they had obviously a historic level of injuries last year. And in 2 important pieces, pitching staff, guys in the lineup. But Clint, to me, there were 2 guys that potentially should be back that I think helped make up for a lot of the issues until they got hurt themselves. But they helped make up for a lot of the issues of not having Jordan in the lineup and not having several guys that are in and out of the lineup, the injuries that they had to deal with throughout the season. And Clint, to me, that's Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes. Those 2 guys really stepped up to help this offense that struggled some when you had guys in and out of the lineup, right? And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. I think, obviously, if you can keep, Jordan healthy, you can keep Altuve good and in the lineup, you can keep these guys as healthy as possible. You don't maybe need them to play to like all-star level. Nobody will stop them to. Yeah. But play at all-star level like they were. But both of them were all-stars. Jeremy Pena finished 10th in the MVP voting in the American League last year. How confident are you that they can play close to the level that they were playing at last year between Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, because that was very important for them to stay afloat, is those 2 guys played at all-star levels.
I think they both could very easily do that. Now, the question with Isaac is where do you put him? How do you keep him in the lineup? How do you give him that consistency? I think last year, if memory serves me right, I mean, he's a guy that plays damn near every game.
Third, yeah. He was playing third damn near every game, yeah.
He's one of those guys that I believe was maybe the only one that heard Joe Espada in spring training say we want to be more disciplined at the plate and see more pitches. I mean, he was really good at that. I don't know, the whole package on both of these guys. When you look at Jeremy Pena, it's about, he got better at, the last 3 years, I think he's taken huge strides, and it landed him in a place of where Jose Altuve said, this ought to be our leadoff hitter. And once he got that leadoff hitter spot, he was never going to let it go. And you couple the numbers that you put on here, 304, 363, 477 /840, I mean, these are impressive numbers, and you couple that with the speed and the activity on the base pass and playing a Gold Glove level shortstop.
If he only played 125 games. If he could have played the 150, so that he generally has played the previous 2 years at short, like he may have been in serious consideration for the MVP, and they may not have missed the playoffs either. Right? Like those things. So I'm with
I think both of these guys, I think what they did was very real, Ron. You got a 840 OPS for Jeremy Pena, you got an 809 OPS for Isak Paredes.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think any of these numbers were like Yordan Alvarez type numbers where it's like, oh my God, what a year. But I think both of these guys can.
You think they can repeat this?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I think Pena's is Pena for me. As I see some people jumping in, it just stay healthy and they're winning. Champ Slice, I think if we can get our identity back as a team, hence the Correa trade, then we can compete for the division. I look at these two guys because I think they're really important pieces. Jeremy Pena, like obviously we know he had, like as I say, that impressive 30 days where he won the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP, and then the next year kind of tapered off. This felt real because one, as you said, he got in that leadoff spot. But he just continued to get better and better and better as the season moved on, right? It wasn't just like a splash. Like, I'll be honest with you, Clinton Tyler, I don't know if Jake Myers is I'm sold that we turned the corner and that Jake Myers, he's going to be around a 300 hitter and a guy that you can depend on to be a guy that play. I don't know. But Jeremy Pena, that speed's not going anywhere like you talked about. He can get on. He's felt like the only guy on the team that could make things happen on the base pass. And I feel like for him, he was starting to ascend and get better and better. So I felt like that is very real. I'd be surprised if we see a major step back and not a step forward from Jeremy Pena. My only issue with Paredes, and you brought it up, is I think it can mess with somebody's mind a little bit. We've seen it on this team where you don't know where you're going to play every day.
Yeah, agreed. If you're going to play, Yordan needs to play left.
Like, if you're going to play, are you going to be the DH? Are you going to be the second baseman? Are you going to be the first baseman? Are you going to be the where are you going to be?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to play third because Correa needed off. It feels like if they keep him on the roster, they're almost going to use him in a way that Dubon was used, where he could play 2 or 3 different spots, every single day. And that part, I do wonder how that weighs, because we've seen him replicate this type. He's got a 31 home run, 90 RBIs, good season before in Tampa. He's done some things, but that part is a little different.
Well, the crazy thing is, if you watch Isak Paredes throughout the year, it is a convincing product, if you will. I mean, I go back to just the technicalities of hitting a base. If it's outside, he hits it. He pushes it to right field. If it's in his wheelhouse, he puts it in the Crawford box. You know what I mean? It's just he's patient all the time at the plate. It's just a very when you get him, you got him. It wasn't because you fooled him 2 or 3 pitches in at bat. It wasn't because he was overwhelmed. Yeah. It wasn't because
he was patient.
That's it. He's patient. He sees it well. He hits it where he's professional. It's a Michael Brantley type feel. He is a hard out, man.
Doesn't seem like he beats himself.
Correct. And so I think, man, I think both of these guys, Jeremy Pena and Isak Paredes, assuming they can. Because I agree with you, man. When you get into where you're going to DH this time, and then you're going to sit the pine for a couple games, and you might play third, or you might play second, or you might play like that whole deal. I agree with you. I think it's a bigger deal than most folks make it out to be.
Baseball players, it's habit. Like they're about the habit of the
ask
game.
my buddy in Boston.
yeah.
It mattered to his ass, didn't
it? And then they let go to even sign Bregman. Now both of them are gone.
Both of them are gone.
Now both of them are out of there because they did that. No, yeah, that is one to watch. Where you're like, if he's comfortable and he can roll like at the plate, then I like because when you look at their lineup, like you feel like if Yordan is playing, you know what you're going to get. You feel like you're going to get what you're going to get from Altuve. Hopefully Diaz bounces back, but he wasn't terrible. Hopefully he bounces back. But you get that Pena, if this is what Pena is going to be, over 150, and you get Paredes out there, like this is this is in Correa. Obviously, this is a lineup that can really cause a lot of problems if those guys are playing. Because I mean, these two were both all-stars.
Yeah.
Last year, like to kind of give you a show of what.
Well, when you get beyond those guys, Ron, there's a lot of what ifs, right? I mean, you got, as you mentioned, you got Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, Isaac Paredes, and you've got Jeremy Pena. Those five guys are as solid as they're going to be. Now, the what ifs behind them, right, is Jake Myers, what we saw last year before the injury. If he is more that than what we saw previously, look out, man. This lineup gets long and strong in a hurry. What is big boy at first base, Christian Walker? Is he? I saw something the other day. The last 60 games of his numbers were 250 plus, and he swung the bat really well those last 250 games from a number perspective.
Yeah, but
is he more that guy? Is he more the season?
You're hitting 240, 27 home runs, and 88 RBIs. Feels better if you have
all that in front of him, right? Yeah. I mean that's the deal. And then Diaz, whatever comes of Diaz, right? I mean, I don't know what to think of him. It's hard for me to get beyond not being able to throw anybody out at second base and guys just running at will. But at the plate, what is Diaz? Can Diaz make anything? Can he make a stride that even resembles anything that Pena's made? There was a time we were talking about both of those guys, right?
Yeah. Well, he was the hitter. He was the hitter that was probably ahead of him going into last year.
Yeah, but when you watched them play, they both chased the low and outside pitch. They both got overwhelmed at the plate and kind of lost and didn't see it well. Pena kept progressing in the right direction, and it seems like Diaz is kind of plateaued. I don't know why, but it looks like he has. Can he, take that next step and be a little bit more consistent? I mean, you got 3 or 4 guys beyond the big names that we talked about. If they're even remotely close to what we've seen them at their best, it's going to be a hell of a lineup now.
And it just takes the pressure off of, like, Altuve doesn't just have to carry and drag you at his age. Yordan doesn't. Well, no, I don't want to take pressure off of him. Your ass is one of the best.
He's big as hell.
If not the best hitter in baseball when you're healthy. We want you to take that lead. But those two guys, both of them on the team. I know Jeremy Pena will. But if those two guys can play to the level they did last year, look out. And now maybe you can help withstand some of the pitching questions that you may have if that lineup can play the way it does. All right, Clint. Yesterday we didn't get to talk about this a lot because of everything that was going on, but the Steelers, they officially they bring in Mike McCarthy, the team that the Texans put out of the playoffs. They moved on from Mike Tomlin. He stepped down, and now they're bringing in the Pittsburgh native, Mike McCarthy. And the big thing coming off of it, Clint, was his comments about Aaron Rodgers. And he said when asked by the Pittsburgh media, what's your thoughts about Aaron Rodgers coming back? Would you like to see Aaron coming back? Obviously, they have a history. He was there when Aaron won his Super Bowl with the Packers, and he was the head coach there. He said, definitely. I don't see why you wouldn't. I've spoken with Aaron, and so that's really where we are right now. But I was able to sit back and watch the games and watch most of the Pittsburgh games on TV, and I thought he was a great asset for the team. All right,
it's that simple.
Your thoughts? Are you with Mike McCarthy? Do you think that is the move for the Steelers to bring Aaron Rodgers back?
Well, I don't know the details of their relationship. I was under the impression that didn't end well in Green Bay.
Yeah, the way they're talking, the way everybody
they're trying to be the bigger man, maybe. I guess I don't know. Here's the deal: not knowing the intricacies of that relationship between those two men, you obviously don't want some kind of power struggle. You don't want anything that could be a ticking time bomb. You don't want anything in the closet that if you pull it out could cause problems mid-year. I wouldn't want any of that.
Tyler.
Pull it out mid-year, Tyler.
I love how our eyes met.
I tried not to meet him, but I just felt you. You know what?
That was so awesome.
Anyway, go
well,
ahead.
you just don't want anything that could disrupt the quote-unquote rebuild or the first year of a coach that you paid a boatload of money to. And so if any of that is even remotely involved, obviously I'm against it 100% wholeheartedly. Now, the best-case scenario for the Pittsburgh Steelers, in my opinion, is if Aaron Rodgers still wants to play and he wants to be all in, this is not a total rebuild. The best case scenario for the Steelers to me is, you marry Mike Holmgren back with Aaron Rodgers. They know I'm sorry, Mike McCarthy. What did I say, Holmgren? They know the offense. They're familiar with each other. I think you are ahead of the game in a big way if you do that. And you draft your you find a way to draft your young quarterback. If that's the route you want to go, find a way to draft your young quarterback. Bring him in. Maybe it's Will Howard. He talked about how much he loves Will Howard.
Yeah, he did. He's
already sat 1 year, so I don't know if there needs sit another year. But you let that guy sit and you bring him along the way that several of the really, really good quarterbacks have, versus just throwing a guy to the wolves right out of the gate. I think that's a dicey situation.
See, listen. You said something in there, and why I don't like the move. You said the potential of the move, and the way they're talking, it seems like that is on the table. But that is, you said rebuild, and I think they should be moving closer towards rebuild, reload, however you want to. I think they should be moving closer to that, Clint, because if Aaron Rodgers came back, like, this is not a team that is gonna win a championship. Like, I don't think that this is a team that is put together. Like, they couldn't. This is the year, right? Like, if you had aspirations, this was the year. You couldn't. They got shellacked by Houston at home, 30-6, with him. Like, this is. I don't think that this is a team that is doing that. I'm not even saying Aaron needs to quit. I mean, I think that Minnesota team over there, that could be a nice situation for Aaron if they want to try to win right now and go over there. Like, I could see that that team's got a roster that looks closer to being ready to maybe win at a bigger rate. I don't think the Steelers are, and they need to start the rebuild. And when you get Aaron Rodgers at 42, 43, I mean, you're signaling we're not rebuilding, and you're probably then going to make other moves to try to improve your team that I still don't know will put you in a space where you are competing for what you want to compete.
The good thing is, if that happens, I mean, you've got several big name guys that you could move for first round draft picks or second round draft picks to get some serious draft capital.
Now, also, Mike McCarthy wouldn't have been the guy that I would have tapped to think like, all right, man, we're gonna kind of rebuild this thing back up here in your 60s to bring him back in. Yeah. But that's what it looks like. The Steelers, by the moves that they're making with Mike McCarthy, are still in the we're going to try to win it now mode. And, I mean, I get that, but just you got to look at your team. Like, I don't know that you're pulling that off. All right, a little stock up, stock down. We'll do Super Bowl edition. Super Bowl edition, stock up, stock down. We're doing that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick Caley in year 2? Be cleaner operationally. That just simply can't be a problem. And then the second thing for me is it's Nick Caley's job to get his quarterback to wholeheartedly put blinders on and buy into what the hell Nick Caley's selling. One way or another, find it, make it happen, and let's see what 26-27 holds.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping.
22. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little stock up, stock down, as it is sponsored by absolutely no one. Someone could have the balls or ovaries to step up and sponsor stock up, stock down. It's there for the taking. It is there for you. All right, and we're going to do a little Super Bowl edition. Stock up, stock down. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Y'all asses can participate as well. Super Bowl edition, stock up, stock down. Clint, I'll start with my stock up. There were a lot of places to go. It really was. I was thinking about Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, he might be the best receiver in football, and you don't see guys looking at size that potentially might be that. Clint Kubiak almost came to mind with what's going on with him, and him looking like he could take any job he wants. It looks like the Raiders just want to give him that job, but he's making a decision if he wants to take it or not. The new Ben Johnson, but that is not where I'm going. I'm going to the New England Patriots, and this is maybe a weird one, Clint. But my stock up is Drake May. Just because I just don't think there's really no other place to go but up with Drake May right now. Drake May, and this is kind of one of the hidden, maybe potential things that New England's feeling good about, is everyone talked about New England's schedule, right? And I know everybody's going to talk about some of the injuries they went through, but they faced three teams. Obviously, they're in the playoffs, right? They won on the road at Denver in crazy conditions. Obviously, their quarterback was hurt, but they've won 3 games in the postseason. And Clint, Drake May has not played to the level anywhere really close that he played in all season. And Drake May is probably going to finish second in the MVP race to Matt Stafford when we're there next week in San Francisco. And he's had not a good year, a great year. A great year. He is a second-team All-Pro. Right? He's got 30-plus touchdowns to 8 interceptions, and he has not looked like that at all during the postseason. And he's had to play in some tough weather throughout this thing, and now he should be in good weather. No issues with the grip of the football in San Francisco or Santa Clara or whatever the hell the game is. And I think we're in store for potentially the Drake May we've seen all regular season long. So my stock up is really Drake May because there is really no space for him to go but up.
Well, I mean, look, you talk about stock up, young player, very little experience in the league. I mean, little to no experience, depending on what point you plug in to the playoffs this year. And he's been dealt an unbelievable hand. I mean, he's faced some unbelievable defenses when you look at the Chargers, the Texans, and the Broncos right in a row. And he's been dealt – Mother Nature has dealt him a hell of a hand. The last 2 games, have been sloppy. The last one, which was damn near unplayable. And he somehow found a way to make a play here or there. Last week it was the bootleg that sealed it. It was the what do you call it? The lateral, he handed the ball off.
Oh, the flea flicker.
Flea flicker. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Boom. That was an unbelievable
throw in those elements.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable throw. You look at the Texans, man. It's you're playing a great defense. You get to cover 0. You bang the slant versus the safety. He hits his head on the goalpost. Throw the go route, which was a dime. That you force the ball into Diggs, and he makes a great catch. So I mean, he's found a way when he faced the best defenses in the game, and Mother Nature gave him not ideal circumstances. He found a way to not lose the game. He found a way to make enough plays to win the game, and it's hard to think that whether you look at it could be his best performance of the playoffs this week in dry elements, or you look at kind of how he's had to navigate this first playoff run. It's been impressive.
I think he may take a breath. Whew. It ain't freezing ass cold out here, or it ain't a mixture of rain and snow, or if it ain't just a blizzard.
He'll actually enjoy the game a bit.
He'll feel better. So my stock up goes to to Drake May. Who is your stock up, Clint?
My stock up, Sam Darnold. Look, I mean, he just went toe-to-toe with the MVP of the league this year with the future Hall of Fame Matt Stafford, one of the best passers of the football the game has seen, a guy that, as he's getting longer in the tooth, is actually as good, if not better, than he's ever been. He is slinging it really well, and Sam Darnold just went toe-to-toe with him in the NFC Championship, winning the NFC Championship, getting to a Super Bowl. And, you know, when you look at the last 2 years for Sam Darnold, he's won 14 games in a regular season, 2 straight years, in situations where, you know, you walk in and I believe it's his first year with the team. Was that Minnesota too? 1 year?
Yep. 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, so he's defied all the odds of, like, boy, an install take time and chemistry takes time. And this, I mean, he has been absolutely tremendous. So right now, Sam Darnold, I mean, his stock had never been any higher than it is right this second.
Yeah, Sam Darnold stock up. I ain't gonna lie to you. He wins this game next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. He wins this game and wins the Super Bowl. It's hard for me to play on that $32 million a year salary.
Can we renegotiate that thing?
I know. When you hear that for us, yes. $32 million. He said, yeah, I hear you. He signed that deal. But, baby, he's 28 years old. You know, you got a limited time. I can't be a major reason, a Pro Bowler, major reason why we're in the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, and I'm looking over there, and I see how much Tua's making. That's a hard one. That's hard for me to swallow. And Trevor's making over there.
What you wonder if, given his start in the league, though, he doesn't just sit there and like, hey man, I'll take that mid-30s.
I know
I'd be happy with it.
Yeah, till you do all that. And you're like, hold on now. I watched last year Philadelphia. They tore up Saquon Barkley's contract and gave him a brand new one when they won that Super Bowl. Well, why not? Why don't we sit down here and do this again? Let me get a little fishy and just grab a seat during this training camp. How we feeling about that? All right, I'll go stock down
Drew Lock
here.
Get some reps.
Drew Lock. I'll go stock down. Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson he was the rookie running back with the Patriots out of Ohio State, and Clint, he came onto the scene and was one of the big offensive weapons for the Patriots. You could look at it. You could look him up, man. He's got several really long runs, and he gets out in the open field. He can take off. Maybe the weather hasn't helped him either. But if you go look up what he has done here, like the last 4 or 5 games, I mean, he like last week, man, they just said, dog, man, fill this one out, man. He had 3 carries for 5 yards in the game against the Broncos. He's been single digits, under 20 yards. A lot of these games has not made any impact whatsoever in these playoff games. I'm talking all 3 of them, Chargers, Texans, or the Broncos, and he was a huge part of their offense this year. Go back and check out that Buffalo game. The Buffalo game, especially the one they played at home, he's got multiple 50-plus yard runs where he just gets out in the open field and takes off, and he has struggled big time. I don't know if it's that rookie wall that maybe he's hit or something late in the season, but maybe these 2 weeks help him out, and maybe the weather and a faster turf helps him out. But I think he could be a huge piece for the Patriots. Right now, the way he has played, I got to go stock down with Henderson, who was a big part of their offense during the regular season.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm gonna jump over to. I'm gonna stay out there on that same team, same side of the football too. Will Campbell, number 4 overall pick out of LSU. He's a rookie, and
he's been fighting it, boy.
He's been fighting it. Now, I don't know how fair this is, Ryan. I'm going to be honest with you.
Not going to slow up again.
We over here talking about CJ ain't been in the league but 3 years and talking about give him time. I mean, Will Campbell's been in the league for a cup of tea, one cold beer, if you will. And in the playoffs, we talked about the matchups that Drake May caught.
But murderers row.
Oh, man. I mean, the Mac, obviously, you know who he is. Thule, 13 sacks. Oweh has had a hell of a playoff run in Denver. Then you look at with the LA Chargers, you look at the Texans. Hunter got 15 sacks. Anderson got 12. Speaks for itself. We see them play here all the time. Then you got Denver. Benito had 14 sacks, and And he wasn't even. I mean, the other guys ate during that game.
Cooper's pretty good too. Yeah, they were swinging him over there as well.
That's right. And so, look, I don't know what to make of Will Campbell. I don't study New England enough to go up with this guy's just. I mean, this guy has no chance. But boy, his stock is down. I mean, you look. Anytime this game is being discussed, the one guy that people feel like Seattle can go get is Will Campbell because he struggled so mightily against the likes of the guys I just mentioned. His stock is definitely down. I'm not real sure how much because he is a true freshman. He is a rookie. But damn, boy, he sure is a topic of conversation, isn't he?
Yeah. He had to come out there before the Texans game talking about he doesn't give a damn about social media. He has been.
Chief, I think he's wired the right way. He's definitely one of them old. He's from Monroe, Louisiana. I played with some dudes from Monroe, Louisiana. He is Monroe, Louisiana through and through. I mean. He's
Miles Garrett away from just having a real run.
Yeah, had him a good run. Say, at least I survived it. Damn, somebody talking about baptized.
And it ain't gonna get easy. I mean, the Seahawks, they got some dudes over there. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is having a great year.
Yeah, man.
So it's not gonna slow down. But yeah, it's been a rough go for him. Man. Yeah, but those guys lining up on him.
You know, it seems like he's wired the right way. Now we'll see if he can, if he can survive and kind of develop as. It's a hell of a way to develop in the league, man. Is you play on the biggest stage, brightest lights. You struggled throughout the playoffs, and now you got to go at it again in the Super Bowl. I guess if you're going to struggle, do it at this clip. But it'll be a fun watch to see what Will Campbell looks like in this Super Bowl.
It wasn't nobody. Everybody else may have been upset. Well, Will wasn't too pissed off at that list, was he?
No,
that takeoff for Nick Bonito. That may have been a little struggle.
And hey, let's just run the ball.
Let's run it too. Yeah, we ain't dropping back. I did want to give a because I almost went with this guy a little honorable mention. Oh, Reek Woolen, the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! He almost has the Seahawks sitting his ass at home. I mean, we sit here 3rd and 12, baby. We got an 11-point lead. We get you off the field, damn it. And then he just goes up and down the sideline and practically begs to get a taunting penalty. And then the very next play, they run it right in his ass, and Puka catches a touchdown right on him. And they ran it right in his ass. And
y'all are all over the place today with these.
They did.
I cut him more eyes, boy. You
cut him. I'm telling you, I said it. I stand by it. And Woolen clinched once he walked off the field. And it was, and when he got over there, it wasn't no, hey man, walk it off, man, you're good. No, they was in his face. They was like, man, what you doing? He apologized. Luckily his team was able to bail him out, but woo, I bet he gonna shut up in there in the Super Bowl after he makes a play and not put his team in jeopardy. All right, coming up, Clint. There's somebody who I think is going to be a pretty big conversation of the offseason with the Texans that made a little post. What does this mean? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. It's a new year, and this year you got to make sure that you take care of the vehicles that are in your family, that are in your driveway, that are in your garage, whether yours, your significant other, your kiddos. Either way it goes, you got to make sure that you keep that oil changed and keep it good and serviced.
unparalleled consumer experience. I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue ride through here on a beautiful Wednesday. I was on the old social media machines, individual ones, social media machines, and I saw Joe Mixon made him an IG post. All in 26 vengeance. He's ready to roll, baby. He's going all in.
What did it say?
Sounds like Batman.
All in. Vengeance.
All in. Really?
26. Vengeance.
He's under contract with the Texans now.
I was just say, like, I saw that, and I'm wondering, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you know you can get a part of this. Like, how do you think the Texans should approach the Mixon thing? Like, I know he's under contract, but would you be in favor of the Texans? Because obviously he missed a full season, Clint, with an injury that he could never return back from. They said he worked really hard. We still don't know exactly what happened and why that injury took the entire season. We never saw him on the field, training camp to the end. So we do know that. How would you handle it? Would you want the Texans to try to go and make this work and try to see what they can do with Joe Mixon, or are you in the camp to kind of just move on? We talked about it last week. There are some really good options, from a running back position. You can go draft if you like, but really from a free agency position, we talked about several of them. How would you want the Texans to handle this thing with him?
Well, I hope they handle it with a good understanding of who they are.
What do you mean by that?
You need Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon would be the first thing you would look at if to go along, because you said it yesterday. They need somebody that makes Woody Marks not have to be the number one back, and the first thing you would do is go Joe Mixon.
Absolutely. Assuming that Joe Mixon can play. Again, I'm not privy to the information about the injury.
That foot is dead.
Look, if the foot's dead, then Joe Mixon's dead for me. To me, I mean, but if assuming that health is right, and he's under contract, you don't even think about moving on from Joe Mixon. Now, I wish they would have handled, I wish the last year would have been handled differently this past season. I wish it would have been handled in a way that we would all feel a little bit better about him being in with this team and the team being in with him and him being a part of the what's going on at NRG Stadium. I wish I felt better about that. I'm not real wild about a guy being gone for a year and having whatever this mysterious injury is and not being seen and not being discussed. And in fact, every time the organization is asked about him, there's a level of disgust when they talk about Joe Mixon.
Until about 2 weeks ago.
I wish that weren't the case. But if your question is moving forward, how you handle Joe Mixon, you got Joe Mixon under contract. I mean, it is blatantly obvious he's on a whole different planet than any running back that you've got if you're talking about running the football offensively. Hell, if you're talking about playing offensive football and this offense getting better, with or without Nick Caley, Joe Mixon is an immediate shot in the arm. And then you look at what I believe is as important as any individual position or player that you could go get. You got to have dogs on that offense. You got to find a personality. You got to find somebody that can hold dudes accountable, and expectations are just a little bit different. And I think Joe Mixon fits that bill. So I
want the dog.
Yeah, you get Joe, assuming he's healthy. I don't know how you decide that. I don't know what's going on over the last 6 months, or 4 months, however how long it's been. I don't know how you get to a point where you feel good about his injury, but if you can get there, yeah, man. You bring Joe Mixon back in that thing just like you just hooked up. You just rekindled the flame with your ex-wife.
They didn't call that boy's foot dead. A couple of things. So Joe Mixon, as we said, he missed the entire 2025 season with a foot in, right? A foot. Have they even said foot? I believe.
They have not.
I'm not sure.
A lower leg that we're assuming in the foot ankle region missed the entire season. 2024, he played 14 games, so he did miss 3 of those games and had over 1,000 yards, just over 1,000 yards, 1,016 yards, 11 touchdowns, 36 catches, 309 yards, and a touchdown. So he had 12 total touchdowns and over 1,300 yards total in 14 games, and was a Pro Bowler, and not like a Shedeur Pro Bowler, like a Pro Bowler voted immediately.
And Ron, I'll say to add to that, if you watch the Texans play, he took this offense to a whole nother level. I mean, just the physicality. Like, he's a guy that when he's out there with you and he's running the football and he's in your huddle, you have no choice but to raise your expectation, raise your game to his level. Like, he's an alpha. It's contagious. That's the kind of guy that this offense is missing desperately. So, boy, if he's healthy,
text line coming through, 30-year-old tailback, no way. And you do add that he will be 30 in training camp, and you start to look at, yes, the 2024 numbers were great, and you were thinking you were getting something like that this year, but then he's missed a year on top of that with that foot issue. Tyler and Clint, I think I would be out on him. And if you look at it from a contract standpoint, he carries a $10 million cap hit for next year, but the Texans can save $8.5 million in cap space by releasing him with only $2 million in dead money. I would just move on because we are hitting that 30 range. He's coming off a year. Like, man, I'd almost feel different. It's just like a forearm or a shoulder or something. But he's coming off of something with his foot, lower half. And then, as we've talked about it, man, you got guys in free agency like Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, who's still playing, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, Dowdle. Like, there are some options there that you could go with that you probably – I would think have a better understanding of what they're going to be from a health perspective. Obviously, we know you wouldn't be like, yeah, let's stay with him if he was, if his foot was dead. But I could still see there maybe potentially being issues. Maybe it's not that foot something, right? He missed games in 1 year that he was here, and I just think, boy, you could get something bona fide, and this team desperately needs another option of a impact player offensively that they know is going to be there and be an impact player. And I would get more of a definite, more of a I know what it's about. And the 30 thing also plays a big part of it. So I'd probably move off of this and just kind of wash my hands of it and get something that I know is there. But I agree with you. The other part that you brought up is that the intangible stuff that he brings in. That part you don't know what you're getting from others if they're that alpha thing that you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree. Look, there's two things here. One, if you can go get somebody that's fixing to go for 80 to 100 in a Super Bowl potentially, and that guy, you can get him here for a reasonable number, I'm all about it. Love the Williams kid out of Dallas.
He's going to say he seems to have, like, run hard the way that Joe kind of does.
I love him. Now, if you can get younger and get one of the top available free agent backs, yeah, absolutely. I'd be okay with that. If there's anything in that injury with Joe Mixon that gives you any level of pause, I'd be okay with, like you said, I'd get out of the Joe Mixon business. But if those boxes are checked, and I feel good about Joe Mixon health from a health perspective. 30 years old don't bother me one bit. Joe Mixon is
the
and you've got him under contract. No, it ain't. No, I mean, The only concern is that injury that we watched last year. Did that slow him down?
Yeah.
Did that slow him down?
And like to me, in my mind, 30 and that injury, I just feel like there's going to be a slowdown.
Yeah, good.
With that. Dang, Javonte Williams is 25. He signed a 1-year, $3 million deal with Dallas last year.
Dallas, he's finna catch. Dallas ain't letting him get out of there.
You don't think so?
No, him and Joe Mixon. I mean, him and what's big boy outside? George Pickens ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, text line coming through. They're not dogs like Mixon. With all due respect, they desperately need leadership on this offense.
Well, I don't think. I mean, assuming he's the picture I'm painting ain't none of the guys that we've even mentioned on the same level as Mixon, in my opinion. Assuming he's healthy.
Oh, if he's healthy, none of these guys. No. You'd rather Joe.
I think the closest one, the one that I would be cool with, is the cat you're fixing to watch for Seattle in the Super Bowl. I mean,
Breece is pretty good.
Good call. Good call. Breece is pretty damn good. Yeah, but I don't know anything about Breece as in a sense of the intangibles.
Yeah.
But you're right. Breece is pretty good. I was thinking of Walker and Wilson. I mean Williams, but
and Etienne.
Breece. Etienne. Yeah. Etienne don't do that for me. I like, to me, you don't just need a piece. You need a surefire game changer. We got enough pieces.
And I'm with you. I wonder if Joe is still that. Coming off the injury and getting towards 30.
Fair.
I wonder if Joe
I want to find out. I want the medical reports. To hell with the hip of Dusty. I want the medical reports, and I want to find out.
Yeah, because that's a weird thing, man. A foot that just takes – I mean, hell, seems like Steven Adams was going to try to play on it. What you got coming up?
Hey, look, come on, don't put Joe in Steven's spot. Steven just had his season ended now. All right, y'all, Tom Brady, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self. I'm a huge Tom Brady fan. You ought to be ashamed of your damn self. That's all you got, bro? You kidding me? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say this is crap. But it just in the midst of that, he brought up, but this is what I'm used to. This is what I've been, and that's why I'm sitting here going. They're saying it's working, it's good, no offensive problems. Nick Caley's probably going to come back. Are we sure that C.J. Stroud is like, yeah, let's go?
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break, 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West Ham Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I tell you, this time of year, what's going to get you good and turned on, a little football horny, is maybe some coaching changes. We've seen a lot around the NFL, a lot of coaching changes, head coaches, coordinators. A lot of, yeah, there you go, staff changes. Some of it may turn you on. Some of it you may not give a rip about. How about free agency? Free agency's right around the corner. We've seen a couple of big players already re-up. And so we'll get into some of that. I want to get into one coaching change that the Texans have made. I don't think it's a major deal, but I do think there's some layers to it that we got to keep an eye on for the Houston Texans. They parted ways with one of their assistant coaches, one of their position coaches. We'll give you who that is and discuss here on the backside of this Dirty's Daily. To start with, though, I'm pretty sure everybody out there is aware that Bill Belichick somehow is not a first-ballot Hall of Famer. We broke the news right here on The Drive yesterday and briefly discussed it, but when something like that happens, I obviously understand, and we obviously understand how crazy it is, how unexpected it is, how breaking news it actually is. We understand that we got to get to the bottom of it. When you're in the middle of a show, it's hard to dig and get the details all on the surface so you can better understand what's going on. And I've had a good bit of time this morning actually to listen to other folks. I took the time to do some digging with other coaches. There's three other first-ballot Hall of Fame. There's three first-ballot Hall of Fame coaches in the NFL, in the history of the NFL, and all great resumes, all very deserving, no doubt about it. But Bill Belichick is as good, if not better, than any of them. There's no reason that Bill Belichick shouldn't be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. When you look at the process, how somebody thought that the process, this was a good process from the get-go is wild. But it's still a process that everybody involved should have arrived at Bill Belichick being a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Now, there's something that's come up today that we may need to get to the bottom of. Apparently, there's, a lot of the blame is going towards Bill Polian, who's been a pretty controversial figure, I think, Ron, at least since he's got into the media business.
Yeah, he's had that Lamar Jackson take in the draft, and now he's had this.
It's always something, man. But there's this has got to be a little more I got to do a little more digging on this part. I think the reports are that Bill Polian could have led the charge that ultimately led to Bill Belichick not being a first-ballot Hall of Famer, who, by the way, Bill Polian has come out, and he didn't say he didn't vote for Bill Belichick, but he said he doesn't remember if he voted for Bill Belichick or not, which obviously that tells you what you need to know. But the biggest part of it all, for me, I thought everybody got hacked originally. I didn't think there was any way this could be true. And then once I realized that it was true and it did happen, I believe that
you were in complete denial.
Yeah. Ron, I simply believe that the players, we're living in a day and age where the more noise you make, the more likely something is to change. And now, whether somebody believes that the results of this can be changed, even though I think it's crazy enough that somebody should step in and change it and say, no, we can't let this happen. I mean, obviously, Belichick is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. It's silly to let this happen. It's silly to let a guy potentially like Bill Polian sway a room. I mean, how foolish is that? So I would say somebody needs to step in and go ahead and just say, no, this is what needs to go down. Even if that's not the case, I believe that the players, which J.J. Watt was very loud, I think Pat Mahomes voiced his opinion. In this day and age where
LeBron did.
Everybody has their voice on social media. Some are extremely powerful, and I think it should be used. I think everybody should rally at this point. I think Jimmy Johnson was super critical of the Hall of Fame. I'll be honest with you. I think it is legitimately spitting in the face of Hall of Fame voters.
Jimmy
the John McClains of the world.
Yeah, Jimmy stopped fishing today.
Screwed up Jimmy's fishing trip.
He was on about 3 shows I've seen already.
I tell you what, I mean, it literally is a spit in the face of the guys like John McClain that are voters. I mean, I would be. If I voted for him, if I were one of the crew that voted for him, I would join the players and be one of the more loud ones. I think everybody that did vote for him should raise their hand and expose the ones that didn't, if for nothing more than to save face. But here's the deal. I think those players, I greatly appreciate those players and coaches and former players that are speaking up. But I'm going to be honest with you. When we had this conversation yesterday, Ron, you and I talked about it, and I said I think the players need to protest. I think the players need to make a lot of noise around this. I expected Tom Brady's pretty ass to be the loudest voice, the front runner in all of this. And I knew he was going to have comments at some point. Couldn't wait to hear them. And Tom Brady, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self.
We don't want to piss off the voters.
I don't give a damn. He ought to be. He got 4 more. What do you got? 2 more years? 2 years, right? He's been out 3. We figured that yesterday. Hey man, I don't give a damn. I mean, Tom Brady, I expected to be the loudest voice, and what he gave us today. I believe it was today, on a Seattle radio station of all places. How do you think that worked?
Really has a good relationship with Brock Hewitt, I believe.
That's got to be the reason why. Or he owns part.
I know
of the
he was
station.
on with Brock, but I don't know. I'm just.
Well, I am completely disappointed with Tom Brady, and it's more about the overall just tone and delivery and almost excuse making to make it all make sense. Tom, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Here's Tom Brady talking about Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
You know, I just think that to me, I don't understand it. I mean, I was with them every day. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's really no coach that should ever be a first ballot Hall of Famer, which is completely ridiculous because people deserve it. And he's incredible. There's no coach I'd ever want to play for. I'd rather play for. If I'm picking one coach to go out there to win a Super Bowl, give me one season, I'm taking Bill Belichick. So that's enough said. There's nothing outside of that. You know, again, when it comes down to votes and, you know, popularity and all that, like, you know, then welcome to the world of voting. And you may as well go, you know, try out for the Oscars or whatever and, you know, get a big panel to tell you if you're good or not. So it's the way it works. And unfortunately, you know, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. In the end, I'm not worried about that. A lot of times in life, you know, for all of us, you know, things don't happen exactly how you want them on your timeline, but we'll all be there to celebrate him when it does happen. And he's going to have a huge turnout from so many players, coaches that appreciated everything that he did and the commitment that he made to winning and the impact that he had on all our lives. And that'll be a great celebration when it happens.
I thought it was all right.
I thought it was awful. Raise your damn voice. Show some level of frustration. You won 6 Super Bowls and had 2 dynasty runs, and this guy is not only the greatest coach in NFL history, but he's one of the greatest coaches, like top 5 in all of sports all time, of all sports. Like, this guy not being a first ballot Hall of Famer is absolutely ignorant. It's ludicrous.
You didn't feel enough passion.
No, and Tom, this ain't a time for a life lesson. Oh, life happens like this. No, Tom, this ain't. Nobody gives a rip of how many guys are going to be there to celebrate when he does go in. I mean, nobody's sitting around pissing and moaning because they're worried about Bill Belichick never going in. Like, this isn't. I cannot believe that Tom Brady's, like, his emotions weren't moved more. And look, Tom Brady's always been that cool, calm, collected guy, unless you watch him on the sideline.
He almost sounded like it was like, this is so stupid.
Yeah,
that's how his voice sounded.
Yeah, but no, I got to get more. I got to get more out of Tom Brady on that right there. I mean, this is hell. I can't be. I'm not even look. I like Bill Belichick. I can acknowledge Bill Belichick is one of the greatest we've ever seen. I get frustrated at people that can't acknowledge and hold him accountable for the stupid crap he did post Brady and how awful it really was, and continue to go back and talk. Like, that's where I'm at with Bill Belichick. But I have no problem acknowledging he's one of the best, if not the best, to ever do it. I mean, he's on a tier with Nick Saban. I mean, he's on a tier with the greatest of all time to ever do it, and for him to not be a first ballot Hall of Famer is absolutely nuts. I can't be more moved and more emotional about it than Tom Brady. I mean, I'm borderline pissed off about it. I've never met the man.
I don't think there's a borderline.
The closest I've ever been to him is he dated some old gal in Little Rock forever that I may have crossed paths with a time or two.
Y'all are Eskimo brothers?
No. I mean, come on, you sick. I mean, we just.
I was
Golly,
asking.
man.
I asked to get an answer.
I'm sorry, Clint. I think that's a fair question.
No.
That's a fair thing.
I mean,
to
you
think.
said you crossed paths
you said
with a lady.
with somebody in Little Rock, right?
I crossed paths with a lot of people in Little Rock. Hey, how y'all
lot
doing?
of
Y'all
Eskimo
good?
brothers.
Y'all going to the horse races this weekend?
She's got an igloo full.
I mean, I didn't say I betted her down.
Just saying, you probably had a run that maybe still continued if you'd like.
I mean,
You got it.
I didn't bet down Belichick's broad.
Personality and a name that in that state that you can get dubs. I think it's a fair assessment to go.
Well, Eskimo Brothers works both ways too, Clint. I mean, you could have been first or he could have been first. In the end, you're related in that igloo.
No, there was a time in my life when I was into older chicks and it was not Little Rock.
Can I say this about this situation?
What?
I was
me and Belichick's old lady, or just the Hall of Fame?
No, just the Hall of Fame thing. I don't move off of the woman that you and Belichick.
I did not. I
mean,
knew
that
who she was. I did not. Never even attempted.
That's cool, man. Own it.
I believe you.
I do too. Wink, wink.
I'm not as bullish as I was yesterday when this came out. Because this was the dumbest thing. You can go back and listen to us yesterday, our reaction to it. I do think, and again, I want to say this. If it were me, I would vote him yes to get into the Hall of Fame. I think I would have voted him. But I do think the question is fair when you think of, all right, man, he was caught cheating not once but twice, like to a point where the team was fined multiple times. His quarterback had to miss 4 games. And one of these was going into the Super Bowl that this cheating occurred. Now, for me, I think his accomplishments from a defensive coordinator with the Giants to his time with the Browns before Brady to his time, through the time with the Patriots, Mac Jones, I think all of his accomplishments outweigh, for me, the cheating part. But when you think about how bad that was, that's 2 different times that you were caught cheating, is waiting a year. I don't think that is as crazy as I felt it was yesterday. Like, when you look at what he did, saying, all right, man, you really pushed the envelope and went past it with your cheating, and we're going to make you sit for a year because of that. It's not as bad. I don't feel it's as nuts as I felt it was yesterday.
Oh.
I don't feel like that. I would still, if I were John McClain in there with him, I would still vote him into the Hall of Fame. But, like, it was a significant thing. Like, I know this is close to home. I know Tyler and some of you want to throw something at me, but, any Astros that potentially are going into the Hall, like, I could see how, we're going to make y'all maybe wait a year. Like, it was that
But
thing.
you see, I would expect that from the baseball writers because that Hall of Fame's always been screwed up.
Well, they did this. They didn't put Michael Irvin in because he did a little cocaine.
Yeah.
They didn't put T.O. in for years because he was mean to him.
Put O.J. in, though.
O.J. was a good person at that time, or at least to the outward. But I think that the cheating part for a year, it's not as nuts to me.
Well, here's the part to me. One, if we're going to talk about cheating, Deflategate ain't got nothing to do with the head coach. I've been in a room with Aikman messing with the balls. The head coach ain't worried about no game balls, kicking balls, quarterback balls. He ain't got nothing to do with that.
You don't think Belichick, in his mind? I think Belichick is so competitive and in such a space to try to gain an edge. I would not be surprised if he was involved. I wouldn't put it past him to be involved in any of it.
Yeah, no, the process of that happening was Tom Brady doing it. That's why Brady got the suspension, right? And then the league told you what they thought about the Spygate. Would they fine him? $500,000, $500,000? Drop in the bucket. It's just. And by the way, I agree with you, some of your points of like, this player had to wait, that player had to wait. We're talking about this is.
That's what you're saying is why I would say his accomplishments outweigh my thought of that, but I don't feel it's as, damn, man, you got 2 cheating scandals right here. Maybe you got to wait a year.
But we're talking about we ain't talking about T.O. We're not talking about Michael Irvin. We're talking about Emmitt Smith. We're talking about Michael Strahan. We're talking about, Jerry Rice. You know, you're talking. We're talking about the best of all time type of stuff. And to me, it just, if you're going to hold the Spygate stuff against him, it's weird that the NFL only fined him $500,000, whatever it is.
They fined him and they took draft picks away. Yeah,
I'm not as up on, like, in the league. I'll be shocked if they were the only team doing something like that. That part of it, like it's just.
But they were the only team that was caught.
Caught red-handed. No
and
question.
then they did, and then they got in, and then they had another thing.
Right.
Afterwards,
like the kid at Michigan, I'm sure he's not the only one that was trying to steal signs in games. I get it. I just can't. Like, this is a resume and a run to me, Ron. That is, and I know you said you would too, but this is just one to me. Like all that other stuff. Like, you should laugh in the face at a Bill Polian if indeed did lead a charge. Like, you should laugh in the face. Like, Bill, we ain't talking about 4 Super Bowls here. We're talking about 6. We're not talking about 250 wins. We're talking about 300 plus. I mean, we're talking about not one dynasty. We're talking about 2 dynasties. I don't know.
We've seen in many Hall of Fames, and we've seen baseball, and I'm not saying it's right, but when you, like, cheating the game, they kind of take that very serious, and there are some sort of, like, punishments for that. Like, someone just texted in show, but they still won after the scandal, and your thoughts and that's your thoughts that Bonds and Roger Clemens should be in. Yeah, I think Bonds and Roger Clemens should be in. I do. I
think they both should be in.
I think they should be.
I've been told by a Major League Baseball player that 80% of the baseball was using steroids in that era. So I think the same thing with what I'm talking about with Belichick. Roger and Barry's records were so over the top that it doesn't, like, I think it supersedes, all the juicing that they were doing. Allegedly. Well, when the whole league is juicing, and we're all watching it take place on TV. We're watching guys' heads swell on TV and gain 40 pounds of pure muscle and hit bombs out of the stadium, and we're all loving every minute of it. Baseball is being rewarded in a way by that Sosa, McGuire, all that run.
Yeah.
Sosa,
Mark, they'd all be in.
But
for me,
you could argue that that run. Maybe it's my age telling you.
I'd put Pete Rose in too. I mean, he didn't bet. He bet on himself.
Would you say that Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa back and forth run was the most powerful moment? Most powerful moment in baseball.
Yeah, I think it. Well, I mean, I don't know, Jackie Robinson.
But not obviously not.
Yeah, but in the last century, like 98, that was.
I'm talking about more people plugged in and watching.
Yeah, it brought baseball back from the strike year when the strike it ended and people were kind of out on baseball. That run brought it back.
Now the league just juices balls.
Text line: old show waffling more than a Hilton Continental breakfast. I've changed off of what I said yesterday. Again, wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, especially like the one, like the one of the Hilton. They always have the state of the Texas.
He didn't go. Why didn't he? Why do you think he didn't go to like Motel 6 or something?
They don't have waffles.
8 or whatever.
Motel 6 don't have waffles. No, they don't.
Got to be a Hilton.
I'm not. I changed my thoughts a little bit. Again, I would still vote him in. I still think it's, but I don't. Yesterday, I didn't think I would not hear anything of any reason. Now, I can see, but damn, man, you got 2 cheating scandals that caused you to be fined, your team to lose draft picks, your quarterback to have to be suspended, and you've been pushing the envelope.
I need these same clowns to do it to Brady then in 2 years.
Yeah, they kind of put that precedent up there. Oof. Yeah. Now, PEDs don't matter to him. Antonio Gates slid right on in, but
they didn't mind that.
But no, I mean, yeah, it was.
You need a little boost going from basketball to football, man.
It was well after he stopped playing basketball. Unless it was just pickup that he was playing. All right, coming up, the Rockets, they suffer a big blow. We'll let you know the latest. And they got a big one tonight. And with that big one tonight, there's one guy that I think we got to discuss. I mean, it's been much, much better than I thought it would be. We'll do that next.
All right, y'all. Look, I told you yesterday. I'm going to tell you again today, man. Let this weather, let this freeze, which we got lucky. Let this last hurricane season where we didn't get hit dead in the face.
right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live here on a Wednesday. We appreciate you hanging out with us. You can be a part of the show in many ways, YouTube and Twitch. Good conversations had there. Also, you can text in 713-572-4610, be a part of the show. You heard it. We'll be heading down to San Francisco, or up to San Francisco for the Super Bowl. And you can hang out with us all week long. Plenty of guests, and we'll get the atmosphere for you out in the Bay Area as the Seahawks, who are favorites right now, 3.5, 4.5-point favorites, depending on where you look, over the Patriots. I think should be an entertaining game and an entertaining week leading up to it. We'll have that for you right here on Sports Radio 610. Some news here with the Rockets, and tough ahead of this big game they have tonight at the Toyota Center. Steven Adams, the center, hurt his ankle, and now it has been announced that he will undergo season-ending surgery on that left ankle, and that is a source telling ESPN and Shams Charania. He is going to be out for the season with that ankle, and listen, this isn't a major blow, but this is something that they're going to have to negotiate and deal with, because Steven Adams was one of their bigs off the bench, or guys that they like to start. And if anything like last year, he got more and more opportunities on the floor as the games became more important. He played, like you look at the regular season last year, Steven Adams, down the stretch you started to see this happening, but just when he got brought in last year, or when he came back from his injury last year and he was playing, he played a lot more minutes in the postseason than I ever thought he would in that series against the Warriors when he first started getting back on the floor last year. And it seems like they liked doing that, and it was effective. That big lineup, he started the first game of the season with Şengün in there, and this is one they're going to miss. They do have Clint Capella there, which helps big time for them as another backup center. But it is going to be a pretty big loss to lose him off the bench and his leadership as well.
It definitely down the stretch. I mean, that's a guy that we saw become a bigger piece of what they were doing last year.
Yep, that big lineup. Yeah, that was like, yeah.
And obviously with the Clint Capella acquisition in the offseason, it's one of those where you go, okay, maybe they're a little bit more committed to that big man, lineup and being able to have an answer when Steven Adams needs rest kind of deal. But now it's in the hands of Clint Capella. We talked a little bit earlier about it. I think the interesting part here is just kind of what that looks like. Steven Adams, obviously bigger, probably a little bit more powerfully built underneath, and Clint Capella, a guy that can extend a little bit and extend on the defensive end of the floor and a little bit more athletic.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that works with him as they moving forward versus what we've seen of late with Steven Adams.
Sure. Hey, Şengün, baby. Get more minutes, baby.
Hey, Şengün said he hadn't been himself of late, man.
He's picking it up.
Picking it up. Tonight would be a big night, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is. So that is the latest Steven Adams, that injury there. Tough one for them to deal with. And I'm sure that puts Rafael Stone in a space where he is potentially looking at options outside of the Rockets to fill that void.
Got about a week, huh?
Yep. February 5th, right? Yep.
7 days.
3 o'clock, February 5th. So we'll keep you updated on that, because it does look like maybe they've got, at the very least, if they don't make a move, which I think they will, they're definitely in the hunt to look at it. That's been added. Whatever they were looking at before, that has been added. I will say, big one tonight, they are 2.5-point favorites at home versus the Spurs, right? They're going to see the Spurs a lot. The Spurs have had one of the best records in the West, top 2-3 seed here the last several weeks. And they just played the Spurs, got them the last time they played them 1-1 against them this year. This is a big one tonight, Clint, and we'll probably see maybe some bets on it a little bit later for T. Mill's best bets as he's nodding his head if you see him on YouTube and Twitch. As I said, they're a 2.5-point favorite. But going into this game, what I'm looking at, Clint, and what I've been looking at throughout is, and maybe you all agree, disagree. Kevin Durant has been even better than I thought that he was going to be to this team.
Really?
Yeah, he's 37. At some point, you're thinking to yourself, man, we might this thing 37, 38. This thing might slow down a bit. And I knew he was going to be a good player, a really good player. I knew he was going to be a guy that would fit in and he'd average his 22, 20, whatever, a game and do his thing. Clint, first of all, they played 44 games. He's played 42 of them.
Yeah.
That, first off, knock on wood, whatever. That's a big. I thought for sure he'd miss, probably more time. They do know he's out there playing every day, and then he's up, 26.5 a game, 4.5 assists, 5.5 rebounds a game, on 51, 40, 88% splits when it comes to 3-point shooting or field goal percentage, 3-point shooting, and free throws. And his defense has been pretty good. He's getting a block a game. I think for me, he has clearly been the team's best player. Been the team's best player. And I don't know if I would have said he's been the team's best scorer. You could have got that. But he has been hugely impactful. And Clint, he still looks like the dude from 5 years ago, from 6 years ago. He is playing at an all NBA level. I looked up and saw, the kind of the week to week that they do on MVP candidates, and he wasn't in the top 10, and Şengün was at 9, which was, I don't know that I agree with that. But man, KD has been really, really good, and a lot of y'all, I think, at least up to this point, hey, man, my bad, I was off on that. He's even been good with the leadership stuff and the chemistry stuff. A lot of y'all text in and say, no, man, he blows up teams, a coach killer, chemistry. No, he's come in and probably been one of the leaders that you think the Rockets need. He has been a lot better than I thought in so many ways that he would be.
Well, I was going to go to that leadership, or not leadership as in in the locker room, but more on the floor. And I'm going to point back to a game where I just needed him to score. I had Durant over 24.5, and I think he entered the fourth quarter or early in the fourth, had 18, and I was like, oh, I got this one. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. It's game time. The ball's going to be in his hand. It was the last time they played the Spurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he deferred. And literally, several times late in that game, directed traffic without the ball in his hands. And then then you brought to light what he was doing on the defensive end of the floor versus
he took the challenge
versus Wemby. Yeah, the whole thing, that game right there to me was that's what it's all about. Is we all know he can score. To your point, he's older, but he's proven he can score still this year at any given point. But to defer and to direct traffic. And to put the priority on stopping Wemby on the defensive end of the floor, that's what the hell I'm talking about. If Durant's bringing that along with the ability to score the way he has, yeah, you can't do anything but be excited and happy about that move right there.
Because even in the last couple of years in Phoenix, he can score, he can get going, but he had a lot of injuries in and out, and you can see he's not to the Brooklyn Golden State level. I don't know what he's taking, what he's drinking now, but it's not just spotting up, shooting up threes. I saw him cross somebody and just take it to the lane and just smush it on somebody. It's all around.
So I got in the face, Craig.
Yeah, thanks.
See if he's okay.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. I did not think KD had it as you talked about the last time they played the Spurs. KD would go regular season in January. Hey, I got Wemby. Fourth quarter, I got Wemby. Y'all go ahead. I'll chill. But the way that I'm gonna help tonight is I'm gonna guard Wemby.
Yep.
And get everybody. I didn't know he had still was going into that, and then offensively, and he looks like he did when he was with the Nets. I don't want to say all the way OKC or Golden State, because that was obviously prime. But his offense does not look like he is playing or really not even just his offense. His game does not look like he is somebody who is on the way out.
Yeah.
Like it is.
You can argue, and I greatly appreciate this being the way that the lens that I watch basketball through. I like ball movement. I don't like the ISO ball. You could argue the way he's playing is if he wanted to ISO ball that thing, he could be 30+ and be top 5 in the league and scoring easy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think he should be. I'm not saying he should win the MVP or anything like that, but the way he is played, I think he most definitely should be, within the shouting distance conversation with what he's done. He's like, if you got somebody from the Rockets, it's got to be him. And with all due respect to Şengün, who's been really, really good.
Right.
But it is like, I don't know about y'all. When I watch the Rockets, it is clear to me who the guy is.
No question. No question.
And I don't know that I knew that was going to be the absolute case, that it is clear that it is him. He is the guy, as you said, he's directing traffic even when he doesn't have the ball out there. All right, coming up, we got to take a look at early potential moves that the Texans may make in free agency, right? Where should they be looking? What are maybe some players that could be out there? What should they be doing? Yes, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, it's about trying to get the best team possible for next year to make another run. Where are they going to be going in free agency? We'll do that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick Caley in year 2? Be cleaner operationally. That just simply can't be a problem. And then the second thing for me is it's Nick Caley's job to get his
If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, man. I was just talking to Clint about this, Tyler. I just found a voter who wrote his column. Shout out to Vahe Gagarian in Kansas City. Wrote his column saying why he didn't vote for Bill Belichick.
Oh my! I didn't think they were allowed to do that.
He wrote it. Basically, reading through his, he said he walked into, and you know theirs is it's not just a ballot. They and John McClain has talked about this before. They all present them. So, like, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a presenter for each candidate.
So, like, John presented Andre Johnson.
Yes.
He'll present J.J. Watt. Whoever else is up, he'll present those if you're. And so, Vahe said he walked into it with the belief he was voting for Bill Belichick and Roger Craig. But then he heard all of the presentations, and then was moved to go with the senior players because they may not be on the ballot anymore. So L.C. Greenwood, I forgot who the other senior player was, along with Roger Craig, and he ended up voting for them because he knew that guys like Belichick and Robert Kraft would remain on the list, and this may be the last time they don't get on it.
He has to be removed from the voting list.
I would agree.
I mean,
like one of those guys, like Bill's got to grab one of them spots.
Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Think about that.
You're doing too much.
Think about that. You voted for guys that have been on the list for over 20 years, 25.
Just now. Like, to me, like
we're talking about the greatest coach of all time.
It's two things.
50 out of 50.
It's two things, and I don't mean to take this. L.C. Greenwood maybe should have been anyway, right? 4-time champion, 2-time first-team All Pro, 6-time Pro Bowler, All Defensive Team in 1970. Maybe he should have been in anyway, regardless. But I just don't know how this man, and nothing against him, ended his career in 1981. It is 2026. And now
45 years.
Now it has hit you that he should go into the Hall.
Over the greatest coach of all time.
Yes, that too. But like at what how many years somebody gonna be on this ballot before we say, yeah, guys, maybe this ain't it? Like 45 years. I mean, that's just. Again, his numbers, I look at it, you could see why L.C. Greenwood should be. Maybe should have been in. But if he finished playing in 81 and 26, he hadn't gotten in yet. I mean, and then you say, all right, now I believe he's a Hall of Famer. Now I do. Like that is
Clown X.
That is. Congratulations to L.C. Greenwood if he's one of the ones that did get elected. Not saying he isn't deserving, but good God, man. Like, I mean, he finished in 81. What are we doing here? I mean, Clint's the only one on here who was born then.
I was about to say I was a decade before I was born.
It's fair.
So I had 3 more years.
I was 4. Probably 3
I'm
when he was
just like,
playing because I was born in December, so he played my birthday.
Like that is just like Bill Belichick, as you said, all right, man, we got the greatest coach of all time. Potentially, I think. Greatest coach of all time. The resume is – and he specifically says he knows that the cheating stuff bothered some other voters. He said, but it was not anything that was an issue for him. It was purely on that. But I can't get to this guy's accomplishment accomplishments and he's done this. This guy who's been on a damn ballot for 40 years, and now I'm finally going to take the step. He's become a Hall of Fame. Like, whatever the presentation that they did this year, as opposed to the previous 40-something years that they've done, that didn't move the hell out of me when Bill Belichick was up.
Could you imagine being that guy that had to present somebody for 40 years, 40 times?
Yeah, John's probably had to do it for some people.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Brazil.
Look, they're just not. I mean, I get it, man. Write your article, make your excuses, give your reasons, to each their own.
I'll give it to Vahe for coming out and saying it, but
yeah, I mean, look, to each their own. I don't know how in your mind going into that thing, knowing Bill Belichick, you don't feel like ultimately you've got two other votes. Like Bill's getting one.
Bill's got one.
Yeah, I could see where you could go. Well, I mean, the owner of it, maybe he can wait. You know, he's still on there. He's in the Super Bowl again this year. He's still active, obviously.
I mean, is the guy changing it up a little bit? Like, is he? Like, I'm not even kidding. Has the person died that was initially giving the presentation for LC Greenwood, and that somebody else, like a cold case, had to pick it up?
Cold case, that cold case. Get LC out of the cold case.
I'm sorry. The person who was covering the pitch, like I'm sure John McClain would tell us, the person who was covering the Pittsburgh portion of presentations back then, the person who did Terry Bradshaw and got in a cinch, and Franco Harris and Jack Lambert and Joe Green, all those guys, Mel Blount. Tyler, took out Lynn Swann yesterday as if he's not deserving. Like, that guy's got to be done. He can't still be it. Hell, I don't know. John's still around giving presentations.
I just don't. I don't know how you can literally look. How can you be a voter? How does one get to be a voter?
Who made the Belichick presentation? That guy's got to go back into the drawing board.
Yeah, he must have stayed out real late and got drunk the night before.
Of course, he probably just threw stuff on the tape.
Yeah. Y'all know this guy, Bill Belichick.
I bet it was his girlfriend.
Like John McClain should have to do one presentation for 99.
Cockamania.
John McClain should have to be ready to do multiple presentations for 99.
How do you become a voter?
I'm not real sure. John Lopez would know, I guess.
Is he a voter?
No, he used to be a voter for the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I'm certain he probably has an idea. And John obviously knows. Nuts.
I don't know how you become a voter, but I got some suggestions of how you should lose your voter rights.
It's this.
Have you run into it yet?
Yeah. You just laid a nice case out there where
he put it out there. I give it to him.
Where he actually confesses. If you look at a ballot,
that's the part. He walked in knowing he was voting for Belichick.
Yeah, it changed his mind. I mean, those guys changed his mind.
40 years.
I mean, how in the hell do you decide to vote for guys? 3 guys. You get 3 votes, boys. How do you decide to vote for 3 guys that have been on the ballot for 4? Is that how it works? Have they really been on the ballot for 45 years?
I mean,
they've been on the ballot every year. Does that change?
No, I'm sure he moved to this ballot. So he was probably on the regular ballot, and then after several years, you move over to this senior ballot that he's on. And I think the coaches also are on that get into that ballot.
Yeah, I think the way I read it was if you haven't played if you played before 2000 is it. I mean, good God, you choose those guys over the greatest of all time.
Holy mother of God.
Could you imagine going into something to vote for Tom Brady to be in the Hall of Fame and walking in the doors, you're voting for Tom, and there's something that moves you off of that. And it's not cheating. Cheating is not it, but something moves you off of that. Like, I'm walking in here. Like, I'm sorry. Michael Jordan.
Well,
Michael Jordan.
Ron,
you know what? Shoot, man, I think I gotta go with Sidney Moncrief. Some reason, man, that one. I don't.
You had to pick a Razorback, man.
I don't know why.
That was a hell of a pull on a name.
I just got moved. I just believe Sidney something. I helped Michael do it.
Sidney may not be on there next year.
God, man, that got away from you, Vahe. That really did. That really, but I need others. I need others because he's one of 12.
There's one. We know there's at least 11. Hey, here's the deal, Ron. I want to know, because it sounds like if you're just picking up, I'm sure everybody out there has heard that Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer, but there's also a report or story circulating that Bill Polian led a charge ultimately. So what that, like, I can't help but let my mind go to a place where somebody stood up and gave the case for Bill Belichick. And then Bill Polian got up and said, "Wait a minute, I got something to say here."
I believe these deals happened before they walked in the door.
Oh, you think? Oh, okay.
I believe this feels like politicians getting votes.
A coup. Yes. It's 100% a coup. That's what I thought first thing yesterday.
It feels like that Bill. This has been Bill's been working on this for 6 months and been getting the votes. And I need to get 12. I need to get 11. If I can get 11,
I'm at 10. I need 2 more.
I got Vahe. I got. And John McClain wouldn't be bought.
Whipping them votes went Frank Underwood on.
By the way, as the text line has alerted us, yes, as I look it up, we lost LC in 2013.
Damn. R.I.P.
Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Is he a UAPB guy?
Yeah. Again, this is like
case,
he's just
I'd have voted for him over Belichick.
he's a back. He's a race.
He's an Arkansas.
He's a race. Yeah. That's it. That's a hell of. But no, he's one, and there should be others to come out and write. You got a column. Write your column. Write them. Write it out there, and everybody in Kansas City should be trying to get Vahe on. I need you to speak this. Hell, I might hit him up. Because I just want to say, like, Vahe, if we allowed you a do-over right now, would you do it over? Like, because maybe you didn't realize this. Maybe it didn't get you. Because I just want to say it out loud to you. You've said that the cheating is not anything
that didn't hold you back.
That held you back. You walked in thinking Bill Belichick, Roger Craig, and you then arrived at L.C. Greenwood. And whoever that third player is, and Roger Craig. Like, do you want to have this one back? Just tell me the truth. Just tell me the truth. Good God. That is wild. All right. Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue. The Texans making a move on the coaching staff. We'll tell you what that potentially means. If you missed it, I know a lot of people jumping in at 5 o'clock, just getting in their cars. Some tough news. The Rockets are going to lose one of their rotation pieces for the season. We'll let you know the latest there. And the latest on the head coaching hires. The Cleveland Browns were finally able to give their job away to somebody. We'll let you know the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Ken Anderson is another Hall of Famer that you're looking for. The other name
81 Hall of Famer.
I'll tell you, for another Hall of Famer is Jiffy Lube, no doubt about it. They've been dominating that quick oil change industry since 1979. Similar, some of these guys that are going to make the.
benchmark trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is a little 5 o'clock fire. Clint, the Texans made some moves. One a little bit bigger than the others. They made some moves with the coaching staff, including firing the tight ends, Coach Jake Moreland, and they move on from some other assistants as well, but offensive assistants and a linebackers assistant. But Jake Moreland is the one that sticks out, the tight ends coach. We wondered what kind of changes would be made to the staff, specifically on the offensive side of the ball. We know Nick Caley is coming back. We'll see about Gerard Johnson. Haven't heard really from any others. There have been some rumors maybe about Ben McDaniels or some other rumors, but they make a move at the tight ends coach. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't really know nor care really about the coach himself in a sense of like what he did or didn't bring to the table. I do find it interesting that the position coach that you choose to move on from was the position coach of the player that I believe is the most improved player from the previous year to this year in Dalton Schultz. I think he's the most improved. One could argue that Ed Ingram may be the most improved, given that he was considered to be one of the top guards this year after Minnesota had one foot on his back trying to push him out the door. When we got him. But I would say Dalton Schultz is the most improved player year over year, both in the pass game as well as, and more importantly, in the run game. How does the guy that was responsible for that become the guy that you move on from? Find it, but not that I give a rip. I'm just saying I find that pretty interesting. I think number two, when you talk about Dalton Schultz, it wasn't just the most improved player. Hell, I mean, he had damn near a career year, definitely his best year as a Texan. And otherwise, your number two and your number three tight ends were both injured for the majority of the year. One of them all year, and the other one for most of it. So I don't know what that guy could have done to deserve to get booted up out of here. So I find it interesting from that perspective.
You're kind of surprised of any of the offensive staff moves that would be the tight end.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I would argue that his players were either hurt or exceeded expectations in a major way, earned their money in a major way. So why move on from that guy? And I'm not. That is I'm just saying that's more of a question than being critical of them moving on from that guy. I'm interested to see like the what, the why, the how, and then there's the obvious elephant in the room is with that the points I just made of how do you, that guy obviously did a pretty good job. Well, if you move him and you fire him and you no longer have a tight ends coach, does that mean that Nick Caley is going to become a tight ends coach? And then it gets you to a point, is he going to call plays and be a tight end coach? Or is he going to be a tight end coach and somebody else is going to call plays? Like what exactly does that movement mean on the offensive side of the football? I think it could mean anything. I don't think it's likely that Nick Caley gets a demotion, but it's possible now that you don't have a tight ends coach. They could be clearing room and clearing space to kind of move and to reshuffle the deck maybe a bit. So just keep an eye on what happens with that tight end room, that tight end coach position, and if it involves Nick Caley, your offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I wondered, is this going to, as you said, man, you even went deeper with Nick Caley potentially. Does this mean that this is a first step to moves potentially being made, like more moves on the offensive side of the ball from a perspective? Like, does this mean like, all right, maybe we feel like we need a new quarterback coach? Maybe we feel like maybe we need to revamp the coaching staff. Is this what this step is? I don't think Cole Popovich is going anywhere. He's the one that they have specifically talked glowingly about. But is the wide receiver coach changing. There's a quarterback coach change. There's Barrett, the running back coach, who's been here forever through multiple regimes change. I wonder, is this just one where we felt like we needed to move on from this particular position? Maybe they felt like we thought Kate Stover would be further along, and this is due to coaching, and we see somebody who we think could coach him up better? Or is this hey, we're bringing back Nick Caley, but we got to get stronger from a coaching staff perspective, and this is just the first move? That's one to see what the domino effect is. Is this just the start, or is this just the lone person that they are trying to change on that offense?
Yeah, we'll see if there's any moving or shaking. I'll be honest with you. It wouldn't shock me one bit if Gerard Johnson didn't make a move. I think being here for 3 years and seeing some real positivity early on in CJ's career, I would expect that he's already been on the list, a short list of some of the different offensive coordinator moves.
Yeah,
around the league.
He's interviewed in Philly, a couple of other places.
Look, if I'm Gerard Johnson and you've had me under 2 first-time play callers, and the first one you fired and the second one leaves a lot to be desired, if I'm Gerard Johnson, am I better off going somewhere where they're having more success on the offensive side of the football, where it's a system that maybe I was raised up in from a coaching perspective? Because he was in Indianapolis, he was, I believe, in Minnesota, and so he's got some ties to those different systems. So I couldn't. It wouldn't shock me one bit if Gerard Johnson didn't move on somewhere else, even if it was a lateral move, which I guess you would have to sign off on, right?
Yeah. So I guess we'll keep our eyes out to see what other changes the Texans are making with their staff, specifically the coaching or the offensive side of the ball. We'll see what else they do there, but that is the latest there. Jake Moreland, moving on. Texans fire their tight ends coach.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they have a big one tonight at home against the Spurs. We'll get into that in just a bit, but I know a lot of people are just jumping in. This broke earlier today, and that is Steven Adams, the backup center for reserve center, sometimes starter, but mostly reserve center for the Rockets, is going to be done for the season, undergoing a left ankle surgery he will have, and he is out for the year. And Clint, this is as we've said earlier, this is a tough situation. They are going to have to figure out some things, and when you look at the Western Conference, from OKC to Denver to the Spurs, who they will play tonight, to the Timberwolves, like, these are teams with a lot of size, and he is somebody you could use to work with a lot of those guys. So that is going to be a miss. He rebounds the ball well. He knows where he's supposed to be, knows how to play, defends well. They do have Clint Capella. That's one good thing. I think the only other positive thing about this, Clint, is the timing of when this happened. February 5th is when the trade deadline is. And so now I think this, at least now they know, this gives Rathel Stone and company time to figure out what they want to do. Because I do think that they probably make a move to add another big, because right now it's Şengün, it's Clint Capella, and then you start digging into, outside of Jabari Smith Jr., Jeff Green, you're starting to move into that range, or whoever you got in the G League. So I think they go out and make a move before the deadline.
Yeah, look, I hate it for Steven Adams, and hell, I hate it for the Rockets, obviously, but it does add a little bit of excitement here. For me personally, I'm good with seeing more Clint Capella, assuming it works out. I like Clint Capella is one of my, I used to love watching him the first time he was a Rocket, so excited to see him play a little bit more, and then kind of how that changes the Rockets on both ends of the floor, with him being a little bit more athletic, a little bit more lean. What does that do to the Rockets, good, bad, or indifferent? And then to your point of seeing what they do before the trade deadline. I mean, I think most folks that I listened to had come to the conclusion that there wasn't going to be much action, if any, at the trade deadline for a point guard or anything like that. So
I think this kind
of forces their hand a bit. Maybe not a big splash move, but definitely forces their hand to make some move.
At least another Capella type, that they have there. Now, obviously, understanding the size they have, Durant allows you to kind of play with some things. Like, he can play a 3, he can play, but he's 7-footer or 6'11 and a half, as he'll trying to say he's not 7 feet tall. I mean, they've got, and obviously Jabari Smith in the same vein. They have some versatility with size, but I will be shocked if we get through here February 5th, and we'll talk about this with Brandon Scott coming up when we start doing Rockets reports, of what kind of moves they're going to make. But I'll be shocked if they don't do anything to add to that. By the way, again, be listening a little bit in the next segment as T Mill's best bets come. The Rockets, they're 2.5-point favorites in this thing, and I'm telling you, big one, Spurs. This is becoming a rekindling of a rivalry with these two teams. The Spurs, the second best record in the West, and they're 1-1. And I am excited to see Şengün. You know, one of the things you love about him is anytime these two match up, Şengün always seems to really, for the most part, pick up the game. He like enjoys playing against Wemby, and or like he lights up like to try to get off against Wemby.
Ron, I tell you, you talk about Şengün with Wemby. When we talked earlier about Durant and how he handled Wemby last time. Mm-hmm. I mean, as a Rockets fan, I mean, anytime both of these teams are expected to be contenders, which they are, I'm going to dial in, even if it's regular season, right? Man, you talk about what Kevin Durant did last time. If that's how they if that becomes like the plan, which I don't know if it will or not.
Yeah.
But if
it felt like a "Hey, I got it" type of deal when they went to the huddle. Yeah.
But if it becomes a "Hey, I got it," and an older vet like that is able to handle a youngin like that, I mean that changes that kind of frustration or that kind of success by Durant and the Rockets. That could make waves that could be significant in a playoff series. You know what I mean? Like that could. That's not just a regular season game. I mean, that's one of them game changers of like if whatever it is, Kevin Durant has the ability to defend Wemby the way the Texans do Josh Allen, like that changes the dynamic of a Rockets-Spurs matchup in a major way. I don't want to blow it out of proportion because it was one game and it's a fourth quarter where it really happened. But if that becomes a thing in critical moments where Wemby he's got his hands full when anytime Durant decides to defend him, that could be
he was
big.
He was playing as hard as Dylan Brooks was, except without the lame stuff. He was he was playing hard against him, not even letting him get catches. In his space, he created problems for him. So big one tonight. I expect Şengün to have a big game because he generally has a big game when he plays against Wemby. Does even like he said he hadn't been feeling himself the last game. He still was like 20-13-9 or something like that in that game. So big one to watch tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we saw Buffalo get their guy in Joe Brady yesterday, and now we've seen the 7th vacancy filled in the NFL, and that is the Cleveland Browns. They bring in Todd Monken, the former offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. He has now been tab coach there for the Browns, and now we just have the Raiders and the Cardinals that are left to fill their vacancies. And Monken was one of 5 candidates with whom the Browns held in-person interviews with, and he comes out the likes of Nathan Schillhouse, who was a big young up. The final 3 that we heard was Nathan Schillhouse, the passing game coordinator for the Rams, the young guy that everybody was looking at, and then Jim Schwartz, who was already their defensive coordinator, has been a head coach before, and then Todd Monken. And they decided to go with Todd. I was listening to Cleveland radio when this happened. It was worse than the response that Pittsburgh gave to Mike McCarthy. Nobody was a fan of this thing whatsoever. Caller came on, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Just lost their mind. But they had everybody pulling out of the job to go run and be OCs in this thing. I think the Nate Schillhouse would have been interesting just because maybe you're doing the Sean McVay thing and you're taking a chance with the young guys. But they go with Todd, who's almost 60 years old. What's your thoughts about this is the head guy.
Look, I like Todd. You want to talk about offensive play callers that they all like to say they can fit their offense around a certain player or players, and I think Todd Monken has done a pretty good job of that over the years of trying to figure out ways to use Lamar and the way he won college championship with old buddy at Georgia. Although he was the quarterback. What's his name? The quarterback from Georgia that won the title with him.
Oh, he's still playing. He's with the Rams.
Yeah. His damn name, Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, their backup.
Yeah, he's not the reason they won, but he sure played well above expectations in big games, and so I like Todd Monken as I don't know about how he fares as a head coach and all the intangibles that you need, but I like the thought of it. The interesting thing is Cleveland. Boy, they just can't quit. They just can't quit Cleveland, and can they? Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator was in the mix for the head coach.
They all the top players gave him a vote of confidence.
Loved it, and he thought he was going to get the head job, and apparently he is pissed off because he didn't get the head job and said that was the only way he was coming back if he got the head job.
Out.
Well, now Cleveland and Todd Monken are full court pressing. They want him back, and he's saying, "Nah, hell yeah."
He's out. Yeah.
So it's typical. They can't even hire a new head coach without some level of dysfunction being involved right there at the end. So they wanted to keep Jim as a defensive coordinator. I guess they're hoping Todd Monken can talk him out of it.
He's not going to. I think Jim could have even accepted. All right, we're going with Nate Shieldhouse, the young kid that everybody has promise of, and I am a defensive coordinator that's been a former head coach. I can be Wade Phillips. I got all autonomy over here, and this guy's young, up and coming. Like, I think he could have been sold on that. Not Todd Monken, not a guy who's his age that has
he's been prepping for in division
that some people believe didn't get the best of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. Somebody who was there previously and got fired with Freddie Kitchens. Somebody who has just been up and down and around. That's almost 60 years old. Not that guy. Not that guy that wasn't here. I could have found the offensive guy. Not the guy. He was supposed to go to the Giants. A lot of people thought Todd was to be the OC, but it looks like Jim Harbaugh's going to have to do something else there as well. All right, coming up, a little T-Mill's Best Bets. You got a chance to win a little cash. I'm certain the Rocket-Spurs game may play a role in it. He had a good night last night. When I say good night, I mean a good night. I'm talking 4 for 4. He got back on it, baby. He's nearing himself. Got to be in the green at this point now, 62%, 5 for 8 this week. So get in here and make a little cash as he's feeling himself starting to get a little warm. We'll get into the Texans free agency, guys, that may be in positions they may need to look at. We'll do that next.
Fellas, it's a new year, man. Have you been noticing a stubborn weight gain, a little loss of muscle mass, maybe you're moody, lack of energy?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a few minutes, so stay tuned for that as we continue here on The Drive. Again, he was 4 for 4 last night, nailed them all. Drew Holiday, that looked like old money right there, 7 rebounds. That was easy last night. SGA, too, that game was closer, so that helped you than maybe we thought it was going to be. So he's feeling good. 4 for 4 last night. If you place those bets with him, you made some money. He'll try to do that again tonight, so that's coming up in a few minutes. All right, Clint, when you look at this team, the first thing, obviously evaluating yourself, and they're in the process of doing that, but then free agency, knowing what players that you're going to bring back in the evaluation process, who you probably are going to move on from, which then helps you understand what positions you need to fill. And when you look at the Texans right now, where are your eyes taking you when it comes to where they may go in free agency?
Well, I think the one area that we just absolutely cannot deny, and there's you're going to be 100% right if you talk about the Texans addressing this position. It's interior defensive line. I know we've talked a lot about it over the last 2 or 3 years, to be honest with you, about potentially bringing in a bigger name player, more of an impact player, where D'Amico Ryans has chosen to the previous 2 off seasons to bring in more rotational pieces, and it's worked out tremendous. They have been absolutely tremendous, no doubt about it, in that approach and executing the plan of rotating, 6, 7, 8 guys through there at that interior defensive line position. So it's worked fine. I'm not complaining about it. But when you look at the situation the Texans are in right now, and you've got Tim Settle, you got Foley Fatukasi, you got Sheldon Rankins, you got Kurt Hinish, who hadn't played much, obviously been hurt the last year. Those 4 guys are all free agents. And so, by the way, Danico Autry also. So you got a slew, just from a numbers perspective, before you get into the fact that Sheldon Rankins has been a game changer and Danico Autry's been a game changer. The other guys were playing really good football and have been critical, rotational pieces over the last 2 years. Before you ever get there, you just got a numbers problem. So whether that's drafting and bringing in free agent, probably both, re-signing, one or more of the guys that are free agents, the Texans absolutely have to address the interior defensive line position.
What type of dudes you think they need to get?
Well, I'll be honest with you. We've talked a lot about spending on the offensive side of the football and re-upping here. If I were the Texans, as good as you are defensively, and there came an opportunity for me to go get a tier 1 interior defensive lineman, it would be hard for me to not make that move. Yeah. It would be hard for me not to make that move. I don't know if that's draft. I don't know if that's free agent. I don't know how you do that, but getting a guy inside that you expect to be an absolute difference maker, that you don't have to explain how good this guy is to the world. You look at the 2 Super Bowl teams right now. You got Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. And Milton Williams, Christian Barrymore, and you got a couple other guys that are rotating through there that are pretty damn good, too, on the interior. I would say, I think it's fair to say that all 4 of those guys are better than anything we got inside.
Tommy is –
You're crazy. You ain't falling for that, are you?
Christian Barrymore, Leonard Williams, and Byron Murphy. Leonard Williams may be a first-team All-Pro this year.
You think Tommy Togiai's in the same
conversations? Barrymore, the way he's played towards the end of the season, I can see them in the same. Not the other 3.
Yeah, well, I can't get there.
I can see him in that.
I think he's obviously played himself up
at least
a couple
half
of
a
tiers.
year, the second half of the year.
Yeah, well, the point is I just think there's a chance that they could go all in, push all their chips in on the table on the defensive side of the football. And if that is the case, then, I would think the opportunity is there at the defensive line position, because you have so many guys that are free agency and the need is so desperate. Now, if D'Amico Ryans keeps of the mindset that you got to have, so many guys that you want to rotate through there, I don't know how you make that make sense. But boy, I like to see this defense with a difference maker inside.
And the thing is, and I mentioned him, and I know right now you weren't about that, but they definitely believe it. But Tommy was trending to be a force. Like this, Tommy to me, Togiai had moved past the rotational player to, like, I'm not saying he's a Pro Bowler or anything, but he had moved past just he had gone past the, oh, you're in a group with Foley and Edwards and all of, like, I thought he became a critical force for that team. Maybe the pass rushing is where he's got to get better at than to get with the Leonard Williams and the Milton Williams. But he had made a step past just, hey, man, you're in the rotation like they've had. Like, he became of like, yo, man, teams like he's gonna be a problem if he just keeps getting to go, one-on-one. So the theory is for them is, what do they have in him? Is he a guy that could continue to develop into a Pro Bowl caliber defensive tackle, or is he more of a rotation guy? And that could help their decision.
Yeah, I can't get there with Tommy. I mean, I think Tommy worked himself into being, instead of just being a depth player on the set. For me personally, instead of him just being a depth player that took a lot of injuries for him to get any significant play, the injuries happened. He got significant play, and I think he worked himself into being a guy that's got some staying power in the NFL. Not what I'm referring to. I'm just referring to an absolute difference maker in there that changes the game. I can't put Tommy Togiai in that sentence yet. Not only disrespect, no minimizing that. I just can't go there yet. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know what they're going to decide to do. I just think there's an opportunity there. They've got to do something in the free agent market and probably the draft. They've got to do something at that interior defensive line position. The other position is the interior offensive line position.
Absolutely.
There's I heard the guys earlier talking about, I think it was Sean and Seth talking about the Linderbaum kid out of Baltimore. I don't know that they're going to pay somebody the kind of money he's going to command in an open market, in a free market, especially.
I think Jim Harbaugh and the Giants will.
Bingo, especially with Jim Harbaugh up there. But that's the kind of guy we're talking about. Whether it's a center or a guard, that's the kind of guy you're talking about. You're talking about a guy that just wakes up in the morning and he's beyond how physical you want your offensive line to be. We're talking about a guy that eliminates any communication issue that you could potentially have up front. From the center's perspective, I don't know about the quarterback. From the center's perspective, that's the kind of guy that I'm talking about signing. To your point, I think Harbaugh will probably be the aggressor there, and he probably wants to play for Harbaugh up there.
But there are other options of real upgrades.
Yeah, whether it's guard or center, I just think that kind of personality is what in player is what you gotta find.
Yeah. No, they definitely need that spot to be looked at. All right, now it's time for you to get yourself ready, make a little cash out here. Let's get to T Mill's best bet. Again, last night 4 for 4, so he's on a hot streak. If you need to rekindle your thoughts and look at these again, and you got a little time, as the first game I think that he's going to be looking at is a little bit later on with the Rockets. Go to @T-Mill Real Deal to find out what he is rolling with. What you got tonight?
Yep. Perfection. That always sounds good when I hear you say it. 4 for 4. You can just say that over and over again. I'll try to do it again tonight. What was that?
I'm not saying it again.
I just said I really enjoyed that, and I like that.
I'm not going to keep – you got it. Now you're going to get complacent.
3 picks around the NBA tonight. 3 wagers for you, 2 of which involve the hometown Houston Rockets. First, I'm on the Rockets, the money line, just to win this game outright as they host the Spurs at Toyota tonight. I got the odds at -140. Rockets money line. Next, within that game between the Spurs and Rockets this evening, a bet we have gone to often lately. Monday, it was the only one we hit. Alpi Şengün. Not assists this time, though. Rebounds. Over 8.5 rebounds for Alpi in this one against the Spurs tonight. That's my favorite bet on the board of these 3. And then lastly, another player prop, but it is a L.A. Laker, Luka Doncic. Over 7.5 rebounds for Luka tonight and the Lakers. And that, my friends, are your 3 best bets.
Yeah,
money in your pocket.
I like them. I like all of them. That Luka one, I think, is the one that you're going to push it with. Now, I had to know he had a big rebounding game. The big thing with him is he is going to play a lot. He's going to play a lot. And
where's his weight at right now?
I don't know. He looks good.
Just kidding.
He's in good. He's not quite Jelly Roll in loss of weight, but he's looked good. He's going to play a lot, and he's going to get a lot of opportunities, and he will steal. He does it. He Russell Westbrook. He will steal. I've watched him steal rebounds from centers. Just go up there and grab it. And
need him to do it again tonight.
Now we'll see. Yeah, Cleveland's got a big team over there with Mobley and that one guy that won y'all some cash the other night where he's 13.5. They had it set at 13.5, and he got you 13 right on the money.
That's right.
The old Texas Longhorn, but not bad. We'll see if you can continue this 3 for 3. I like the Shingun 8.5. Definitely like that.
Yes, sir.
That's a good shot there. All right, those are T-Mill's best bets. Again, if you missed it, Rockets money line versus the Spurs. Shingun over 8.5 boards, and Luka is there. And the Luka one you might want to get soon. That's starting up at 6:00. Luka 7.5 over 7.5 rebounds against the Cavs tonight. All right, as we continue here, what do you do about Joe Mixon? Because Joe Mixon, he put out a post on social media like he's ready to go. What do you do about Joe Mixon? We'll discuss that next.
All right, what do you
30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum month payment required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Area 45 coming up behind us. Patrick Creighton back in the building, back in the saddle. Sean Bijani and John McClain will join Area 45 live tonight, a man who did vote for Bill Belichick. John McClain, he will join Area 45 tonight in the 6 o'clock hour, so you can hear from the general.
Boy, y'all must have really pissed off McClain somehow.
Nah.
I'm gonna go. I know y'all are thinking it. Anybody that's listening, I know y'all are thinking it. News breaks yesterday. McClain can't talk about it today. Area 45. What'd y'all do? What'd you do, man? What'd you do? Be honest.
I've done nothing but
Did you
love,
ask for 10 tickets or something?
I've done nothing but John wouldn't end it.
Did you try to get 10 tickets to the Hall of Fame?
I've done nothing but love
or something. What'd you do, Tyler?
I will say,
I've done nothing but love it.
Did you get in the sauce at one of his events?
Oh, I've gotten drunk with John before, yeah, but it was a great time.
I think John's out.
He didn't seem to mind, did he?
No, he
I
didn't.
think John's out doing anything between 6 and 6.
Oh, you don't think it's us? You don't think it has anything to do with it?
Well, I will defend John here. He ended up circling back to me yesterday after he told me he couldn't come on. And he said, you know what, hey, Tyler, I can actually come on and say a couple things, but it's real restricted. Can't say a whole lot. But it was literally as we were signing off.
Yeah. That's nice of him.
I think Ron probably pissed him off somehow.
Ain't me.
It's always possible.
You calling me, man. You need to check your tone. You know how you start talking to people.
You said that with the deadest eyes I've seen.
Check your tone.
He was dead serious,
Check
wasn't
your
he?
tone.
He ain't wrong.
You might have pissed somebody off at fast.
Constantly.
How many guests y'all think you'll piss off at Radio Row at the Super Bowl next week?
Hey, listen.
I just hope it's all the real person. Whoever
Me
is.
and
And we're gonna get down to the bottom. I told Tyler off air. I'll tell you right here and now what I am doing. Any guest we get, I don't care how much time I have to research. I'm asking them trivia questions about themselves.
I love it.
And they're gonna answer.
Hey, Stefan, when's your birthday?
As if had I known it, Stefan, where's that brunch restaurant that you used to frequent in Sugar Land? What's that called?
Hey, Stefan, what color was that powder you had on the boat?
It's pink.
Wow, that was further than I would go, but I want to go real. I'm gonna have the Wikipedia page up. I'm gonna have that up. Hey, where you at? Tell you.
I love it.
Where'd you go to high school? What's the name of your high school? I bet you that guy sat down there wouldn't have been able to give us Diggs the name of his high school. I'm asking every last one, but I don't care. Emmett, you too. I'm asking test questions. I don't care. You could have a mask on. I don't care who it is.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
This will be fun. It'll be fun. But hang out with us. We'll be out there next week and holding it down for you the rest of the way. All right. Joe Mixon made a post saying, "Hey, all in, baby. All in.
JoJo's back.
2026 vengeance."
It's about that time where folks are getting cut or getting re-signed. There's probably a conversation had between Joe and the organization.
And he had himself in a Texans uniform, so he had himself.
Was there a picture with it?
There's a picture with it.
Was it IG?
Yeah, yeah. And he let it ride. Like, oh, okay, here we go.
Him and D'Amico must have had a good, solid little meeting.
Well, they started speaking more glowingly of him when their season ended. But no, he's going to try to give it a go, according to him, coming into next season. And I wonder where, because I'm certain the Texans have a decision and they're having conversations about where they handle this, what you want to do with this, because they have an out to get out of it, right? They have an out. They can save over $8.5 million with a $2 million in dead money if they go ahead and release him. They can save some money. He's a $10 million cap hit. They can save some money there, 8.5 for him, or and move on and go in a different direction, the running back position, or they could keep him. Understanding in the last time he was a Texan, 2024, 14 games, over 1,000 yards, Pro Bowler, 11 touchdowns, 12 total touchdowns, also caught 36 balls for over 300 yards. So almost 14, just over 1,300 yards from scrimmage and running and catching the ball. He had a great season. Missed 3 games, had a great season, but then obviously he missed all of last season with some sort of a lower leg injury. We're thinking the ankle or foot region, but he's missed that entire season. He will be 30 in training camp. What do you do with him? Do you move on? Do you think if you're Nick Caserio, D'Amico, you move on and you maybe take advantage of the draft, or even more to me, a lot of free agent running backs that could potentially be out there, or do you make another run with the guy you have under contract in Joe Mixon?
Oh no! I think if everything checks out from a health perspective with Joe Mixon, I don't think you even consider moving on from him. Now it's a big if. But if that foot's right, if that foot's good, if it's all checked out, if we're moving, if we're running, if we've got proof in the pudding, and we can and we can feel really good about it, I can't let Joe Mixon leave. I don't know that. Like this offense, they need 2 things. They need the tier running back that Joe Mixon is, that we've seen him be in Houston before, and they need that level of alpha on this offense. I would argue that they need the level of alpha on this offense more than any position out there. That would go a long way with this particular group. They need it desperately, and Joe's got it. So I would lean heavily into Joe unless the foot is proven that it can't be repaired. Unless some of the reports that I've heard are completely false and the damage wasn't like potentially career-ending type damage.
Yeah, the combination of the injury and where the injury is, right? It's got to be lower legs, feet, and him being 30. That for me is something, because I think the Texans need a bona fide, like, dependable, productive player offensively. And if that could be one of the running back position, I think that's a spot you can do rather and not throw major resources at it, right? Hell, we watched a 4th-round draft pick, Woody Marks, who I'm with you. I think you need to have another back that he is probably behind. But we saw what that was able to bring them from a production perspective and a player out there. I think there are other avenues to be able to get a player that you probably have more confidence in, that they, from a health perspective, they'll be good. And I probably would move on from Joe at this point. 30 years old, the combination of 30 and the injury, to me, makes me think of other spots and other areas to give them. And, you can save obviously $8.5 million doing so.
Well, if you want to get real aggressive and you want to go out and get one of the top free agents on the market, as we discussed earlier, we're going to watch one in the Super Bowl that could potentially be a free agent. There's Breece Hall, as you mentioned. There's one from up in Dallas that's a free agent.
Devontae Williams, Walker.
I mean, there's some dudes out there that if you want to go spend that level of money and go and get aggressive, which I would not be opposed to, then I'm cool with that too. I'm completely fine with that too. But it better be an upgrade from what Joe Mixon gave us 2 years ago.
Text line coming in, release him immediately. He's 2 years older and coming off of a mysterious injury. What are we even talking about? Well, as Clint said, for you, there's more than just the play. The impact of them needing a stronger leader over there as well is something that I know goes into your thought process and decision with Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's 1 year. I mean, it's not like you're committing to Joe Mixon and you're committing to Joe Mixon in a way of boy, you're going to be tied to him until he's 34 or 35. No, it's not the deal. It's 1 year. It's 1 year that you already have under contract. You don't have to dole out even more money. You don't have to dole out more years. And you know what you're getting from a leader, from the way that this guy can impact the offense, the way the team responds to him when he's out there, which is truly beautiful. It's all about the injury for me. I'm not even mad. I mean, if you're trying to commit 4 more years.
So the age, nothing.
No, it don't bother me. It don't 30.
You don't sense he's slowing down.
No, it don't bother me one. Even if he slowed down a little bit, he'd still be better than anything else we got out there. So I mean, but no, I wouldn't think that Joe would slow down unless the injury was that severe of an injury to where he can't make it happen. I'd rather it be a foot, to be honest with you, than a knee or something like that.
We'll see. And I know you're dealing from a perspective of if his foot is right and he is right. It is hard for me, fellas, to look at Joe Mixon and that, man, they didn't even allow us to see him out on the field one time, from OTAs to mini camps to mandatory mini camp to training camp through the season. Like, it is hard to think like, all right, this year's off and he is going to be back to the Joe that he was that played in the playoff game against Kansas City when he went off. It is hard to think like this. It just seems like an injury that you would think is going to affect him in a major way, that he's missing from a foot injury. And why the hell won't they tell us?
Yeah, the mystery behind it. The mystery behind it makes it hard for us to have the discussion. But they obviously know what they're dealing with, and if they feel comfortable with it, the year off doesn't bother me. The 30 years doesn't bother me. It's all about the 30-year-old. It's all about the injuries.
It's like, oh, it's a broken